3 years prior, Xiao Yi, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood, was confined by his master on the untraversed mountain. 3 years later, he descended the mountain, bearing 9 marriage certificates, in search of his enigmatic origins, the 10 divine artifacts, to awaken dominion over the world, and to revel in the embrace of beautiful maidens. He, a formidable cultivator, could slay any foe with but a single sword. He, a master of medicine, capable of granting life where the king of hell would decree death at dusk, could extend existence until dawn. Chapter 1. The alluring test for my enchanting master. Xiao Yi, while your master is away, why not yield to me? An enticing voice whispered in Xiao Yu's ear. No, master, I cannot betray my master. Xiao Yu's breath grew heavy as he struggled to decline. I have heard you have fully grasped your master's medical teachings. My heart aches. Crack! Before the seductive voice could finish, a massive rock shattered, and Xiao Yi opened his eyes, realizing that the alluring mistress was but a mere dream. Still attempting to tempt me? That old bachelor has no beautiful mistress. How absurd. Damn it, after 3 years, I have finally broken through the old man's illusion. Just as Xiao Yi reveled in his triumph, an ethereal elder approached. Boy, what did you encounter within the illusion this time? The allure of beauty. Xiao Yi refrained from speaking the truth, fearing the elder would break his legs. Beauty. Given your nature, did you truly withstand it? The elder was taken aback. Ahem, regardless, I did not succumb. Xiao Yi skillfully diverted the conversation. Master, you previously stated that as long as I shattered the illusion, I could descend the mountain. You wouldn't renege on your word, would you? Of course, it is settled. Even if you do not break the illusionary array, I intend for you to descend the mountain by dawn tomorrow. Do you recall the 10 divine artifacts I once mentioned? The time was not ripe before, but now, with the great transformation of heaven and earth, the artifacts have emerged. During your descent, make every effort to locate them. The elder's expression grew serious. Xiao Yi felt a surge of excitement. Discussing this topic invigorated him. What nonsense are you speaking? Are those truly divine artifacts? The elder replied, somewhat irritated. I refer to the Dongwang bell, the Xianyuan sword, and the Panga axe. Oh, I see. I must have misunderstood. Xiao Yi chuckled awkwardly, having conflated the 10 divine artifacts with the 10 renowned treasures. In addition to searching for the 10 divine artifacts, you must also fulfill your marriage contract. As he spoke, the elder produced a stack of marriage certificates. I recall that in your youth, you harbored dreams of having a harem of wives. Therefore, over the years, I have found you 9 brides, which I consider a fulfillment of your aspira. Tie-ins. What? 9 brides. Xiao Yi stared in disbelief. Would that not leave him utterly exhausted? Indeed, each one is as beautiful as a celestial being. Furthermore, your lineage harbors a momentous secret. Your journey to the Central Sea will surely yield great discoveries. Lineage. Splendid. Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled, revealing a desire to please. Master, in the novels I have read, when disciples descend the mountain, their masters often bestow upon them valuable gifts such as a black card worth billions or a command token FO, or an army of 100,000. What will you give me? Those are mere trinkets, the elder replied with a dismissive smile. With a wave of his right hand, a distant mountain peak suddenly split apart. A glimmer of cold light surged forth from the crack, transforming into a stream of radiance that descended into the palm of his hand. This sword is named Qixing Longyuan. It is scarcely inferior to the Xianyuan sword. I shall bestow it upon you. The elder presented the sword to Xiao Yi, then produced an ancient scroll. Weren't you always eager to learn the art of sword manipulation? This scroll contains the divine technique of sword mastery, enabling you to soar through the skies on your blade. In this storage ring within it lies dozens of tons of gold and various priceless treasures, all for you. Thank you, master. Is there more? Xiao Yi was overjoyed indeed. He had a truly benevolent master. Well, you have 9 wives. Allow me to present you with even more splendid gifts. As the elder spoke, he retrieved a porcelain vial. This contains Hegu pill, refined from millennium of sea dog essence. It far surpasses any worldly aphrodisiac. This one will allow you to engage with all 9 simultaneously. Engage with all 9 at once? Goodness. A group endeavor? Would they be willing? Xiao Yi's heart raced with anticipation. Whether they are willing depends on your charm. The elder, shedding his ethereal demeanor, revealed a hint of lewdness. And here is the book's secret techniques of dual cultivation in the chamber, also for you. What a treasure! And it even contains illustrations, the postures, the forms. So vivid. Xiao Yi eagerly seized it, flipping through the pages with great enthusiasm. The next day, in Zhonghai, a beam of sword light flashed and descended to the ground. The eldest daughter of the Su family is indeed as beautiful as a celestial being. Perhaps I should yield to her. Otherwise, I shall call off the engagement and seek the whereabouts of my parents and the 10 divine artifacts. Xiao Yi sheathed the Dragon Abyss sword and approached a grand estate. He gazed at the white banner on the gate, momentarily taken aback. Had someone from the Su family passed away? The old man insisted I arrive before noon, fearing I might miss the feast. He mused, his expression peculiar at the thought of the elder's insistence. He had no intention of arriving late. It was merely that this was his first experience flying on a sword, and he was somewhat inexperienced, which had delayed his journey. Sir, continue straight ahead to the morning hall. The butler, noticing Xiao Yi's travel-worn appearance, assumed he was there to pay his respects, and spoke hurriedly. I do not intend to go to the morning hall. Upon speaking, Xiao Yi suddenly recalled something. Could it be that his fiancée had met with misfortune? I'm looking for Su, and she is not. No, she must be here, right? You seek the third young lady? She's indeed present. The butler scrutinized Xiao Yi. Who might you be? That is good to hear. I am her fiancé. Xiao Yi sighed in relief and produced the marriage certificate, offering it forward. Please hold on. I shall notify the third young lady at once. The butler, though somewhat skeptical, did not dare to delay and hastened into the interior. I forgot to inquire about who has passed. Never mind. It matters not so long as it is not Su Yan. While Xiao Yi pondered, the butler reemerged, accompanied by a young woman. Xiao Yi's eyes brightened upon seeing her. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair. And most importantly, she possessed a generous bosom, a slender waist, and long legs. The old man had not deceived him. She was indeed as beautiful as a celestial being. This marriage shall not be annulled. Are you claiming to be my fiancé? The woman inquired coldly. Indeed, I am called Xiao. Xiao Yi noticed her haggard expression and felt a pang of sympathy, yearning to embrace her and offer her solace. Smack! Before Xiao Yi could complete his introduction, the woman hurled the marriage certificate at his face. You possess quite the audacity to forge a marriage certificate for the purpose of deceit. Her anger surged, nearly causing her buttons to burst. What? I am the one deceiving? Xiao Yi was taken aback, and then fury ignited within him. How dare she strike him with a marriage certificate? He had initially been swayed by her allurino. He had been touched by her fragility and had intended to uphold this union. Now retreat was imperative regardless of her beauty, her ample bosom, slender waist, or long legs. The marriage must be dissolved. Songbo, expel him. The woman uttered this command and prepared to depart. Stop right there. Xiao Yi retrieved the marriage certificate from the ground and unfolded it. You accuse me of forging this document? This union was established by Su Dahai and my master, and his signature is affixed here. Summon Su Dahai and inquire of him. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, the woman abruptly pivoted and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! Xiao Yi seized her wrist, his anger intensifying. Are you out of your mind? Release me. Not only have you forged the marriage certificate, but you also dare to insult my grandfather. Her tone was icy, yet her eyes shimmered with tears. Young man, release the third young lady. The butler bellowed, poised to intervene. The old master has already passed. How could he possibly come forth to attest to the authenticity of the marriage certificate? Ascended? What? Is Su Dahai dead? I was unaware of his passing. Xiao Yi was taken aback, about to release the woman's wrist, yet he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Silence! The woman exclaimed with fury, harboring a deep resentment toward Xiao Yi. If it weren't for the knowledge of her grandfather's demise, would he dare to come and deceive her into marriage? Not only did he attempt to deceive her into wedlock, but he also had the audacity to summon her deceased grandfather to validate his claims. It was utterly outrageous. Do not move. As Xiao Yi spoke, his right hand pressed against her left chest, feeling its softness and resilience, his mind momentarily entranced, silently praising her beauty. What are you doing? The woman's delicate face grew colder as she struggled vigorously. "Kid, you call for help, break his hand." The butler, witnessing Xiao Yi's actions, shouted furiously. "Su Yin, your time is short." Seeing the butler summon a dozen men, Xiao Yi had no choice but to release Su Yin, hastily proclaiming, "I speak the truth, your end is near within you." Suddenly, Xiao Yi sensed something and turned his gaze toward the direction of the morning hall. "Ah, intriguing. I am quite curious to see who dares to covet my fiancée." In the next moment, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the morning hall. Chapter 2. Marry me. How absurd. First bow, second bow. Inside the morning hall, the officiant presided over the memorial ceremony. Xiao Yi burst in from outside, seizing the elderly figure within the crystal casket, clasping his wrist, and channeling his vital energy. This spectacle left everyone in a state of shock. What on earth was he doing? "Ah, indeed within your body." Xiao Yi scoffed, producing a sea dog pill and forcing it into Su Dahai's mouth. "Death is imminent within 3 hours. Yet a flicker of vitality remains. We must first invigorate his yang energy." "What are you doing?" The scene descended into chaos in an instant. "Everyone, stand down. If any of you dare to approach, I shall desecrate his corpse, leaving you unable to hold your heads high in the South China Sea." Xiao Yi bellowed, commanding the Su family members to halt. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Su Mingwei, the patriarch of the Su family, shouted in fury. "Do you believe I can revive Su Dahai?" As Xiao Yi spoke, he inserted several silver needles into Su Dahai's crown. "What?" Everyone found the situation absurd. Su Dahai had been dead for nearly 2 hours. How could he possibly come back to life? "Release my grandfather." Su Yan's eyes were red with anger. Had she not been concerned about Xiao Yi desecrating her grandfather's remains, she would have charged at him by now. "Su Yan, did you not claim I forged the marriage certificate to deceive you? I shall soon have Su Dahai himself affirm that this marriage certificate is genuine." Xiao Yi channeled his vital energy to activate the medicinal properties, causing the silver needles to tremble. Marriage certificate, deception in marriage? The crowd turned their gaze towards Su Yan. He arrived bearing a marriage certificate, claiming we were betrothed. I did not believe him. He insisted it bore my grandfather's signature, and then rushed inside. Su Yan recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing her account, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The news of South China's most beautiful woman being engaged to someone was sensational enough to stir commotion. Then, this individual intends to resurrect the deceased Su Dahai to validate the authenticity of the marriage certificate? Surely, he must have escaped from some mental institution. A rational person would never engage in such absurdity. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Su Mingwei's expression grew increasingly grim. If today's affair were not handled adeptly, the Su family would become a laughingstock in Zhong. "Hi! Nonsense! Someone, seize him!" Su Mingwei commanded vehemently. "Understood," the butler replied, preparing to advance with his men. "Wait! Grandfather is still in his grasp. We must proceed with caution," Su Yan interjected, blocking the butler and his entourage. "Su Yan, step aside. How can the esteemed Su family allow him to manipulate us? Indeed, it was you who instigated this matter. If anything were to happen to grandfather, it would be entirely your fault." "Ha! I strongly suspect he is a suitor of yours, spurned by you, and has thus lost his senses, causing him to create a ruckus at the Su residence." "Precisely. Who knows what dealings you two might have? Why does he not mention our engagement?" The younger generation of the Su family clamored. They had long harbored disdain for Su Yan, not for any particular reason, but simply because she was exceedingly beautiful and exceptionally talented. Previously protected by the old master, they dared not act against her. However, with his passing and the current predicament, they seized the opportunity to strike. They aimed to lay the blame for today's events squarely upon Su Yan, ensuring that no one would be able to shield her from the fallout. Caught off guard and momentarily at a loss for words, Su Yan struggled to formulate a rebuttal. "What on earth are you all shouting about?" "Silence!" Xiao Yi cast a glance at Su Yan, who stood in his way, then turned his attention to the Su family, unleashing a torrent of invective. "Which little scoundrel were you referring to when you claimed someone's mind was disturbed? It is your own intellect that appears to be in disarray. And you there, why haven't you mentioned the engagement? Are you so oblivious to your own unattractiveness?" Hearing Xiao Yi's tirade, the younger generation of the Su family bristled with indignation. His arrogance was intolerable. They exchanged glances and, with determination, advanced towards him. Surely, with so many of them, they cannot be bested by a single Xiao Yi. Even if the old man's remains have been desecrated, that was solely Su Yan's fault and none of theirs. With a swift motion, Xiao Yi raised his hand and several gleaming blades shot forth. Thud! The first three who charged forward fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. What has happened to them? Su Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Yi spoke in a calm tone. Su Yan, I shall pose one question. Do you wish for your grandfather to return to life? Of course I do. Then trust me just this once, shall we? Grant your grandfather a chance. Xiao Yi interrupted her, raising his hand once more. Give me 5 minutes. If I cannot revive him, the marriage contract between us will be null and void, and I shall take my leave, allowing you to continue your mourning. What? Su Yan, have you lost your senses? Are you actually placing faith in the words of a madman? The atmosphere grew tumultuous once more. No one anticipated that Su Yan would acquiesce, declaring that if he succeeded in reviving her grandfather, she would marry him. Marry me? How fanciful. Unless you plead with me, I shall withdraw my proposal. Xiao Yi scoffed. His disdain evident. Was he to be treated like a fool simply because she had brandished the marriage contract before him? 9 marriage certificates? I am hardly in need of a wife. As for saving Su Dahai, he believed that the old man summoned him before noon, not merely for a banquet, but rather to rescue Su Dahai. Alas, his tardiness resulted in Su Dahai's untimely demise. Furthermore, he yearned to uncover the identity of the heartless villain responsible for the old man's death, who also read to covet Su Yan. Before he could terminate the engagement, to pursue Su Yan would be tantamount to donning the green hat of infidelity. This was intolerable. He could not stand idly by while she perished. By the way, your grandfather was murdered. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Xiao Yi spoke with startling audacity. What? Murdered? The mourners transformed into mere spectators, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Was it a tale of familial strife, or perhaps a quest for power? The expressions of the Su family grew grave. Are you spouting nonsense? Su Minghui bellowed that my father succumbed to illness. When I claim he was murdered, your reaction seems rather pronounced, does it not? Xiao Yi observed Su Minghui with an amused countenance. Could it be that you harbor a guilty conscience? Preposterous. Why would I feel guilty? Su Minghui's complexion shifted once more. Someone, remove him at once. Are you afraid your father might return to life? Or is it that you dread the truth emerging? Xiao Yi scoffed that in this moment, anyone who impedes my efforts to save him is the true culprit. You. Su Minghui gritted his teeth. Very well. I shall permit your attempt. In 5 minutes, should my father not survive, I shall bury you alive. I fear that if Su Dahai awakens, it may not be I who is buried. Having uttered these words, Xiao Yi concentrated his mind and exerted all his efforts to provide aid. Brother, how could you possibly agree to his request? Father has been dead for merely a few hours. This is sheer folly. Su Lao interjected. In front of so many witnesses, if I do not allow him to save him, how will the world not accuse me of causing our father's demise? Su Minghui retorted, vexed. Alas, upon his suggestion, I too find the circumstances surrounding the old master's death rather suspicious. Suddenly, Su Lao San chimed in. Lao San, what do you imply? Do you too suspect that I am responsible for our father's death? Su Minghui sanget intensified. I never made such an assertion, Su Lao San replied, shaking his head, contemplating how to further complicate the situation to his advantage. Just then, amidst the Su family's scheming, the long-deceased Su Dahai expelled a mouthful of dark blood and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 3. From Funeral to Wedding? A ghost. He has risen from the dead. Flee. As they beheld Su Dahai's eyes flutter open, chaos erupted among the crowd. Even the members of the Su family stumbled back in terror. A corpse? How could it possibly return to life? Their immediate reaction was to think it must be a resurrection. Even Su Yan, who had fantasized about her grandfather's revival, was taken aback, let alone the others. It is not a resurrection. He has truly come back to life. Xiao Yi's voice thundered in their ears like a clap of lightning. The panicked crowd halted, their eyes wide with dread as they gazed upon Su Dahai. Could it be that he truly had risen from the dead? Seated within the crystal coffin, Su Dahai found himself in a state of bewilderment. Had he not perished? How could he still behold him? Was he truly alive once more? Or had they also succumbed to death? It is I who saved you, I hail from Mount Buzhou. Xiao Yi spoke, reaching for the marriage certificate beside him. Here, please verify your identity. You are Xiao Yi, disciple of the old immortal? Before Xiao Yi could finish his sentence, Su Dahai was overcome with excitement. He believed he had indeed returned to life, for the old immortal was a being capable of contending. If the king of hell, indeed, I descend upon the behest of my master. Xiao Yi nodded in affirmation. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace, young deity. Su Dahai's fervor intensified as he turned and knelt within the crystal coffin. Listening to their exchange, the onlookers finally comprehended that Su Dahai was not a mere specter, but had genuinely returned to the realm of the living. Before they could release a sigh of relief, they were once more astonished by Su Dahai's actions. He had knelt before youth. The patriarch of the Su family was a figure whose mere stomp could send tremors through Zhonghai. Their gazes toward Xiao Yi transformed entirely. Previously, they regarded him as if he were deranged, yet now, in that moment, many prominent figures felt their minds stir. Such an extraordinary individual was certainly worth befriending. Father, grandfather, members of the Su family hastened forward, eager to assist Su Dahai in rising. Hurry, all of you kneel and pay homage to the young deity. Su Dahai exclaimed fervently. Please, I am unworthy of such reverence. Xiao Yi firmly grasped Su Dahai, placing the marriage certificate before him. I rescue you for this reason. The marriage certificate? Oh right, the marriage certificate. Xiaoyan, come here quickly. Su Dahai gazed at the marriage certificate, his excitement causing him to tremble with anticipation. He had completely forgotten that Xiao Yi had an engagement with his granddaughter. Grandpa Yu. Su Yin stepped forward, her eyes welling up with tears as she beheld her grandfather, alive before her. It felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. There is no better day than today. You shall wed at once. Su Dahai grasped his granddaughter's hand and turned to Xiao. Ah, Su Yin was bewildered. Married? Was the marriage certificate genuine? Though she had previously stated that she would marry Xiao Yi if he saved her grandfather, she never truly meant it. Even if she acknowledged the situation, to marry today seemed far too hasty. Old man, why are you still in a daze? Quickly, remove those white mourning ribbons and wreaths and replace them with vibrant red decorations for the wedding ceremony. Su Dahai increasingly believed his plan was splendid. He could not allow this son-in-law to slip away. Hasten the wedding, hasten the consummation, and then they would have a plump little grandchild. This little deity would become half of the Su family. Not only was Su Minghui bewildered, but everyone present was also in a state of confusion. A funeral transforming into a wedding? The resurrected old master, Su, appeared to be somewhat unhinged. Only a few prominent figures sensed a shift. It seemed this young man was even more formidable than they had anticipated, or else why would the old man react this way? Grandpa, Su Yin was frantic. She had not prepared herself for this at all. Dear granddaughter, rest assured, though it may seem a bit hasty, your grandfather will undoubtedly ensure you a rue. I'll provide it for. Second son, prepare 200 million in cash as a dowry for Xiaoyan. Seated in the crystal coffin, Su Dahai began to make arrangements. By the way, has the 800 million half-mountain estate been sold? Hurry and purchase it. It shall also serve as part of the dowry. 200 million in cash. The 800 million half-mountain estate? The crowd gasped, astonished by the grandiosity of the gesture. Those who had previously targeted Su Yin felt their composure shatter in an instant, consumed by jealousy. With a single declaration, 10 billion was bestowed upon Su Yin. The old man was undeniably biased. Yet, Su Yin felt no joy. She did not wish to be wed in such a muddled manner. In the Su family, however, the elder's word was law. Once a decision was made, it was immutable. Not even she could contest it. When she raised her gaze to meet Xiao Yi's narrowed stare, her frustration boiled over. Was he merely reveling in the spectacle? Now do you believe the marriage certificate is genuine? You wouldn't dare claim I tricked you into marriage, would you? Xiao Yi replied with a smirk. If you plead with me, I might just intervene with your grandfather. How about that? Su Yin felt the urge to curse. His expression was infuriating, almost provoking. Come now, If you delay any longer, your grandfather might have even arranged the bridal chamber. Xiao Yi's tone was laden with amusement. I beg you. Su Yin grit her teeth, desperation seeping into her voice. Xiao Yi chuckled triumphantly. Did he not have her firmly in his grasp? Little fairy, shall we arrange the bridal chamber at the Su family estate for now? Su Dahai turned, a broad smile adorning his face. Su Yin was speechless. Had they really arranged for the wedding night? Wait, mister. Su, you misunderstand. I am here to cancel the engagement. Xiao Yi spoke with an indifferent tone, ready to show off his bravado. What? Cancel the engagement? Su Dahai was taken aback. The previously slightly noisy atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes turned toward Xiao Yi. Was he out his mind? Setting aside the billion-dollar dowry. Just speaking of Su Yin, she was the most beautiful woman in Zhonghai. Those who admired her numbered not less than 800, if not 1,000. There were at least a dozen present. Now, with the old Master Su arranging the wedding, he was on the verge of marrying the jewel of the Su family and reaching the pinnacle of life, and he actually wanted to cancel the engagement? What man could resist such temptation? Every man present, without exception, would find it impossible. Beside them, Su Yin was enraged. Had she been rejected? Did it imply that she was unworthy of him? While she could object, Xiao Yi's public cancellation of the engagement was something she could not tolerate. If word got out, where would her dignity go? You don't want to marry me? Su Yin glared at Xiao Yi. Not all. Xiao Yi's attitude was resolute. You. What if I insist on marrying you? Su Yin was furious. Then I still won't marry. Xiao Yi shook his head. Was her face really worth that much? He felt quite humiliated when she accused him of a sham marriage. Su Yin clenched her fists. This guy was utterly intolerable. The onlookers were bewildered. How had a narrative shifted to Xiao Yi refusing to marry, while Su Yin insisted on going through with it? Well then, my dear immortal, the engagement was arranged between me and the old immortal. Su Dahai finally regained his composure and hastily explained. My granddaughter is truly exceptional. Not only is she beautiful, but her capabilities are also remarkable. Indeed, quite remarkable, to the point that her black shirt seems about to burst. Xiao Yi silently mused, casting another glance at Su Yan's tearful and weary visage. His heart softened a tad. After all, he thought, as a grown man, what was there to quarrel about with the young lady? Old Su, let us set aside the matters concerning Su Yan for the moment. Our priority should be to unearth the culprit responsible for your demise. Chapter 4: The Murderer. What? Su Dahai's expression shifted dramatically. Was he truly the victim of foul play? Alas, how could he have forgotten this matter? Could it possibly be someone from the Su family? A power grab? With the passing of Elder Su, those who stand to gain the most are invariably the most suspicious. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became charged with energy, as murmurs erupted among the attendees. This affair was far more significant than merely breaking off an engagement. As Su Dahai listened to the discussions, his expression fluctuated as he cast his gaze upon the members of the Su family. The family members, sensing Elder Su's penetrating gaze, felt a chill run down their spines. Su Minghui grew increasingly anxious. With the old patriarch's demise, he was poised to ascend as the head of the family. Logically speaking, he stood to benefit the most, and thus, the suspicion would naturally fall upon him. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Dahai inhaled deeply. Addressing those who had come to pay their respects, I am grateful for your presence in honoring my final journey. However, I must attend to certain family matters and cannot extend my hospitality further. I shall invite you all once more on the day of my granddaughter's wedding. Upon hearing Su Dahai's words, the crowd felt a tinge of disappointment. Would there be no spectacle to witness? Yet, they understood, after all. Familial disgrace should not be aired in public. Hold on, Elder Su. The murderer may not necessarily be a member of the Su family. Xiao Yi stepped forward. Until we unearth the truth, no one is permitted to leave. What? Su Dahai's voice turned icy. Close the doors. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he had initially feared the family's shame would be exposed and intended to resolve matters discreetly. However, if the culprit was an outsider, all bets were off. Those who dared to bring harm upon him would face retribution. Before anyone could react, Xiao Yi produced a silver needle and, from the black blood that Su Dahai had recently expelled, extracted a small insect. The beetle was larger, its appearance more menacing. Old Su. The one who killed you is this cursed insect, Xiao Yi explained. Cursed insect? Is it not a creature from legends? Such a tiny bug could bring about one's demise? The onlookers exclaimed in astonishment. They had initially assumed that Su Dehai had been poisoned by someone. Cursed insects are quite rare. It is unlikely anyone in the Su family possesses knowledge of them. Thus I assert that the culprit may not necessarily be a member of the Su family. Xiao Yi remarked. Upon hearing this, the members of the Su family breathed a sigh of relief, finally absolving themselves of suspicion. Particularly, Su Mingwei was so grateful that he nearly embraced Xiao Yi in gratitude. However, Xiao Yi added, it is also possible that someone from the Su family colluded with an outsider or hired a killer. The members of the Su family, who had just relaxed, suddenly felt a wave of frustration. How do we find the murderer? Su Dehai asked in a low voice. As Xiao Yi spoke, he flicked his silver needle, and the cursed insect took flight. The murderer bears the distinctive aura of the cursed insect. It will lead us to them. Everyone's gaze fixated on the insect in the air, a palpable tension in the atmosphere. Was this truly reliable? What if it landed on one of them? How could they explain that? Buzzing. The cursed insect circled once in the air before darting towards the crowd. Oh. Cries of alarm erupted as many recoiled in fear, not only concerned about being misidentified but also anxious about the potential harm the insect could inflict. Soon, the cursed insect landed on the shoulder of a middle-aged man. Is he the murderer? The people around him gasped in surprise and instinctively stepped back. The middle-aged man, realizing he had been exposed, shot a furious glance at Xiao Yi before bolting towards the exit. He initially intended to flee, biding his time to eliminate the youth who had disrupted their plans. Trying to escape? Xiao Yi sneered, pursuing him. He had noticed the man earlier, merely confirming his suspicions through the parasitic worm's connection to its master. Stop him, Su Dehai exclaimed, emphasizing the urgency of preventing the perpetrator's escape. Anyone who obstructs me shall face death. The middle-aged man retorted, brandishing a large centipede. I'll have this centipede devour you all. Those who had intended to intervene scattered in fear. Perish, the middle-aged man yelled, hurling the centipede at Xiao Yi. Observing the incoming centipede, Xiao Yi effortlessly delivered a single punch. Thud. The centipede landed lifelessly. Impossible. The middle-aged man shrieked, bewildered. His centipede possessed deadly venom, causing instant death upon contact. How could this youth be unscathed? Before he could unleash further parasitic insects, Xiao Yi delivered a swift kick. Bang. The middle-aged man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Continue running, then, Xiao Yi mocked, planting his foot on the middle-aged man's chest. Save me, the middle-aged man roared. As his words echoed, a man in a suit abruptly lunged towards Su Dehai. Grandfather, be careful. Su Yan, standing beside Su Dehai, immediately stepped forward to protect him. Upon seeing Su Yan, the suited man changed his target, pressing a dagger against her neck. He threatened Xiao Yi, release him, or I'll kill your fiancée. He had initially aimed to seize Su Dehai, but recognizing Su Yan, he reconsidered, believing that holding her hostage would yield a more favorable outcome. Are you threatening me? Xiao Yi's expression hardened, his aversion to being threatened evident. Indeed. I'll count to 3, and you'll snap. Before the man in the suit could complete his sentence, Xiao Yi brutally shattered the middle-aged man's arm with a forceful stomp. Aya! The middle-aged man shrieked, tears streaming down his face from the excruciating pain. You! Aren't you afraid I'll kill your fiancée? The man in the suit exclaimed, enraged. I was already intending to call off the engagement. Do you think I would care about her life or death? Xiao Yi stated indifferently, before delivering another crushing blow. Crack. The middle-aged man's other arm was also broken. Aya! Aya! The middle-aged man writhed on the ground in agony, his cries escalating in intensity. Damn, that's ruthless. To shatter someone's arm without a second thought. This is a formidable character. The spectators present glanced at the wailing middle-aged man, then back at Xiao Yi, their expressions shifting. Even several ruthless figures felt a shiver down their spines. This young man is someone to befriend, not to antagonize. Su Yan, who had initially been quite frightened, was now glaring at Xiao Yi. What did this guy just say? That he doesn't care about her life or death. How outrageous. A man like this could beg her on his knees, and she still wouldn't marry him. Aren't you going to kill her? What's taking you so long? Xiao Yi taunted the man in the suit. The man in the suit was also bewildered. How could he be so indifferent to such a beautiful woman? Had he taken the wrong hostage? Should he switch targets? Just as the man in the suit turned his gaze towards Su Dehai, Xiao Yi made his move. Whoosh. A silver needle shot out like lightning, piercing the hand of the man in the suit that held the dagger. The man in the suit cried out in pain, instinctively releasing his grip, causing the dagger to fall. Damn, I've been tricked. The thought had barely formed in his mind when Xiao Yi lunged forward and unleashed a devastating punch. The man in the suit disregarded the need to grasp Su Yan or retrieve the dagger. Instead, he swiftly blocked Xiao Yi's punch with a single palm. Bang! Xiao Yi was astonished that this individual could withstand his strike. Although he had only exerted a fraction of his strength, it was still formidable enough that an average expert would struggle to counter it. The man in the suit took a half-step back, squinting his eyes. Indeed, you are a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Unable to discern Xiao Yi's true capabilities, he decided to play it safe by taking a hostage, intending to rescue his companion and escape. With no chance of retreat now, he resolved to resort to lethal force. Chapter 5. A slightly shameless emotional manipulation peak of the initial stage of hidden strength. Xiao Yi sensed the aura of the man in the suit and raised an eyebrow. As he listened to their conversation, many individuals familiar with certain realms shifted in discomfort. Old Huang, is this person on par with you in strength? A prominent figure inquired. Regarding the bodyguard he had hired for an astronomical salary. He is slightly stronger than I am. Old Huang replied gravely. I am at the initial stage of hidden strength. What does it mean to be a practitioner of ancient martial arts? And what does the peak of the initial stage of hidden strength signify? Many were puzzled and curious. Is it powerful? How powerful? Can it compare to the warrior king or god of war? The peak of the initial stage of hidden strength can easily contend with a dozen warrior kings or gods of war. Goodness, that formidable. Does that mean Xiao Yi is doomed? Well, he is rather young. Even if he is a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he is likely at most at the initial stage of hidden strength. Regardless of Old Huang and his ancient martial arts bodyguards or the onlookers, no one held high hopes for Xiao Yi. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Kill. As they conversed, the man in the suit bellowed and charged at Xiao Yi. Believing that the punch he had just delivered was the full extent of Xiao Yi's combat prowess. The silver needle was merely a result of his unpreparedness, nothing more. Could he, with his capabilities, be outmatched by a mere youth? He scoffed. With lightning speed, Xiao Yi launched a kick with his right foot. The sound of bones cracking echoed as the suited man's chest caved in. He spat out blood, flying backward before collapsing onto the ground, motionless. A hush fell over the scene, everyone utterly dumbfounded. Was it truly over so soon? How could this be? It defied their expectations. Is this the extent of your prowess? And you aspire to complete me? Xiao Yi quipped, shaking his head as he approached the middle-aged man. Stay away from me. The middle-aged man cried out in terror. I've also afflicted Su Yan with a goo. If I die, she won't survive either. I am aware, Xiao Yi nodded. He had sensed the presence of the goo worm within her, which was why he had stated that Su Yan's days were numbered. A love goo, am I right? How? How did you know? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Yan's face paled. Was she also a host to a goo worm? Had he been truthful all along, and his touching of her chest was not a deliberate act of impropriety? With a sickening crack, Xiao Yi shattered the middle-aged man's leg bone with a single kick. Damn you! You dare to covet my fiancée? The middle-aged man crumpled to the ground, his screams of agony piercing the air. Su Dahai, concerned for his granddaughter, couldn't help but inquire, Tell us. Xiao Yi seized the middle-aged man by the hair, dragging him before Su Yan. A love goo is a type of goo worm. Once it matures, she will inevitably perish if she does not engage in conjugal relations. The middle-aged man blurted out, unable to resist. Su Yan was somewhat taken aback. Conjugal relations meant intimacy? This goo worm was rather audacious, to say the least. By the way, with whom shall she share a chamber? With you, or is anyone suitable? Inquired Xiao Yi, a thought occurring to him. The love curse manifests in various forms. Some engender unwavering devotion to the caster, while others are more direct, demanding intimacy with the caster to avert death. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Yan retorted, indignant. Ahem, I merely seek clarification, as this is a pivotal matter. Xiao Yi responded with a dry cough. The onlookers, too, perked up their ears, intrigued by the question that piqued the interest of young and old alike. Nay, not with me. My love curse is gendered. She bears the female entity within her. Until a host is found for the male entity, anyone will suffice. The middle-aged man promptly clarified. Excellent, excellent. Su Dahai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Young immortal, I entrust Xiao Yan to your care. I shall arrange your nuptial chamber forthwith. Grandfather. Su Yan's fair countenance underwent a transformation. Xiao Yan, this is not solely for the sake of consummation, but to preserve your life. In any event, consummation is inevitable, is it not? Su Dahai's face was creased with mirth. Sooner rather than later, I say. Let it be now. Listening to Su Dahai's words, Xiao Yi could not suppress his amusement. This old fellow has a certain charm, he mused. What are you laughing at? Su Yin, unable to vent her displeasure upon her grandfather, turned her ire towards Xiao Yi. I concur with your grandfather's sagacious counsel, Xiao Yi remarked with a smile. You. Su Yin glared at him, incensed by his audacity. Haha, sound advice, wouldn't you agree? Su Dahai's grin widened. Young immortal. Pay no heed to Xiao Yan. She is a maiden of delicate sensibilities. Henceforth, abide by my arrangements. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the middle-aged man sprawled on the ground, a glint of lethal intent flickering in his eyes. Yet, as he lifted his gaze to meet the others, a smile graced his lips once more. Very well. Upon hearing these words, the assembled throng understood that their presence was no longer required. The matters that remained, be it the dispensation of justice upon the transgressor or the consummation of the nuptials, were not for their eyes to witness. Individuals of prominence approached, seeking to cultivate a rapport with Xiao Yi. They proffered their calling cards and inquired about his contact information. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi divulged the telephone number he had utilized 3 years prior, a number that had nearly faded from his own memory. Having remained sequestered atop Buzhou Mountain for 3 years, he had effectively vanished from the world stage. He wondered, within the depths of his heart, whether the legend of the underworld king still lingered in the annals of this world. From a short distance, Su Yin observed Xiao Yi engaging in convivial discourse with the influential figures, a peculiar glimmer dancing within her eyes. In due course, the attendees departed. Men, bind them and confine them, Su Dahai commanded with an icy tone. Dismantle the mourning hall and select a propitious date for the grand wedding. Furthermore, ensure that the 200 million in cash and the hillside estate that I mentioned earlier are prepared without delay. Yes, sir. Su Mingwei responded promptly. Esteemed immortal, I must implore you to attend to Xiao Yan's parasitic worm, Su Dahai entreated, his countenance now adorned with a sycophantic smile as he turned to face Xiao Yi. Grandfather. Su Yin interjected, her voice laced with urgency. Xiao Yan, your grandfather is acting in the best interests of your well-being. Consider the inherent danger of harboring such a creature within your body. Su Dahai asserted with a solemn expression. Is there truly no alternative to the consummation of the marriage? Su Yin inquired of the middle-aged man, clinging to a sliver of hope. None, the middle-aged man replied, shaking his head. This is only because the other parasitic worm lacks a host. Otherwise, only a host would suffice. Su Yin felt a sense of despair. Must death be the price of separation? If they were to share a room, would everything be fine? Su Dahai asked another question, for the matter concerned his granddaughter's life and death. Indeed, the middle-aged man nodded. Xiao Yan, have you heard? The only method that can save you now is this one. Su Dahai spoke earnestly. The betrothal between you and the little immortal has long been arranged. In a few days, your grandfather will hold a grand wedding for you, allowing you to marry in splendor. Today's consummation is merely a prelude. Su Yin glanced at Xiao Yi, still somewhat reluctant. Was she truly to surrender herself to a stranger? This was her first time. Chapter 6. You scoundrel. Come with me. Su Yin looked at Xiao Yi, took a deep breath, and made her decision. At this moment, it was a matter of choice for her, either to share a room or to face death. She did not wish to perish. Although her first experience was invaluable, life itself was even more precious. Since there was an engagement, she had no other alternatives. What was the point of reluctance? Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Xiao Yi was somewhat taken aback, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This girl was more resolute and clear-headed than he had anticipated. Yet, despite his admiration, he still wished to tease her, for she had publicly embarrassed him. Where are you going? Xiao Yi asked with a playful expression. You. Su Yan's delicate face turned cold. Xiao Yi, to resolve the love curse. Sharing a room is all that is required. I am not dependent on you. Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned. Was this a threat? Xiao Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Dahai's expression changed, fearing that Xiao Yi might become angry. The little deity, with a playful tone, said to Xiao Yan, do not take offense, and certainly do not turn a blind eye to my plight. Chuckling lightly, Xiao Yi reassured Su Lao, there is no cause for concern. I would never abandon someone in distress. Rather than feeling anger, Xiao Yi found Su Yan's spirited nature increasingly appealing. She was no mere ornamental figure. There was substance in her character. Quickly, Xiao Yan, take Xiao Yi to your residence, Su Dahai urged. In his perspective, hastening the union would serve a dual purpose. It would not only retain Xiao Yi, but also safeguard his granddaughter's well-being. After all, Xiao Yi had just expressed a desire to withdraw from their engagement. If they were to consummate their union, he would surely find it awkward to back out. Grandfather, there is no need to rush. Xiao Yi and I have only just met, and do not yet know one another well. Su Yin could not tolerate Xiao Yi's demeanor. It was as if he expected her to beg for his affections. What does it matter? In our era, couples often met for the first time after marriage and still found happiness. Su Dahai chuckled. You young people should be more open-minded. I have heard that many nowadays converse online for a short while before heading to a hotel together. You can always get to know each other better after the consummation. The most pressing concern was the fearsome insect within her. Who could predict the consequences of delaying its removal? If we do not address this promptly, grandfather will be unsettled. Upon hearing this, a vivid image of the creature gnawing at her flashed in Su Yan's mind, causing her complexion to pale slightly. Let us proceed to resolve your predicament. Xiao Yi interjected wisely, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Su Yan remained silent, her expression cold as she walked toward the exit. The little deity. That is just her nature. Su Dahai explained. It is quite good. Xiao Yi smiled. Very well, go ahead. Su Dahai nodded repeatedly, a weight lifting from his heart. This son-in-law was not going to escape. Father. As Xiao Yi departed, Su Minghui stepped forward, intending to speak. First, go and complete the tasks I assigned you. The smile vanished from Su Dahai's face as his icy gaze swept over the members of the Su family. This matter is far from over. A shiver coursed through the hearts of the Su family, all understanding the elder's implication. The perpetrator has been apprehended. But is there a hidden hand behind them? Meanwhile, Su Yan led Xiao Yi to her residence. It was a standalone villa, modest in size, yet exquisitely crafted. Su Yan wore a cold expression, deliberately ignoring Xiao Yi to mask her inner turmoil. Especially considering the imminent events, her heart raced. She had never envisioned a day when she would interact intimately with a man, particularly a stranger. Over the past few years, her focus had been solely on her career, aspiring to become a strong woman. Love, marriage, and men held no allure for her. In fact, the failure of her parents' marriage had instilled a sense of aversion towards men. Otherwise, she would not have attracted numerous suitors, none of whom caught her eye. Are you living here alone? Xiao Yi inquired, surveying his surroundings in search of conversation. Xiao Yi, were you not intending to break off the engagement? Why then did you agree? Su Yin coldly questioned, disregarding his previous statement. I am inherently benevolent. I cannot stand idly by in the face of injustice, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. I have stated, it is not that I must have you. Su Yan's tone grew even chillier. Yet your grandfather believes it must be you. Xiao Yi's smile widened. You and I are bound by a marriage contract. Sharing a room in rightful propriety, to engage with another would be entirely different. Su Yan glared at Xiao Yi, biting her silver teeth. I have promised your grandfather, and I will undoubtedly save you. Shall we commence? As Xiao Yi spoke, he began to unfasten his shirt buttons. You, hold on. Su Yan, witnessing Xiao Yi's actions, felt a flicker of panic in her eyes. It's better to proceed swiftly, for what if the parasitic insect activates? After we finish, I still need to discuss the annulment of our engagement with your grandfather. What? Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan's expression shifted dramatically. You intend to sleep with me and then immediately seek an annulment? Although I harbor doubts about our marriage, to engage in such behavior before ending it is utterly despicable. You scoundrel, leave me at once. Leave you? If I depart, who will handle the emotional parasite for you? Leave. I would rather perish than allow you to touch me. Xiao Yi stifled a laugh. This girl certainly possessed a fiery temperament. What is the matter? Do you not wish for me to annul our engagement? Or do you secretly wish to cling to me? Who wishes to cling to you? Our engagement is void. I would rather die than marry you. Su Yan retorted angrily. All right. I was merely jesting. Do not be upset. If your emotions become unstable, it may provoke the parasite, Xiao Yi chuckled, discarding his shirt onto the sofa. If I were to leave, you would find it challenging to face your grandfather. Su Yan's expression fluctuated, gradually settling into calmness. The parasite must be dealt with. Seeking assistance from another would certainly not suffice with her grandfather. Moreover, who else could she turn to? At this moment, Xiao Yi was nearly the optimal choice. After the consummation, you manipulated my grandfather and then vanished before my eyes. I wish never to see you again. Su Yan, gritting her teeth, retrieved a bottle of red wine from the adjacent liquor cabinet, intending to drown her sorrows. She did not desire to experience the process. Am I truly so repulsive to you? The experience was rather delightful, Xiao Yi remarked, somewhat speechlessly. Silence. Su Yan retorted in a low voice, carrying the red wine upstairs. Come with me. Xiao Yi gazed at Su Yan's graceful figure, admitting to himself that he was indeed moved. 3 years on Buzhou Mountain had made even Cao's appear as Jiao Chan. Why was he so fond of practicing swordsmanship? It was simply because there were no women on the mountain, forcing him to pour his affections into blades. As for the annulment of the engagement, it was primarily out of fear of being mismatched with someone unattractive, which Su Yin clearly was not. Therefore, perhaps this marriage was not something he wished to abandon. When he arrived in the upstairs bedroom, Su Yin had already opened the red wine and consumed half the bottle. "After I finish drinking, we shall commence," Su Yin said, pointing to the bathroom coldly. "You go take a bath first." A solitary man and woman, red wine, and a beautiful woman, it was impossible not to let one's imagination run wild. Xiao Yi grasped Su Yin's wrist with a teasing smile. "No need for a bath. Let's just begin directly." Chapter 7. Is he a pervert? What do you intend to do? Su Yin, whose wrist had been seized, could not help but panic. "Oh, didn't you agree to consummate the marriage?" Xiao Yi, gazing at the exquisite face so close to his, revealed a mischievous grin. "Release me. You go take a bath first." Su Yin struggled, as she was not entirely prepared. "No rush. We'll both be drenched in sweat later anyway. We can wash up afterward." Xiao Yi inhaled deeply, savoring the woman's fragrance, a scent he hadn't encountered in 3 years. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Yin ceased her resistance and closed her eyes, uttering, "Then proceed." Xiao Yi, observing her, wore a wry smile. "Your demeanor suggests I am coercing you. What else would you expect? You wish for my cooperation?" Su Yin retorted frigidly. "Very well, I shall proceed on my own," Xiao Yi declared, as he began to unfasten Su Yan's garments. Su Yan's body trembled slightly, her breathing becoming more rapid. Nevertheless, she restrained herself, keeping her eyes shut. Xiao Yi couldn't help but gulp, thinking, truly, she is alluring. At that moment, he felt a strong urge to resolve the love with the most straightforward and crude method. However, he resisted, adhering to the principle of a gentleman, to appreciate beauty without lechery, to be amorous without being base. He would be with Su Yin, but only with her willing consent. "Not in this situation. I am about to begin," Xiao Yi announced, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. He produced silver needles and began to insert them. Su Yin felt a slight pain and opened her eyes, only to see Xiao Yi holding several gleaming silver needles, piercing them into her chest. "Ah," she exclaimed in shock, wondering, what is he doing? Wasn't it supposed to be intimacy? Why the needles? Could Xiao Yi be a pervert? I've heard of whips and candles, but never needles. "Do not move, or the love will escape," Xiao Yi commanded in a low voice. "I have finally located it." "Ah, you." Su Yin dared not move again, realizing, "You are resolving the love for me? What else?" Xiao Yi retorted, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "You don't actually believe I intend to sleep with you, do you? Is it not necessary to share a bed to resolve the love curse?" Su Yin queried, taken aback. "Not required at all. That fellow mentioned it, not I." Xiao Yi responded as he placed several more silver needles. "However, I am experiencing remorse." "Remorse? Remorse for what?" Su Yin inquired, suppressing an odd sensation and a hint of delicate panting. "Regret for not having slept with you," Xiao Yi stated earnestly. "Perhaps I should remove the needles, and we can employ the most straightforward method to resolve the love curse?" "How dare you?" Su Yin exclaimed, agitated. Previously, she had consented out of necessity, as death was the alternative to sharing a bed. "Alas," Xiao Yi sighed, continuing to insert the needles. "Indeed. You were capable of reviving my grandfather even after his demise, so it stands to reason that you would be able to resolve the love curse," Su Yin murmured, realizing something. "I ought to have anticipated this. The love curse is far more intricate than the parasitic worms within your grandfather's body. His revival was largely due to a glimmer of vitality, coupled with a potent restorative such as the Millennium Seal Pizzle Pill," Xiao Yi explained. At this point, he glanced at Su Yin, remarking, "Such a rare beauty warrants the use of the Millennium Seal Pizzle Pill. Otherwise, she might find herself confined to bed. Now that you possess a solution, why did you not disclose it earlier?" Su Yin inquired, resentment evident in her tone. "You did this intentionally." "Heh, you never inquired." Xiao Yi responded with a smile. "You." Su Yin was exasperated, a sense of grievance arising within her, her eyes reddening. "Hey, why are you crying again? For one with such a frigid disposition, you certainly are prone to tears," Xiao Yi remarked, unable to bear seeing a woman weep, and hastily added, "I am not." With eyes still brimming with tears, Su Yin reflected that she had wept more today than in an entire year. "Enough jesting," said with solemnity. "The loveworm is contained. Yet to fully extract it at once would be perilous and could harm you. Therefore, it must be done in increments. The precise number of sessions remains uncertain." "Ah?" Su Yin frowned, realizing she would have to expose herself to multiple times. Is there no single solution? Indeed, there is intimacy. Would you consent? If so, I shall resolve it for you immediately. S. gaze intensified, signaling his suppressed desires. 3 years. Who knows how I have endured? The calluses on my hands have thickened these past years. He paused, then conceded. Very well, several sessions it shall be. Su-yin promptly agreed. All right. Nodded, clasping her wrist and channeling his inner energy to examine her. This may be painful. Endeavor to endure it. Very well. Why not be intimate with me? I have already consented. Su-yin gazed at, posing the question. Confident in her beauty and figure, she doubted any man could resist her allure. To take advantage in such a state is not the mark of a noble man, declared, standing tall. Oh, a peculiar glint appeared in Su-yan's eyes, and the corners of her lips curved upward. I wondered if you were afflicted with some ailment. What? By heaven, Su-yin, you may scold me, but do not insult me, retorted indignantly. Dare I demonstrate that I am, in fact, not afflicted? Heh, no need, Su-yin replied with a smile. Liable to be captivated, Xiao Yi stared blankly. It was the maiden occasion he had witnessed Su-yan smile, which was truly enchanting enough to topple kingdoms. At that juncture, he suddenly felt it was worthwhile, having restrained himself to elicit a smile from the beauty. Had he not exercised such restraint, it was plausible that the beauty would never have smiled for the duration of his existence. Chapter 8. I shall not be a kept man. 10 minutes hence. Xiao Yi departed from the villa, arriving at the reception hall. Esteemed immortal, has the love curse been resolved? Su Dehai rose to greet him, inquiring with palpable eagerness. Indeed, it has been resolved, though it has utterly exhausted me. Xiao Yi slumped into a chair, lifting the tea before him and gulping it down. Confronted with such a ravishing beauty as Su-yin, being constrained to merely observe without partaking had inflamed his passions, leaving his throat parched. Exhausted? Oh, ha ha ha. It is fortuitous that it has been resolved. Su Dehai was initially taken aback, but soon revealed a meaningful smile. Xiao Yi glanced at Su Dehai, pondering if the old man had misunderstood. Where is Xiao Yin? Su Dehai refilled Xiao Yi's tea. She is presently bathing. She ought to be along shortly. Xiao Yi drained the cup once more. Ah, I comprehend, I comprehend. Su Dehai's smile deepened, assured that this grandson-in-law was secure. The combination of exhaustion and bathing, coupled with the resolution of the love curse, it was sufficient to indicate what had transpired. Xiao Yi was rendered speechless, thinking, you comprehend absolutely nothing. Such agony would inevitably induce perspiration, necessitating a bath. Where had your thoughts strayed, you lecherous old codger? Esteemed immortal, pray, address me by my given name. Ha ha ha, we are all family now. Indeed, it is fitting to use given names. Su Dehai beamed, his face a tapestry of wrinkles. Xiao Yi, how fares the venerable immortal of late? My master is in excellent health. At this juncture, Xiao Yi's curiosity was piqued. Elder Su, how did you come to know my master? And how was this betrothal arranged? Su Dehai reminisced, back then, when I was in peril. The venerable immortal happened to pass by and rescued me. Little did I know that, years later, his disciple would once again save my life. These 2 acts of profound kindness are debts that I, and the Su family, can never fully repay. He continued, as for the betrothal, it was over a decade ago when the venerable immortal visited the Su residence. Upon seeing Xiao Yin, he was greatly taken with her, remarking that he had a disciple on the mountain of similar age to Xiao Yin, with whom a betrothal could be established. I was overjoyed and immediately agreed. I see, Xiao Yi responded, enlightened. He glanced at Su Dehai, wondering if he would maintain the same cheerful disposition if he knew about the 8 other betrothal agreements in his possession. He refrained from mentioning them, fearing that he might be unceremoniously ejected. The venerable immortal also gifted Xiao Yin a jade pendant, saying that her fate was fraught with challenges, and this pendant would protect her. He warned that if the jade pendant were to break one day, she would face calamity within 100 days, ranging from minor bloodshed to mortal danger. Su Dehai revealed with a touch of bitterness. Over 2 months ago, the jade pendant shattered. I contacted the venerable immortal using the contact information he had left. He informed me that Xiao Yin was destined for this tribulation, and it was not possible to defy fate. However, if she could safely overcome it, she would experience a reversal of fortune. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. The old man possessed celestial cultivation, not only with immense power, but also with expertise in esoteric arts, including divination, medicine, astrology, physiognomy, and fortune-telling. If he had made such a pronouncement, it was certain that Su Yin would encounter significant trouble in the near future. Since the jade pendant shattered, Xiao Yi's company has encountered numerous difficulties, and I have secretly assisted her in resolving some of them. Even if her company were to collapse, it would not matter much. My primary concern lies in her safety. Su Dehai wore a bitter smile. Indeed, Xiao Yi nodded. As the saying goes, it is better to die on the mountain than in the water. Xiao Yi, did the old immortal have anything to say when he sent you to the Su family at this time? Su Dehai looked at Xiao Yi with a hint of anticipation. Well, he just wanted me to arrive early, so as not to delay the banquet, Xiao Yi replied instinctively. Ah, banquet? Whose banquet? Su Dehai was taken aback. Just a joke, Xiao Yi coughed lightly. My master did not mention Su Yan. He merely instructed me to bring the marriage certificate to the Su family. Indeed. He must have sent you to assist Xiao Yan. With you around, she will undoubtedly be safe, Su Dehai exclaimed excitedly. Before Xiao Yi could respond, Su Yan entered from outside. Xiao Yan, how are you feeling? Su Dehai inquired with concern upon seeing his granddaughter. I'm fine, Su Yan replied, choosing not to mention the unresolved matter of the emotional curse to spare him further worry. Thanks to Xiao Yi, otherwise you would have been in danger, Su Dehai continued. Then recalled something. By the way, Xiao Yan, have you found the bodyguard I asked you to look for? Not yet. Don't bother. Let Xiao Yi protect you. He is far more capable than those bodyguards, Su Dehai concluded, turning to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, what do you think? Grandfather, I have already made the arrangements. They will interview the bodyguard tomorrow. Before Xiao Yi could speak, Su Yan hurriedly interjected. Just cancel it. Who can be more reassuring than family? I suggested bringing someone from the Su family, yet you insisted on finding someone yourself. Su Dehai murmured. It would also provide you both with the opportunity to spend more time together and deepen your understanding of one another. Xiao Yi, what do you think? Xiao Yi was eager to decline. He still needed to seek the 10 divine artifacts and unravel his lineage. How could he possibly spare time to serve as Su Yan as bodyguard? Setting aside the fact that Su Yan was his fiancée, simply allowing such a stunning beauty to fade away would be an utter tragedy. Rest assured, Su Yan's safety shall be entrusted to me. Very well, very well. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's agreement, Su Dehai's face broke into a smile. Xiao Yan, look how considerate Xiao Yi is towards you. In a few days, I shall arrange your wedding. Su Lao, there is no rush for the wedding. Xiao Yi cast a glance at Su Yan and replied. Su Yan maintained a frosty demeanor, remaining silent. I see, then it shall be as you wish. Su Dehai pondered for a moment. After all, they had already shared a room, and this grandson-in-law was unlikely to escape. Half an hour later, Xiao Yi and Su Yan left the parlor. Why did you consent to my grandfather's wishes? Su Yan regarded Xiao Yi with a piercing gaze. I do not require your protection. My master once said, within 100 days. That is mere superstition. I do not believe in it. How about this? I will give you 500,000. You may do as you please, without the need to protect me. Su Yan stated coldly. If my grandfather inquires, you shall say you are protecting me, to put his mind at ease. Su Yan, I will not allow you to insult my character or trample upon my dignity. With solemnity, Xiao Yi inquired. In what manner have I besmirched your character or trampled upon your dignity? Su Yan was taken aback. You provide me with funds and demand nothing in return. What is the purpose of this? It is akin to keeping me as a kept woman. Xiao Yi, with a hint of indignation, retorted, as a man of stature, I would never subsist on your largesse. A mere 500,000, and you believe you can denigrate my honor? Xiao Yi continued. At least 1 million would be more appropriate. Chapter 9. Indentured after some bargaining, Su Yan, for the sum of 800,000, indentured Xiao Yi. In Xiao Yi's words, for 800,000, I am yours to command. You may freely trample upon my dignity and flagellate my flesh. Is this the sensation of being a kept man? It seems rather agreeable. Within the realm of kept men, my price must surely be the zenith. Once Su Yan had departed, Xiao Yi activated his device. A blissful smile gracing his countenance as he beheld the additional 800,000 in his account, though his coffers already held hundreds of millions, rendering this sum insignificant. The sensation of remuneration for his person was undeniably distinct. Having accepted the funds, could he possibly remain idle? Even those who eschew labor and are kept by benefactresses must endeavor to please their patrons. Perhaps, this evening, I shall yield to her? Through his boastful discourse, he had gleaned a more comprehensive understanding of the Su family, discovering them to be even more formidable than he had initially surmised. The Su family was among the 10 most prominent families in Zhonghai, veritable nobility. The patriarch before him could cause Zhonghai to tremble with a mere stomp of his foot. As he sought to uncover his origins and the 10 divine artifacts within Zhonghai, the Su family could undoubtedly offer assistance. Therefore, remaining with the Su family was undoubtedly the most judicious course of action. Old Su, have you clarified the identities of those two individuals who wronged you? Should you require assistance, I am willing to interrogate them, Xiao Yi inquired, contemplating something. This trivial matter does not warrant your involvement. I shall manage it myself. Su Dahuai replied with a smile, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Very well. Observing Su Dahuai's response, Xiao Yi refrained from further comments. Time swiftly passed, and evening fell. Under Su Dahuai's instructions, the Su family gathered together, both to celebrate his miraculous return to life and to welcome Xiao Yi. This is my granddaughter's husband, Su Dahuai proclaimed once more, affirming Xiao Yi's status before the family. The two young men were encouraged to cultivate their relationship, while the wedding could be postponed. Necessary preparations must be made, including the advance arrangement of 200 million in cash and the half-mountain manor. During the banquet, Xiao Yi became acquainted with the principal members of the Su family, including his future father-in-law, the fourth son of the Su family, Su Mingyu. He discerned an intriguing phenomenon. The relationship between Su Yin and her father appeared strained. Conversely, Su Mingyu maintained a cordial demeanor, sharing a couple of drinks with him. Among the four brothers of the Su family, one seemed intent on bringing harm to the elder Su. How heartbreaking it would be if it were indeed a son striking against his own father. Xiao Yi shook his head gently. In the world of affluent families, affection was eclipsed by interests and calculations. He refrained from speculating on the identity of the puppet master, believing it was a matter for the elder Su to resolve. As for the younger generation of the Su family and the collateral relatives, those who, for the time being, did not merit acknowledgement, Xiao Yi had little interest in engaging with or getting to know them. Elated, Xiao Yi mused over the prospect of being alone with a beautiful woman, wondering if an opportunity for intimacy might arise. Perhaps his gallant behavior during the day would move Su Yin, prompting her to offer herself to him out of gratitude. The thought of declining such a goddess never crossed his mind. To do so would be both unmanly and invite divine retribution. However, upon arriving at the villa, his expectations were dashed. I've instructed the nanny to prepare a guest room for you downstairs, Su Yin said in a detached tone. Good night. Wait, Xiao Yi called out, halting Su Yin. I'm sleeping downstairs, he asked, somewhat disappointed. Where else? Well, considering you're paying me 800,000 to be your kept man, I feel uneasy taking the money without doing something for you, Xiao Yi said earnestly. You want to do something for me? Very well, clean the downstairs bathroom again. Damn it, Xiao Yi muttered, watching Su Yan's alluring figure disappear, resisting the urge to swear. Clean the bathroom? How did she even think of that? Hearing the grumbling behind her, Su Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile, finally getting the better of the man. This little minx is quite intriguing, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Since I'm not leaving anyway, I'll take my time and play along. Once Su Yin had vanished upstairs, Xiao Yi gritted his teeth. He had no intention of actually cleaning the bathroom. Instead, he freshened up in the guest room, collapsed onto the bed, and quickly drifted off to sleep. The day had been exhausting, what with flying on his sword and treating Su Dahai and Su Yin, leaving his true energy depleted. Otherwise, he would surely have been restless and unable to sleep. The night passed uneventfully, and when Su Yin descended the stairs the next morning, Xiao Yi was already waiting in the living room. After greeting his grandfather, they were ready to depart. All right, Xiao Yi nodded, glancing at Su Yin. Did you not sleep well last night? You seem a bit haggard. Perhaps you've been too weary these past days. Su Yin replied dismissively. There's a man downstairs. It's no wonder I couldn't rest. It wasn't he that she was worried about Xiao Yi's actions, but rather the unfamiliarity of the situation. Is it because I didn't go up that you found it difficult to sleep alone? Xiao Yi asked with a playful smile. Su Yin ignored him and walked outside. Wait for me. Without me, your grandfather wouldn't allow you to leave the Su family. Xiao Yi hurried after her. After meeting with Su Dahai, they drove away from the Su residence in a Maserati Quattroporte. What are you doing? Xiao Yi was taken aback. During this time, my grandfather called you. You know what to say? Su Yin replied coldly. Xiao Yi was astonished. If you're not staying at the Su house, where will I stay? He asked, looking bewildered. You may stay wherever you wish. It has nothing to do with me. Get out of the car. I have a meeting to attend, Su Yin urged. Once you've taken the money, you must adhere to my arrangements. Fine, Xiao Yi relented, getting out of the car. The Maserati roared to life and sped away. Damn. Left me in the guest room last night, and now on the street today. I've made my decision. I will settle things with her tonight. Xiao Yi grumbled as he waved down a taxi. Driver, follow that car ahead. While speaking, he produced 2 red bills and handed them over. The driver, initially intending to inquire further, said nothing and pressed the accelerator, pursuing the vehicle ahead. Half an hour later, a Maserati Quattroporte pulled up to a company, and a taxi stopped nearby. Xiao Yi alighted from the vehicle, casting an appraising glance at the premises. This is her company? It seems to be doing quite well. No wonder she's so generous, directly offering me 80,000 to be her kept man. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by a security guard. Chapter 10. The assessment: the protagonist is obstructed, insulted by the security, leading to a physical altercation or a face-slapping display of superiority. If they dare to insult me, I'll call Su Yin, completing a wave of face-slapping. Xiao Yi was quite expectant. The novels he read in his spare time hadn't been for naught. Hello, are you here for an interview? Just as Xiao Yi was lost in his fantasies, the security guard on the left inquired politely. Xiao Yi was dumbfounded. How was this different from what he had imagined? Where was the expected disdain? How am I supposed to show off? However, he quickly recollected himself. What Su Yin and Su Dehai said yesterday was true. There's an interview for a bodyguard today? Yes, I'm here for the interview. Xiao Yi's thoughts raced through his mind, and he nodded immediately. Sign in, 7th floor of the office building ahead. The security guard produced a notebook. Okay. After registering, Xiao Yi headed straight for the 7th floor of the office building. He didn't plan to go directly to Su Yin. He wanted to pass the interview and become Su Yin's bodyguard. Then, let's see how Su Yin gets rid of him. When Xiao Yi arrived on the 7th floor by elevator, there were already many people waiting. While filling out a form, Xiao Yi surveyed the crowd. There were at least 30 or 40 people, mostly burly and seemingly capable fighters. These individuals regard one another as competitors, sizing each other up and occasionally boasting, attempting to exert pressure on their peers. I am a member of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces. Have you heard of it? The elite squad. I used to associate with the Northern War God, being one of his 4 great kings. Amitba. I became a monk at the age of 3 and just returned to secular life last year, having once been awarded the title of top 10 martial monk. Xiao Yi nearly burst into laughter. What was this about the Dragon Tooth Special Forces and the War God's subordinate? He could barely accept that. And what in the world was a top 10 martial monk? My friend, what did you do before? Someone inquired, looking at Xiao Yi. Me? I mostly spent my time abroad. They called me King of the Underworld. Xiao Yi replied with a cheerful grin. King of the Underworld? What a coincidence. They call me King of Hell. The individual chuckled, clearly not taking Xiao Yi's words seriously. Xiao Yi smiled. He spoke the truth, and if they chose not to believe him, so be it. Soon, representatives from the Human Resources Department arrived, and the boastful men fell silent. Welcome to Qingyan. I am Li Min, the HR manager. The speaker was a striking woman, in her late 20s, dressed in an office attire with a neat bob, exuding competence. Today's assessment will consist of several parts. 3 individuals will advance to the final evaluation, where Mr. Su will conduct personal interviews to select one as her bodyguard. Upon hearing this, the men were eager, each believing they would emerge as the ultimate victor. Subsequently, Li Min led the group of candidates to an adjacent conference room. The first assessment focused on professional knowledge. Please answer the questions. The candidates took their seats as Xiao Yi picked up the test from the table, scrutinizing it. He deemed it passable. After reviewing the questions, Xiao Yi began to write. Within approximately 15 minutes, individuals started to submit their papers in succession. Li Min and others graded them on the spot. The initial assessment was relatively straightforward, with roughly half of the participants succeeding. The first test assessed professional knowledge, while the second would evaluate combat prowess. As bodyguards, they needed substantial personal strength to safeguard Director Su effectively. The remaining candidates engaged in a free-for-all, with the last 3 advancing. After Li Min elucidated the rules, the tables and chairs were cleared, leaving the expansive conference room barren. A chaotic melee ensued. If Director Su meets me, she certainly won't select me. Therefore, I must ensure she has no other options. Xiao Yi, observing the others, conceived a plan. Begin. At Li Min's command, over 20 men simultaneously sprang into action. A Shaolin monk bellowed, headbutting a nearby man. A Dragon Tooth Special Forces soldier leaped, delivering a kick to the groin of a self-proclaimed god of war. A piercing scream emanated from the god of war as he clutched his groin and collapsed. Xiao Yi, glancing around, made a beeline for the King of Hell. As the King of Hell saw Xiao Yi approaching, he grinned menacingly, intending to utter some harsh words. However, before he could finish, Xiao Yi slapped him to the ground. You're not as resilient as your title suggests. Xiao Yi smiled faintly, stepping over his body and charging toward the Shaolin monk. The Shaolin monk crashed into a table, shattering it into pieces. "It's your turn now, Dragon Tooth Special Forces operative." With a clench of his fist, Xiao Yi delivered a punch, swiftly incapacitating several individuals. His exceptional display garnered the attention of Li Min. "That fellow is quite dashing," a young woman beside Li Min exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with admiration. "Cease your infatuation. What is his name?" Li Min inquired in a hushed tone. "It seems he is called Xiao Yi, according to the form he completed." The young woman retrieved Xiao Yi's application and presented it to Li Min. "He served in the military?" Li Min's eyes widened with interest as she perused Xiao Yi's self-introduction. "Chief, you must observe this." The young woman exclaimed in astonishment. Li Min promptly raised her gaze, her astonishment mirroring that of her companion. Within the conference room, Xiao Yi remained the sole individual standing. The others lay prostrate upon the floor, groaning in agony. Why? Why did none of you intervene? Was the objective not to have only 3 individuals remaining? Li Min questioned her fellow colleagues. He was excessively swift. Before we could react, it was concluded. The young woman responded helplessly. "This is problematic." Li Min lamented, observing the bruised and battered state of the individuals on the floor. How could they possibly meet with Director Su in such a condition? The agreement was to have 3 individuals remaining for Director Su to select one. What is to be done now? "Chief, given his striking appearance and formidable combat prowess, might Director Su find him satisfactory? Perhaps you could escort him alone?" The young woman suggested in a low voice. "Do you believe Director Su is as infatuated as you are?" Li Min retorted, rolling her eyes before composing herself. "There appears to be no alternative at present. I shall present him to Director Su and ascertain her response. If it proves unsatisfactory, we shall be compelled to initiate the recruitment process anew." Indeed. Xiao Yi, accompany me. As for the rest, please arrange for their compensation and bid them farewell." With these words, Li Min turned and headed out. "Best of luck." The young lady brandished her fist at Xiao Yi, evidently having become a devoted admirer. "Understood." Xiao Yi responded with a smile, following Li Min's lead. "When you meet Director Su in a moment, remain composed. Answer truthfully to whatever she inquires," Li Min instructed, hoping that Director Su would be satisfied with Xiao Yi. Otherwise, today's matter would be considered a failure. "Yes, managerly," Xiao Yi nodded in acknowledgement. The two of them ascended via the elevator to the 11th floor, where the president's office was located. Li Min rapped lightly on the door, and Su Yan's crisp, cool voice echoed from within. "Enter. Come in with me, and may fortune favor you," Li Min said, opening the door and stepping inside. "Hey." A smile crept across Xiao Yi's face. What would Su Yan's reaction be upon seeing him? Chapter 11. The assessment from Su Yan within the president's office. Su Yan sat behind a large desk, engrossed in her writing. She had not placed much importance on this recruitment, purely doing it to reassure her grandfather. Now that Xiao Yi was present, her grandfather was at ease, making it even less necessary. Had the personnel department not already notified the applicants, she would have considered canceling it altogether. She had already decided that if there were any exceptionally talented individuals, she would arrange for them to become supervisors in the security department. The door opened, and footsteps sounded. Su Yan put down her pen and looked up. "Director Su, I've brought the person to you." Li Min paused, unsure of how to proceed. Su Yan was puzzled. Wasn't it said that there were 3 people? How come there was only one? As her gaze settled upon Xiao Yi's handsome visage, a playful smile gracing his features, her eyes widened in astonishment, her fair countenance betraying her surprise. It was him? Noticing Su Yan's reaction, Xiao Yi's smile deepened, and he offered her a wink. "Director Su?" Li Min, too, observed Su Yan's uncharacteristic behavior. Her curiosity piqued. What was the matter? While the fellow was undeniably handsome, surely the aloof CEO wouldn't succumb to infatuation. "You. What brings you here?" Su Yan inquired, recovering from her initial shock. "I've come to apply for the position of bodyguard," Xiao Yi replied with a grin. "You seem delighted to see me?" Li Min was taken aback by their exchange. They were acquainted? And he was applying to be a bodyguard? Su Yan's expression turned frigid. "Xiao Yi, I am occupied and have no time for your games. I assure you, I am not jesting. I genuinely seek the bodyguard position. You may inquire with Manager Li. I have already passed the evaluation," Xiao Yi affirmed earnestly. "Your evaluation is invalid," Su Yan retorted, regaining her composure as she turned to Li Min. "I was informed that there would be 3 candidates. Where are the others?" "Director Su, he was the sole applicant." "The others? He incapacitated them all," Li Min hastened to explain. "It appears you have no alternative." "I am the only one remaining," Xiao Yi declared. a hint of self-satisfaction in his voice. He had been rather cunning, eliminating all competition in advance. You, Su Yin exclaimed, gritting her teeth, unable to tolerate Xiao Yi's smug demeanor. Li Min, you may leave us. Yes, ma'am. Li Min glanced at Xiao Yi, refraining from further inquiry, and quickly exited the room. Xiao Yi, what is the purpose of this charade? Su Yin demanded, rising from her chair as soon as Li Min had departed. I have already stated my intentions, to apply for the position of bodyguard. As Xiao Yi spoke, his gaze lingered upon the swell of Su Yan's bosom, heaving with indignation. Its magnitude was truly a sight to behold. He couldn't help but wonder if the buttons of her white blouse would succumb to the strain. I demand you vacate Qingyan Company at once. Su Yan, noticing Xiao Yi's gaze, was further incensed. Immediately. Oh, in that case, I shall seek out the elder statesman of the Su family. Xiao Yi retorted, undeterred, a smile playing on his lips, and regale him with tales of your patronage and my role in deceiving him. You, Su Yan, exasperated, braced herself against the desk with both hands, leaning forward, her eyes fixed on Xiao Yi with an intense glare. An almost palpable sense of coercion emanated from her. Another might have been cowed, but Xiao Yi remained unfazed. His eyes, drawn to the expanse of alabaster skin and black lace revealed by her open collar, betrayed his thoughts. It seems you have a predilection for black lace. Xiao Yi remarked with feigned seriousness. Yesterday, and today as well. Xiao Yi, Su Yan roared, abruptly straightening up. Do not forget, I have given you 800,000. Precisely because you have bestowed upon me 800,000. Xiao Yi nodded. I cannot remain idle. One must maintain a sense of professional ethics, even when under the patronage of another. Just as Su Yan was about to erupt, the telephone on her desk rang. Casting a glare at Xiao Yi, she pressed a button. Madam Su, Lu Wenguang has returned. He insists that he will not leave until he has an audience with you. The secretary's voice echoed through the receiver. Expel him. The already volatile Su Yan was further enraged. However, as her gaze swept over Xiao Yi, she abruptly altered her decision. Hold on. Allow him to enter. Yes, Director Su. Click. Su Yan terminated the call, fixing her gaze on Xiao Yi. You aspire to be my bodyguard, correct? Very well. Here is your ultimate trial. Should you succeed in dissuading Lu Wenguang from further importuning me, I shall grant you the position. Truly? Xiao Yi's eyes gleamed with sudden interest, tinged with curiosity. Who is this Lu Wenguang? Someone as loathsome as yourself. Su Yan retorted icily. If you are incapable of accomplishing this, depart immediately and adhere to our previous arrangement. Agreed. Xiao Yi assented after a moment's reflection. Just as Su Yan was about to speak, the office door swung open, revealing a man adorned in designer attire, his visage beaming as he entered. In his grasp, he bore a bouquet of fiery red roses. Yan, I have been calling for days, but you were away. Today, I finally see you. Lu Wenguang spoke, proffering the roses. These are for you. Su Yan regarded Lu Wenguang with a frigid stare, remaining silent. She was curious to observe how Xiao Yi intended to handle this individual. My friend, I would like to propose a proposition. Would you refrain from pestering Su Yan in the future? Xiao Yi inquired amicably. Who in the world are you? Lu Wenguang stammered, his countenance darkening. Who do you think you are, meddling in my affairs with Su Yan? Alas, I had hoped to engage in a civil discourse, to persuade you through reason, but it seems you are too deserving of a beating. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi abandoned any further attempts at polite conversation. He advanced, seizing Lu Wenguang by the collar and delivering 2 resounding slaps across his face. Smack, smack. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the office. Both Lu Wenguang and Su Yan were stunned, taken aback by such raw and immediate force. You dare strike me? Lu Wenguang finally sputtered, his rage ignited by the stinging sensation on his face. Do you have any idea who I am? I care not for your identity, Xiao Yi retorted. I never inquire before I strike. With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending Lu Wenguang sprawling to the floor. Xiao Yi, what are you doing? Su Yan exclaimed, aghast at the sheer violence of the act. Fear not. I shan't kill him, Xiao Yi reassured her. Leave him to me. Picking up the fallen roses, Xiao Yi lashed them across Lu Wenguang's face with brutal force. I assure you, he will not dare pursue you again, or even lay eyes upon you. You bastard. You have a death wish. Lu Wenguang roared, struggling in vain. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Xiao Yi, with his foot firmly planted on Lu Wenguang, mercilessly rained blows upon him, giving him no chance to resist. You dare pursue Su Yan? You are not worthy. He spat with each strike. From this day forward, you shall not trouble Su Yan again. Do you hear me? Or I swear, each time I see you, I shall beat you anew. You just wait. I will see you dead, Lu Wenguang cried, shielding his head, but his threats were hollow. You'll see me dead? Then I shall gladly kill you first, Xiao Yi responded, his blows intensifying. Stop. Please stop. I won't bother Su Yin again. Lu Wenguang finally relented, tears streaming down his face. Excellent. The assessment is complete. He has vowed to cease his pursuit, Xiao Yi announced to Su Yin, discarding the rose stems he held. Eliza surveyed the rose petals strewn across the floor and the sight of Lucas's face, swollen beyond recognition, and found herself momentarily speechless. Chapter 12. Refined demeanor. What is it? Having second thoughts? Or perhaps I haven't quite met your expectations. Jasper, noticing Eliza's silence, retrieved the discarded rose branch and delivered 2 more sharp strikes. Speak. Will you dare pursue Eliza again? No, I won't. Lucas cried, his hands shielding his bloodied face. I'll never dare again. Just let me go. Swear it. Swear that pursuing Eliza again will bring death upon your entire family, Jasper pressed, or I'll beat you to death today. You. Lucas was incensed. That's going too far. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Jasper, unwilling to waste words, delivered several more brutal blows. Stop, I swear. Lucas sobbed. If I ever pursue Eliza again, may my entire family be wiped out. Lucas's wails grew louder. Enough, Eliza interjected coldly, fearing that Jasper might actually kill Lucas if she didn't intervene. Well, did I pass the test? Jasper grinned. Eliza, gazing at Jasper's smiling face, took a deep breath to regain her composure, though reluctant to admit it. She couldn't go back on their agreement. You passed. Excellent. Jasper tossed aside the branch, casting a glance at the weeping Lucas. The fellow's devotion to you runs deep. I forbid him from pursuing you, and he weeps so grievously. Eliza merely twitched her lips. It's because you beat him to tears, she thought. Cease your lamentations and attend to the sanitation of this area. Resume your designated tasks, instructed. Individuals such as yourself test my capacity to maintain a refined demeanor. Su, I implore you not to misconstrue my actions. I am typically amicable. Inwardly seethed, questioning the assertion of friendliness after such a brutal assault. However, he dared not voice his dissent, lest he incur further violence. He resolved to bide his time, plotting retribution. He vowed to incapacitate, or his wrath would remain unappeased. What machinations occupy your thoughts? Are you contemplating retaliation? I welcome your attempts, taunted, punctuating his words with a kick. Your ineptitude extends even to the simplest of tasks. Depart. Upon hearing this, scrambled away, fleeing in a disoriented manner. After a short distance, he halted, directing his invective at, You scoundrel, daring to strike me. Await my vengeance. I shall not rest until you are vanquished. Begone, retorted, feigning pursuit. Seized by terror, resumed his flight, hurling insults as he retreated. You wretch. Just you wait. And, for allowing this assault, you shall not escape my retribution either, you vile woman. Insult me if you must. But defaming my wife is beyond the pale, frowned, retrieving a branch with the intent of silencing slanderous tongue. I am not your wife. Countered, casting a glare at as she settled onto a nearby sofa. This is a professional environment. Refrain from such pronouncements. Ah, I comprehend. So, it's permissible to address you intimately outside the confines of the company. Is that the gist? Retorted, disinclined to further engage with. He settled across from and chuckled. Within the corporate sphere, I shall address you as CEO Su. Beyond it, as my beloved wife. Silence. Utter another imprudent word. And I shall promptly dismiss you. S. exquisite countenance frosted over. Pray, do not. I have successfully navigated the evaluation and am now your appointed protector. Wherever you venture, I shall follow. Reclined upon the plush divan, extracting a cigarette with the intent to ignite it. Within my chambers, smoking is strictly prohibited. Declared icily. If you must indulge, do so elsewhere. Very well, I acquiesce. One must abide by the dictates of one's benefactor. Shrugged, retracting the cigarette. Your countenance is so much more radiant when adorned with a smile. You ought to smile more often, rather than perpetually donning that frigid facade. Cease your superfluous banter. Although you have surmounted the evaluation, I retain the prerogative to terminate your employment at any juncture. Fixed with an unwavering gaze. Should you aspire to remain within this corporation, you shall heed my directives. Assuredly, you are the CEO, and I shall comply. Affirmed with a nod. Firstly, you are forbidden from divulging the nature of our relationship to any soul within the company. Composed herself, resolving that if she could not alter the circumstances, she would endeavor to assert control over him. Indeed, and what manner of relationship do we share? Queried with a mischievous grin. Am I to understand that you are my betrothed? Silence. Having just regained her composure, was instantly disquieted once more. Dare to utter such a word, and I shall banish you forthwith. I shall remain silent, I vow. I fear that were I to speak, they would accuse me of being a kept man. And I do possess a modicum of pride. Xiao shook his head, refraining from voicing a certain sentiment. To do so would impede his pursuit of the fairer sex. He had overheard that Qingyan was abundant with beauties, a place where the ratio of women to men was drastically imbalanced, a veritable matriarchy. Of course, with a surplus of women and a dearth of men, the roles of prey and predator become ambiguous, for a woman scorned is a force to be reckoned with. Suyin scoffed. Third. Fourth. Xiao Yi was beginning to feel overwhelmed by the sheer number of stipulations. However, he dared not utter a word, lest Suyin dismiss him. Suyin was somewhat surprised that he had endured thus far. She had intentionally imposed so many conditions, hoping he would find them unbearable, thereby giving her a pretext to send him away. Why would you want to be my bodyguard? With 800,000, you could enjoy freedom and do as you please. Suyin couldn't help but inquire. Because I want to safeguard you, Xiao Yi replied, shedding his nonchalant demeanor and gazing at Su Yin with profound emotion. Rest assured, with me by your side, no one shall bring you harm. Su Yin, meeting Xiao Yi's ardent gaze, felt a tremor in her heart, a sensation she had never before experienced. Tap, tap. Just as Xiao Yi was about to utter a few more heartfelt words, hoping to stir Su Yan's emotions, a knock echoed at the door. President Su? It was the female secretary. Damn it, of all times. Xiao Yi cursed inwardly, lamenting the interruption of his opportune moment. He had already prepared his lines. Come in. Su Yin, regaining her composure, avoided looking at Xiao Yi and rose to stand behind her desk. Ms. Su just now. The female secretary entered, witnessing the scattered petals, and Xiao Yi, leading her to imagine a dramatic scene. Please instruct someone to tidy up, and then escort him to complete the onboarding procedures. From today forward, he will be my bodyguard. Su Yin interjected, regaining her usual composure. Yes, Ms. Su, the female secretary promptly responded. Also, allocate an office for him. Su Yin considered further. Yes. Where should it be arranged? Outside your office? Or in another department? The female secretary inquired. Isn't there space in the security department? Let him go there. Su Yin preferred Xiao Yi to be stationed far from her, not wanting him guarding her doorstep. Chapter 13. Am I already making enemies? What? The security department? Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Xiao Yi was displeased. I am your bodyguard, not a security guard. What did I say earlier? Follow all arrangements, or you can leave. Su Yin raised an eyebrow, speaking coldly. Fine, the security department it is, Xiao Yi conceded, feigning grievance. It's just that your office is located in the security department. Not that you are a security guard, Su Yin explained, seeing Xiao Yi's aggrieved expression and recalling his earlier affection. Her heart softened slightly. The female secretary beside them revealed a look of astonishment. In Qingyan Company, Su Yin was an absolute authority, requiring no explanation to anyone. Now, she was actually explaining herself to Xiao Yi. This was highly unusual. Jiangru, take Xiao Yi to complete the onboarding procedures. Before Xiao Yi could say anything further, Su Yin instructed. Yes, Ms. Su. The female secretary responded and turned to face Mr. Xiao, beckoning. Mr. Xiao, please follow me. All right, Xiao Yi replied without further ado, trailing behind the secretary. Sai protect me? After Xiao Yi departed, Su Yin leaned back in her chair, a peculiar glint in her eyes. Deep down, the notion of Xiao Yi as her bodyguard didn't seem as objectionable as she initially thought. Otherwise, she would never have acquiesced. Once out of the office, Xiao Yi's face broke into a wide grin, his earlier grievances forgotten. He didn't want to be too close to Su Yin anyway. How else would he pursue other women? His only disappointment was being assigned to the security department, a realm of rough men, offering little appeal. If only he could have been placed in a department teeming with beautiful women, that would be akin to entering paradise. Mr. Xiao. I'm Jiangru. The female secretary extended her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hee. We're all under President Su's leadership, so we're practically family. Just call me Brother Yi. Xiao Yi lightly grasped her hand before releasing it. Although the young woman was quite attractive, with a figure that could easily stir one's imagination, particularly her shapely posterior, she was Su Yan's secretary and not to be trifled with. If he flirted with her now, she might run and tell Su Yan, which would be disastrous. As a newcomer, caution was paramount. All right, Brother Yi, Jiangru replied, sensing an unusual connection between Xiao Yi and Su Yan, and happy to foster a closer relationship. Little Jiang, what does our company do? Xiao Yi inquired, suddenly curious. Huh? Jiang Ru was taken aback. Did he not know what Qingyan Company did? Let us not dwell on the potential connection he may have with Su Yin, at the very least. He ought to ascertain the nature of this company he is applying to. Ahem, due to the haste of his arrival, he has yet to gain a comprehensive understanding. Xiao Yi cleared his throat. No worries, our company specializes in jewelry, primarily focusing on jade and gemstones, although we also craft various other jewelry pieces. Jiang Ru was elucidating the details to Xiao Yi. Unlike the majority of brands in the market, our target demographic leans towards the youth, embodying a more fashionable and avant-garde essence. President Su asserts that our Qingyan will undoubtedly extend its reach beyond borders, emerging as an international brand that sets global trends. Xiao Yi observed the somewhat fervent expression on Jiang Ru's face, pondering internally how, unexpectedly, the usually aloof Su Yin possesses the talent for grandiloquent vision. Look how she has captivated the youth. Nonetheless, through Jiang Ru's narration, he garnered a deeper understanding of Qingyan. In a time when the domestic jewelry market languished, Qingyan emerged as a dark horse, rising against the tide and capturing the hearts of many young people, evolving into a brand of the new generation. Traditionally, jade, gemstones, and even gold ornaments were perceived as somewhat antiquated, unsuitable for the youth. However, Qingyan shattered these preconceived notions, inspiring a newfound admiration among the younger populace. Reflecting on Su Dehai's words, Xiao Yi recognized that Qingyan was founded solely by Su Yin without reliance on the Su family, instilling in him a sense of respect. It is no small feat for a young woman to achieve such entrepreneurial success. A few minutes later, they arrived at the Human Resources Department. Li Min regarded Xiao Yi with a peculiar expression. What exactly is his relationship with Su Yin? Just moments ago, Su Yin had called, specifically imparting a few instructions. The benefits offered here are unparalleled throughout the entire company. After Jiang Ru exchanged greetings with Li Min, she departed. Sisterly, I look forward to your guidance in the future, Xiao Yi remarked with a smile. You flatter me. Do you know General Manager Su? Li Min could not help but inquire. One might say we are acquainted. For further details, you would need to consult General Manager Su, Xiao Yi responded, feigning an air of mystery. Li Min was at a loss for words. She certainly did not dare to indulge in gossip. Never mind, I shall refrain from asking. Here are the onboarding documents and the contract. Please review them and sign if all is satisfactory. All right. Without even glancing at them, Xiao Yi affixed a signature. Li Min observed his elegantly flowing signature, silently admiring it. Once she confirmed everything was in order, she extended her hand. Congratulations on becoming a member of Qingyan. Thank you. Xiao Yi grasped Li Min's hand and gently squeezed it. Her hand was even smoother than Jiang Ru's. Come, I shall escort you to the security department. I appreciate it, sisterly. As they neared the security department, Li Min suddenly halted. Oh, by the way, I need to remind you of something. Manager Sun's younger brother is also attending today's recruitment fair. Xiao Yi was taken aback. Could he be one of those I injured? Yes, Li Min nodded. Xiao Yi was speechless. Had he inadvertently made an enemy? However, you need not worry excessively. My presence should instill a sense of caution in him, Li Min assured. Then continued walking. Thank you, sisterly. Xiao Yi realized then why she had chosen to escort him personally. Although he held no concern for Manager Sun, he had nonetheless incurred a personal debt to Li Min. In the security department, a man was clutching his jaw and speaking animatedly. Brother, I cannot swallow this grievance. If it weren't for him, I would undoubtedly have become Su Yan's bodyguard. The speaker was none other than the King of Hell, who had just been struck down by Xiao Yi. What a waste, after years of honing my martial skills. Opposite him sat a man in his 40s, lean in stature, with a hawk-like nose and piercing eyes. I was caught off guard. He ambushed me. The King of Hell continued, probing his mouth with his fingers. Damn it, he knocked my teeth loose. Brother, you must avenge me. Moreover, his presence disrupts your plans. Silence. The man's expression shifted as he glanced outside the office. What are you afraid of? There's no one here. The King of Hell muttered. That may be so, but what if there are ears on the other side of the wall? The man glared at him, narrowing his eyes. However, you do have a point. He is indeed a nuisance. Just now Li Min called me, saying that his office has been arranged over here in the security department. Isn't that perfect? Once he steps onto your territory, you can handle him as you please. The King of Hell's spirits lifted, his fists clenched, his expression fierce. I will ensure he loses every single tooth. Chapter 14. I hear you are quite the fighter? When Xiao Yi and Li Min arrived at the security department, Sun Gaofei had already made the necessary arrangements. Upon entering, Xiao Yi immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere and hostile gazes directed towards him. A flicker of realization crossed his mind. Indeed, Li Min had spoken of dealing with him. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard it. As long as he did not provoke them, it would suffice. If he did, well, then he would be rendered incapacitated. He is a distinguished cultivator. How could he allow himself to be wronged? Manager's son, allow me to introduce Xiao Yi, the bodyguard of President Su, Li Min said. Xiao Yi, this is manager's son from the security department. He chuckled. Manager Li specially sent him over. I am quite surprised. Sun Gaofei forced a smile, ignoring Xiao Yi. You misunderstand. It was not my intention to send him over. It was President Su's instruction, Li Min replied indifferently. Oh? Sun Gaofei was taken aback. President Su instructed this? Could it be that she is quite pleased with this fellow? In that case, he cannot be allowed to stay. Manager's son, are there 2 vacant offices available here? Li Min inquired, glancing at Xiao Yi. Choose whichever one you prefer. This one looks quite nice, Xiao Yi remarked, pointing to a spacious office to the left front. I am fond of both its location and size. Li Min looked over, smirking slightly. You certainly know how to choose. This is manager's son's office. Sun Gaofei's expression darkened. How dare this newcomer try to claim his office? Is this office occupied? Xiao Yi asked deliberately. Cough. This is manager's son's office. The other 2 are unoccupied. Let me accompany you to take a look. Li Min cleared her throat. Manager Li, you seem quite busy. Leave him to me. Sun Gaofei interjected before Xiao Yi could respond. Since it was President Su's directive, I will certainly see to it. This. Li Min hesitated, feeling somewhat uneasy. Li Jia, you go ahead with your work, Xiao Yi spoke up. Manager's son is so enthusiastic. He will arrange everything for me. Very well. Li Min nodded upon hearing Xiao Yi's words. If there is anything, feel free to call me anytime. Very well. Xiao Yi smiled, watching Li Min depart. So, you are Xiao Yi? I've heard you are quite adept at fighting, are you not? Once Li Min had left, Sun Gaofei's smile vanished, replaced by a cold inquiry. I manage reasonably well, Xiao Yi replied with a nod. Just how proficient are you? Sun Gaofei fixed his gaze on Xiao Yi, a challenge glimmering in his eyes. With someone like you, taking on 4 or 5 should pose no difficulty. In the face of Sun Gaofei's provocation, Xiao Yi responded with a smile. You. Sun Gaofei exploded with rage, finding this young man exceedingly arrogant. Kid, what did you just say? How dare you speak to Brother Fei like that? A few young security guards nearby rose to scold him. What is the matter? Is it not permissible to speak the truth? Xiao Yi's smile remained unchanged. Oh, I forgot to mention, I can take on 4 or 5 with just one hand. Very good. Sun Gaofei's expression darkened as he suppressed his fury. Xiao Yi, although you have become President Su's bodyguard, as the manager of the security department, I believe it is necessary for me to reassess your skills on behalf of President Su. He sought a plausible excuse to deal with Xiao Yi, for otherwise, passing through Su Yan would prove challenging. Enough. You merely wish to beat me up to avenge your brother, do you not? Why complicate matters with so many justifications? Xiao Yi remarked playfully. Just draw the line. And I shall oblige. Brother, did you see that? This kid is utterly arrogant. The king of hell who had been concealed in the nearby office could no longer contain himself and rushed out. So it is you, king of hell. Xiao Yi gazed at the grotesque visage of his opponent, resembling a swollen pig's head, and chuckled. You scoundrel, today I shall ensure that you lose every single tooth. Yan Wang, wielding a rubber baton, prepared to charge forward. Hold on, not so hastily, Sun Gaofei interjected, casting a glance at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, you seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge, do you not? Has Li Min been confiding in you? What is the nature of your relationship with her? Is this all the courage you possess? Just because I have a connection with Li Min, does that render you incapable of taking action? What if I were to claim a relationship with General Su? Would you not cower and kneel, calling me grandfather? Xiao Yi remarked with a sly grin, listening to Xiao Yi's taunts. Sun Gaofei, despite his typically composed demeanor, felt his temper flare, veins bulging on his forehead. Do you truly believe I am incapable of taking action against you? Even if I were to inflict harm upon you, General Su would not utter a word in your defense. He might even regard you as a deceiver. Spare me the chatter. Will you face me one by one or all at once? Xiao Yi challenged, raising an eyebrow. By the way, this office is rather impressive. I shall claim it as my own. Should you emerge victorious, I shall gladly relinquish it to you. Sun Gaofei retorted with a cold smirk, turning to exit. If you have the guts, come follow me. You need not relinquish it. Soon enough, you shall find yourself in a hospital bed, rendering this office unnecessary, Xiao Yi declared. Following closely behind. With a clatter, several young security guards trailed behind them, all loyal subordinates of Sun Gaofei. Having received orders to ensure Xiao Yi was sent to the hospital. Upon reaching the adjacent gym, Sun Gaofei came to a halt. If you lose, you shall be forced to vacate Qingyan Company. Very well, Xiao Yi nodded, beckoning with a finger. Let us engage together. Eliminate him. Sun Gaofei commanded decisively. No longer indulging in idle chatter. A group of eager young security guards, unable to contain their anticipation, rushed toward Xiao Yi, shouting fervently. Even without Sun Gaofei's orders. Their hearts brimmed with resentment. After all, they were all youthful souls. Why should I be relegated to a mere security guard while you bask in the glory of being a bodyguard? Not only do you earn more than I do, but you also stand beside the stunning Ms. Su. How dare you strike my face? Meanwhile, the King of Hell swung his rubber baton, aiming a vicious blow at Xiao Yi's head. Bang! Xiao Yi sent one guard flying with a kick, advancing instead of retreating, and confronted the King of Hell. With a resounding slap, Xiao Yi struck the King of Hell's face as the rubber baton missed its target. One side of his face swelled, presenting an uneven visage. Let me bestow another, Xiao Yi declared, delivering several more kicks. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining guards were sent tumbling backward, wailing in agony. Witnessing this scene, Sun Gaofei's expression shifted. This fellow possesses remarkable strength? It's your turn now, Manager Sun, Xiao Yi said, turning his gaze towards Sun Gaofei. Are you afraid? Sun Gaofei bellowed. Adopting a fighting stance. 8 Extremes Fist? A practitioner, I see, Xiao Yi remarked, slightly taken aback. With a swift motion, Sun Gaofei charged forward, his movements vigorous and commanding, exuding a formidable presence. Brother Fei is formidable. Brother Fei, take him down. The guards and the King of Hell shouted in unison, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Xiao Yi being overwhelmed. Despite the intimidating display, it was nothing more than a fade. Xiao Yi shook his head, seizing Sun Gaofei's fist with his right hand and exerting tremendous force upward. With a startled cry, Sun Gaofei, towering at over 1.80 meters, soared into the air. He first collided with the ceiling before crashing heavily onto the ground. Sun Gaofei spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. The gym, which had been filled with a mild clamor just moments ago, fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Chapter 15. Unwavering hospitality, Manager Sun. It seems this 8 Extremes Fist has left you in tatters, Xiao Yi remarked mockingly, observing Sun Gaofei sprawled on the floor. With skills like yours, you could only contend with kindergartners and nursing home residents. As he listened to Xiao Yi's derision, Sun Gaofei, consumed by rage, coughed up another mouthful of blood, utterly dispirited. Xiao Yi paid him no further heed, bending down to retrieve the rubber baton from the ground. Advancing towards Yin Wang. What are you going to do? Stay back. If you come any closer, I will call the police. Assaulting someone is against the law. Yin Wang stammered in terror, stumbling backward until he fell to the ground. What did you just say? You were going to knock out all my teeth, correct? Xiao Yi asked, looking down at Yin Wang with an air of indifference. And no, I was just talking nonsense. I am a person who values fairness above all else. If you intend to knock out my teeth, then I shall reciprocate, Yin Wang stuttered. But Xiao Yi interrupted him, bringing the rubber baton down with considerable force. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Yin Wang covered his mouth, letting out a wail of anguish. Blood oozed through his fingers, dripping onto the floor. Soon, he opened his mouth to expel several bloodied teeth, trembling in agony. The nearby security guards, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear, shivering uncontrollably. This man is formidable. Best not to provoke him. Xiao Yi did not make things difficult for them. He had just arrived and already sent someone to the hospital, leaving Su Yin with no way to explain. Gripping his rubber baton, he approached Sun Gaofei. Did you just say you would ruin me? No, I did not. Sun Gaofei jolted in fear, sitting upright. The impending confrontation loomed before him. He had boasted about knocking out Xiao Yi's teeth, only to find himself on the receiving end of that very fate. If he admitted it, would he not also face ruin? But I heard you, Xiao Yi smiled, slowly raising the rubber baton. No, Xiao Yi. I was wrong. I should not have opposed you. Please spare me. Sun Gaofei's heart raced as he beheld Xiao Yi's grin, chills running down his spine. I am the manager of the security department. If you ruin me, what will President Su say? Just spare me, and I shall be your loyal supporter henceforth. Hearing Sun Gaofei's pleas for mercy, Xiao Yi lowered the rubber baton. Very well, I shall grant you this reprieve. Move your belongings out immediately. I will take over your office. Yes, yes, I will move my things right away. Sun Gaofei nodded vigorously, too frightened to refuse. By the way, you won't retaliate against me, will you? Xiao Yi, seemingly struck by a thought, inquired deliberately. No, I would not dare. Sun Gaofei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing a grim smile. Even if I had 100 lives, I would not dare. Excellent, Xiao Yi replied with satisfaction, discarding the rubber baton as he made his exit. Once Xiao Yi departed from the gym, Sun Gaofei collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. He felt certain that had he not begged for mercy, Xiao Yi would have truly ruined him. The pot, sobbing, it hurts. My teeth have fallen out. Yin Wang, covering his mouth, tears mingling with blood, appeared utterly disheveled. Fei Ge. The security guard stepped forward to assist Sun Gaofei and Yin Wang to their feet. Xiao Si, take Hua to the hospital, Sun Gaofei commanded, steadying his nerves. The others, go help me move things. Huh? Several security guards were taken aback. Did Fei Ge truly yield? We have been beaten to this state. And this is how it ends? My teeth are gone, sobbing. I can hardly speak. Yin Wang exclaimed anxiously. End it like this? How could it possibly be over? Sun Gaofei clutched his chest, gritting his teeth, his expression menacing. It is simply that a true hero does not suffer immediate losses. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Rest assured, I shall avenge this grievance. Very well, sobbing. Yin Wang cried out again in pain. For now, we shall follow his instructions, I swear. It won't be long before I make him kneel before me and sing of submission. Sun Gaofei vowed fiercely. In a few days, my senior brother will arrive in Zhonghai, and when that time comes, today as humiliation shall be repaid 100-fold. I will make him lose his teeth too. Yin Wang's speech was slurred, words escaping him. Not a single pot shall remain. Very well. Sun Gaofei nodded. You go to the hospital first. I will ensure you have the chance for personal revenge. Sobbing. When he saw Xiao Yi already seated in his office chair, he clenched his teeth and walked in. You have 10 minutes. Hurry up. Xiao Yi lounged with his feet on the desk, smoking leisurely. As Sun Gaofei responded, he hurriedly led a team to move the belongings outside, fearing that any delay would result in another beating. In less than 10 minutes, everything belonging to Sun Gaofei was completely relocated, and the office was now entirely under the dominion of Xiao Yi. I am truly remarkable, having just descended from the mountains. I have already secured myself an office, Xiao Yi thought gleefully as he opened the computer on the desk and began playing a game. Before he could complete a round, Jiang Ru arrived. Igu, what brings you to Manager Sun's office? Jiang Ru exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Manager Sun was exceedingly generous and offered me his office. Xiao Yi responded with a smile. I didn't want to, but he insisted. How could I refuse such hospitality? Really? Is Manager Sun truly so kind? Jiang Ru asked, somewhat astonished. Little Jiang, what brings you here? Xiao Yi inquired, shutting off the game. Oh, President Su is looking for you. Jiang Ru recalled the matter at hand and quickly added, she wants you to rush to her office. Looking for me. Very well. Xiao Yi nodded and departed the security department with Jiang Ru. Before long, he arrived at the president's office and encountered Su Yan. My grandfather called. He wishes to have a video chat with you, Su Yan stated promptly, not allowing Xiao Yi a chance to reply. Oh, is old Su concerned that we might deceive him? Xiao Yi chuckled. Fortunately, I am here. Otherwise, what would you do? Enough with the chit-chat. I shall call him now. Su Yan declared, initiating the video call to Su Dehai. As the video connected, Su Dehai's face brightened upon seeing Xiao Yi. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Dehai brought up the two individuals they had apprehended. Xiao Yi, the people you captured. They are dead. Dead. Xiao Yi was taken aback. Grandfather. How did they die? Did you uncover the mastermind? Su Yan's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily inquired. No, after you left this morning. I went to see them and found them dead, Su Dehai sighed. Let us leave this matter for now. Grandfather. Su Yan wanted to say more, but Xiao Yi gently touched her arm and shook his head. Xiao Yi, I entrust Xiao Yin to you. You must protect her well. Su Dehai added a few more words before hanging up the video call. Why didn't you let me ask? Su Yan glared at Xiao Yi, frowning. They are dead. The mastermind remains unfound. My grandfather could still be in danger. Chapter 16. Curiosity, I didn't let you ask because it's possible that your grandfather is responsible for their deaths, Xiao Yi stated, startlingly. What? My grandfather did this? Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan nearly jumped up in disbelief. Impossible. Why would my grandfather want to kill them? Xiao Yi, don't speak nonsense. Do you remember what I mentioned earlier? The mastermind is likely someone from the Su family, Xiao Yi said, gazing at Su Yan as he spoke slowly. If it were Su Minghui or even your father, what would your grandfather do? It is likely that your grandfather was at a loss as to how to proceed, which is why he chose to cease further inquiries. By eliminating those two individuals, he temporarily brought closure to the matter. This also served as an opportunity for them, a hope that they might choose to withdraw from their actions. As Xiao Yi reflected on this, he felt a twinge of sentiment. Even the most ruthless of men, like Su Dahai, can show mercy towards their own kin, yet remain merciless to outsiders. Su Yan's heart was tumultuous. Was the situation truly as Xiao Yi described? She had long understood that familial affection often wanes in large families. However, the notion of a son murdering his own father was a transgression against the natural order that she found impossible to reconcile. Alas, Xiao Yi suddenly shook his head as a thought crossed his mind. He had intended to inquire why, amidst the numerous members of the Su family, only Su Yan was targeted with a curse, and why it was a love curse at that. Was there some underlying reason? Surely, it could not merely be due to her beauty and the desire to possess her. Now that the individuals were deceased, he could no longer pose these questions. Even if what you say is true, that person cannot possibly be my father. Su Yan exclaimed suddenly. Your father? Indeed, I too believe he bears the least suspicion. Xiao Yi nodded. It is said he lacks ambition and rarely engages in serious pursuits. Yet to think he would have the audacity to kill his own father seems improbable. Silence. Su Yan retorted furiously. Although she held little regard for her father, she could not tolerate such disparagement from others. Furthermore, what you speak of is merely conjecture. Perhaps the reality is far removed from your assumptions. Perhaps, Xiao Yi replied with a smile, fully aware that some truths were beyond Su Yan's capacity to accept. As Su Yan gazed upon Xiao Yi's smiling visage, a surge of frustration welled within her. How delightful it would be if the virtual ladies in the game spoke with such tenderness, sweetly addressing him as brother. For a man who had not heard a woman's voice in 3 years, such words could render him quite enraptured. Wait, what is your phone number? I cannot possibly rely on Jiang Ru to summon you from the security office every time I need you, Su Yan remarked coldly. After Xiao Yi provided his number, he cheerfully suggested, perhaps I should remain in your office? That way, whenever you think of me, you need only glance up to see me. Get lost. Su Yan slammed her hand on the table. All right then, Xiao Yi waved his hand and departed. You scoundrel. Su Yan gritted her teeth, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. President Su, there is a document here. Jiang Ru knocked gently on the door. Come in. Jiang Ru cautiously observed Su Yan's expression, having a hunch that she had overheard some harsh words. Xiao Yi is quite remarkable. To have incurred President Su's ire, yet remain in the company, is an unparalleled feat. What was he up to while you were at the security office? Su Yan set down her pen, feigning casualness as she inquired. He was playing a game. Oh, right, he was in Sun Gaofei's office. Jiang Ru, unwilling to conceal any details, reported. He mentioned that Manager Sun was exceedingly hospitable, offering to let him use the office, and he felt unable to refuse. What? Su Yan was taken aback. Surely such words were mere fabrications? Indeed, Jiang Ru replied, retreating from the room. What on earth kind of person are you? Su Yan mused to herself, absent-mindedly toying with her pen, unaware that her curiosity about Xiao Yi had begun to blossom. When a woman is intrigued by a man, it often marks the beginning of her affection for him. He harbored no curiosity about Su Yan, as he had practically seen through her, even going so far as to measure her size with his hands. Yes, he had surreptitiously taken those measurements while she was in excruciating pain. The fact that he managed to refrain from taking advantage of her was already a testament to his remarkable virtue. Should he not be allowed a minor indulgence? Before indulging in a game, he retrieved his phone from his storage ring. Just as Xiao Yi placed the phone on the table, it began to ring. Could it be? A call right after powering on. What a coincidence. Reluctantly, Xiao Yi answered the phone. Boss, you're alive, exclaimed an excited voice from the other end. Damn, are you cursing me? Xiao Yi's expression darkened. No, I'm just overly thrilled. You've been unreachable for 3 years. If you don't show up soon, we might as well prepare a tomb for you. What nonsense is this? A tomb? You've gone too far. Xiao Yi seethed. I'm living just fine, and you want to erect a grave for me? It's merely to commemorate you. After all, you vanished without a word. I was imprisoned for 3 years. Wait a minute, who has my clothes? How could you possibly prepare a grave? Inhu mentioned she has one of your undergarments. Boss, Who locked you away for 3 years? We'll go take revenge. Stop with the useless chatter. I just powered on my phone, and now I receive a call. Xiao Yi lit a cigarette, his tone irritable. Did someone tamper with my phone? Is that what is causing the itch? Ah, it was Silver Fox who urged me to do this. Boss, where have you been for the past 3 years? There was no signal, and it was impossible to locate you. I said I was cultivating immortality. Would you believe that? I would. You could say you were having a child, and I would believe that too. Truly a good brother. Xiao Yi smirked. Trust is unwavering. How have you all fared in these 3 years? I didn't see, so you merely put on an act. Xiao Yi babbled, gradually revealing a smile. Fortunately, these fellows are all alive. By the way, boss, during our recent trip to Country E, we encountered that princess, and she has been searching for you. Tell her to forget about me and find a good man to marry. Xiao Yi exhaled a smoke ring, his mind conjuring an image of a pale body in 18 different postures. We merely crossed paths. It was just one night. Why take it so seriously? Silver Fox told her the same, claiming you accidentally took a bullet and became a eunuch, unable to provide her with happiness. Damn, that vixen is due for a reckoning. Xiao Yi's hand trembled, nearly causing the cigarette to fall into his lap. Now let us discuss something serious. Help me investigate the 10 divine artifacts. I need all the information on them. As for the sources, it would be best to obtain them from a specialized department of a powerful nation. I believe they must possess some secrets. Chapter 17. The revenge has arrived. To make a burial garment for me out of underwear? Damn, I can't believe they thought of that. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Yi set down his phone and cursed with a laugh. The legendary artifacts, if they are not mere myths, should indeed have some information circulating, particularly in the realm of Huaxia. With Cyan, a world-class hacker, on the case, it would be fortuitous. Xiao Yi lit a cigarette, pondering that during his next visit to the Su family, he might converse with Su Dehai to glean any insights from Zhonghai. Just as he was lost in thought, a cacophony of curses erupted from outside. Where is that bastard? Damn it. If anyone dares to lay a hand on me, I will ensure they meet their demise today. Upon hearing that voice, Xiao Yi paused. Was that not Lu Wenguang? Suddenly, the door to the security room was flung open, and a throng of individuals stormed in, led by the bruised and battered Lu Wenguang. At that moment, he was far from the image of a defeated man. He exuded a fierce presence, striding in a manner reminiscent of a crab. Behind him trailed a dozen thuggish figures, brandishing baseball bats. Ah, so swiftly you've come seeking revenge? Impressive efficiency. Xiao Yi remarked with a smile, stepping out of the office with a cigarette between his lips. You bastard, today is your last day. Lu Wenguang glared at Xiao Yi, his eyes ablaze with fury. Huge brother, it's him. Cripple him and break his third leg. You brat, how can you still smile at a time like this? The burly man referred to as Huge Brother scrutinized Xiao Yi, visibly annoyed. He had brought a sizable entourage, yet this youth displayed no fear, which felt rather disrespectful. Otherwise? Shall I weep for you? Xiao Yi replied, sizing up Huge Brother, whose small tank top showcased his substantial muscles and extensive tattoos, adorned with a gold chain the thickness of a pinky finger. His appearance was that of a quintessential gang leader. I say, my friend, allow me to pose a question that piques my curiosity. What is it? Tiger inquired, taken aback. I'm curious, when you immerse your gold chain in a bath, does it possess the buoyancy to float? Or, to put it another way, does it shed its hue? Xiao Yi inquired, a playful expression dancing in his eyes. Damn! Tiger roared, incensed. Was he being mocked? This was a genuine gold chain. Brothers, deal with him. Yes, sir. A dozen ruffians brandished their clubs, advancing toward Xiao Yi with a torrent of curses. Damn it, daring to insult our Tiger. Today, I'll make you kneel and apologize to Tiger. Indeed. Do you even know who Tiger is? Get him. A hoodlum lunged forward, swinging his baseball bat in a wide arc, aiming a vicious blow at Xiao Yi's head. A cruel grin contorted his face, as if he already savored the gory spectacle of a cracked skull. Thwack. A dull thud echoed as the descending bat halted in midair. The hoodlum's smile froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. How can this be? Lacking sustenance? Your velocity is wanting, your strength paltry. Is this the best you can muster? And you dare call yourselves gangsters? Xiao Yi grasped the descending baseball bat, a faint smile playing on his lips. No. The hoodlum stared at Xiao Yi's smiling visage, a cry of terror escaping his lips. Not only him, but all the hoodlums who had charged forward froze in their tracks. Paralyzed by fear, the scene unfolding before them was simply terrifying. Having roamed the streets for so long, none had ever witnessed someone catching a descending baseball bat with their bare hands, and with such unwavering grip. What speed, what strength must one possess? Even Tiger's eyelids twitched violently. This young man was a formidable adversary. Hiss. From afar, Sun Gaofei inhaled sharply. Xiao Yi's prowess surpassed even his own expectations. It appears that the scheme of using another as a pawn has failed. Bang! Xiao Yi kicked a thug away, seized the baseball bat, and with a slight exertion of force, twisted it into a spiral shape. Goodness! The unsophisticated thugs, gazing at the bat in Xiao Yi's hand resembling a twisted pastry, couldn't help but exclaim about the traditional essence. They had witnessed someone bending a bat before. That was the work of Brother Hu. But a twisted one like this, they had never seen. One thug turned to Brother Hu, silently questioning. Can you handle this? Fueled by a mix of shock and anger, Brother Hu felt a surge of indignation at his subordinate's gaze. He had brought so many men, yet couldn't he subdue a single individual? If word got out, how would he maintain his reputation on the streets? Attack him. Upon receiving their leader's command, the thugs roared and charged at Xiao Yi. What does it matter if they had training? The fists of one cannot withstand the multitude of hands. Even a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Yi wielded the twisted bat with relentless strikes. Ah! The cries of agony echoed as the thugs collapsed to the ground. Damn! Seeing this, Brother Hu gritted his teeth and charged forward. As one of the Dragon Rising Society's four formidable warriors, he possessed considerable strength. Having once achieved the remarkable feat of single-handedly pursuing and slashing down 11 men with a knife. Though he doubted he could conquer Xiao Yi, he certainly did not wish to suffer a humiliating defeat. As the leader, he had to command respect. He could not let his subordinates be vanquished without intervening. With his muscular arms bulging, he unleashed a powerful right hook. Bang! Xiao Yi met Brother Hu's fist with a thunderous blow of his own. Crack! The sound of breaking bones resonated. Ah! Brother Hu cried out in pain, clutching his distorted wrist and staggering backward. Splendid! Upon witnessing Brother Hu's injury, Sun Gaofei silently exclaimed. While it was certain that Xiao Yi would not be defeated today, Brother Hu's fate was sealed. The Longxing Society was a formidable underground power, with Brother Hu wounded. Retribution would undoubtedly follow. Xiao Yi was destined to face the Society's ruthless vengeance, perhaps even meeting his demise on the streets. Brother Hu. Lu Wenguang gazed at Brother Hu, whose face was drenched in sweat from the pain, and his expression shifted dramatically. When his eyes met Xiao Yi's sly grin, he trembled and turned to flee. With a swift motion, Xiao Yi hurled his baseball bat, striking Lu Wenguang's back and sending him sprawling. Daring to come after me. It seems you have yet to learn your lesson, Xiao Yi remarked, stepping over Lu Wenguang with a hint of amusement. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please spare me. Lu Wenguang pleaded in terror. The thought that Xiao Yi could seek vengeance against him made Lu Wenguang fear for his job. Worried that Su Yin might use this incident as an excuse to dismiss him, leaving him without means and reliant on others. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. To prevent such an eventuality, I must eliminate you. Brother Hu, save me. Brother Hu. Lu Wenguang's panic escalated as he listened to Xiao Yi's words. Brother Hu wished to curse his fate, feeling utterly helpless in his own plight, unable to extend any assistance. Ignoring Lu Wenguang's cries, he stared at his severed wrist. His mind tumultuous. Was this young man truly a top-tier expert? Save you? Ha! Not even Jesus could save you today, mark my words. With a cold chuckle, Xiao Yi delivered a decisive kick, shattering Lu Wenguang's leg. Ah! Lu Wenguang writhed on the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Brother Hu, is it? Xiao Yi disregarded Lu Wenguang and turned his attention to Brother Hu. It's your turn. Why you better not go too far? I'm a member of the Longxing Society. Brother Hu's expression changed dramatically. Longxing Society? I've never heard of it. Xiao Yi shook his head and approached Brother Hu. You choose. Which leg will it be? The left, the right, or the third? Chapter 18. Do you think you can challenge me? Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Brother Hu's face paled, instinctively tightening his legs. Amputating the third leg would be acceptable, wouldn't he? What? Can't an adult make a choice? Shall I sever them all? Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. Very well, I shall grant you that. Please, brother, I concede. Can we come to an understanding? Brother Hu, feeling fear, forced a grim smile. You say you concede, and I should let you go? That would be quite humiliating for me. Big brother, I was wrong. Please grant me a chance. Brother Hu surrendered, sensing a palpable aura of menace emanating from the young man before him. I assure you, there will be no retaliation, Lu Wenguang. Finish him off. This pain is unbearable. Lu Wenguang, writhing on the ground in agony, seemed to have lost his faculties as he shouted, Damn you. Brother Hu, infuriated, kicked Lu Wenguang hard. If it weren't for this bastard, would I be facing the prospect of losing a hand today? Lu Wingguang cried out in torment, losing consciousness. Hey, useless. Brother Hu spat at Lu Wingguang and turned to Xiao Yi, forcing a smile. Big brother, I assure you he won't dare to appear before you again. How does that sound? Can you trust me? Indeed, indeed. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Xiao Yi nodded, his gaze drifting toward the distant Sun Gaofei. How did you manage to enter? And who informed you of my presence in the security department? It was him. Brother Hu exclaimed, pointing at Sun Gaofei. Sun Gaofei, who had been merely observing the spectacle, was taken aback. How did he become entangled in this? It truly is you, manager's son. Xiao Yi remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Are you attempting to utilize someone else's misfortune to your advantage? And no, Xiao Yi, you misunderstand. This has nothing to do with me. Sun Gaofei stammered, trying to clarify. Brother Hu, if you break one of his hands, I will allow you to leave unscathed, Xiao Yi stated matter-of-factly. Very well, very well. Brother Hu was momentarily stunned but quickly picked up a baseball bat, his expression transforming into one of fierce intent as he approached Sun Gaofei. Brother Hu. Sun Gaofei's complexion paled. The unfolding events were entirely beyond his expectations. Previously, he had merely been a spectator, believing that Xiao Yi's injury to Brother Hu would inevitably lead to his own demise at the hands of the Longxing Society. Now, would he dare to harm Brother Hu? If he did, he too would face a brutal end at the hands of the Longxing Society, unless he fled immediately. Yet, how could he pass this trial without injuring Brother Hu? Surely, he could not genuinely sever a hand. Sun Gaofei, we are somewhat acquainted. How could you betray me like this? Xiao Yi's words, utilizing someone else's misfortune, made Brother Hu comprehend the gravity of the situation. It would be best for him to comply and allow me to break one of your hands. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. Brother Hu. Sun Gaofei attempted to interject once more. To hell with you. Extend your hand. Brother Hu bellowed, raising the baseball bat to strike. Retreating in a desperate attempt to evade the onslaught, Sun Gaofei found himself cornered, leaving him no alternative but to retaliate. The impact reverberated as he struck, sending Tiger, already handicapped by the loss of a hand, staggering backward. Damn you! You dare strike me? Tiger roared, his fury unleashed. Everyone who can move, come and obliterate this scoundrel. Yes, Tiger. The thugs responded, enduring their pain as they surged towards Sun Gaofei. Unlike Xiao Yi, Sun Gaofei was already weakened from previous injuries. Overwhelmed by the mob, he was swiftly subdued. Damn you, daring to hit me! Tiger exclaimed, bringing the baseball bat down upon Sun Gaofei's head, splattering blood. A sickening crack echoed as one of Sun Gaofei's arms was shattered. Big brother, is this satisfactory? Tiger inquired, turning to Xiao Yi. Yes, you may leave. Xiao Yi replied with a nod of approval. If you seek retribution, you know where to find me. But be warned, you will only have one chance. And if you come, be prepared to lose all 3 legs. We wouldn't dare, Tiger stammered, shaking his head vehemently. Take him away. Xiao Yi gestured toward Lu Wingguang, adding, and him as well. Understood, drag him out. Tiger commanded, and 2 thugs seized Lu Wingguang, hauling him away. Once Tiger and his crew had departed, Xiao Yi approached Sun Gaofei, who lay in a pool of blood. Looking down at him, Xiao Yi sneered, You think you can contend with me? You're not worthy. Xiao Yi. Sun Gaofei hissed through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with hatred as he fought to suppress the excruciating pain. You men. Take manager's son to the hospital and clean this mess, Xiao Yi instructed the security guards, dismissing Sun Gaofei's animosity. Yes, sir, they replied. Several security guards instinctively nodded, not daring to defy his words. From this day forth, the security department is under my command. How exasperating. This is delaying my gaming session with the young lady. Soon, Xiao Yi became engrossed in the game, as if the earlier events held no significance for him. Outside, the guards helped Sun Gaofei to his feet, casting furtive glances towards the manager's office. The security department has undergone a transformation. Half an hour later, Jiang Ru arrived at the president's office to report the situation. What? Outsiders causing trouble? Sun Gaofei has been sent to the hospital? Su Yan frowned. Indeed, President Su. I have heard that Brother Hu wields considerable influence on the streets. Given that Xiao Yi has struck him, retaliation is likely. Jiang Ru nodded. Furthermore, regarding Manager Sunday. Manager Sun? Su Yan interrupted Jiang Ru coldly. Inform Li Min that Sun Gaofei, as the manager of the security department, allowed outsiders to create disturbances, which constitutes a serious violation of company policy. He is to be dismissed immediately. Jiang Ru was taken aback. confirming that the dismissal was due to policy violation and not because of Xiao Yi, right? President Su, if we dismiss Sun Gaofei, who will take over as manager of the security department? Do you have a suitable candidate? Hearing Su Yan's inquiry, Jiang Ru's thoughts raced. First dismiss Sun Gaofei, then consider recommending Xiao Yi? President Su, I believe Xiao Yi is capable. It is merely his first day at the company. How can we appoint him as manager and expect him to gain the trust of others? Su Yan shook her head. Moreover, he is a bodyguard, not a security guard. Let us leave it at that for now and revisit the matter in a few days. Very well. Jiang Ru acquiesced, as it is your decision to make. Be busy then. Yes. After Jiang Ru left, Su Yan picked up her phone, intending to call Xiao Yi, but restrained herself. She truly did not wish to see this individual, as he invariably left her feeling exasperated. Suddenly, a ringtone echoed. Sister Yuqing. Su Yan answered the call. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? At the Su residence? A somewhat languid voice emanated from the receiver. I'm at the office, Su Yan replied. A faint smile gracing her lips. Not certain yet. Perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow. Is your grandfather really all right? A master? Su Yan smirked slightly. Was Xiao Yi really a master? All right, I'll introduce you. Sister Yuqing, have you resolved your matters? Not yet. Anyway, I want Team Mary. Let them figure it out. Sigh. Su Yan exhaled, for she too bore similar burdens now. Chapter 19. Mixing with you, brother. Your skills are impressive. Brother's skills are not just impressive. Listening to the praise from the charming voice in the game, Xiao Yi teased. Brother, you're annoying. The young lady immediately understood, her voice sweet. Xiao Yi grinned, reflecting on his time spent on Mount Buzhou for 3 years, likening it to a so competing with Jiao Chan. A normal man had become oddly abnormal, finding swords more entertaining than women. If he remained there for another 3 years, he might even question his own inclinations. Big Brother is phenomenal. Just as Xiao Yi immersed himself in the game, occasionally teasing the young lady, a loud shout from the entrance startled him. What the hell? Xiao Yi's expression darkened as he looked up to see a burly young man entering. Who the hell are you? The imposing young man, Su Kai, the head of the security department, wore a beaming smile as he approached. Having just joined the company, he had already heard of his elder brother's remarkable feats and felt a surge of admiration, prompting him to pay a visit. Feel free to pay your respects, Xiao Yi remarked, raising an eyebrow, pondering the young man's intentions. Could he possibly be attempting to create trouble for Sun Gaofei under the guise of flattery? Elder brother. On your very first day, you commandeered Sun Gaofei's office and sent him to the hospital. That is truly impressive, Su Kai said, clasping his hands together. You serve as the head of security, then? So you must be one of Sun Gaofei's subordinates? Xiao Yi inquired, growing impatient with the small talk. Are you here to ally with me, or to assist Sun Gaofei in seeking vengeance? Please don't misunderstand, elder brother. I have no affinity with Sun Gaofei. He has made my life quite challenging, Su Kai hurriedly explained. Since you have dealt with him, that makes you my elder brother, and I shall follow you from now on. Xiao Yi was at a loss for words, baffled by the sudden addition of a subordinate. He scrutinized Su Kai and suddenly asked, Have you served in the military? Elder brother has a keen eye. I served for several years in the Blue Sword Special Forces. Su Kai replied. Blue Sword? Were you with old Zhong? Xiao Yi chuckled. You know Team Zhong? Su Kai exclaimed in surprise. Yes, he used to associate with me. Xiao Yi nodded. Please, take a seat. Wait, you mean to say you want me to follow you? Su Kai was momentarily taken aback, struggling to reconcile the notion. Team Zhong was a figure of considerable renown. How could he possibly be affiliated with him? Don't believe me? Well, old Zhong has a bullet hole in his chest. Do you know that? If it weren't for me, that shot would have taken his life. Xiao Yi retrieved a cigarette and tossed one over. Are you the savior that Brother Zhong spoke of? Su Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed. Xiao Yi replied with an even broader smile. The world is truly small. Since you associate with Lao Zhong, it wouldn't hurt to address me as Brother Yi. Brother Yi. Su Kai exclaimed immediately, respect flashing in his eyes. After a night of heavy drinking, Captain Zhong had recounted the tale of the bullet hole in his chest and mentioned that without this individual, there might not have been a blue sword today. That battle had the potential to annihilate the entire Blue Sword. This man not only saved his life, but also preserved Blue Sword itself. If Su Kai's earlier remark of brother had been a jest, this heartfelt address of Brother Yi was genuine. Xiao Yi could certainly sense the shift in Su Kai's demeanor and nodded with a smile. From now on, I will look out for you at Qingyan Company. If Sun Gaofei dares to give you trouble, I will take care of him, although I had been at a disadvantage in our previous encounters. He had not gained much from them either. Su Kai chuckled, never anticipating that he would one day meet Brother Yi. Brother Yi, do you have time tonight? Let me treat you to a drink. We shall see, Xiao Yi replied noncommittally. If he could be alone with Su Yin, why spend time drinking with rough men? All right. Su Kai continued to flatter him, bringing a smile to Xiao Yi's face. Brother Yi, it's almost mealtime. Shall we head to the cafeteria? Sure. I am indeed feeling a bit hungry, Xiao Yi nodded. All of you, call out for Brother Yi. Su Kai called out once they exited the office. Brother Yi. Several security guards stood at attention, casting admiring glances at Xiao Yi. Brother Yi, they're all under my command, Su Kai announced. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to instruct them. Understood, Xiao Yi replied with a smile, realizing he was gaining a foothold in the company. En route to the cafeteria, Su Kai provided a concise overview of the security department. Aside from Sun Gaofei, there were 3 supervisors, Su Kai being one of them. One supervisor was aligned with Sun Gaofei, while Su Kai maintained a decent rapport with another, enabling him to contend with Sun Gaofei. Intriguing, Xiao Yi chuckled. A minor security department with its fair share of internal strife. Indeed, Su Kai affirmed, but your prowess is undeniable, Brother Yi. On your first day, you managed to put Sun Gaofei in the hospital. Su Kai gave a thumbs up. Let's not misrepresent the facts. It wasn't my doing. It was that Tiger fellow. Xiao Yi casually inquired. Do you happen to know anything about Tiger's background? Zheng Hu, colloquially known as Tiger or Brother Tiger in certain circles, is one of the 4 lieutenants of the Dragon Rise Society. The Dragon Rise Society is a second-tier underworld entity in Shanghai, wielding considerable influence in this area. Su Kai explained. Brother Yi, now that you've crossed paths with Zheng Hu, you should exercise caution. I harbor no fear of death. Let them come seeking retribution if they dare, Xiao Yi responded nonchalantly. He held no regard for second-tier or even first-tier entities. As they conversed, they arrived at the cafeteria. Upon entering, Xiao Yi's eyes lit up at the sight of numerous attractive women. Brother Yi, you may not be aware, but our Qingyan company is characterized by a disproportionate ratio of men to women. The men I'm referring to are the ones who are eager to pursue women. Su Kai whispered. Moreover, the women in our company possess an exceptional quality. It is indeed a splendid place, and I am fortunate to be here. Xiao Yi grinned. Even without engaging in any tasks, simply being immersed in such an environment brings joy to one's heart. Our company boasts a ranking of the most beautiful women. If you're interested, I can share it with you, Su Kai suggested. Do tell me, please elaborate, Xiao Yi nodded, expressing his eagerness to hear more. The first beauty, without a doubt, is our general manager Su. I envy you, Brother Yi, for being her bodyguard. Su Kai continued. The second beauty is Jiang Li from the Public Relations Department. She is quite alluring. Brother Yi, this allure is not a derogatory term. It signifies a multitude of charms. I appreciate allure. No, I admire a multitude of charms, Xiao Yi chuckled, jotting down the name Jiang Li. As Su Kai regaled Xiao Yi with tales, Su Yin made her entrance. Her arrival hushed the cafeteria significantly. Even Su Kai shrank his neck and focused on his meal, refraining from further chatter. This left Xiao Yi astonished. Was Su Yan's presence in the company truly so commanding? It felt as though you all turned into mice upon encountering a cat, Xiao Yi inquired. Surely, you are a special forces soldier of the Blue Sword. Is it truly that overwhelming? Brother Yi, a woman like General Manager Su possesses an extraordinary aura. Su Kai paused, correcting himself. It is not merely a case of mice and cats. It is a matter of respect. I do not hold many in high regard. But among them is General Manager Su, and today, I have also come to respect you, Brother Yi. Chapter 20. A multitude of charms. Upon witnessing Su Yin enter the private room, Xiao Yi hesitated and refrained from greeting her. On his first day, he inadvertently sent the security department manager to the hospital. If Su Yin were to find out, she would undoubtedly dismiss him. He resolved to keep his distance from her in the afternoon and face the storm only at the end of the workday. A little over 10 minutes later, the two strolled around the company after lunch. Brother Yi, this is the Public Relations Department, where the most beautiful women are found, followed by the Marketing and Human Resources departments. Su Kai elaborated as they walked. Suddenly, a woman's voice interrupted. Brother Yi, this is Jiang Li. Su Kai introduced her in a low voice, a smile gracing his lips as he approached. Manager Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Li, the second most beautiful woman at Qingyan Company, radiated charm and allure. Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled. She was a woman exuding mature charisma, reminiscent of a ripe peach, sweet and juicy. Su Supervisor, please arrange for 2 individuals to accompany me for some errands, Jiang Li requested. There's no need to arrange anyone. I will personally accompany Manager Jiang. Su Kai replied, winking at Xiao Yi. Brother Yi, do you have time? Indeed. Xiao Yi understood Su Kai's intention perfectly. That settles it. Manager Jiang, both Xiao Yi and I will accompany you. By the way, I forgot to introduce you. This is Xiao Yi, the bodyguard of President Su. Oh, you are President Su's bodyguard? Jiang Li scrutinized Xiao Yi, extending her delicate, fair hand. Jiang Li, manager of the Public Relations Department. Hello, Sister Li. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Xiao Yi replied with a smile, taking her hand and lightly teasing her palm with his fingers. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing a faint smile. This fellow is quite mischievous. Haha, you are by President Su's side. I am in no position to offer you guidance. Sister Li, you jest. I am merely a newcomer. Xiao Yi replied with a playful flick of his hair before releasing her hand. Nearby, Su Kai looked on with envy. Being handsome certainly has its advantages. When he first met Jiang Li, he had not received such treatment, merely a gentle grasp of her delicate hand. Haha, in ancient times, you would be a companion to the Empress. Jiang Li continued to jest. A companion to the Empress? Wouldn't that make one a eunuch? Xiao Yi smirked. Hee. I never claimed that. Jiang Li laughed heartily, her infectious mirth drawing the attention of both Xiao Yi and Su Kai, the latter of whom discreetly swallowed. I won't indulge in idle chatter with you any longer. I must attend to some matters. I shall call for you when I am ready to leave. Jiang Li noticed their gazes but felt no irritation. She had long since grown accustomed to it. So, Iga, how does it feel? Su Kai inquired with a grin. It's decent, but not as nice as Su Yan's, Xiao Yi replied casually. Su Kai was left speechless. How could one boast so brazenly? President Su's hand? Surely, that is not something we are worthy of touching. That woman is truly a captivating beauty. Xiao Yi continued, a single bite, and she would surely be succulent and juicy. Hee. Su Kai's expression grew more animated. She is, after all, the goddess most adored in our company. More so than President Su? Xiao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Certainly. General Su is akin to a celestial being, exalted and untouched by the mundane world. How could we dare to disrespect her? It is all reverence. Su Kai stated solemnly. However, Jiang Li is quite different, he smirked. By the way, Igu, what type of woman do you prefer? Long, wavy hair. Is that your sole requirement? No, that constitutes 3 requirements. 3? How do you arrive at 3? Su Kai was momentarily bewildered. Long, wavy, and hair. Xiao Yi elucidated the phrasing. Igu, you are truly impressive. Su Kai, suddenly enlightened, gave a thumbs up. Then Jiang Li fits that description perfectly. Perhaps after we go out, you may have the chance to deepen your acquaintance with her. Are you suggesting a mutual understanding of each other's depths? Igu, you are simply the king of filth. An hour later, the trio departed from the company. On the way to Xinglong Jewelry, we supplied them with over 3 million worth of goods, yet they have failed to settle the payment for over a month. Jiang Li recounted the purpose of their visit. Haven't we collaborated with Xinglong Jewelry for quite some time? Previously, payments were always prompt, Su Kai remarked, perplexed, as he drove. I inquired, and it turns out that the decision-maker at Xinglong Jewelry is no longer Chen Hai, but his brother, Chen Jiang, Jiang Li explained. During previous transactions, we were unaware of the shift, which led to complications. So that is how it is, receiving goods and making payments is only just. Su Kai frowned. Regardless of whether it is Hai or Jiang, they owe us money. Alas, this payment is proving difficult to obtain, Jiang Li lamented. Otherwise, I would not have been tasked with public relations. When we arrive shortly, do not act impulsively, follow my lead. Understood. Su Kai nodded, contemplating something. Igu, please restrain yourself and refrain from violence. What nonsense. Do you think I am someone who resorts to violence at will? I have always believed in winning people over with virtue. Xiao Yi replied, somewhat exasperated. Moreover, I am here to protect Li Jia, not to engage in fights. How eloquent you are. Jiang Li chuckled. Pray tell, how did you manage to impress General Su? Was it solely due to your charming tongue? Not at all. I rely on my looks to make a living, not merely my words, Xiao Yi stated earnestly. Jiang Li laughed even louder, clearly amused by his wit. 20 minutes later, the trio arrived at Xinglong Jewelry, where they met with Chen Jiang. General Chen, I have come regarding last month's payment. After some pleasantries, Jiang Li smiled. Previously, what transpired before is of no consequence. Now it is I who holds the authority. Chen Jiang, who had initially been smiling, suddenly withdrew his grin. Interrupting Jiang Li, business has been poor lately. The payment can wait. General Chen, Our Qingyan has collaborated with Xinglong for quite some time, and we have always. I said, the past is the past. The present is what matters. Chun Jiang leaned slightly forward, his gaze first resting on Jiang Li's exquisite visage before audaciously wandering downward. Of course, if Manager Jiang desires the payment, it can be arranged. How about we dine together this evening? I shall settle the payment for you by tomorrow morning. Jiang Li's expression subtly shifted. The implication of those words could not have been clearer. An evening meal together, followed by a payment for goods in the morning, surely something must transpire that night. To put it plainly, this man intended to seduce her. A night's worth. Several million. How does that sound? Chun Jiang's demeanor turned increasingly sardonic, becoming more explicit. A female celebrity isn't worth such a sum, after all. Chun joked lightly, while Jiang Li maintained her smile, contemplating a response. Joking? If you do not acquiesce, you shall receive not a single cent today. Chun Jiang's tone grew frosty. What are you pretending to be, a pure-hearted maiden? Do you not comprehend the nature of the public relations department? Isn't it merely about providing companionship? Chapter 21. Leave it to me. Mr. Chun, you may insult me, but you shall not demean my profession. Upon hearing Chun Jiang's words, Jiang Li's smile vanished, her voice turning icier. You may harbor some misconceptions regarding public relations. Misconceptions? Huh. What exactly have I misconstrued? Chun Jiang scoffed coldly. Jiang Li, if you please me tonight, I shall ensure the payment for goods tomorrow. Otherwise, you might as well forget about it. If that is your stance, we shall resort to legal proceedings. Jiang Li stated firmly. Legal proceedings? Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are frightening? Do you believe I was raised to be intimidated? Chun Jiang laughed boisterously. You aim to scare me, do you? Very well, I shall reconsider. I have heard that the president of your company, Qingyan, is quite exceptional. If you desire payment, not only must you entertain me, but she must also provide me with some delightful company. Mr. Chun, I implore you to maintain your dignity. Jiang Li retorted angrily. I respect you, and I hope you. What is there to respect about such a scoundrel? Leave it to me, sisterly. Before Jiang Li could finish her words, a voice resonated softly. In the next instant, Xiao Yi stepped forward, grasping the heavy glass ashtray from the table, and brought it down forcefully upon Chun Jiang's head. The sound echoed sharply. Blood splattered. Ah! A searing pain enveloped Chun Jiang, prompting a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Yi. This gruesome scene startled Jiang Li, causing her to rise, her delicate face paling. Sisterly, step back, lest the blood splatters upon you. Xiao Yi flashed a slight smile at Jiang Li, and the ashtray struck again. Crack. This time, it collided with Chun Jiang's face, shattering his once proud nose in an instant. Ah! Chun Jiang's wails grew louder. Such cruelty. Su Kai observed Chun Jiang's pitiful state, his eyelids twitching. Wasn't the plan to win people over through virtue? This is clearly a display of brute force. This assault was due to your disrespect towards President Su and Sisterly. With one hand gripping Chun Jiang's hair and the other wielding the ashtray, Xiao Yi spoke with an air of nonchalance. Now, let us discuss the debts you owe us. Ah, I will kill you. Cough, cough. Chun Jiang struggled, blood filling his mouth, choking him as he coughed. President Chun. Outside, the commotion drew people rushing in. Upon witnessing Chun Jiang, drenched in blood, they were taken aback. What has transpired? Kill. Get him. Kill him now. Chun Jiang, seeing his men arrive, shrieked. Su Kai, can you hold him back? Is that acceptable? Xiao Yi inquired, turning his head. No problem. Su Kai responded, cracking his knuckles with a sinister grin as he advanced. Quick, summon the security. Soon. 7 or 8 security personnel armed with rubber truncheons rushed in. However, they were no match for Su Kai. There exists a notable distinction among security guards. Su Kai, a former Special Forces soldier, possessed exceptional solo combat capabilities. Xiao Yi, observing Su Kai obstructing them, turned his attention back to Chun Jiang and inquired with a smile, Mr. Chun, I shall ask you once more. Will you provide the payment for the goods? You bastard. Chun Jiang, a man of resolve, spat out a bloodied tooth. Very well, you are indeed a man of grit, and I have a penchant for such tough characters. Xiao Yi's smile broadened as he grasped Chun Jiang's left hand and pressed it onto the table. I hope your bones are sturdier than an ashtray. With a resounding crash, the ashtray was brought down mercilessly, blood splattering as flesh was mangled. Ah! Chun Jiang's eyes rolled back, on the verge of fainting. Xiao Yi. Jiang Li's complexion drained of color. Despite being a woman of the world, she had never witnessed such a scene. Fear not, sisterly, no one will perish. He will soon provide us with the payment. Xiao Yi chuckled. Jiang Li scrutinized Xiao Yi's smiling visage, then glanced at the bloodied Chen Jiang, struggling to reconcile the two. Mr. Chen, will you provide the payment or not? Should you refuse, it will be your right hand that bears the consequence. Xiao Yi weighed the blood-stained ashtray in his hand. I must caution you, should that right hand be rendered unusable, it will prove quite inconvenient for future necessities. Yes, I will. I will pay. Chen Jiang, thoroughly terrified, had no doubt that a mere refusal would result in the loss of his right hand. It seems your bones are not as resilient as this ashtray. Xiao Yi's smile deepened as he released Chen Jiang's right hand. Transfer the funds immediately. All right. Chen Jiang slumped onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Li Jia, it's done. Jiang Li regretted bringing Xiao Yi along. Having beaten Chen Jiang to such a state, there would undoubtedly be significant trouble ahead. Yet, she couldn't deny that witnessing Chen Jiang's miserable appearance brought her a sense of satisfaction. To think he asked her to share a bed. Did he even deserve that? Brother Yi, could there be trouble? What if he reports this? He wouldn't dare. If he did, I would shatter every bone in his body with this ashtray, Xiao Yi replied coolly. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Chen Jiang was so frightened that he slid off the sofa and sat on the floor. Even if he doesn't report it, you've beaten him to this extent. It's still quite troublesome, Jiang Li remarked. If President Su finds out. If President Su knows, she will surely commend me, Xiao Yi stated earnestly. As President Su's bodyguard, my duty extends beyond ensuring her personal safety. I must also uphold her dignity. Jiang Li looked at Xiao Yi, momentarily at a loss for words. Hurry and transfer the money, or I might just have to cripple your third leg. Sleeping with this one and that one. Leaving you unable to sleep with anyone for the rest of your life. Do you believe it? Xiao Yi said coldly, noticing Chen Jiang's wide-eyed stare. All right. Chen Jiang instinctively clenched his pants, trembling as he retrieved his phone with his uninjured right hand to initiate the transfer. However, before proceeding, he sent out a message. He had no intention of reporting this incident. See, Xiao Yi, it is imperative to quell his malice. Hurry. Transfer? What a farce. They have no intention of taking even a penny. Why the hesitation in transferring? Xiao Yi sensed the anomaly, raising an eyebrow. You, young man. Who are you? Chen Jiang, with newfound resolve, gritted his teeth and inquired. Dare to strike me? Your end is nigh. Oh, is this a call for reinforcements? Xiao Yi chuckled, rising to stand before him. You do not appear particularly astute. The reinforcements have yet to arrive, and you dare to act so brazenly? What do you mean? Enough with the defiance. If you do not transfer immediately, I shall incapacitate you. Xiao Yi's smile vanished as he grasped the ashtray once more. Please, do not strike. I will transfer at once. Chen Jiang, eyeing the bloodied ashtray with trepidation, hastily reached for his phone. What is the account number? Jiang Li. Provide the account. Oh. Jiang Li, somewhat flustered, found herself at a loss as the situation escalated beyond her control. For now, she could only acquiesce to Xiao Yi. Chapter 22. The reinforcements arrive after Jiang Li relayed the account number. Chen Jiang dared not hesitate, executing the transfer with haste. He feared that if he delayed, the ashtray in Xiao Yi's grip would soon meet his skull. A toast refused is a punishment drink. If he transferred promptly, he could avoid the impending blows. Xiao Yi scoffed, discarding the ashtray with a thud that resonated ominously against the table, making Chen Jiang flinch. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that once his comrades arrived, he would ensure this impertinent fellow faced dire consequences. Xiao Yi, when shall we depart? Jiang Li inquired urgently, noting that Xiao Yi, lounging nonchalantly with his legs crossed, showed no inclination to leave. The money has been credited. Why not leave promptly? There's no rush. Isn't he gathering people? I shall await their arrival. Xiao Yi chuckled. It is troublesome. It is better to resolve everything in one go. Jiang Li was taken aback. Wait for them to come? What if a multitude arrives? Su Kai glanced at Xiao Yi, remaining silent. He felt that Xiao Yi's decision to stay suggested he possessed confidence. He was also curious to see just how formidable Xiao Yi truly was. Young man, you possess quite the audacity. Chen Jiang leaned against the sofa, gritting his teeth. If I were you, I wouldn't chatter too much before they arrive. Excessive chatter may lead to trouble. Xiao Yi picked up a cigarette from the table, tossed one to Su Kai, lit it, and casually tucked it into his pocket. Chen Jiang dared not speak further, hoping that the people he summoned would arrive swiftly. Before he could finish a cigarette, a cacophony erupted from outside. Soon after, a group entered wielding clubs. Brother Hu, quickly. Take him down. Chen Jiang shouted at the leading man. Xiao Yi lifted his head, amused. The world is indeed small. Zhang Hu. Sukai's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this a case of enemies crossing paths? In the next moment, his gaze swept over the ashtray on the table, thinking he could use it as a weapon when the fight broke out. Mr. Chun, whom are we taking down? Before who could finish, he caught sight of Xiao Yi lounging with crossed legs, his eyes widening in disbelief. How did he end up here? As realization dawned upon him, his expression shifted. No way. Brother Hu, quickly, take him down. Xinjiang shouted, pointing at Xiao Yi. Break all his limbs and toss him into the river beside. As Hu Ji's face twitched, it became evident that he truly intended to confront Xiao Yi. Hu Ge, it seems we are quite fated to meet so soon. Xiao Yi remarked with a smile. Are you here to seek revenge on my behalf? No, not at all. Hu Ge hastily shook his head. Not that. Oh, then you must be here to stand up for someone else? Xiao Yi's grin widened. You are quite dedicated, aren't you? Even with a hand injury. You refuse to rest in the hospital? Is it merely a minor injury? Perhaps you should consider losing another hand? Listening to Xiao Yi's words, Hu Ge forced a grim smile. It's all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Hu Ge. Xinjiang was taken aback. What was happening? Zhang Hu was one of the 4 kings of the Longxing society, a figure few dared to provoke in this area. Previously, he had dealt with 2 individuals effectively. Yet now he appeared to be terrified in front of Xiao Yi. Are you trying to get me killed? Hu Ge cursed in anger, genuinely afraid to confront Xiao Yi. It was not merely due to his injury. It was the chilling gaze and murderous intent from the young man that filled him with dread. He had no doubt that Xiao Yi would not hesitate to take his life. Furthermore, Xiao Yi was far too formidable. At the very least, he was a top-tier powerhouse. Someone not to be trifled with. Yi Ge, I understand what must be done. Leave it to me. Hu Ge instructed his subordinate while pointing at Xinjiang. Go. Break his legs. Hu Ge, you. Xinjiang was horrified. Why would he want to cripple him? This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. He had imagined Hu Ge arriving to incapacitate Xiao Yi, forcing him to kneel and bow before him. Then, they cast Xiao Yi into the river. If he perishes, it is merely a stroke of ill fortune. Sukai and Jiangli were somewhat unsettled. What on earth was happening? Particularly Sukai, who was acutely aware of Zhang Hu's standing in the underworld. Just moments ago, he had assumed that Zhang Hu's arrival would herald vengeance, igniting a fierce battle. However, to his astonishment, Zhang Hu dared not confront Xiao Yi. Was it merely because Xiao Yi had incapacitated one of his hands? Impossible. Zhang Hu was a seasoned rogue. If he possessed such cowardice, he would never have achieved notoriety. There must be some undisclosed circumstances at play. The underlings accompanying Brother Hu were equally perplexed. Hadn't they come to assist Boss Chun in dealing with someone? Earlier on the road, Brother Hu had proclaimed that Boss Chun was a significant financier, promising 300,000, insisting that they execute the task flawlessly. What was this? Break his legs. Brother Hu shouted. Yes. The underling snapped back to reality, brandishing a club as he approached Xinjiang. Xiao Yi chuckled. Brother Hu was quite intriguing. If Brother Hu acted in this manner, it was indeed a misunderstanding. Please, just call me Tiger or Little Tiger. Brother Hu sighed with relief, forcing a conciliatory smile. The underlings were taken aback. Had Brother Hu ever been so obsequious before their Dragon Rising Society leader? A pair of anguished cries escaped Xinjiang's lips. His legs were shattered. Brother Hu, if you do this to him, will he not report us? Might we encounter trouble? Xiao Yi remarked coolly as he glanced at Xinjiang. No, absolutely not. If he dares to report, I shall have him thrown into the river. Brother Hu hastily assured. Moreover, what does this matter have to do with you? It's all on us. Here, have a cigarette. Xiao Yi smiled with satisfaction, appreciating the thoughtfulness of his companion. Thank you, Yi Ge. Brother Hu respectfully accepted it with both hands. So, this matter is entrusted to you? Xiao Yi rose. I do not wish for any complications to arise subsequently. Understood. Leave it to me. I assure you there will be no trouble. Brother Hu vowed earnestly. Excellent. Xiao Yi nodded. Should any insurmountable issues arise in the future, seek me out at Qingyan. Brother Hu was taken aback. Not expecting Xiao Yi to say such a thing. I dislike being indebted to others. After finishing his words, Xiao Yi turned to Jiangli. Sisterly, let us depart. Oh. A sense of unease stirred within Jiangli. Who exactly is this person? Even this notorious gangster in the area treats him with such deference. It is truly astonishing. Brother Hu personally escorted Xiao Yi and his companions out, his face glowing with delight. The promise of a top-tier powerhouse holds immense value. Today's injuries were worth it. Manager Chen, it is not that I refuse to assist you, but rather, I cannot afford to offend Xiao Yi. You are a wise man, aware of what should and should not be done. Take my advice. Do not harbor thoughts of revenge against him. I cannot contend with him. Nor can you. Oh, by the way, this hand of mine was also broken by him, just this morning. Upon hearing the last sentence, Chen Jiang was utterly astounded. Xiao Yi had incapacitated Zheng Hu's hand, and yet Zheng Hu did not dare retaliate. Instead, he showed him such reverence. This is rather terrifying. Chapter 23. I am not small. On the return journey, the atmosphere within the car was tranquil, yet tinged with an air of peculiarity. Li Jie, why do you keep staring at me? Xiao Yi remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Li. Even if I am handsome, it seems inappropriate to gaze at me so intently. It might just embarrass me. Jiang Li, momentarily at a loss for words, felt her previously tense heart gradually unwind. You aren't frightened by me, are you? I assure you, I am quite a gentleman. Had he not been excessively audacious, I certainly would not resort to such measures, Xiao Yi continued. Su Kai knows that I prefer to persuade others with reason. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Kai's grip on the steering wheel faltered, nearly causing the vehicle to veer towards the guardrail. So this is what it means to persuade with reason. I have witnessed it today, he thought. Jiang Li's expression was peculiar. She had previously believed Xiao Yi's claims, thinking him genuinely reasonable. Xiao Yi chuckled softly, producing a cigarette. Do you mind if I indulge in one? He inquired, extending it toward her. May I have one? Jiang Li extended her fair hand. Really? Li Jie smokes? Xiao Yi exclaimed with surprise, handing her a cigarette. Only occasionally, she replied, taking it and placing it delicately between her vibrant red lips as she leaned forward slightly. Could I borrow a light? Certainly, Xiao Yi said with a chuckle, igniting her cigarette before tossing one to Su Kai and lighting his own. Exhaling slowly, Jiang Li displayed a practiced ease, releasing a plume of smoke that visibly relaxed her demeanor. As Xiao Yi observed Jiang Li, he noted her half-closed eyes and languid expression, which, combined with her striking features, exuded a captivating charm. This behavior of Li Jie's does not appear to be merely occasional, he remarked with a teasing smile. Jiang Li smiled back, forming a smoke ring. Xiao Yi, thank you for earlier. Xiao Yi was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure. I had mentioned upon my arrival that I would protect Sister Li. If he dares to insult her, I shall not let him off easily. Brother Yi, what is the situation with Zheng Hu? Why is he so terrified of you? Su Kai could not help but inquire. Perhaps he fears I might incapacitate him. Xiao Yi replied casually. This fellow possesses a certain cleverness. I was previously concerned that he might retaliate against you, but it appears that such worries are unfounded. As he lacks the courage to do so, Su Kai chuckled. You are impressive, Brother Yi. Will Chen Jiang not seek revenge? Jiang Li gazed at Xiao Yi, her expression tinged with concern. Did Zheng Hu not say that he would handle everything? Xiao Yi remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette. Of course. The collaboration with Xinglong Jewelry is likely doomed. This matter will certainly attract the attention of President Su. I will explain everything to her when the time comes. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Li replied, Xinglong Jewelry is not a significant client. I doubt President Su will be overly concerned. Indeed, Xiao Yi sighed, wondering if Su Yin might exploit the situation to dismiss him. Any single action taken today could potentially lead to his termination. Do not fret too much. You have upheld President Su's dignity, Jiang Li reassured, noticing Xiao Yi's furrowed brow. Right. Sisterly, you must clarify this matter. I acted out of indignation for President Su, Xiao Yi hurriedly added. All right, Jiang Li smiled and nodded. Only in President Su's absence could this happen. If she were here and witnessed your defense of her, she would surely be moved. Sisterly, are you touched? Xiao Yi said with a cheeky grin. Did you feel so moved that you would consider devoting yourself? Hee, I felt moved, but not to that extent. Jiang Li laughed heartily. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? No. Xiao Yi replied without a moment's hesitation. He believed he was not lying. He had 9 fiancées, yes, but no girlfriend. Would you like me to introduce you to someone? Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with interest. Who? You don't mean to introduce yourself to me, do you? Xiao Yi asked with a laugh. If that were the case, I would certainly be willing. Impressive. So you're aiming for the second most beautiful woman, Jing Yan? Su Kai thought to himself, glancing at Jiang Li through the rearview mirror to gauge her reaction. Are you trying to pursue me? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. I don't fancy younger ones. I'm not young. Xiao Yi blurted out. Pfft. As a man, Su Kai instantly understood and burst into laughter. After a moment of surprise, Jiang Li also realized and could only laugh helplessly. I meant in terms of age. Oh, age? Then I am a bit younger. Xiao Yi feigned enlightenment. Aside from being younger, I am not lacking in other areas. Is that so? Jiang Li blinked. Is that not just boasting? Boasting? If Sister Li doesn't believe it, she can give it a try, Xiao Yi said with utmost seriousness. Jiang Li was left speechless. How could she respond to that? Try it. Brother Yi is truly impressive. It seems that to woo a woman, one must be bold and thick-skinned. Su Kai was thoroughly in awe. Just as they got out of the car, Jiang Li received a call from Jiang Ru, asking her to come over. Su Yin wanted her to join. Since President Su is asking me to come, do you all want to join too? Jiang Li gazed at the two individuals and inquired, I shall not attend. Xiao Yi shook his head, unwilling to approach Su Yin at that moment. If Brother Yi is not going, then neither shall I, Su Kai quickly added, feeling apprehensive at the thought of encountering Su Yin. Very well, I shall meet with President Su alone. Should any developments arise, I will inform you, Jiang Li declared before making his way to the CEO's office. Jiang Ru observed Jiang Li and praised him. Jiang Li smiled wryly. Huh. Jiang Ru was taken aback. Who is that? Xiao Yi, Jiang Li replied before knocking on the door and entering. Brother Yi, what has transpired? Jiang Ru was flabbergasted, recalling that he was merely a bodyguard, yet here he was, seemingly involved in debt collection. Inside the office, Jiang Li recounted the events in detail. Su Yin was equally perplexed, questioning how Xiao Yi had become entangled in this matter. Indeed, President Su, but Xiao Yi acted solely to uphold your dignity. Jiang Li stated earnestly. From this moment forth, we shall cease our collaboration with Xinglong Jewelry. Su Yan's expression turned icy. Understood, President Su, Jiang Li nodded, finding this reaction unsurprising. The sovereign of Qing Yin was known for her intolerance of insolence. With Qin Zhang's audacious words, it was remarkable that Su Yin had even considered cooperation. Su Yin regarded Jiang Li and remarked, President Su, please do not blame Xiao Yi. Jiang Li hesitated before continuing. He expressed that, as your bodyguard, he is not only tasked with ensuring your personal safety, but also with safeguarding your dignity. Did he truly say that? Su Yan's face remained stoic, yet her heart stirred with emotions. Indeed, Jiang Li confirmed. I understand now. You may resume your duties. Once Jiang Li exited, the frost upon Su Yan's visage began to thaw, and a subtle smile graced her lips. He acted out of self-interest when dealing with Xinjiang. Didn't he? How excessively violent. From yesterday until now, how many people has he struck? Su Yin spoke her mind, yet her tone bore no hint of reproach. She picked up the telephone from the table, dialed several numbers, contemplated briefly, then set it down. It would be better not to invite further trouble upon herself. Chapter 24. Your words are truly sweet. Upon returning to the office, the two engaged in a bit of banter before Su Kai departed to patrol. It was time to resume gaming with the charming lady. Just as Xiao Yi was about to log into the game, Jiang Li entered from outside. What brings you here? Sister Li? Please, take a seat. Xiao Yi's eyes brightened, instantly casting aside thoughts of the gaming lady. The online world is but an illusion. No matter how sweetly the lady speaks or how she calls him her dear brother, it is all in vain, as there is no tangible connection. Jiang Li, however, was different. A conversation could lead to the delightful chance of intimacy. The prospect of deepening their connection was not out of the question. I came specifically to inform you, as I was concerned for your well-being. Jiang Li settled down. President Su has decided to cease collaboration with Xinglong Jewelry. Oh, she isn't upset? Xiao Yi fished out a cigarette and casually offered one to Jiang Li. She paused, smiled, and accepted. Not at all. I made it clear that you acted to protect her. Thank you, Sister Li. Xiao Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. She was not angered, which was a relief. He genuinely feared that Su Yin might be upset enough to find an excuse to dismiss him. This company is quite remarkable, and he enjoys it immensely. He does not wish to leave. What did you say before? Expressing gratitude seems rather formal, doesn't it? Jiang Li leaned back on the sofa, surveying the office. I heard that you sent Sun Gaofei to the hospital. Such rumors are unfounded, as a person of refined demeanor. How could I possibly act so violently? Xiao Yi firmly denied such accusations, for should he be misunderstood as possessing violent tendencies, how could one ever delve deeper into his character? Is that not so? Then how is it that this office has become yours? Jiang Li exhaled a ring of smoke, inquiring with a smile. It was merely Manager Sun's excessive enthusiasm that compelled him to offer it to me. I could not decline his heartfelt invitation and reluctantly acquiesced. Xiao Yi fabricated this tale. I initially refused, yet he insisted that should I decline, he would leap from the building. Upon reflection, I thought, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. How could I simply stand by and watch him perish, right? Listening to Xiao Yi's words, Jiang Li coughed violently, tears welling in her eyes. This fellow is quite the storyteller, is he not? Yet, it is rather amusing. Hee, take your time, Li Jia. Xiao Yi chuckled. It is still your fault. Jiang Li rolled her eyes, a hint of playful reproach in her gaze. How could it possibly be my fault? I merely speak the truth. Xiao Yi replied earnestly. Just as I genuinely compliment your beauty, Li Jia, it is entirely sincere. Giggling, Jiang Li remarked, your words are exceedingly sweet. You are adept at charming women. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Yi retorted, how do you know my words are sweet? Would you care to sample them? Jiang Li responded, perhaps not, as they reek of smoke. Her smile deepened, and given her nature, this jest was hardly overstepping. Of course, it depends on the individual. She harbored a certain fondness for Xiao Yi, having felt a flutter in her heart when he defended her against Xinjiang, a sensation akin to being shielded. Women all yearn to be protected. She is no exception. As he was preparing to pursue, Su Kai entered from outside. Damn, Manager Jiang is also here. What did President Su say? Su Kai, oblivious to Yi's hostile glare, approached with a question. I'm here to discuss this matter. President Su has decided to cease collaboration with Xinglong Jewelry. Jiang Li glanced at Yi and rose from her seat. All right, you all continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Manager Jiang, take care. Yi, why do you look at me like that? Yi glared in annoyance. Kiss. Who would kiss? Wait, what? Su Kai suddenly realized, his eyes widening. Jiang Li? Of course. If not her, would it be you? He shot back. Well, Yi, although I hold you in high regard, I have my principles. My orientation is quite normal. Su Kai replied awkwardly. Get lost. My orientation is perfectly normal too, he retorted. Then I can rest easy, Su Kai said, sitting down and offering Yi a cigarette. Yi, was what you said earlier true? Is the development progressing so swiftly? Not too bad. I find that hard to believe. Jiang Li has many admirers. And I haven't heard of anyone successfully winning her over. Believe it or not. I believe. Yi, shall I treat you to drinks tonight? Su Kai brought up an old matter. After we drink, I'll treat you to some fun. Fun? Do elaborate. Yi's eyes brightened. Hee. Su Kai revealed a knowing smile that every man understands. I know of a splendid place, but before he could finish, Xiao Yi's phone rang. Come over, the caller said, followed by a series of beeps. Upon answering, Su Yan's cold voice echoed through the line, and before Xiao Yi could utter a word, she hung up. Damn it. Xiao Yi was on the verge of cursing. Was this woman devoid of manners? Was that Su's call? Su Kai inquired. Yes, please continue. What splendid place were you referring to? Xiao Yi tossed his phone onto the table. Su is looking for you. Do you dare to delay? Hurry along. She detests dawdling. Su Kai urged. Let her wait. Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. Brother Yi, that might not be wise. What if Su has something important to discuss? Su Kai cautioned. Fine. I shall grant you this favor, Xiao Yi conceded, extinguishing his cigarette and making his way to the president's office. Upon entering, before he could speak, Su Yan threw a coin-sized object onto the table. What do you think this is? Xiao Yi recognized it immediately, surprise washing over him. A listening device. Where did this come from? Indeed, it was a listening device. Su Yan's expression grew even colder, her gaze sharp as a blade. Xiao Yi stepped forward. Examining the device closely, it had a signal transmitter, capable of remote eavesdropping. Discovered in your office? Under my desk, had it not been for my pin falling. I would not have noticed it. Su Yan gritted her teeth. Is it possible to locate the installer? That should not pose a significant problem. Xiao Yi replied as he fiddled with the listening device, nodding. Company personnel? Su Yan's expression was a mixture of shock and fury. Find him. Very well. Leave it to me. Xiao Yi agreed. Isn't there a password lock on your office? Many are aware of the code? Aside from myself. Only a few trusted individuals know it, Su Yan replied, her expression shifting slightly. Do you suspect them? Trusted? The human heart is inscrutable. Xiao Yi chuckled. Everyone is suspect. Perhaps the one you deem least likely is the very person who placed the listening device. Chapter 25. Who placed it? The least likely person? Su Yan fixed her gaze on Xiao Yi. You? Me? If it were me, you would never have had the opportunity to discover it. Xiao Yi smiled. Find him as soon as possible. Su Yan declared coldly. Whoever it is, they will pay the price. You haven't reported this to the police, have you? Xiao Yi inquired. Suddenly concerned. No, Su Yan shook her head. Reporting them would be too lenient. That's good. Otherwise, if the police arrive, it could easily alert the culprit. Xiao Yi retrieved a cigarette and lit it without waiting for Su Yan's response. If you wish to locate him quickly, I have another method. What is it? Call everyone who knows your office password and question them face to face. But you just said not to alert the snake in the grass. Besides, who would admit it in person? This is a strategy to rattle the tiger. Presenting the listening device before them will surely cause a commotion. Unless their mental fortitude is exceptional, they are likely to reveal something amiss. If one of them is the culprit, I am confident I can identify her. Xiao Yi spoke earnestly. Certainly, she may not be among them, for it is not solely knowledge of the password that grants entry. They are not the best. Su Yan's gaze turned icy as she spoke slowly. I trust them. They would not commit such acts. Let us make a decision. Well, let us wait a moment. By the way, our conversation this morning, could it have been eavesdropped upon? Su Yan's expression shifted slightly as a thought crossed her mind. Was it a flirtatious exchange? Xiao Yi grinned. Be quiet. Su Yan shot him a glare. Will it be eavesdropped or not? How would I know? If there was a power outage this morning, then it wouldn't have been recorded. If the power just went out, it surely would have been. Xiao Yi shrugged. We didn't discuss much this morning. It was merely about our relationship. Regardless of who it is, they would not openly proclaim it. Rest assured. Hearing his words, Su Yan felt a modicum of relief and gradually took a seat. If I wish to catch someone, I must install a camera. Xiao Yi sat down as well. In my office? Absolutely not. Su Yan rejected without hesitation. Then how do I capture them? I cannot stand guard here 24 hours a day. Xiao Yi was at a loss for words. I don't care. Capturing them is your responsibility, but a camera in my office is out of the question. Su Yan replied coldly. If you are unable to capture anyone, then your role as a bodyguard is inadequate, and you shall leave immediately. Fine. I want to install the camera in your office, but it can be placed outside, can it? Xiao Yi regarded Su Yan with suspicion. You haven't installed the listening device yourself, have you? Just to drive me away? Am I insane? There is a slight concern regarding your constitution being somewhat cold, and you often experience stomach pains each month. I shall attend to your condition when time permits. Su Yan furrowed her brows, yet upon recalling Xiao Yi's remarkable medical skills, she felt at ease. She pondered why, with such exceptional abilities, Xiao Yi chose to linger in Qingyan, seemingly passing the days. Was it truly to protect her? As for the matter concerning Manager Sun's visit to the hospital, I believe it is necessary for me to clarify it with you. Xiao Yi hesitated before speaking. No need for explanations. Besides, he is no longer the manager of the security department, Su Yan replied tersely. I have dismissed him. What? You dismissed him? Xiao Yi was taken aback. Then a smile emerged on his face. Xiao Yan, I knew you cared for me. You even dismissed a manager for my sake. You are overthinking it. It was he who violated company regulations. No, you need not deny it. I understand the depth of your affection for me, Xiao Yi said, his expression filled with emotion. Xiao Yan, your kindness overwhelms me. I can only repay you with my devotion. Get out of my office. Su Yan pointed towards the door, her voice icy. To strike is to care, and your demeanor merely conceals the ardent love you harbor within. I comprehend it, Xiao Yi remarked with a grin. Leave now, or I shall dismiss you. Su Yan threatened. I will take my leave at once. Xiao Yi retreated without further protest, exiting the office. Once Xiao Yi departed, Su Yan relaxed, leaning back in her chair. As her gaze fell upon the listening device, she squinted. Who could it be? What was the purpose of installing a listening device in her office? Was it corporate espionage, or something else entirely? Is it a micro one? Yes, preferably a pinhole. Ego, who are you planning to secretly photograph? Who would I secretly photograph? I'm not a pervert. I have serious business to attend to. Really? Of course. Do you have any channels? If not, just stay out of it. I do. You actually have such connections? You're not a creep, are you? How could that be? Working in security, one inevitably engages with such matters. Then hurry and buy one. Don't delay my important task. All right. Su Kai ceased his inquiries and swiftly departed. It shouldn't be this kid. After all, he's one of old Zheng's men. His character is reliable. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, then rose to the adjacent monitoring room. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, the security guard timidly stated, This is a restricted area. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Am I unauthorized? I'm the bodyguard of General Su. Xiao Yi replied, irritated. Which one is the surveillance for the office building? This one. All right. You can wait outside. Xiao Yi took a seat and began to observe. The security guard attempted to speak again. Have you forgotten who is in charge of the security department? Get out. Xiao Yi's tone turned icy. Yes. The guard trembled in fear and hurriedly exited. The feeling of ordering someone to leave is rather satisfying. No wonder Su Yan enjoys saying it. Xiao Yi muttered to himself. locating the surveillance near the president's office and began to watch at an accelerated speed. Ego. Sukai, can you be trusted? Xiao Yi looked at Sukai, his expression serious. Of course, I can be trusted. Sukai felt a twinge of anxiety at Xiao Yi's solemn demeanor. All right, I will trust you this once. The CEO's office has been bugged, and we must identify the culprit, Xiao Yi murmured. What? Sukai's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? What do you think? The camera I asked you to purchase was intended for this very purpose, Xiao Yi said, taking the black bag from Sukai and examining its contents with a satisfied nod. Additionally, I have some news. Sun Gaofei has been dismissed. If you handle this matter well, the position of security department manager will undoubtedly be yours. Sun Gaofei has been dismissed? Sukai was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of exhilaration. Ego, I will certainly see this through. Chapter 26. Cast aside Sun Gaofei's termination ignited a flicker of hope for Sukai's promotion. He felt invigorated, as if he had been rejuvenated by an electrifying surge of energy. Stop grinning like a fool and come help me, Xiao Yi said with irritation. Yes, yes. Sukai quickly nodded. Ego, whatever you need me to do next, I shall comply. Do you remember the confidentiality agreement? This matter must remain under wraps. Xiao Yi instructed. Understood. In his excitement, Sukai saluted. The two scoured the surveillance footage, but after half an hour, they were compelled to concede defeat. There were simply too many people who had visited the CEO's office, managers from various departments, including Sun Gaofei, who had frequented it 2 or 3 times. In addition, there are others, such as partners, who seek to identify suspicious individuals, which proves to be exceedingly challenging. When the workday concludes and the office is vacant, you and I shall proceed to install surveillance equipment. Very well. As the day drew to a close, Xiao Yi approached Su Yin to discuss the situation. Su Yin consented, provided that her office remained untouched. By the way, will you wait for me outside the company? Or could you provide me with an address? A thought crossed Xiao Yi's mind. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. Did this fellow intend to share accommodations with her? It's inconvenient on my end. You ought to find a hotel, and I will reimburse all expenses. Absolutely not. I must protect you closely. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi firmly declined. Wherever you are, I shall be there as well. Close protection? What nonsense is that? You won't be sleeping at night. Su Yin frowned. If you do not mind, we could share the same bed, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. We have already shared a room. What is there to fear about sleeping together? Be quiet. What else could you possibly do besides reporting to my grandfather? I cannot simply be left homeless, can I? Who suggested you become homeless? There are countless hotels in Zhonghai. You may choose any. I refuse to go. Su Yin, feeling defeated, leaned wearily against her chair. Once you have finished your tasks, please call me. Certainly. Now. Brother Wu-En, do not rush. I must ascertain whether there are any listening devices or even cameras in your office. What? Cameras? Upon hearing this, Su Yan's expression changed dramatically. Hurry, let us check. Understood. Xiao Yi rose from his seat and began to stroll about the office, occasionally bending down to inspect the corners. Regrettably, he was unable to project his consciousness outward. Otherwise, the task would have been effortless, allowing him to discover everything with a mere sweep of his mind. After several minutes, Xiao Yi exited the president's office. Su Yin exhaled in relief, thankful that there were no surveillance cameras. Such devices were far more serious than mere listening devices. However, a troubling thought crossed her mind. How should she arrange for Xiao Yi? After all, she did not live alone. It would be quite inconvenient for him to be there. By the time the workday ended, Su Yin had not come up with a solution and could only choose to evade the issue. When she left the company, most of the staff had already departed, and it was then that Xiao Yi arrived with Su Kai to install the cameras. Brother Yi, you are remarkably adept at this. Are you a seasoned offender? Su Kai couldn't help but comment. Shut it. Do you even know how to use your words? Xiao Yi retorted. Within a few minutes, the camera was installed, not in the president's office, but in the secretary's room outside. This meant he could catch glimpses of Miss Jiang at any time. A smile crept onto Xiao Yi's face as he thought of Jiang Ru. Brother Yi, your smile is somewhat lewd, Su Kai pointed out. Lecherous? Who are you calling lecherous? Do you still want to be a manager? Xiao Yi replied, rather irked. There are 3 supervisors. You are not indispensable, Su Kai conceded. My apologies, Brother Yi. I still need your protection. You should whisper sweet nothings in Su Zong's ear for me, Su Kai said with a sycophantic grin. When I become the manager, I shall certainly treat you to a 3-day celebration. We can charter a yacht and invite 10 yacht girls. Now you're speaking sensibly, Xiao Yi chuckled. Rest assured, if you call me brother, how could I not look after you? As long as you manage to get this done, I assure you, I will promote you to manager. Don't misunderstand me. It's not for the sake of 10 yachts, you know. Sukai grinned widely. Brother E, once this task is complete, I shall treat you to a drink. No, I have other matters to attend to, Xiao Yi declined, eagerly anticipating a visit to the love nest he shared with Su Yan. Perhaps, within the confines of their sanctuary, something delightful might transpire tonight. He walked while dialing Su Yan's number. It rang, but no one answered. He tried again, only to be met with a disconnection. What the hell? This woman is utterly inconsiderate. Wasn't this a mutual agreement? Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Stop calling. If you persist, I will switch off my phone. For tonight, find yourself a hotel. Should you dare to oppose, I will dismiss you tomorrow. And if you think to complain to my grandfather, I will dismiss you as well. An incoming message made Xiao Yi curse under his breath. Was she truly manipulating him so expertly? If she possesses the audacity to skip work tomorrow, can she truly evade me indefinitely? I shall witness how she attempts to evade me. Xiao Yi ceased his attempts to call. After all, persistence would only serve to grant her undue consideration. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply while contemplating the situation, awaiting a response. After 3 or 4 minutes, Sukai emerged. Brother E, you haven't left yet? I was waiting for you to drink. Drink? Weren't you busy? Indeed. I had matters to attend to, but I postponed them since we've been through so much together. I must honor your invitation. Xiao Yi spoke earnestly. Sukai regarded him with skepticism, but he refrained from voicing his doubts. Brother E, you are indeed loyal. Sukai gave a thumbs up, expressing gratitude to Yi Ge for the favor. Let us go. We shall not return until we are intoxicated tonight. He chuckled. Xiao Yi smiled, appreciating the boy's understanding. He had the makings of a capable manager. Instead of heading to a lavish restaurant, they followed Xiao Yi's suggestion and found a barbecue joint to indulge in drinks. Yi Ge, the kidneys here are exceptional. Shall we sample them? Sukai inquired. Let us order 10. All right. After we finish drinking, I'll take you to have some fun. It will be absolutely exhilarating. Sounds good. I'll follow your lead tonight. As Xiao Yi savored the skewers, he reflected on the allure of the metropolis. After relishing the kidneys, they could still enjoy the nightlife. However, he merely intended to experience it. He was not a man to be trifled with. Rest assured, I will ensure that a stalwart man like you is completely satisfied, Sukai replied with a grin. Ha ha. Absolutely robust. Xiao Yi laughed heartily. 2 hours later, the duo departed from the barbecue restaurant, hailing a cab, and headed straight for the entertainment venue. Yi Ge, how do you like it? Upon arrival, Sukai was brimming with excitement, raising his fist in enthusiasm. Is this the place you referred to for a stalwart man's amusement? Xiao Yi turned to Sukai, feeling a surge of irritation. Are you joking with me? Chapter 27. Let her go bang. 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 All the sounds of fists connecting with flesh and piercing screams echoed continuously, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Yet, Xiao Yi's heart felt as cold as ice. Isn't this enjoyable, Yi Ge? Sukai asked, somewhat perplexed. This underground fighting scene is quite rare to come across. Xiao Yi was tempted to deliver a punch in response. Ah, Yi Ge, I comprehend now. Sukai, upon noticing Xiao Yi's unfriendly gaze, suddenly slapped his forehead. Are you looking to find some women? Get lost. Who the hell wants to find women? Yi Ge, there are plenty of places to find women, but this underground boxing arena is not easily discovered, Sukai stated earnestly. I usually wouldn't bring just anyone here. It operates on a membership basis. Isn't it just a matter of fighting in illegal matches? Why is it shrouded in such mystery? It's not merely about fighting. There are also betting odds involved. Oh, Xiao Yi's interest was piqued. Are the fighters from here, or can anyone join? You can make a reservation. I've fought here before and won 100,000. If you're interested, I could arrange a match for you. Not interested, Xiao Yi shook his head. As he was not in need of such money, he could easily earn 800,000 by merely selling himself. Fighting pales in comparison to that allure. Yi Ge, let us watch for a while, and then find a club, Sukai urged. Forget the club, let us just find a bar for some drinks, Xiao Yi replied, taking a cigarette, lighting it, inhaling deeply, and exhaling a ring of smoke. How does the fighting work here? Is it only about skill, without regard for life and death? Of course, it's not about life and death. After all, this is Zhonghai. If someone actually dies, it would be quite troublesome, though severe injuries are quite common. That sounds rather dull. Then shall we leave? Since we're already here, let us watch for a bit. I want to see how you enjoy yourself. Sukai lowered his gaze, wishing he could slap himself, wondering how he had veered off course like that. With a resounding thud, The two boxers exchanged blows in a vivid display of combat. Blood dripped incessantly as the battle intensified, accompanied by increasingly fervent screams. The fighter in the red trunks seemed destined for victory. If one wished to place a bet, it was an opportunity worth seizing. Suddenly, Xiao Yi interjected, "Ah, he appears to be at a disadvantage. If you don't believe it, so be it. I trust. I shall make a purchase immediately. Let me wager 1,000,000. Xiao Yi stated as he produced a card. Such a sum? Su Kai exclaimed in surprise. Were it not for the fear of the odds collapsing here, I would have wagered 10,000,000. A mere trifle, Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. Brother Yi, you're formidable. I will make my wager right away. Su Kai hastily took the card and departed. Brother Yi, I too will wager 100,000. I'm all in. Hee, just wait to collect your winnings. 10 minutes later, the fighter in the red trunks executed a cunning maneuver, knocking down his opponent in black. In this underground arena, rules were non-existent. The goal was simply to incapacitate the adversary. Incredible, he actually won. Did you foresee he would use that trick? How could I know? I merely recognized his strategy of conserving energy and waiting for the opportune moment. Profits abound. I shall retrieve my earnings. Let us go. Xiao Yi took the bank card and made his way outside. Brother Yi, allow me to treat you to a delightful locale. Su Kai insisted eagerly. Farewell. I am not that sort of person, Xiao Yi retorted skeptically. The two departed from the underground boxing venue and found a bar, where Su Kai, having just won a considerable sum, generously ordered several bottles of fine wine. In the bar, renowned in Zhonghai, the atmosphere was vibrant with an abundance of beautiful women in the evening. Su Kai chuckled, recalling his last encounter there, where he had engaged with a striking woman of color. Your taste is quite bold, he remarked. It's all about novelty. Her skin was so smooth, akin to satin. Xiao Yi, sipping his drink, surveyed the surroundings with keen interest. Indeed, there were numerous high-quality ladies present. Brother Yi, what time are we staying tonight? Su Kai inquired after a brief pause. If it's an all-nighter, I can arrange for the next round. All right. Approximately an hour later, Su Kai received a phone call and departed, leaving Xiao Yi to continue his revelry alone. As time passed, the bar's ambience reached a crescendo, and Xiao Yi's attention was captured by an exquisite woman. She donned a black dress, her long waves cascading gracefully, and her visage was enchanting, complemented by a figure that was alluringly curvaceous. Her presence exuded an extraordinary aura, suggesting she was no ordinary individual. Upon taking her seat, she ordered a drink and began to indulge. What troubles might she be seeking to drown in drink? Xiao Yi mused, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. Soon, he discerned an unusual sight. Several individuals were fixated on her, not with lascivious intent, but rather with a protective gaze. As someone approached her, these onlookers swiftly intervened, ensuring no one could draw near. Could she be the daughter of some affluent family? He pondered, noting her distinguished demeanor. Xiao Yi continued to sip his drink while observing the lively scene. After about half an hour, it became evident that the woman was beginning to feel the effects of intoxication, her body swaying slightly. As the individuals fixated on her retrieved their phones and dialed a number, it appeared they had received some sort of instruction. They advanced, encircling the woman. Step aside, she commanded sharply. A man in a suit responded, What, is it not permissible for me to go out for a drink? Let us not forget. I'm not even married to him yet, and even if I were, he has no authority over me. I am not his pet canary. I possess my own life, she declared with indignation. Mr. Su is merely concerned for your safety, the suited man urged. Concerned for my safety? Huh. He worried I might be in contact with other men. ISMT? She retorted with a derisive laugh. He sleeps with young models today and starlets tomorrow. Does he not have any awareness of his own reputation? How dare he dictate my actions? As the suited man reached out to assist her, she recoiled. Do not touch me. Rising unsteadily, she leaned against the bar. You are intoxicated, he remarked, signaling to his companions who prepared to forcibly escort her away. Someone contemplated playing the hero, yet upon witnessing the group's formidable demeanor, they suppressed their impulse. Do not risk your own safety in an attempt to rescue her. Let me go. The woman struggled. Did you not hear her request for you to release her? Just as no one dared to intervene, a faint voice pierced the air. The group paused, looking up. Kid, this is none of your business. Mind your own affairs, the suited man coldly directed at Xiao Yi. Miss, do you know them? Do you wish to accompany them? Xiao Yi inquired, ignoring the suited man and focusing instead on the woman. I do not know them. She protested, continuing to struggle. She declared that she did not know them and commanded, let her go. Leave. Xiao Yi responded with a calm demeanor. Chapter 28. The Intoxicated Woman. What did you say, kid? The suited man fumed at Xiao Yi's words. Are you deaf? I said to let her go. Leave. Xiao Yi's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Deal with him. The suited man shouted angrily, pointing at Xiao Yi. With a clatter, several men surrounded him, swinging their fists to strike. Bang, bang, bang. However, Xiao Yi was swifter, denying them any chance to approach, taking them down one by one with precise kicks. The screams of the defeated echoed loudly, drowning out the music. The suited man's expression shifted. Was he a martial artist? He seized a bottle from the bar and hurled it at Xiao Yi's head. Xiao Yi deftly sidestepped, grabbing a nearby bar stool and striking it fiercely against the suited man. Bang! The suited man collapsed to the ground, and before he could rise, he felt a searing pain in his back. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Yi struck several more times before discarding the bar stool, turning to the astonished woman. Now, no one will disturb your drinking. Huh. The woman regained her composure, her eyes slightly dazed as she gazed at Xiao Yi. Why not join me for a drink over there? Xiao Yi suggested. All right. The woman glanced at the writhing, moaning suited men on the floor, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her face as she agreed. After all, Xiao Yi had resolved her troubles and provided her with a sense of relief. Kid, do you know? The suited man, witnessing the woman's willingness to join Xiao Yi, grew frantic. I know your grandfather. If you dare utter another word, I will ruin you. Xiao Yi would not allow anyone to thwart his good intentions, and he delivered a sharp kick to the suited man. The man let out a pained scream, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Come, allow me to assist you. Take care with your steps. Noticing the woman sway, Xiao Yi steadied her arm, the sensation exquisite, akin to silk, as Su Kai had previously described. The matter of Miss Wei drinking with the man must remain concealed from young Master Su, for otherwise, we would encounter grave troubles. The suited man glared at Xiao Yi, his gaze fierce. But what if they finish their drinks and leave together? One subordinate timidly inquired. The suited man's expression shifted. Leave together? Where could they possibly go? One need only use their intellect to deduce that. If such an event were to transpire, young Master Su would undoubtedly go mad, and we would not fare any better. Under no circumstances could such a scenario be permitted. The suited man gritted his teeth, contemplating calling for reinforcements, yet hesitated, fearing the repercussions if word reached young Master Su. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi poured more wine for the woman. You've had enough. Drink less. The woman looked at Xiao Yi with surprise. Why do you gaze at me so? Xiao Yi inquired, puzzled. Is it not said that a woman who is sober offers a man no opportunities? Shouldn't you be pouring me more wine at this moment? She raised her glass, a glimmer of clarity flashing in her hazy gaze. Although she was intoxicated, her awareness remained intact. In a bar, the notion of a hero saving a damsel without ulterior motives seemed implausible to her. Heh, does saving you necessarily imply an ulterior motive? Am I merely after your physical form? Xiao Yi chuckled. If not, then what? The woman retorted, downing the contents of her glass in one swift motion. There is a hint of sentiment, yet no compulsion. Xiao Yi poured another drink for the woman, who was a striking beauty. If the occasion arises, I shall take action regardless of appearances. Ah, how righteous of you. The woman, however, did not place much faith in Xiao Yi's words. Do you understand who they are? If you strike them, trouble will surely follow. I have never cared about status when it comes to fighting. Xiao Yi shook his head. Their lingering presence indicates your significance to them. They dare not leave. Should they do so, their master would likely demand their lives. The woman scoffed, taking a large gulp of her drink. Have you found yourself in a predicament? Seeking solace in alcohol? Xiao Yi lit a cigarette. Would you care to share? If you wish, I can be a listener. Their master is my fiancé. The woman leaned back in her chair, her voice low. A mere contract compels me to wed a man I do not favor. In fact, I despise him. Is it not laughable? In this day and age, arranged marriages still exist. Xiao Yi smirked slightly. Are you certain you are not referring to me? A contract? What does that even mean? He possesses 9 such contracts. That fellow spends his days in revelry, yet has his people watch over me, fearing I might dishonor him with another man. The woman let out a cold laugh. What does he take me for? Employing someone to watch over you is indeed excessive. Noticing the woman's glass was empty, Xiao Yi poured her another half cup. What of it? The engagement was arranged by the older generation. Have you ever attempted to discuss with him the possibility of dissolving the engagement? Dissolve the engagement? He has always desired to possess me. Why would he wish to annul our bond? The woman's cold laughter deepened. To possess me? Impossible. You refuse to marry. Do your family compel you to do so? Indeed, It is quite troublesome. Huh. Regardless, I shall never wed him, not even in death. As she spoke, the woman beckoned to Xiao Yi with a playful gesture. What is it? Xiao Yi leaned closer. I offer you a piece of advice. Depart swiftly, or you will encounter significant trouble. The woman slurred, her words slightly muddled by inebriation. Huh. I, for one, do not fear complications. Xiao Yi chuckled, taking the wine glass from her hand. You wish to possess me as well, do you not? The woman fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yi, bewildered. What sort of reasoning is this? He is not the type to take advantage of the vulnerable. Are you truly unafraid of grave complications? The woman appeared to regain some clarity, pressing her crimson lips together. This gesture left Xiao Yi feeling parched. She was simply too enchanting. Come. Suddenly, the woman extended her fair hand, grasping Xiao Yi's wrist. Let us find a room. Ah? A room? Xiao Yi was taken aback. Was she truly so forthright? You handle them, and I shall accompany you. Then, I intend to record a video to send to that scoundrel. As she spoke, her grip on Xiao Yi's wrist tightened considerably. Record a video? Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned, though he had watched his fair share of films. He had never been the leading man. Was this woman truly so daring? I wish to make him aware that I am the unattainable woman he cannot possess. With merely a marriage contract, does he think he can claim me? Absolutely not. The woman tossed her head, striving to attain a clearer state of mind. Do you dare? I dare. Tonight, I shall be yours. But if you do not dare, it is best for you to depart now. What is there to fear? However, could we refrain from showing our faces in the video? I wish to preserve my dignity. Xiao Yi hesitated. What if the other party became incensed and released the video online? That would surely make him infamous. Chapter 29. I once had a nickname. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, the woman was taken aback. Can we really avoid revealing our faces? What was he thinking? Only under the influence of alcohol could she entertain such notions. Otherwise, she might have slapped him. What gives? Do you alone wish to preserve your dignity? Do I not care for mine? Noticing the woman's reaction, Xiao Yi realized she might have misunderstood, offering an awkward smile. Let us leave this place for now. The woman gazed deeply at Xiao Yi. Fortunately, he was quite handsome, not a complete loss, after all. It was only for one night. Come tomorrow. They would be strangers again. Under the influence of alcohol, she felt an overwhelming urge for vengeance. Was he not intent on marrying her? Did he not desire her first time? Then she would rather bestow her first time upon a stranger than that scoundrel with the surname Su. Not only would she refuse him, but she would also inform Su that she had been with another man, leaving him to ponder how he could still wish to marry her. She had exhausted all other means of resistance. This was her sole recourse. Her body was her own to command. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she released Xiao Yi's wrist and leaned into his embrace. As Xiao Yi held the woman, they began to move toward the exit. Stop. Release Miss Wei. Just a few steps in, a suited man rushed forward with his entourage. Young man, I advise you not to court disaster. She is not a woman you can approach. Does that mean touching her will lead to death? Xiao Yi inquired, gazing at the suited man with a nonchalant expression. Indeed, touching her will lead to death. The suited man retorted vehemently. If this man were to take Miss Wei away, he too would meet his demise. Courting death, are we? Xiao Yi's eyes turned icy, a glint of menace flashing forth. With a sudden thud, the suited man and his companions collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. What has happened to them? The woman, startled from her stupor, questioned. Xiao Yi paid no further heed to the suited man and took the woman in his arms, guiding her outside. As they stepped into the cool night air, the remnants of her inebriation surged back. She swayed unsteadily, leaning heavily against Xiao Yi. Are we truly going to a hotel? Xiao Yi asked, casting a glance down at her. The woman looked up, her gaze hazy, her fair complexion glowing, and her alluring lips sent a ripple of desire through Xiao Yi. Are you afraid? Afraid? There is nothing in this world that I fear. With a glance ahead, he spotted a 5-star hotel nearby. Then what are we waiting for? The woman wrapped her delicate arms around Xiao Yi's neck, exhaling the scent of alcohol. Tonight, I am yours. Xiao Yi regarded her with a mix of determination and intrigue, hoisting her up and striding confidently toward the hotel. Given her declaration, there was no room for hesitation. Besides, she was not entirely inebriated. She merely sought to indulge in actions typically beyond her reach. I am merely assisting her, he murmured to himself, quickening his pace. Upon arriving at the hotel, Xiao Yi booked a luxurious suite, took the elevator to the upper floor, and entered the room. Do you harbor any regrets? If remorse lingers, individual chambers await, inquired, gazing at the woman nestled in his embrace. Regret? I am not one to dwell on what could have been. The woman lifted her gaze, a flicker of wildness dancing within her eyes. Neither this night, nor any that may follow. Upon hearing this, thought, very well, what are we waiting for? He lowered his head, his lips meeting hers in a kiss that was both enticing and yielding. The kiss ignited like tinder to a flame, a conflagration of passion. For a man who had abstained for 3 years, such temptation was insurmountable. Moments later, swept the woman into his arms, striding purposefully into the bedroom, where he gently placed her upon the plush bed. Before she could react, pounced upon her like a ravenous wolf. A soft moan escaped her lips, its movements abruptly ceased. She was a virgin? Ah! In the next instant, cried out in pain as the woman's nails raked across his back. The pain served as a catalyst, spurring to deepen the kiss. In the darkness, tears welled in the woman's eyes, yet she remained resolute in her conviction. The night unfolded into a tapestry of indescribable moments. The night was sleepless and wild. It was not until the first light of dawn that silence descended upon the room. No regrets? Asked softly, his gaze fixed on the woman. I have already stated, I am not one to dwell on what could have been. The woman's voice was raspy, the intoxication of the wine long since dissipated. What is your name? Could not resist asking. A night of pleasure, and when the sun fully rises, I shall depart. Our paths diverging, never to cross again. The woman turned her head, her gaze meeting somewhat blurred vision. Inquiring about one's name, what significance does it hold? Or is it your intention to become attached to me? Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. This woman truly possessed a certain nonchalance. In contrast, he felt somewhat outmatched. Yet, the world is not vast. Perhaps one day, they may cross paths again. Xiao Yi jested, if we were to meet again, we would be strangers. As if nothing had ever transpired. The woman shook her head. Moreover, the world is neither large nor small. Encountering one another again is not so easily accomplished. Very well. Xiao Yi conceded, acknowledging her words, and chose to say no more. His hand glided across her smooth back, resting upon a soft contour. The woman trembled slightly. What was his intention? After an entire night, was he not fatigued? 6 times. Haha, I once had a nickname. 7 times in one night. Xiao Yi chuckled, embracing the woman. The woman fell silent. Before she could utter another word, her crimson lips were captured in a kiss. By the way, weren't you planning to film a video? Suddenly, Xiao Yi paused, inquiring. Wait a moment. The woman mumbled incoherently. All right. Xiao Yi nodded, leaning in for another kiss. An hour later, as dawn broke, the woman attempted to rise, only to find herself achingly sore and utterly drained. Observing her condition, Xiao Yi grasped her wrist and transferred a surge of energy. What is this? She asked in astonishment, sensing an unfamiliar warmth. Just a bit of energy. Xiao Yi replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Soon, the woman felt invigorated, her pain diminishing and replaced by a comforting warmth. This transformation left her astonished. Her gaze towards Xiao shifting profoundly. Do not gaze at me with such eyes, nor dare to fall in love with me. I am already taken. Xiao Yi remarked. You previously stated that after a night, we would meet as strangers again. You are overthinking it. Let us take a photograph together. One without clothing? As I mentioned, could you refrain from showing your face? Xiao Yi replied earnestly. From the neck down, you may capture whatever you wish. The woman, feeling an urge to strike him, protested, who wants to take such intimate photos? Chapter 30. A forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. Click. Xiao Yi held the woman's hand and took a photograph. Is this sufficient? What else do you desire? Do you truly wish to take such intimate photos? The woman retorted, then rose to capture the bloodstained sheet. Upon finishing the photograph, she stared at the crimson flower, lost in thought. After over 20 years of guarding her body, she had surrendered it so carelessly? To a stranger, no less. Yet, entrusting it to him was 1,000 times better than to that scoundrel. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief. It was not a loss, for Xiao Yi was undoubtedly handsome and capable. Do you now harbor regrets? Xiao Yi inquired, noticing her expression. None whatsoever. Let me reiterate, I never engage in actions I would regret. The woman raised her head. It merely feels somewhat surreal, akin to a dream. Indeed, it should cause you pain, for pain signifies reality, not a dream. Xiao Yi chuckled. Would you like to take it as a memento? Xiao Yi gestured toward the blood-stained flower. The woman rolled her eyes, but contemplated before nodding. I shall take a shower. Do you wish to join me? Xiao Yi's fervent gaze fell upon the woman's pale form. No. The woman pulled the quilt over her body, feeling that if she joined him, Xiao Yi's nickname might very well transform into 8 times a night. Very well. Xiao Yi was slightly disappointed as his plans for a romantic escapade were thwarted. Once Xiao Yi retreated to the bathroom, the woman dispatched 2 photographs and simultaneously deleted dozens of missed call notifications. Within half a minute, her phone rang, displaying the name Su Wangba. The woman promptly hung up, leaning against the headboard, savoring a sense of vindictive pleasure. The phone rang repeatedly. Eventually, she grew weary of answering, silencing it and tossing it onto the bed. When Xiao Yi emerged from the bathroom, he noticed the phone glowing on the bed. Su Wangba, your fiancé? Soon. He will no longer hold that title. I doubt he can swallow this indignity. The woman replied coolly as she rose and headed towards the bathroom. How delightful it would have been to shower together. I could have scrubbed your back, Xiao Yi remarked, observing the woman's retreating figure. The woman stumbled slightly. You wish to wash my back? What are you implying? Haha, how amusing. What a pity. Soon we shall be strangers. Xiao Yi murmured, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke. The phone on the bed continued to illuminate. Is this never-ending? Xiao Yi frowned, contemplating before picking it up and answering. He reasoned that since he had already shared the intimacy, he might as well see it through to the end. Wei Yuqing, you motherf. A man's furious roar erupted from the receiver. She is not here. She is gone to take a shower. Xiao Yi interrupted the roar with a smile. He could empathize with the man's fury. Who could remain composed in such a situation? However, this individual had gone too far. Spending his days with young models and starlets while having someone surveil his fiancée. A quintessential case of hypocrisy, allowing the officials to set the fire while forbidding the common folk to light their lamps. Who the hell do you think you are? After a brief silence, the man let out an even louder bellow. The one who spent the night with your fiancée. Xiao Yi took a drag from his cigarette. She confided in me about your affair, my friend. Let me offer you a piece of advice. A forcibly twisted fruit is never sweet. You bastard. You're dead meat. If you have the guts, tell me where you are, and I'll have someone kill you right away. The man on the other end was infuriated. He had slept with his fiancée, and now was being advised that a forcibly twisted fruit is never sweet? Wasn't this tantamount to murder? Why go to such lengths? If you two truly end up together, we would still be related by marriage. Xiao Yi remained unperturbed, smiling as he spoke. You dog couple, I will kill you both. The other side was seething with rage. Bastard, no matter who you are. I swear I will end your life. Enough with the bluster. Xiao Yi scoffed. Do you know why she chose me? Why? Perhaps it is because I am handsome and skilled in many ways. Damn it, just wait. I'm going to come to Zhonghai and kill you. We are all civilized people. Is there really a need for insults? My friend, her heart belongs to me, and her body has also been given to me. Do you still intend to marry her? Vile woman, I will definitely kill you both. Just wait. With that, the call ended abruptly. The youth of today lack composure. Xiao Yi shook his head and set his phone aside. He believed that this Su Wangba would no longer marry her. Any decent man would find it intolerable. What have you done? The woman emerged from the bathroom, her brow slightly furrowed. Oh, that Su Wangba kept calling, and I answered. Xiao Yi stared at her, momentarily lost in thought. Her damp, cascading waves of hair fell gracefully upon her fair shoulders. Fresh from her bath, her complexion glowed with a rosy hue. The bath towel struggled to conceal her ample, luminous skin and the alluring curves beneath. Droplets of water trickled from her hair, coursing down her skin and rolling into enticing contours. What? You answered? The woman's frown deepened as she noticed Xiao Yi's gaze, and she instinctively pulled the towel higher. It's not as if you haven't seen it before. You've not only seen it, but have also engaged with it. Xiao Yi muttered upon witnessing her gesture. Who told you to answer his call? The woman stepped closer, glancing at the call log. What did he say? I was merely trying to assist you. He kindly inquired after my entire family and expressed his intent to eliminate me. Do you think he is joking? He is capable of it. Huh, there are many who wish to eliminate me. Who does he think he is? Xiao Yi scoffed. Forget it. Remember. Once you step out that door, we are strangers. The woman asserted. Are you protecting me? Xiao Yi inquired, gazing at her. You think too much. I merely fear you might cling to me, she replied coolly. Huh, I fear you might cling to me, Xiao Yi chuckled. Indeed, exercise caution. He has threatened your life as well. I will be careful, the woman replied, turning to dry her hair. I must take my leave. It's nearly time for work, Xiao Yi stated as he rose. You may rest a while longer here. Won't you grant me a farewell embrace? Xiao Yi inquired, gazing at the woman's alluring silhouette. No. You should leave now, she responded before entering the bathroom and closing the door. Xiao Yi shrugged, donned his clothes, and his gaze fell upon the crimson plum blossom. After a moment's contemplation, he took up a pen and paper from the table, jotting down his number along with a note stating, "If you encounter insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to call." Before departing, he knocked on the bathroom door. "I am leaving." "Very well," the woman's voice echoed from within. A soft click sounded as the door closed, and the woman emerged from the bathroom, noticing the note on the bed. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she read the message, a faint smile gracing her features. Although she would not reach out to him, his gesture provided her with a measure of warmth. At the very least, this man was not a heartless scoundrel who would vanish after a brief encounter. Leaving his number was indeed a sign of responsibility, though it might also suggest a desire for further intimacy. Chapter 31. Seizing the initiative, Xiao Yi exited the hotel and hailed a taxi to his company. "It is all Su Yan's fault. Had she not abandoned me? Would last night's events have transpired? Yes, it is entirely her fault." Throughout the journey, Xiao Yi engaged in mental preparation to avoid showing any signs of weakness upon encountering Su Yan. Half an hour later, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of Qin Company. Just as he alighted, a Maserati approached. "Goodness, what a remarkable coincidence." Xiao Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Despite his mental preparation, his heart raced upon seeing Su Yan's car. After all, Su Yan was his nominal fiancée, while he had spent the night with another woman. The vehicle came to a halt, and the window descended, revealing Su Yan's stunning visage. "Su Yan, how dare you greet me?" Xiao Yi seethed, determined to seize the initiative. They had agreed that he would call her once his tasks were completed, yet she had abandoned him. Su Yan averted her gaze from Xiao Yi's furious stare, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, her actions were hardly honorable. "Do you have any idea how I spent the night? I hardly slept a wink," Xiao Yi exclaimed, using his outburst to mask his inner turmoil. "Hardly slept? You appear quite spirited to me." Su Yan was skeptical of his words, observing that Xiao Yi seemed in even better condition than the day prior. "How could you leave me stranded in this unfamiliar city without a shred of remorse?" Xiao Yi shouted. "Apologize to me, or I shall seek out your grandfather." "Very well, I apologize." "I am sorry," Su Yan replied, resigned. "Which hotel did you stay at last night? I will reimburse you tenfold. How does that sound?" "Do not think that your wealth can belittle me," Xiao Yi retorted, flinging open the door to the passenger seat and sitting down. "Let me tell you, money is not omnipotent. It cannot erase the pain you have caused me." "Enough," Su Yan interjected, fixing him with a cold stare. "Is this not yet concluded? If you continue, you need not enter the company. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Either be silent or depart." With that, Xiao Yi fell silent. Su Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Could she not manage him? The Maserati glided smoothly into the company premises and came to a halt. "Regarding the eavesdropping devices, report any findings to me immediately. And remember to lock the car when you leave." Noting Xiao Yi's reluctance to exit the vehicle, Su Yan tossed a parting remark before opening the door and stepping out. Xiao Yi watched her retreating figure and exhaled deeply, wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead as he leaned back in his seat. He had successfully navigated this ordeal. Fortuitously, his cunning had prevailed. He had taken the initiative to assert dominance, leaving her momentarily daunted. Muttering to himself, Xiao Yi took the car keys, locked the vehicle, and made his way toward the security department. He resolved to keep his distance from Su Yan for the day, lest she bombard him with inquiries. Ego. As soon as he entered, several security personnel greeted him respectfully. Xiao Yi nodded in satisfaction, pleased that they recognized the hierarchy at play. After distributing a few cigarettes and engaging in casual conversation, a realization dawned upon him. Their deference was likely due to the news of Sun Gaofei's dismissal. Manager Sun has been terminated. You all need to perform diligently. The company will not treat you unfairly. Ego, you must have heard, right? The HR department has announced Sun Gaofei's dismissal. Half an hour later, Su Kai entered, brimming with excitement. Did I not mention this to you yesterday? Did you think I was jesting? No, of course not. How could Ego ever deceive me? Here, let me light a cigarette for you. Su Kai offered to light Xiao Yi's cigarette. Ego, what time did you leave last night? Has something occurred? What could happen? Sitting for a while and then leaving. Xiao Yi would not speak much. If this fellow were to let slip something indiscreet, it would reach Su Yan's ears. And that would be disastrous. It's my fault. I take the blame for this. Had it not been for an urgent matter, I would certainly have stayed to accompany you. Su Kai, with a humble demeanor, suggested, Brother E, shall I arrange another gathering for tonight? Forget it. I really don't want to watch any boxing matches. The mention of this topic made Xiao Yi want to strangle Su Kai. No. I assure you I will arrange something satisfactory. Su Kai flashed a knowing smile that any man would understand. Still not going. I have other commitments tonight. Then another day. Please give me another chance. Enough with the chatter. Let us see if there has been any situation from last night. All right. Xiao Yi and Su Kai reviewed the surveillance footage, finding nothing amiss. He was not disheartened, as it was merely the first day. He could wait a little longer. The morning passed pleasantly enough, spent in idle boasting and games, which was quite fulfilling. At noon, they went to the restaurant for a meal and strolled around the company with Su Kai, appreciating the beauty of the women around. Could it be that girl from last night? Xiao Yi's heart filled with anticipation. Upon checking, it was indeed Su Yan's name. Ms. Su, please send me the car keys. With a click, the call ended abruptly. What a lack of courtesy, Xiao Yi muttered, yet he proceeded to the president's office. Are you going out? Yes. I'm coming with you. What for? Su Yan frowned. I am your bodyguard. I must protect you closely, Xiao Yi replied earnestly. Do not let me go? In that case, you don't have the car keys and cannot leave. Do you think I possess only this single vehicle? Even if you had 100 cars, you still couldn't depart. Mark my words. Defeated, Su Yan had no choice but to acquiesce. As the two descended the stairs, she felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing Xiao Yi settle into the passenger seat. You expect me to be your chauffeur? What other option do I have? I am a bodyguard, not a driver. Though I suppose I could take on that role, provided the fee is adjusted. Get lost, Su Yan retorted, entering the car and pressing the accelerator with a fierce determination as if to vent her frustration on Xiao Yi. The Maserati roared to life, surging out of the company premises. With a stoic expression, Su Yan accelerated rapidly. In the passenger seat, Xiao Yi remained unfazed, exclaiming, I didn't realize you had a penchant for speed. Go faster, faster. Shut up. Su Yan shot him a glare, reducing her speed. She had hoped to instill a sense of fear in Xiao Yi, but the absence of any sign of trepidation on his face left her disheartened, prompting her to abandon the idea of reckless driving. Where are we headed? To the raw stone market. The raw stone market? What is that for? Xiao Yi asked, intrigued. It is a place where jade rough stones are sold. Jade rough stones? Oh, so it's gambling with stones, right? I've heard of it, but have never witnessed it myself. Excitement flickered across Xiao Yi's face. They say with one cut, you can ascend to heaven. With another, you plunge into hell. Su Yan, I didn't realize you were a gambler as well. Chapter 32. Another suitor? Xiao Yi felt he had gained new insights into Su Yan. This woman was not only a speedster, but also a gambler. You are the real gambler. Su Yan's expression darkened. Gambling on stones is not merely a matter of chance. It relies heavily on experience. Experience? The techniques employed at the gambling table are also rooted in experience. Xiao Yi scoffed. Can you guess why it's called gambling on stones instead of something else? Unless you wish to disembark immediately, I suggest you remain silent, Su Yan replied tersely, pressing the brake with a cold tone. Xiao Yi, deterred from further pestering, pulled out his phone to play games with a young lady online. Half an hour later, the Maserati came to a halt before a sprawling raw stone trading market bustling with activity, teeming with individuals seemingly chasing dreams of sudden wealth. Are all these people here merely to gamble? Xiao Yi inquired curiously. I've mentioned before that not everyone who comes here is a gambler, Su Yan retorted coolly. Many jade merchants arrive to procure raw materials. Not gambling, just acquisition. To maximize profit, one would naturally gamble on stones, risking small for the chance of large returns. However, it is much more stable to acquire jadeite that has already been unearthed. Do you understand the intricacies of stone gambling? To a certain extent. When purchasing raw stones at elevated prices, they often consult stone gambling advisors for their expertise. Oh, I see. As they conversed, they arrived at a notably large storefront. President Su greeted two individuals at the entrance, one elderly and one youthful. Old Qin. Su Yan responded with a hint of a smile. Thank you for your assistance today. Haha, President Su is too kind, the elder chuckled. I only learned this morning that a batch of old materials from Myanmar had arrived at Shirley when I received your call. Your information is quite impressive, President Su. In this industry, if one is not well informed, it is nearly impossible to procure valuable items. Su Yan remarked. With my grandfather's presence, I assure you, you will return laden with treasures, said a young man nearby, who gazed at Su Yan with unabashed admiration. Another suitor, how delightful, Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. Su General Manager, shall we proceed inside? Neither the elder nor the youth paid Xiao Yi any heed. To them, he was merely a chauffeur. Very well. Su Yan nodded and stepped forward. Ah, Su General Manager, Qin Lao has arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. A portly middle-aged man emerged from the shop, approaching them warmly. Boss sure, Su Yan greeted. Xiao sure, Have you unearthed any exceptional jade this morning? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Lao inquired. Indeed. I must not conceal from you, Qin Lao, this batch of raw materials is sourced from the old mine, and the quality is superb, Boss Shi replied earnestly. This morning, we uncovered 3 pieces of glass-like jade, the largest being as big as a fist. Chen Lao, El Lao, and Lu Lao have all arrived? Oh, those 3 old fellows are quite swift on their feet, Qin Lao chuckled lightly. Boss Shi wore a broad smile. I assure you, I am not here for myself today. It is for Su General Manager, Qin Lao stated. Su General Manager is remarkable indeed, to have summoned your esteemed presence. Boss Shi's comment flattered both gentlemen. Please, do come inside. Boss Shi, regarding the glass-like jade you mentioned earlier, has it already been claimed? Su Yan inquired. She had come not only to gamble on stones, but also to acquire several exquisite pieces of jade. The odds of uncovering a rare jadeite are exceedingly slim, even for Master Qin, a renowned expert in the art of stone gambling. A more prudent approach would be to acquire it directly at a premium price. Ah, Mr. Su, you have arrived too late. It has already been taken, remarked the stone merchant. Huh, with Master Qin accompanying you, how could one fear the absence of exquisite jadeite? Interjected Qin. Rest assured, I shall ensure you acquire a piece of top-tier jadeite. Should there be none available, you are welcome to select from my collection. Su Yan, with my grandfather present, not only 1 piece of jadeite, but even 3 or 5, should there be any here, poses no challenge, boasted the young man. By the way, do you have time this evening? The last time we arranged a dinner, you mentioned being unavailable. Young people ought to gather more often. Qin continued with a smile, not allowing Su Yan the chance to decline. Why not have Xiaozhen assist you in selecting raw stones for your company as a stone gambling consultant? It would be quite convenient, suggested Qin. Yes, indeed. Su Yan, allow me to join your company as a stone gambling advisor, and I shall forego any salary, the young man exclaimed, his eyes brightening at the prospect. Ah, the wisdom of age prevails, he thought to himself. His grandfather's scheme was brilliant, providing him an opportunity to draw closer to Su Yan. Yet, Su Yan hesitated, torn between declining and the difficulty of outright rejection. She was acutely aware of Master Qin's intentions and understood Qin Zhen's aspirations. Observing her indecision, Qin promptly declared, Xiaozhen, you must perform admirably today. Consider it an interview. A stellar performance could secure you the role of stone gambling consultant. Rest assured, I shall give it my all. The young man replied eagerly, while Xiao Yi glanced at Master Qin, inwardly cursing the old fox. On the surface, he did not compel Su Yan to express her stance. Rather, he tactfully employed a strategy of retreat to advance. As long as Qin Zhen performed admirably, how could Su Yan possibly refuse? To reject him again would be to show a lack of grace. Indeed, Su Yan could only acquiesce. Very well, let us consider this an interview. Should Qin Zhen meet the requisite standards, I shall offer him a generous salary. Xiaozhen, did you hear that? The smile on old Qin's face grew broader. The performance of his grandson was yet to be seen. A mere nudge from him could yield a few pieces of jade, which would be a simple feat. If his grandson were to uncover a piece of exquisite jade, Su Yan would find it impossible to decline. The young man was visibly excited at the prospect of joining Qin Yan Company and spending time with Su Yan. Haha, young Master Qin and General Manager Su seemed quite well matched, chimed in Boss Shi, attempting to jest. If General Manager Su were indeed to forge a connection with young Master Qin, with the assistance of old Qin, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Boss Shi, let us first examine the raw stones. Su Yan's voice was cool and composed. Ah, of course, Boss Shi replied promptly. He flattered old Qin but was equally cautious not to offend Su Yan, a significant benefactor. The group traversed through the shop, entering a spacious courtyard beyond, which was divided into several sections piled with numerous stones. Are these the raw stones? It is quite remarkable that jade can be extracted from such rocks. Xiao Yi mused as he surveyed the stones with intrigue. General Manager Su, old Qin, let us proceed directly to Area A. Where the raw materials are the oldest and finest, Boss Shi gestured invitingly. Old Qin, you have arrived. Upon reaching Area A, several elderly gentlemen greeted them warmly. You all arrived rather early, Qin Lao remarked to Su Yan, leading the young ones forward for some pleasantries. Another suitor of yours? Once they departed, Xiao Yi inquired. Shall I assist you in dealing with him? I assure you he will not dare to appear before you again. Chapter 33. Do you have a say in this matter? Do not act recklessly. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan was taken aback, recalling how Lu Wenguang had been beaten to a pulp. She vividly remembered how Xiao Yi had made Lu Wenguang too afraid to show his face around her. If you strike Qin Jin, old Qin will certainly turn against you. Understood, but after today, I shall take action. Su Yan was rendered speechless. This fellow was excessively violent, was he not? I am the bodyguard of President Su. Before Su Yan could respond, Xiao Yi interjected. Oh. Qin Jin felt a sense of relief. As long as he was not a rival in love, that sufficed. He dismissed Xiao Yi from his thoughts, merely a small bodyguard, not worthy of his attention. Su Yan, shall I take you on a stroll? Perhaps I can help you uncover exquisite jade without my grandfather's intervention. Qin Jin smiled. Recently, I discovered a piece of glass like jade. Let us wait for old Qin. Su Yan replied coldly, unwilling to engage further with Qin Jin. Young Master Qin, did you just mention that you uncovered a piece of glass like jade? How large is it? It must be quite valuable, no? Xiao Yi, noticing Su Yan's disinterest in Qin Jin, spoke up. It is as large as a fist and significantly valuable. You would not be able to afford it even if you worked as a bodyguard for a lifetime. Qin Jin furrowed his brow, questioning the audacity of a mere bodyguard to speak in such a manner. I cannot afford it, but surely President Su can. Xiao Yi chuckled lightly. President Su is currently acquiring a piece of glass jade. Why not sell what you have to her instead? Qin Jin's expression darkened. He possessed no such precious jade. And he was merely boasting. I believe that Qin Xiao would be inclined to sell to our President Su, or rather, to our esteemed president. Xiao Yi continued with an even broader smile. Today's interview is merely a formality. With your abilities, Qin Xiao, you will undoubtedly gain President Su's recognition. And then we shall be colleagues. Colleagues? You are merely a lowly bodyguard. Qin Jin retorted, irritation palpable as he turned to Su Yan with a forced smile. Su Yan, it's not that I refuse to sell to you. The piece of glass jade I had has already been sold. Next time, I shall certainly reserve it for you. No need, Su Yan replied curtly, striding ahead, clearly unwilling to engage further with Qin Jin. You, young man, do you even comprehend our respective standings? What gives you the right to speak here? Frustrated by Su Yan's dismissal, Qin Jin redirected his ire towards Xiao Yi. If it weren't for your incessant chatter, would this situation have arisen? Xiao Yi smirked. Do you truly believe the boasts you just uttered? Do you think our President Su is a fool? She is not easily deceived. To pursue a woman, one must possess genuine capability. Mere boasting will not suffice. You. Qin Jin's complexion shifted. Incredulous that he was being mocked by a bodyguard, Xiao Yi, Su Yan called out from ahead. She was genuinely concerned that if she let her guard down for a moment, Xiao Yi might transform Qin Jin into a swollen mess. It was prudent to keep such a perilous individual close at hand. Upon arrival, Xiao Yi responded and approached Su Yan. What is the matter? Are you afraid I might strike him? Do you think I am ignorant of the depths of the situation? That is good to hear. Aren't you interested in jade betting? Accompany me as I explore. I shall enlighten you, Su Yan stated as she moved ahead. Scoundrel. Qin Jin glared at Xiao Yi's retreating figure, his teeth clenched in frustration. He vowed that after today, he would surely settle the score with this brat. Rest assured. With my grandfather around, you shall undoubtedly win her over, Qin Lao interjected, his tone measured. Qin Yan has encountered a bottleneck in her development. To break through, she requires a rare treasure. I can assist her. Grandfather, you must help me today. I need to unearth a piece of exquisite jade, Qin Jin urged eagerly. Very well, act according to my cues. Qin Lao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Yan elaborated on the intricacies of jade betting to Xiao Yi. The old materials from the ancient pits in Myanmar are of the highest value, with the greatest likelihood of yielding exceptional jade. Over the years, the availability of such old materials from Myanmar has dwindled significantly. As she spoke, a bearded figure surfaced in Xiao Yi's mind. Wasn't he that the fellow who claimed dominance in Myanmar? Previously, he had mentioned possessing several jade mines. Perhaps he should give him a call to arrange for a few shipments to Zhonghai? For many, jade betting is akin to gambling. A gamble of risking a little to gain a lot, with some even wagering their very lives. Yet, jade betting is also a profound art, rich with experience. Indeed, what President Su said is accurate. Jade betting is a learned discipline. Elder Qin arrived with Qin Jin. President Su, shall we begin? Certainly, Elder Qin, Su Yan nodded. Let us proceed according to the usual customs. Let me take a look, Elder Qin said, producing a small flashlight. What are the usual customs? Xiao Yi inquired softly. He selects the raw stone. I settle the payment, and if jade is found, he receives 1 part while I take 9, Su Yan elucidated. Aren't you afraid he might collude with the owner here to deceive you? Xiao Yi asked, intrigued. In this industry, one must uphold a reputation. Elder Qin is a master of stone gambling, a name of great repute. He would not tarnish his own brand, Su Yin replied, shaking her head. This isn't our first collaboration. Very well, I shall consider it my own narrow-mindedness, Xiao Yi remarked as he casually picked up a stone the size of a human head. Examining it. Truly a novice. That is merely a worthless stone. Even a fool would not select it, Qinjun scoffed. Indeed. Which is why you did not choose it, Xiao Yi smiled faintly. Just as he was about to set the stone down, he suddenly felt a surge of energy coursing through him. This astonished him. What was happening? Subsequently, he sensed a stream of spiritual energy emanating from within the stone, which he began to absorb. Spiritual energy? How could there be spiritual energy in a stone? Xiao Yi was even more astonished, scrutinizing the raw stone in his hand. What did you say? You are the fool, Qin Zhen exclaimed angrily, having grasped Xiao Yi's words. Xiao Yi, however, paid no heed to Qin Zhen. A thought emerged in his mind. This raw stone might contain jade. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for the origin of this spiritual energy. He released his vital energy, directing it into the stone, and this time, the sensation was far more vivid. Within the raw stone, there existed a cluster of ethereal energy, about the size of a child's fist, remarkably pure and dense. The quality of this jadeite was indeed quite high. A spark of interest ignited within Xiao Yi as he turned to Su Yin. How does one purchase raw stones? Do you wish to acquire this particular stone? Su Yin furrowed her brow. He was not incorrect. This was classified as waste stone. I still desire it, Xiao Yi insisted, eager to validate whether his hypothesis held true. If it were indeed accurate, he would ascend to the status of a master in the art of stone gambling. The presence of jadeite within the stone would reveal itself with but a single test. Su Yin, pay him no heed. Kind words cannot dissuade a fool. Qinjun scoffed. It has already been declared as waste stone, yet you still wish to purchase it? Truly a dullard. And if it contains jadeite? Xiao Yi retorted, directing his gaze at Qinjun, who seemed relentless. If there is jadeite within, I shall call you grandfather. Without a moment's hesitation, Qinjun replied. Call me grandfather? I have no need for a boastful scion such as yourself. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow, contemplating the potential wrath of the elderly Qin upon making such a declaration in his presence. However, if his conjecture proved true, he might not require assistance in the art of stone gambling. In that case, he would be the master, effortlessly discerning the jadeite within. You seek your own demise. Qinjun seethed, rolling up his sleeves, prepared to take action. You, a mere bodyguard, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe I won't eliminate you? I suggest you maintain your composure, Su Yin interjected, casting a glance at Qinjun. Have you ever pondered why he became a bodyguard? Listening to Su Yan's words, Qinjun's movements froze. The sleeves he had rolled up were slowly lowered. A bodyguard? Surely formidable. How could he possibly contend? If a fight ensued, he would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. Su Yin, you are truly kind to me. Qinjun gazed at Su Yin, displaying a look of heartfelt emotion. Su Yin felt an urge to curse. Why had she bothered to remind him? Let Xiao Yi deal with him. Kid, do you dare to wager with me? Qinjun glared at Xiao Yi, gritting his teeth. If there is jade, I will give you 100,000. If not, you will leave immediately and never appear before me again. Unable to defeat him physically, he had to devise another means to contend with Xiao Yi. With this fellow around, how could he pursue Su Yin? Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi agreed. You wouldn't dare to backtrack, would you? What is my status compared to a mere 100,000? Then it's settled. Su, you must bear witness for me. All right. Su Yan's voice was icy, her heart simmering with anger. Could this man not perceive Qinjun's intentions? Upon hearing the sum of 100,000, he readily agreed. If she were to offer 1,000,000, would he not sell her out? Boss Sure, how much for this raw stone? I'll take it. Xiao Yi inquired of Boss Sure. I'll gift it to you. Boss Sure glanced at Su Yin, doing her a favor. No, if it reveals jade. It could complicate matters. I must purchase it. Xiao Yi insisted earnestly. Boss Sure was speechless. It was merely a piece of worthless stone. Yet he truly believed it could yield jade? This fellow was indeed a novice. Had he possessed even a modicum of understanding, he would not have spoken so. Could you lend me 100? Sure. Xiao Yi paid the sum, and, without the need for a stone-breaking machine, placed the raw stone on the ground and struck it with his palm. Crack! The stone shattered. What the heck? Qinjun's eyelids twitched at the sight. If that slap had landed on him, it would have been disastrous. After smashing the stone, Xiao Yi glanced at Qinjun with an enigmatic smile. Startled, Qinjun took a step back. wondering why this fellow was staring at his head. With a swift motion, Xiao Yi discarded the fragments and opened his palm, revealing a glimmer of green in his hand. A jadeite, the size of a thumb, with an exceptionally high water content, almost on par with glass grade. How is this possible? Qin Jun exclaimed, fixated on the green gem in Xiao Yi's grasp. Impossible. Even the stone merchant gasped. Su Yin remained silent. Yet her astonished expression spoke volumes about her shock. A piece of waste stone had yielded jadeite, and not just any jadeite. Ha! I truly am a master at stone gambling. Xiao Yi laughed heartily. This jadeite validated his conjecture and sparked new ideas for his cultivation. The aura of the jadeite could assist him in his practice. In this age of dwindling spiritual energy, cultivating was exceedingly difficult. The energy he had just absorbed equated to 3 days of his arduous training. If he could find more jadeite to absorb, wouldn't his cultivation soar like a rocket? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, nearly wishing to embrace Su Yin in a kiss. If it weren't for her guiding him here, he might have never discovered it. Xiao Yi's exuberant shout roused Su Yin and the others, drawing the attention of Elder Qin from afar. As he approached, Elder Qin's gaze fell upon the jadeite in Xiao Yi's palm, his expression one of astonishment. Upon hearing that this jade was extracted from a piece of waste stone, he was equally astonished. Young Master Qin, what about the promised 100,000? Please proceed with the transfer. Xiao Yi said with a beaming smile as he gazed at Qin Jun. At this moment, he had no fear of offending the elder Qin. He had already become a master in the art of stone gambling. Was he to worry about failing to uncover jade? It was merely a matter of how much one desired. In the presence of Su Yin, Qin Jun could not afford to play tricks. Gritting his teeth, he transferred the 100,000. Young Master Qin was indeed magnanimous. As Xiao Yi received the notification, his smile broadened. Fortunately, you did not call me grandfather as you mentioned. Otherwise, would you not be obliged to address me as such now? Qin Jun's expression darkened, and so did the elder Qin's. General Su, your bodyguard speaks rather freely. Old Qin. It was Qin Jun who claimed that upon uncovering jade, he would refer to him as grandfather. Su Yin explained casually, dismissing it as mere coincidence. She could hardly fathom that Xiao Yi would evolve into a master of stone gambling. Before their arrival, this fellow had no inkling of the raw stone market. He was undoubtedly a novice. Humph. Elder Qin let out a cold snort, fixing his gaze on Xiao Yi. Young man, do not presume that unearthing a single piece of jade renders you formidable. It is merely a stroke of luck. Indeed, to call oneself a master in stone gambling is sheer arrogance. Qin Jun, having lost money and face, was naturally displeased. Before my grandfather, who dares to claim mastery? Xiao Yi frowned. What is this? Leveraging age to assert superiority. Just now, I chose to give Su Yin face and refrain from stooping to their level. But now, the stakes have risen? Elder Qin, let us select the raw stones. Su Yin, not wishing to escalate the conflict, proactively spoke. All right. Elder Qin nodded and continued selecting stones. Mr. Su, you require jade, correct? Xiao Yi said, handing over a piece of jade he held. Su Yin paused, accepting it and examining it closely, her face lighting up with joy. This piece of jade, though not large, was of substantial quality and held considerable value. Yes, I will purchase it. Not for sale. Not for sale? Su Yin was taken aback. Why are you toying with me then? Indeed, it is not for sale. I gift it to you. Xiao Yi affirmed with a nod. Gift to me? Su Yin was astonished. Do you realize the worth of this jade? It should be quite valuable, I presume. However, no matter its worth, it pales in comparison to you, Xiao Yi declared with profound affection. It is worth less than a fraction of you. Hearing his words, Su Yin was momentarily stunned. This was utterly unexpected. A confession? A declaration of love? Goodness! Qin Jun exclaimed. Isn't he merely a bodyguard? What is this? Just because he produces a piece of jade, he forgets his place? Kid, are you a toad aspiring to eat swan meat? None of your business, leave. Xiao Yi retorted, visibly annoyed. Just as he intended to move Su Yin with his sentiments, Qin Jun interjected, regaining her composure. Su Yin felt her cheeks flush slightly as she avoided Xiao Yi's earnest gaze, tightly clutching the jade in her hand. Hee. This is merely the first piece of jade I gift you. Countless more shall follow, Xiao Yi proclaimed before striding towards a pile of raw stones. Today, he aimed to astonish the entire raw stone market. Whatever so-called stone gambling masters existed, they would kneel before young Master Xiao. Chapter 35. The wealth-bringing boy Su Yin gazed at Xiao Yi's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. At times, this man possesses a certain charm. Qingjun, witnessing Su Yan's reaction, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Could it be that she has genuinely taken a liking to this impoverished individual? Just a piece of jade. And she is captivated? Had he known it would be this effortless, he too would have made a gift. Su Yan, I must present you with a piece of glass-grade jade, larger and more valuable than this. No reward without effort, Su Yan replied coolly. I am serious. I shall present it to you tomorrow. Qingjun hastily interjected. I said it is unnecessary. Su Yan turned her gaze toward Qingjun, her expression growing slightly frosty. Qingjun felt a surge of indignation. Why was it that when he offered a gift, she accepted it without hesitation? Meanwhile, Xiao Yi approached a large pile of raw stones, casually placing his right hand upon them. Not this one, nor this one. His hand swiftly skimmed over the stones as he murmured to himself. After examining dozens, his eyes brightened, and he came to a halt. The spiritual energy here is rather potent. This shall suffice. Xiao Yi patted the basketball-sized stone, a smile gracing his face. Those unaware might mistake you for selecting watermelons. Having suffered a setback with Su Yan, Qingjun vented his frustration at Xiao Yi, lacing his tone with sarcasm. So, is this one ripe for the picking? You know nothing. This is the Xiao family's method of stone selection, Xiao Yi retorted, unimpressed. Young man, do you dare to wager once more? He had confirmed his suspicions. He was indeed a master of stone gambling, no longer needing to placate old Qin. Thus, even his address for Qingjun had changed. How shall we wager? Naturally. In Su Yan's presence, Qingjun was reluctant to lose face. Within this narrative lies the presence of jadeite. Offer me 1 million, should the jadeite prove non-existent. I shall depart immediately, without impeding your endeavors with Su Zong, Xiao Yi proclaimed, daring him to accept. As Su Yan listened to Xiao Yi's words, she secretly gritted her teeth. His charm was a mere illusion, his demeanor infuriating. Qingjun did not respond immediately, but scrutinized the rough stone in Xiao Yi's grasp, which appeared to be a worthless rock. Despite his penchant for boasting, his keen eye, honed from years under his grandfather's tutelage, recognized potential. Very well, let us wager. But do ensure you leave in earnest. Shortly thereafter, Qingjun reached a resolution. No problem. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement, turning to the stone dealer. How much? 5,000. Very well. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi executed the transfer, then struck the stone with his palm. Crack. The rough stone split open, revealing a glimmer of crimson light. Red jadeite. It was Su Yan who first gasped in astonishment. Impossible. Qingjun, as if struck by lightning, stood frozen in disbelief. Crack. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Xiao Yi had merely struck the stone several times. In truth, his vital energy sliced through the rough exterior, inflicting no harm upon the jadeite within. A piece of red jadeite, roughly the size of a chicken egg, emerged into view. Its quality was comparable to the earlier green jadeite, not reaching the clarity of glass, yet possessing significant value. More importantly, the red jadeite was exceedingly rare and larger. You have lost, Xiao Yi remarked, gazing at Qingjun with a smile. Acquiring the rough stone for 5,000 not only yielded a piece of jadeite, but also secured a windfall of 1 million. Truly delightful. As Xiao Yi spoke, the crowd awoke from their stupor, including Elder Qin. The most unsettled among them was undoubtedly Su Yan. She understood all too well that Xiao Yi was utterly inexperienced in the art of stone gambling, a complete novice. Yet, how can one explain the scene before us? 2 raw stones have been opened, both revealing exceptionally valuable jade. Hurry and transfer the funds, or else. With these words, Xiao Yi gently tapped a stone with his right hand. Crack. The stone split open. Qingjun's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but shudder. A bet is a bet, Xiaoxin, transfer the money to him. Old Qin spoke slowly, stepping forward to face Xiao Yi, squinting his eyes. Did I misjudge? It's merely luck. Xiao Yi smiled faintly, recalling how the old man had just said the same about him. Old Qin's face twitched as he glanced at the red jade in Xiao Yi's hand. Would you care to wager with me? What, if the young one cannot? The elder can. Xiao Yi's expression was teasing. What if the elder also fails? Would that not be a tremendous embarrassment? You insolent boy. Are you implying my grandfather would lose? Qingjun fumed. Enough of your nonsense. Transfer the 1 million first. Xiao Yi's expression turned frosty. As Qingjun met Xiao Yi's gaze, a shiver ran down his spine, and he hurriedly made the transfer. Ha! Xiao Yi beamed as he saw an additional million in his account. Young Master Qin is truly a bringer of wealth. Chuckle. Su Yan beside them couldn't help but laugh aloud. Qingjun's face grew grim. Being ridiculed in front of the goddess was utterly humiliating. How about 5 million? Dare to take a gamble? Old Qin said coldly. Oh, haha. Is your entire family filled with bringers of wealth? Xiao Yi chuckled. Pray tell, how do we wager? Let us each select a raw stone and see whose jade is of greater value. The higher value wins. Is it a free choice? Indeed. As Xiao Yi was about to acquiesce, Su Yin interjected. Although Xiao Yi's ability to consecutively unveil 2 pieces of jade was astonishing, Old Qin was, after all, a master of stone gambling. To wager against him was undoubtedly a path to defeat. In the realm of stone gambling, luck merely plays a minor role. True prowess is paramount. Old Qin, do not stoop to his level. How could he possibly comprehend the art of stone gambling? Su Yin directed her gaze towards Old Qin. Let us select a raw stone instead. Mr. Su, my grandson's dignity has been trampled upon, and as his grandfather, how could I remain idle? Old Qin replied with a hint of indifference. Unless he kneels and admits his fault before my grandson. Old Qin, you. Su Yin frowned, finding his demand rather disrespectful. Mr. Su, I implore you to refrain from further remarks. If I cannot vent this frustration, I fear I shall be unable to select a satisfactory raw stone, Old Qin stated, his gaze fixed on Su Yin. Su Yan's expression shifted slightly. Was this a threat? You old fool, whom do you think you were threatening? Do you believe the earth would cease to turn without you? We would still uncover jade without your involvement. Xiao Yi retorted vehemently. You truly overestimate your own significance. Old Qin's fury escalated. Mr. Su, did you hear that? You must dismiss him immediately, otherwise our collaboration shall cease right here. Su Yin glanced at Xiao Yi, feeling somewhat exasperated. Had she known this would happen, she would never have brought him along. Was it worth offending Old Qin over this one piece of jade? However, to dismiss Xiao Yi, not only would the old man never allow it, but she herself harbored no such intention. She would not be cowed. Very well, Su Yin nodded. Humph, young man, you are hereby dismissed. Qin Jin displayed a smug expression as he regarded Xiao Yi. Hurry and leave, he said dismissively. You misunderstand. When I said good, I meant the conclusion of our collaboration. Su Yin replied coolly. What? Qin Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, and even Qin Lao appeared surprised. Could it be that she was willing to forego their partnership over a mere bodyguard? Such a notion was inconceivable. Xiao Yi, however, smiled, feeling somewhat vindicated for his kindness towards her. Xiao Yi, let us depart, Su Yin declared, preparing to exit. Wait, Su Zong, the matter is far from over. Xiao Yi chuckled. Someone is willing to offer 5 million. How could we possibly decline? Chapter 36. The bet, are you certain? Su Yin asked, her brow furrowed. With the money so readily available, who would turn it away? As he spoke, Xiao Yi handed her the red jade. This is for you, as I mentioned earlier. That piece of jade was merely the first, with countless more to follow. Su Yin was taken aback, gazing intently at Xiao Yi. Was he serious? The extraction of 2 pieces of jade could not solely rely on luck, could it? Yet, he had seemed utterly ignorant of the raw stone market until she had enlightened him about the intricacies of gambling with stones. You old coot, I shall wager against you. Xiao Yi directed his gaze at Qin Lao, his tone now bereft of civility. After all, he had threatened Su Yin and sought to dismiss him. There was no need for courtesy. Very well, you possess courage and resolve, Qin Lao replied, his voice icy. But what can a mere bodyguard like you possibly stake 5 million? He does not have it. I do, Su Yin interjected boldly, having already offended him. She felt no apprehension in further antagonizing him. Excellent. Su Yin, it appears you are prepared to sever all ties with me indefinitely. The old man fixed his gaze upon Su Yin. Do not regret it. Su Yin, is it worth it for such a despicable bodyguard? If you dismiss him, your grandfather will certainly not hold it against you. Qin Jin interjected hastily. Boss, sure, you bear witness. The wager is 5 million. Su Yin paid no heed to Qin Jin, directing her attention instead to Boss Sure. Miss Su, you have a good relationship with old Qin. He has come on your behalf. Boss Sure attempted to mediate. Is it inconvenient for you to be a witness? Su Yin interrupted him coldly. If it is inconvenient, I shall procure my needs from another source. There are not only Shirley in this market. And no, it is quite convenient. Boss Sure replied hurriedly upon hearing her words. Humph, in half an hour, we shall see whose will prevails. Old Qin snorted disdainfully and departed with Qin Jin. Do you have confidence? Su Yin inquired of Xiao Yi, her gaze steady. Watch me manipulate this old fool, Xiao Yi replied with a confident smile. By the way, you might want to arrange for a cargo truck. What do we need a cargo truck for? Su Yin was taken aback. I am quite serious, Xiao Yi stated before departing to find the raw stones. Su Yin watched his retreating figure, pondering how he had become so elated merely from uncovering 2 pieces of jade. Did he truly believe jade was as common as cabbage? News of old Qin's wager with a young man swiftly spread throughout the raw stone market. Who is that young man? I don't know. I heard he has unearthed 2 pieces of jade, close to being top tier. Oh, perhaps he is a direct disciple of some master, here in Zhonghai to challenge old Qin? It seems not. He came with Su Yan. Su Yan's bodyguard? What? Bodyguard? As discussions ensued, a throng of onlookers flocked to Shirley, eager to witness the spectacle. This location sufficed. Moments later, Xiao Yi selected another raw stone that pleased him. This stone was larger, imbued with a richer aura. In terms of spiritual energy, it surpassed the previous 2 stones by far. Is there jade? Su Yan, who had been closely following Xiao Yi, felt that his method of selecting raw stones truly resembled what Qin Zhen had described, akin to choosing watermelons. Yes, you may unearth it. This time, Xiao Yi refrained from splitting it open. His time was limited, and he needed to find the jadeite of the highest value. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yan nodded. Boss Shi, arrange for someone to help me reveal it. Certainly. Boss Shi complied and summoned 2 assistants. Where should we cut? Su Yan inquired of Xiao Yi. Here. Xiao Yi gestured, and an assistant promptly marked the spot. Su Yan took the raw stone to the cutting machine, while Xiao Yi continued his selection. The machine roared to life, producing a piercing sound. Soon, the raw stone was sliced open, revealing a flash of green brilliance. It has increased in value. It has turned green. My goodness, imperial green? And to think, it's the glass-type imperial green. The onlookers erupted in excitement, exclaiming in unison. Su Yan's eyelids twitched violently. Not only was there jade, but it was also of the finest quality. She abruptly turned to gaze at Xiao Yi, wondering how he had achieved this. In the distance, Xiao Yi remained oblivious, casually selecting stones as if they were mere watermelons. The news of the glass-type imperial green swiftly reached Elder Qin, sending a chill through his heart. That young man truly possessed some skill. He no longer dared to be negligent. Wagering against a young man could lead to disgrace if he lost. Grandfather, it must be sheer luck that this fool stumbled upon a dead rat. Qin Zhen gritted his teeth and murmured. Silence. Qin Lao reprimanded sharply. Were it not for this young man, would we be in such a predicament? Qin Zhen dared not utter another word, yet his resentment towards Xiao Yi deepened. He pondered that after today, he must ensure Xiao Yi pays dearly. Bodyguards? Can they fight? What does it matter? No matter how skilled, one fears a kitchen knife. He was acquainted with underworld elites who could eliminate Xiao Yi in an instant. Soon, he would discuss this matter with Brother Hu. Qin Zhen had reached a resolution and instructed someone to confront Xiao Yi. Initially, he thought a mere youth would pose no challenge to Qin Lao. Yet it now seemed uncertain who would prevail. Indeed, to have unveiled a piece of glass-type imperial green jade was quite impressive. Do you think he might use this jade to compete with Qin Lao? Unlikely, as he was still in the process of selection. With the emergence of the imperial green, the atmosphere on site grew increasingly fervent, with murmurs echoing all around. The glass-type imperial green holds significant value. Oh, it looks rather exquisite. Consider it a gift. Xiao Yi remarked casually after glancing at it. As I mentioned, it is indeed quite valuable, Su Yan interjected. Have you forgotten my previous words? Regardless of its worth, it pales in comparison to your worth. Xiao Yi spoke with deep affection. Su Yan's heart trembled slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of something unusual. Were his words sincere? I selected this raw stone. You should purchase it. Time was limited, and Xiao refrained from expressing further emotions, simply stating, oh. Su Yan collected herself, striving for composure. Here, draw it for you. All right. With a marker in hand, Xiao Yi began to sketch incessantly. Mr. Su, shall we unravel it? Boss Shi leaned closer, his gaze towards Xiao Yi markedly different from before. The mere presence of those 3 pieces of jade was sufficient to catapult Xiao Yi to fame. Should he triumph over Elder Qin today, his reputation would undoubtedly soar. Su Yan shook her head. If each piece truly contained jade, there would be no need for such ostentation. Very well, Boss Shi replied, somewhat disheartened. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. Elder Qin had chosen a rough stone, towering and nearly impossible for a single person to embrace. It was widely acknowledged that only large rough stones held the potential for significant jade. The larger the jade, the greater its value. In contrast, Xiao Yi had selected a stone the size of a basketball, which appeared rather inconspicuous next to Elder Qin's colossal find. Old man, do you dare to bet a little larger? Xiao Yi's aura radiated with confidence as he focused on the substantial stone beside Elder Qin, his eyes gleaming. Whoever loses shall relinquish the jade unearthed to the victor. Chapter 37, 9 Digits. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Elder Qin's heart skipped a beat. Bet larger? Could it be that he felt assured? His gaze fell upon the rough stone at Xiao Yi's feet, which, to his discerning eye, seemed devoid of jade. Not daring. Are you? You are a master after all. Can you not muster a bit of courage? Xiao Yi engaged in a mode of mockery. Just moments ago, you were eager to wager with me, and I readily accepted. Now, however, you hesitate. If you lack the courage, perhaps it is time to find a different profession, one where you might serve as a security guard. Old Qin, intimidated by the challenge? Unlikely, isn't it? He's a renowned jade master. Could he truly be apprehensive? Amidst the murmurs of onlookers, Old Qin's expression shifted. With a determined resolve, he conceded. To refuse would have been a blow to his reputation. Commence the cutting, Xiao Shi. Understood, Old Qin. The stone proprietor directed his crew to hoist the massive stone onto the cutting apparatus. Old Qin approached, delineating several lines. Cut. The cutting machine emitted a piercing sound as it began to slice through the raw stone. Old Qin possesses remarkable fortitude. I, too, examined this stone earlier, but I remained uncertain. An elderly man remarked to Old Qin. The price is exorbitant, but should it yield a valuable find, its worth could multiply exponentially. I am confident. Old Qin responded, his gaze fixed upon the raw stone. What was the price of his stone? Xiao Yi inquired softly of Su Yan. 20 million. 20 million? Xiao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Wouldn't it be a significant loss if it failed to yield exceptional jade? Indeed. Hence the saying, one cut to paradise. One cut to perdition. Should it prove fruitful, its value could reach 9 figures. Over 100 million? Xiao Yi expressed further surprise. No wonder the old fellow hesitated. Reluctant to wager against me. I shall contribute 5 million, Su Yan declared, regarding Xiao Yi. Ah, what do you imply? Do you lack faith in me? Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. The jade hasn't even been revealed, yet you presume my defeat? Is it not so? Su Yan held little optimism for Xiao Yi's chosen raw stone, despite his previous success in extracting 3 pieces of jade. It is too diminutive, and the disparity in value is too vast. A piece valued at 20 million, and another at 600,000. How can they be compared? If Xiao Yi were to choose a larger and more valuable piece, she might possess some confidence. Not everything is better when it is larger. Xiao Yi blinked, puzzled. What does that mean? Su Yan did not comprehend. Xiao Yi shook her head, turning her gaze towards the rough stone on the jade machine. Which one do you favor? Old Qin. Indeed, he is a seasoned master of stone gambling, unparalleled by few. In this round, he has staked his reputation, thus he will approach it with utmost seriousness. The onlookers murmured quietly, none showing support for Xiao Yi. Crack. A large chunk of stone broke away from the rough, producing a sound. Cut slowly. Old Qin also stepped forward, intently watching the rough stone. Do not harm the jade. Minutes later, a hint of green emerged before everyone's eyes. It has turned green. If Old Qin intervenes, it is certain to yield green. The crucial factors are its size and value. It is remarkably transparent, potentially an imperial green. The green continued to expand, reaching the size of a basketball. This is yet to reveal its full splendor. A glass type. Gasp. A glass type imperial green the size of a basketball? Its value is at least 100 million. Sounds of astonishment and envy arose from the surrounding crowd. Old Qin stepped closer, examining it carefully with a flashlight. That hint of green resembled a pool of emerald water, poised to surge forth. Ha ha. Old Qin smiled. Such exquisite imperial green is rarely seen in his professional career. Radiantly beautiful, Old Qin. There is no need to analyze further. How about selling it to me for 100 million? An immediate offer was made. He approached the situation with an element of risk, having opened the window to significantly enhance its value. However, should it turn out to be merely a thin slice, its worth would diminish considerably. Yet, if it were to be larger and deeper than what is currently visible, 100 million would certainly be insufficient. 110 million, I shall take it. Others began to voice their bids. The raw stone market has never been lacking in affluent individuals. Su Yan gazed at the hint of green, her eyes brimming with desire. Was this not the exquisite imperial green she yearned for? Had it not been for this gamble, she would undoubtedly have placed a bid, determined to secure it. Now, however, it was not the appropriate moment to make an offer. Do you like it? Suddenly, the voice of Xiao Yi broke through her thoughts. Without waiting for Su Yan to respond, he added, I'll give it to you later. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi, finding his jest utterly unamusing. The exquisite imperial green. How could one win it? What could possibly ensure victory? Have a little faith in me, This piece of imperial green will surely be ours, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Su Yin chose not to engage, her thoughts lingering on the notion that if he could indeed win, she would share a room with him that very night. No sale. Do not forget, there is still a gamble at play, she retorted. Old Qin was beaming, casting a glance at Xiao Yi, feeling confident of victory. Once it's extracted, sell it to me, someone insisted, unwilling to concede. Ah, you've come to the wrong person. If you wish to buy it later, you might have to seek me out, Xiao Yi proclaimed loudly. A multitude of gazes fell upon Xiao Yi. What madness was he uttering? Did he truly believe he could dictate the terms regarding Old Qin's possession? It was not entirely impossible. Should he win, the imperial green would indeed be under his command, someone suddenly interjected. Upon uttering those words, many erupted into laughter. The limitations imposed by the size of the raw stone were insurmountable, unless the exterior was merely a thin skin encasing a core of jadeite, and of a quality surpassing that of the piece owned by Elder Qin. Victory was unattainable. The likelihood of such an occurrence was indeed slimmer than winning the lottery's grand prize. Humph, young one. It seems you are one who won shed tears until faced with the coffin. Elder Qin scoffed, his words laden with implications. This jadeite, which was originally destined for someone, is now at risk of being lost. Su Yin furrowed her brow. Those words were directed at her. Today, Elder Qin had come on her behalf, and if not for this incident, the selected raw stones would have been hers. Do not heed this old rascal. Do you believe he would genuinely select for you? Any stone he deems promising, he would certainly reserve for himself, sneaking away to purchase it later. After finishing, Xiao Yi cast a glance at Elder Qin. Do not revel in your triumph just yet. Soon, you shall weep. Is that so? I hope your jadeite possesses some value. Elder Qin replied with a cold sneer. Half an hour later, a piece of imperial green jade, larger than a basketball, was unveiled in its entirety. The crowd was astounded, filled with envy, jealousy, and greed. Its worth was estimated at no less than 120 million. More than one person provided an appraisal. It was indeed an extraordinary shade of green. Amidst the throng of admirers surrounding the imperial green, Xiao Yi exclaimed, struggling to find any other descriptor. For it was overwhelmingly verdant, almost radiating a green glow. Elder Qin, what have you experienced to unveil such a profoundly green jadeite? Xiao Yi inquired with curiosity. Enough of the chatter, it is your turn now. Elder Qin's smile faltered, his expression darkening. Words are meaningless. A multitude of gazes fell upon the raw stone at Xiao Yi's feet, tinged with anticipation. Although no one truly believed he could win. Given the 3 jade pieces from earlier, it should not be too disappointing. Chapter 38. The entire audience is stunned. Let them unveil the stone. Su Yin gazed at Xiao Yi, feeling a sense of anticipation. It cannot be unveiled. Xiao Yi shook his head. Ha, kid, are you afraid? Qinzhen mocked upon hearing Xiao Yi's words. Only now do you express fear? It's too late for that. How about this? You bow to me and my grandfather a few times, and then produce 5 million. We shall consider this matter settled. Are you a fool? Xiao Yi dismissed him with a single retort, picking up the rough stone and placing it on the stone unearthing machine. Polish it, at most half a centimeter. What? The stone master was taken aback. Directly polish it? The onlookers could hardly remain composed. Could it be that apart from the outer skin, this rough stone is entirely jade? Do as he says. Su Yin cast a deep glance at Xiao Yi, her voice icy. Very well. The stone master complied and began to polish the stone. Humph. What a charade, Elder Qin scoffed. Having spent a lifetime in this industry, he had never encountered a rough stone that was entirely jade beneath its skin. Green is emerging. No, it's purple. Suddenly, the stone master exclaimed in astonishment. Gazes converged on the rough stone as a flash of purple light appeared, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Could it truly be that apart from the outer skin, it is all jade? Impossible. The expression on Elder Qin's face shifted as well. Look at your ignorance. How dare you call yourself a master? Xiao Yi taunted. Just because you haven't seen it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Do you understand? Even if there is jade, so what? Our wager is on whose jade is of greater value. Old Qin gritted his teeth. Xiao Yi chuckled coldly. While he lacked knowledge about the quality of jade, he was well aware of the significance of spiritual energy. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the higher the value. Violet. Su Yin fixed her gaze on that hue of purple, her anticipation intensifying. What is violet? Xiao Yi inquired curiously. Su Yin was at a loss for words, staring at Xiao Yi in disbelief. Could he truly be feigning ignorance? He didn't even know what violet was. Ahem, I have only heard of imperial green. Nothing else comes to mind. Noticing the look in Su Yan's eyes, Xiao Yi cleared his throat. The purple jade, particularly the royal purple, is esteemed alongside imperial green. Su Yan explained. There is a saying in the industry, red, green, and purple are precious, and in Chinese culture. The phrase purple energy arrives from the east further elevates the value of royal purple. Oh, I see, Xiao Yi replied, realization dawning upon him. If the entire piece is jade and it is royal purple, then victory is indeed within reach. Su Yan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Be confident. Eliminate the word possibly. Xiao Yi smiled slightly. Today, we are bound to win. As the stone cutter polished, more and more purple emerged, radiating a gentle lavender glow under the sunlight. The quality is exceptional. Royal purple? If it were a substantial piece of royal purple, how much would it be worth? Such a large piece of imperial green is undeniably precious, yet one of this magnitude in royal purple is unheard of. Have you ever come across something like this? No. Such a thing does not exist in the world. Is this not a potential world record? It is indeed possible. The onlookers were filled with excitement. Although this royal purple was not theirs, witnessing a world record was indeed a tremendous honor. The expression on Elder Qin's face paled significantly. No, it cannot be. He muttered to himself, his lips trembling, revealing the tumult within his heart. Losing 5 million was inconsequential, but if he were to lose his imperial green, it would be gone forever. That was a treasure worth 9 figures. After approximately half an hour, the exterior of the raw stone was polished clean, revealing a basketball-sized purple jadeite before the astonished crowd. The scene fell into a profound silence, where even a falling needle could be heard. It was breathtaking. It radiated nobility. Everyone held their breath, captivated by this earthly marvel. Xiao Yi stepped forward, gently cradling the purple jadeite in one hand, its brilliance shimmering in the sunlight. Many hearts raced in trepidation. It was imperative to hold it steadily, for if it were to fall, the loss would be monumental. No, no. Elder Qin's complexion was ashen, and not only did his lips quiver, but his entire body trembled. As a master of stone gambling, he understood the immense value of jade. With just one glance, he could ascertain that this royal purple exceeded the worth of his imperial green. Elder Qin. Qin Zhen's face was equally pale. He opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat constricted, as though held in a vice, rendering him speechless. It was otherworldly. Su Yan's gaze remained fixed on the purple jadeite, consumed by a singular thought. It was too beautiful, too surreal, unlike anything that should exist in this realm. Su Zong. This is for you, Xiao Yi said, presenting the purple jadeite before Su Yan with a smile. What? Su Yan regained her composure. I said it is a gift for you. Xiao Yi was filled with tenderness. No, it is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Su Yan's heart trembled violently. Despite her lineage from the Su family and her wealth, she remained unsettled. In that moment, her gaze towards Xiao Yi shifted. As the saying goes, no matter how exquisite the jade, it pales in comparison to you. Xiao Yi continued, admiring the delicate curve of Su Yan's alabaster neck. Once fashioned into a pendant and worn around your neck, it will undoubtedly be beautiful. Initially, Su Yan's heart fluttered with emotion, but upon hearing his last words, she felt somewhat speechless. A piece of jade so large, to be made into a pendant for her? Was he intending to crush her neck? Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in astonishment. He was giving away such a precious royal purple jade? Among the women present, envy was palpable. If a man were to gift them such a valuable piece of jade, they would immediately offer themselves in return, striking a myriad of poses. This royal purple was simply breathtaking. Qin Zhen's complexion grew increasingly pale. He was utterly defeated. Such an expensive piece of jade was beyond his willingness to part with. My friend, I am willing to offer 21 million. Will you sell it to me? One individual could not suppress their eagerness to bid. I have already gifted it to Ms. Su. If you wish to purchase it, you must consult with her, though I doubt she would part with it. Xiao Yi replied. The man glanced at Su Yan, offering a wry smile. He was well aware of Su Yan, the president of Qin Yan Company, who was not lacking in funds. Su Yan gazed deeply at Xiao Yi, gently caressing the royal purple jade. Her spirit stirred. It belonged to her now. Yet, she had no intention of accepting Xiao Yi's gift without recompense. Its value was far too great. She was determined to provide payment. And I shall also gift you that piece of imperial green. As Xiao Yi spoke, he harbored a hopeful anticipation that the 2 exquisite jade pieces he offered would move her to dedicate herself entirely to him. Tonight, sleep was out of the question. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, The crowd belatedly turned their attention to Old Qin. Old Qin, your grandson possesses my account, 5 million. You know, Xiao Yi remarked with a grin. Your family must have been the bringers of fortune in a past life. At this remark, Old Qin felt a surge of anxiety and anger, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his body swayed and threatened to collapse. Chapter 39. Unable to endure grandfather. Qin Zheng exclaimed, rushing to support Old Qin. Are you all right? Cough. I'm fine. Old Qin steadied himself, a bitter expression crossing his face. I've truly miscalculated. The value of the imperial green jade is in the 9 figures. Were it my loss, I would surely bleed. Indeed. Who could have anticipated that a master of his caliber would falter? The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, feeling a tinge of sympathy for Old Qin. However, Xiao Yi harbored no sympathy for him whatsoever. Had he lost, would Old Qin have shown him any mercy? Absolutely not. Feeling distressed to the point of bleeding? He would still be required to hand over the imperial green. Xiao Yi replied coolly, Kid, why should we hand over the imperial green we uncovered? Is there a written agreement? Qin Zheng's heart ached as he shouted. What? Do you intend to renege on your promise? Xiao Yi's expression hardened. Could it be that you cannot bear the loss? Valued at over 100 million, reneging is quite the norm. What of your reputation? How will you navigate the circles after this? The murmurs around them grew louder. Slap. Old Qin raised his hand and struck his grandson across the face. Silence, he commanded, fully aware that his reputation was far more valuable than this imperial green jade. Having already lost face, he could not afford to lose his credibility. Once lost, it would be impossible to navigate the world again. Qin Zhen covered his face, refraining from speaking, yet his gaze toward Xiao Yi brimmed with resentment. Defeated by skill, he accepted his loss. Old Qin turned his attention to Xiao Yi and slowly proclaimed, This piece of imperial green belongs to you. Oh. Old Qin indeed values principles, Xiao Yi replied with a smile, taking possession of the imperial green. Mr. Su, this is a gift for you. Su Yan felt as though she were dreaming. It all seemed surreal. She had come today with the intention of acquiring a piece of exquisite jade. Now both pieces, each worth over 100 million, were hers. 5 million had already been transferred. After completing the transaction, Old Qin staggered away, while Qin Zhen shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yi before hastily following him. I just heard that 4 masters of stone gambling have gathered today. Aside from Old Qin, who are the other 3? I wish to engage in a friendly exchange, Xiao Yi boldly announced, having tasted victory. The expressions of the 3 elderly men shifted dramatically. This young man had bested Old Qin and now sought to challenge them as well. Witnessing Old Qin's substantial losses, they had no intention of gambling further. No gambling means no losses. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, one of them stated. It suddenly occurs to me that I too have urgent business, another chimed in. The 3 men hastily concocted excuses to depart, fearful that Xiao Yi might issue them a challenge. To refuse would be to lose face, as others would assume they were afraid. Yet to accept and risk defeat would be an even greater humiliation. Thus, the best course of action was to retreat. Those acquainted with these 3 individuals exhibit an unmistakable air of unease. Xiao Yi has defeated Old Qin, sending away the 3 masters in a stunning display of prowess. Meanwhile, Qin Zhen, furiously cursing Xiao Yi, retrieves his phone. The price is negotiable. First, you must specify whom you wish to incapacitate. A cautious voice responds from the other end, seemingly belonging to someone named Xiao Yi. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Zhen articulates, a bodyguard. Xiao Yi? A bodyguard? Damn it, don't drag me into your death wish. The voice on the line suddenly escalates, laced with fury. Qin Zhen is left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Damn it, Zhonghai is indeed a small place. Thankfully, I had the foresight to inquire beforehand. The irate voice continues to rant from the other end. Brother who I? Qin Zhen attempts to interject. Silence. Did a donkey kick your brain? Why provoke him? You fool. A resounding slap echoes as the call disconnects. Qin Zhen stands in stunned silence, pondering why brother who reacted in such a manner. Could it be that Xiao Yi possesses significant influence? Is he merely playing the role of a harmless fool? At that moment, Xiao Yi's phone rings, displaying an unknown number. Hello? Brother Yi, it's me, Xiao Hu. A sycophantic tone emanates from the receiver. Who? Xiao Hu. Xiao Yi pauses, then recollects. Ah yes, Zheng Hu. Indeed, it's me. Brother Yi, I just received a call from Qin Zhen. He instructed me to eliminate you, and I gave him a thorough reprimanding. Qin Zhen, seeking you out? Xiao Yi's expression shifts to one of intrigue. Brother Hu, are we perhaps destined to be adversaries? Or is your network simply too extensive? I beg your pardon for the inconvenience, Brother E. Would you like me to deal with that little punk? Just say the word, and I can have him confined to a wheelchair. I shall let it go. I am a kind-hearted person. Indeed, Brother E is exceedingly benevolent. After exchanging a few more words, Xiao Yi hung up the phone, not allowing the matter to trouble him further. He had other tasks at hand, not only selecting raw stones, but also absorbing spiritual energy. Load all the selected raw stones onto the vehicle, Su Yin instructed the stone merchant. President Su, he wouldn't clear out all the raw stones containing jade from my stock. Would he? The stone merchant replied with a wry smile. Am I not paying you? Su Yin inquired, looking intently at the stone merchant. I will arrange for the loading immediately, the stone merchant said, hesitant to say more. If each stone indeed contained jade, it was quite possible for him to be entirely cleaned out. Su Yin gazed at Xiao Yi's departing figure, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Yielding to him did not seem so dreadful after all. The image of Xiao Yi presenting her with jade flashed through her mind, and she felt a flutter within her. Especially that line of affection. No treasure could compare to even a fraction of you. Who could withstand such words? Only she could. Any other woman would have immediately succumbed. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yi, Su Yan's thoughts drifted elsewhere as he immersed himself completely, diligently absorbing the spiritual energy. What a fortune! Just that brief moment equated to 3 months of arduous practice. Onward. An hour slipped by, and Xiao Yi had nearly drained all the jade spiritual energy from the raw stones at Shirley. He had also nearly selected all the raw stones that contained jade. Not only the stone merchant, but even Su Yin began to feel a tinge of unease. Would this truck suffice? Do we need all of them? Yes, indeed. Xiao Yi nodded. Very well. Su Yin refrained from asking further questions and turned her attention to Boss Sure. Let's settle the bill. Once the payment was made and the vehicle was fully loaded, it was just right for a large truck. No, to the next place. Xiao Yi, engrossed in his cultivation, was reluctant to leave. To the next place? Su Yin was astonished. He wished to continue? Indeed. I intend to gift you all the jade from this rough stone market. Xiao Yi nodded affirmatively. A tremor of excitement coursed through Su Yan's heart. Was he truly sincere? 2 hours later, the Maserati departed from the rough stone market, trailed by 3 cargo trucks. In the passenger seat, Xiao Yi was filled with satisfaction. Today's gains were substantial. He sensed a breakthrough was imminent. Should he venture to Myanmar to seek a jade mine? Wouldn't cultivating there accelerate his progress tremendously? As Xiao Yi pondered, the prospect grew increasingly appealing. 300 million. What do you think? Suddenly, Su Yin, who was driving, inquired. Huh? What 300 million? The royal purple and imperial green. Along with the compensation for the rough stones you selected today, I shall give you 300 million. Su Yin gazed at Xiao Yi. Is that sufficient? Chapter 40. A lone man among 2 women? Not enough. How much do you desire? I can certainly add more. I want you. Su Yan's grip on the steering wheel faltered, nearly steering the Maserati into the guardrail. I'm speaking seriously. So am I. I'm not lacking in money. Do you think I would fret over a trifling amount? Xiao Yi adjusted himself into a more comfortable position. What? A trifling amount? Su Yin, flustered, retorted. No matter how wealthy one is, one cannot trivialize 300 million as a mere trifling sum. If I recall correctly, you previously negotiated quite vigorously for 800,000. Is it the same? That was the money for my support. If the price is too low, I would find it difficult to hold my head high in the realm of dependency. Xiao Yi stated earnestly. The value is too high, you may offer, but I cannot accept. Su Yin shook her head. I have my own principles. In any case, I do not want it. Then you may consider this 300 million as the funds for supporting you. What? Are you suggesting you want to support me for a lifetime? Su Yin was at a loss for words. Is that what I meant? Honestly, have you fallen for me? If you have feelings for me, do not hold back. I would be willing to yield to you. Xiao Yi grinned. Get lost. Su Yin coldly uttered a single word, realizing that this fellow could not produce anything of value. After returning to the company, the raw stone was unloaded and placed in the warehouse. When will we unveil the stone? I'll leave that to you. I can guarantee that each piece contains jade. Listening to Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan's breath quickened. Just imagining the scene was exhilarating. Stay calm. As long as I am here, there will always be jade in the future. From today onward, you are the company's stone gambling consultant, with a monthly salary of 100,000. Su Yin declared immediately. I know you look down on such a small sum. Once the jade is revealed, I will grant you a substantial bonus. A gambling consultant? I would prefer to be a vice president instead. Xiao Yi was indeed uninterested in money and casually remarked. That is acceptable. To Xiao Yi's surprise, Su Yin agreed without hesitation. I will have the HR department issue a notice immediately. With that, she turned and left. Is she serious? Su Kai inquired as he leaned closer. Is Su's decision something you can meddle in? Turn on the surveillance cameras at the warehouse and have someone keep watch. Xiao Yi casually crossed his legs and accepted the cigarette Su Kai offered. From today onward, please refer to me as General Manager Xiao. General Manager Xiao? What does that mean? Su Kai was taken aback. The personnel department's appointment notice will arrive shortly. Xiao Yi leisurely took a drag from his cigarette. Su herself stated that I am to be the vice president of Qingyan Company. Are you serious? Su Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. You've only been here for 2 days. What? You seem to have an issue with me becoming vice president. No. I have no objections. I just can't believe it. Su Kai hastily smiled. Your promotion speed is astonishing. You came to the company as a bodyguard yesterday, and today you're already the vice president? Well, Su has an eye for talent. She insisted on this position for me. What can I do? Xiao Yi chuckled lightly. Sometimes, I find my own excellence a burden. Su Kai forced a smile, thinking how pretentious he was being. Meanwhile, Jiang Ru was equally astonished. Vice president? Previously. I thought the position of head of security was what Su had reserved for Xiao Yi. It seems I underestimated the situation. Indeed, notify the personnel department. Su Yin nodded. Su, do you think there will be any discontent among the staff with him being vice president after just 2 days? Jiang Ru hesitated. Do as I instructed. Su Yin raised her head, her voice chillingly resolute. Understood, Su. Jiang Ru did not dare to speak further and retreated. When Li Min learned of the news, her eyes widened in astonishment. She could not afford to be careless and promptly called Su Yin for confirmation, seeking to arrange a new office for him. Su Yin coldly instructed her, yes. After hanging up, Li Min was far from calm. Before the end of the workday, the appointment notification for Xiao Yi was issued. Everyone in the company was aware, and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. A mere bodyguard had ascended to the position of vice president in just 2 days. His speed rivaled that of a rocket. What was the reason? Was it merely his handsome appearance? Do you think he has any connection with President Su? Various rumors began to circulate within the company. Ego. They say you are President Su's kept man, Su Kai reported. How did they find out? Xiao Yi exclaimed, taken aback. Su Kai, speechless, found it hard to believe such gossip. After all, she was the Ice Queen. How could she possibly indulge in such frivolities? Alas, they only see my charming exterior. Failing to recognize the brilliance of my soul, Xiao Yi remarked, while engrossed in a game. I do not rely on my looks, but rather on my talent and capability. Indeed, Su Kai replied, somewhat dismissively. For the time being, talent and capability were not evident, though his gaming skills were commendable. Ego, you must look out for me from now on. That's a small matter. As long as you fulfill the tasks I assign you, I guarantee your promotion and salary increase. Yes, Ego no Xiaozong. As the gaming session concluded, the workday came to an end. To prevent Su Yin from slipping away unnoticed, Xiao Yi headed straight for the president's office. Whatever the circumstance, he could not allow Su Yin to evade him again. What brings you here? Su Yin was at a loss for words. Was he afraid she would run away? To be honest, she did entertain such thoughts. Xiao Yi, I find it inconvenient here. Perhaps you could seek a hotel near the office. No, staying at a hotel incurs expenses. I will stay at the Su residence instead. Xiao Yi interrupted Su Yin. Besides, the old gentleman will keep me company. Surely that is preferable to a hotel? Su Yin replied helplessly. What? You were cohabitating with a man? Xiao Yi exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. What nonsense! I am a woman. Su Yin retorted, exasperated. A woman? That does not concern me. Xiao Yi shook his head. But isn't this a matter of your concern? What about our feelings? Su Yin was left in a state of amused frustration. You cannot possibly be a lesbian? Xiao Yi pondered, scrutinizing Su Yin. How absurd. Su Yin nearly slammed her hand on the table. Just moments ago, he claimed she was living with a man, and now he suggested she was a lesbian? It was utterly outrageous. Calm down. Even if I were, I could accept it. Xiao Yi chuckled. You may carry on as you wish, as if I were invisible. Su Yin was infuriated to the point of physical discomfort. After a drawn-out tug-of-war, she ultimately capitulated to Xiao Yi's request to cohabitate. A solitary man and 2 women. How thrilling it sounded. Xiao Yi gazed at Su Yin, feeling a sense of anticipation. If he were to become friends with her, she must be a remarkable beauty, right? Being in the company of 2 stunning women was certainly a delightful prospect. Chapter 41. Farewell. Minutes later, the Maserati departed from the company premises. Were there still no leads from the office bug? As Xiao Yi contemplated the blissful life of cohabitation with beauty, Su Yan's cold voice pierced through his thoughts. Not yet. For the time being, we can only wait for this person to take the initiative to appear. I have entrusted this matter to Su Kai, who is working diligently. Do you wish for him to become the manager of the security department? Su Yan directly pointed out Xiao Yi's intentions. Well, those who toil earnestly deserve a promotion and a raise, Xiao Yi remarked seriously, gazing at Su Yan. All right, let us resolve this matter and appoint him as manager. Su Yan nodded. From now on, the security department will be under your purview. Am I to oversee merely the security department, despite being the esteemed vice president? Otherwise, do not be deceived by the fact that I founded this company. The internal dynamics are quite intricate. While no one dares to openly oppose my words, the reality may differ behind closed doors. As vice president, you shall inevitably encroach upon the interests of certain individuals, becoming a thorn in their side. Office politics? Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. Am I allowed to take action? Absolutely not. Very well, I shall not shy away from verbal confrontations. Xiao Yi remained unfazed. You know me. I excel in reasoning with others. Is that so? I await to see. I am loyal to you. Would they dare to oppose? Some individuals, relying on their seniority, tend to wield their age as a weapon. Your words have illuminated my understanding, Xiao Yi chuckled. Rest assured, my blade is swift. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan's eyelids twitched. Had he caught on? Su Yan swiftly changed the subject. If she opposes, then you cannot reside there. Whose house is this? It's not yours. So why does she get to decide? Xiao Yi frowned. I am dependent on you, not on her. She is my dearest friend. Yet I remain your fiancé. Regardless, I will not concern myself with it. If I have no place to stay, I shall reside at the Su residence. Can you not show some ambition? Su Yan gritted her teeth, repeating the same phrase over and over. You wish to become the vice president, and I have granted you that wish. What more do you desire? A matter is a matter. Having left the company, let us not dwell on workplace affairs. If you want to stay, it shall be as it is in the company. Listen to me. Very well. Xiao Yi stepped back, deciding to move in first. Once settled, you shall experience the benefits of having an older brother. You will beg me to stay. Half an hour later, a Maserati pulled into a villa. Wow, I adore this place. Xiao Yi emerged from the car, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Though not as expansive as the Su estate, it felt far more like a home. You will occupy the guest room downstairs. Upon entering the villa, Su Yan pointed to the guest room. Without permission, you are not to ascend the stairs. What? You have me in the guest room at the Su residence, and now here as well? Xiao Yi protested. Otherwise, Su Yan raised an eyebrow. I intend to provide you with round-the-clock protection. No need. You can protect me from the guest room. I warn you, should you dare venture upstairs, you will leave immediately. Understood. Xiao Yi felt helpless. He had been presented with the imperial green and royal purple. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. As he often said, the priority was to settle in first. Once settled, it would signify a victory. There was ample time ahead. The wardrobe was stocked with brand new bedding. After giving a few instructions, Su Yan ascended the stairs. Xiao Yi wandered through the living room, familiarizing himself with the surroundings, before heading to the guest room. He laid out the bedding and reclined on the soft, spacious bed. Exhaling deeply, regardless of the circumstances, he now had a foothold in Shanghai. I vow, one day, I shall sleep upstairs, gazing at the ceiling. Xiao Yi set a modest goal for himself. Suddenly, the roar of an engine broke the silence as a red sports car entered the courtyard. To maintain an air of sophistication, should I meet her with my sword? No, she might think I am merely an actor. Xiao Yi donned a smile he believed to be enigmatic yet friendly and stepped out of the guest room. However, upon laying his eyes on Su Yan's close friend, whose delicate features seemed almost fragile, his smile abruptly faltered. How could it be her? Simultaneously, the woman recognized Xiao Yi, her eyes widening in astonishment. Their gazes locked, revealing mutual shock and disbelief. What are you doing here? You are Su Yan's friend? Almost in unison, they exclaimed. Oh no, this is disastrous. After asking, Xiao Yi felt an overwhelming urge to flee, as 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Su Yan's beloved friend turned out to be the woman with whom he had shared a night of passion at the hotel just the previous evening. What was her name again? Wei Yuqing? Su Yan? Wei Yuqing gazed at Xiao Yi, a sudden spark of realization flashing through her mind. Could he be the esteemed figure Su Yan spoke of? Is the world truly this small? As the atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly tense, Su Yan's voice resonated from upstairs. Wei Yuqing's expression shifted, and she immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Yi, donning a smile. Xiao Yi, bewildered, wondered what this meant. Wei Yuqing inquired with a playful tone, displaying no signs of unease. Don't joke around. Let me introduce you. This is Xiao Yi, the remarkable individual who saved my grandfather, Su Yan proclaimed. Xiao Yi, this is Yuqing, my dearest friend. So it is him, Wei Yuqing mused inwardly, maintaining an impassive facade as she extended her fair right hand. Ah, Mr. Xiao, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, she said, feigning ignorance. Xiao Yi, recovering from his surprise, realized she intended to act as though they were strangers. Indeed, she had previously mentioned that they would be unfamiliar faces upon their next encounter. With this thought, he regained his composure. As long as last night's events remained undisclosed, there was no cause for alarm. He smiled and took Wei Yuqing's delicate hand, his fingers lightly tracing her palm. In that fleeting moment, an unspoken agreement was forged between them to pretend they were unacquainted. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the trio settled down. Yuqing, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Su Yan said, a hint of discomfort in her tone. She had been living harmoniously with Wei Yuqing, and the addition of a man to their household certainly posed challenges. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi felt a surge of exhilaration, resolutely deciding not to leave. No matter what, he was determined to cultivate deeper feelings over time. Chapter 42. I am her fiancé. When Wei Yuqing learned that Xiao Yi was going to stay here, her expression shifted subtly. If you are unwilling, I shall send him away, she said promptly. Seeing Wei Yuqing's reaction, Su Yan rushed to explain, Sister Yuqing, don't be absurd. He is my bodyguard. My grandfather insisted on his protection. Bodyguard? Wei Yuqing paused, realizing it was not the relationship she had envisioned. Su Yan nodded in affirmation. Since he is here to protect you, then let him stay, Wei Yuqing concluded. Ah, I nearly misunderstood. I thought he was your boyfriend, she added with a chuckle. Not a boyfriend. Before Su Yan could respond, Xiao Yi interjected, I am her fiancé. Su Yan glared at Xiao Yi, incredulous. Who gave you the right to say that? Wei Yuqing's eyes widened in shock. Fiancé? Good heavens, she has shared a bed with Su Yan's fiancé? Xiao Yi disregarded Su Yan's fury, feeling it necessary to clarify the situation before it spiraled further. When did this happen? Wei Yuqing managed to calm herself, forcing a smile. You saved Grandpa Su. And Xiao Yan offered herself in return? Not at all. He came to me with a marriage contract. Su Yan denied it and recounted the entire matter from beginning to end. Tell me how you resisted. I wish to resist as well and have my grandfather annul the engagement. As Su Yan spoke, Wei Yuqing wore an exceedingly peculiar expression. Are you certain you wish to know? Ahem. Xiao Yi cleared his throat. Su Yan, could you refrain from asking such things in my presence? Furthermore, you are mistaken. I came solely to break off the engagement, yet you insisted on marrying me. Who wants to marry you? Su Yan retorted furiously. It's absurd for a little dog to declare such things in front of so many people. Xiao Yi smirked. Su Yan grew more enraged, but found herself unable to refute him. Indeed, those words had escaped her lips. But they were uttered in a moment of indignation after witnessing Xiao Yi publicly break off the engagement. They should not be taken seriously. Haha, enough of your bickering. Wei Yuqing suppressed her complex emotions and chuckled. Xiao Yi is staying here. Isn't that fortuitous? It could deepen your understanding of one another. What if you both develop feelings over time? Who wants to develop feelings for him? I'll break off the engagement sooner or later. Su Yan glared at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi shrugged, choosing not to provoke Su Yan further. He did not wish to be cast out. Haha, I was away for just a few days. And you've already struck a marriage contract with a remarkable individual. Wei Yuqing grasped Su Yan's hand. Your situation is different from mine. Xiao Yi clearly appears to be a good man. Xiao Yi glanced at Wei Yuqing, wondering if she was indeed not mocking him. Under the soothing presence of Wei Yuqing, Su Yan's irritation dissipated. Sister Yuqing, have you resolved your matters? Not yet. Let's refrain from discussing these troublesome issues. In honor of our esteemed guest, let us indulge in a grand feast, Wei Yuqing replied. Very well, but I still have an email to finish. Please bear with me for a moment, Su Yan said as she rose to ascend the stairs. Once she departed, an odd tension enveloped the living room, leaving the two seated individuals in a moment of silence. Well, what a small world it is, encountering one another so unexpectedly, Xiao Yi remarked in an attempt to break the ice. I never anticipated that you would be Su Yan's closest confidant, he continued. Since you are aware of my close bond with her, let last night's events remain between us, Wei Yuqing stated, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yi. This is our first meeting. Furthermore, You would do well to discard any errant thoughts and refrain from bullying Su Yin. If I discover that you have wronged her again, I shall not let you off lightly. Ah, but it was you who lured me last night. Xiao Yi attempted to defend himself. I was merely performing a charitable act, he added. Silence. Wei Yuqing interjected sharply, glancing towards the stairs. Forget everything that transpired last night. Rest assured, I will keep it from her knowledge. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. Feeling somewhat relieved, Wei Yuqing accepted the events of the previous night. Yet she still bore a sense of guilt towards Su Yin. Sister Yuqing, shall we depart? Before Xiao Yi could utter another word, Su Yin descended from the upper floor. Wonderful, Wei Yuqing beamed. Come, I shall treat you both to a sumptuous feast. The trio departed the villa in a single vehicle, seeking a nearby hotel. As the dishes arrived, laughter and conversation filled the air, creating a pleasant ambience. Wei Yuqing observed Xiao Yi with a hint of curiosity. This man was undeniably extraordinary. Earlier that morning, his grip on her wrist had alleviated her pain and restored her strength. Truly remarkable. Such mastery could be deemed a form of medicine. Had it not been for the old Su's enduring vitality, divine intervention would have been futile. Xiao Yi smiled. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Su Yin suddenly raised her glass. Were it not for you, I would have lost my grandfather. No need for formalities. Your grandfather is as dear to me as my own, Xiao Yi replied casually. Su Yin fell silent, hastily suppressing her feelings of gratitude. Now, let us toast. Xiao Yi clinked his glass against Su Yin's and drank heartily. As she observed him, she too downed her drink. Her unspoken words of gratitude extended beyond saving her grandfather. They encompassed her appreciation for Xiao Yi's integrity in not taking advantage of a vulnerable moment. Furthermore, the royal purple and imperial green had fulfilled her aspirations. Indeed, let us coexist harmoniously, avoiding quarrels. Who knows what sparks may fly? Wei Yuqing jested. Should you two find love, I shall revel in your wedding festivities. Upon hearing Wei Yuqing's remark, Su Yin discreetly glanced at Xiao Yi, sensing a diminishing resistance towards this man. Could it be true that affection blossoms over time? Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. Wei Yuqing glanced at her phone, her brow furrowing as she silenced the call. That insufferable woman. I've arrived in Zhonghai. Just you wait. Shortly thereafter, a message arrived. Who is that Su Wangba? Su Yin inquired upon noticing Wei Yuqing's expression. Never mind him. Wei Yuqing poured herself a drink. Come, let us indulge in some wine. Xiao Yi observed Wei Yuqing and pondered whether he should assist her in dealing with this Su Wangba. Just as he was contemplating this, his phone rang. Su Kai, what is it? Brother Yi, the person who planted the listening device has appeared. Su Kai's voice crackled with excitement through the receiver. Chapter 43. The person who planted the listening device, who is it? Xiao Yi glanced at Su Yin and asked with a composed demeanor. Brother Yi, you will never guess who it is. I was utterly astonished when I saw him. It is simply... Stop rambling, just tell me. Sun Gaofei. That guy? Xiao Yi was indeed taken aback. After all, he was the manager of the security department. What could his motive be? Industrial espionage? Or does he have ulterior motives? At that moment, it dawned on him why there were no leads found in the surveillance footage. This individual was the manager of the security department, well acquainted with the locations of all cameras. How could he possibly be caught on tape? Has he left now? Xiao Yi inquired, his mind racing with thoughts. Yes, he has already departed. Brother Yi, what should we do next? Su Kai's excitement was palpable. This was not merely Sun Gaofei, but rather his stepping stone to promotion and a raise. I give you 2 hours to locate his whereabouts. Xiao Yi replied calmly. Once you find him, let me know. Understood, Brother Yi. Let us leave it at that for now. Xiao Yi ended the call. Whose call was that? Su Yin asked, looking at Xiao Yi. A friend. Xiao Yi refrained from mentioning Sun Gaofei, preferring to gather more information before disclosing anything to Su Yin. Engaging in conversation with her now serves no purpose and only disrupts the pleasant dining atmosphere. Come, let us continue to indulge in our libations. Cheers. Wei Yuqing lifted her glass, proclaiming that tonight would be a night of revelry. After half an hour, the dinner concluded, yet the promised inebriation had not fully materialized. Su Yin prepared to summon a designated driver, but Xiao Yi seized the car keys. Hold on, Su Yin remarked, observing Xiao Yi's clear-headed demeanor as she settled into the back seat alongside Wei Yuqing. Xiao Yin, I apologize for any distress I may have caused you, Wei Yuqing said, feeling the effects of the evening's excess as the night breeze enveloped them. Tonight, she had indulged more than usual, and coupled with her melancholic mood, it rendered her susceptible to intoxication. Hearing her words, Xiao Yi's grip on the steering wheel faltered, and beads of sweat formed on his brow, his heart racing with trepidation. He feared that Wei Yuqing might utter something scandalous, such as, "I have slept with your fiancé." If that were to transpire, the scene would surely rival that of a catastrophic accident. Renqing, you have nothing to apologize for. Su Yin leaned back in her seat. You have always taken great care of me and have been a source of support. No, I am the one who should apologize, Wei Yuqing insisted, shaking her head, though she retained enough composure not to delve further into her thoughts. Regarding your engagement, I am unable to assist you. Should you find yourself in need of my help, do not hesitate to ask. Whatever I possess is yours, Su Yin declared earnestly. Xiao Yi smirked slightly. Are you being serious? She needs me, and you are willing to offer your assistance? No, no one can assist me with this matter. I can manage it myself. I've already employed my trump card, and I believe it won't be long before I resolve this, Wei Yuqing declared, slightly inebriated. What trump card? Su Yin inquired with curiosity. By the way, Su Yin, you mentioned there's a meeting tomorrow that requires my presence, correct? Xiao Yi interjected, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hastily diverted the topic. Indeed, you are part of the company's senior management now. It's time you meet the other executives. Su Yin nodded. However, when she intended to ask Wei Yuqing further, she realized that the latter had already fallen asleep. After a brief slumber, Wei Yuqing awoke, clearly more sober. I didn't say anything inappropriate earlier, did I? She whispered as Su Yin went to fetch water. Almost revealed it. Fortunately, I changed the subject. Sister, our alcohol tolerance is lacking. Can we perhaps drink less in the future? It can lead to complications, Xiao Yi remarked helplessly. Well, I shall try my best not to drink around Xiao Yin in the future, Wei Yuqing sighed with relief. Yuqing, here, have a glass of water, Su Yin said as she approached with 2 cups. What about mine? Xiao Yi asked. Don't have hands? Can't you serve yourself? Su Yin retorted, yet she still handed the other cup to Xiao Yi. Ah, you are truly wonderful to me. I am deeply touched and feel inclined to reciprocate, Xiao Yi said with a grin as he accepted it. Be quiet. Su Yin glared at him. It was one thing to jest when it was just the two of them, but to speak this way in front of Wei Yuqing? Hee. I have a feeling that you two, the bickering couple, will eventually come to a happy ending, Wei Yuqing remarked with a smile as she observed them. Who is going to have a happy ending with him? If it weren't for my grandfather, I would have sent him packing long ago. Su Yin pouted slightly. An hour later, Su Kai called, providing an address. Brother Yi, are you going to find Sun Gaofei? Yes, I intend to have a conversation with him. Do you need me to accompany you? Su Kai inquired earnestly. No, I can manage on my own, Xiao Yi replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. Rest assured, I shall not diminish your contributions. The manager's recognition is undoubtedly yours. Brother Yi, that is unnecessary. I am merely concerned for your safety. Haha, you might want to worry more about Sun Gaofei. Indeed, do take care. He will not be alone tonight. There is another man with him, and he appears quite formidable. Oh, then perhaps you should be more concerned about that man. Xiao Yi dismissed the warning, and after hanging up, he turned off the lights in the room and departed through the window. He stealthily exited the villa, finding a shadowy corner where he summoned the Long Yuan sword, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the night sky. Damn it, this navigation keeps warning me about speeding. What does that even mean? I'm not racing on the road. Minutes later, Xiao Yi hovered in midair, muttering to himself. He glanced at the navigation, then looked down. It should be right here. With a swift motion, the Long Yuan sword vanished, and Xiao Yi gently descended into a courtyard. Through the glass, he observed Sun Gaofei, Yan Wang, and another man inside. The three were drinking and appeared to be slightly inebriated. Brother, once this deal is done, we will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. Sun Gaofei raised a glass. At that time, I could easily purchase several villas and support 100 female university students. I too desire to support 100 female university students. Beside him, Yan Wang's face flushed with excitement as he bellowed. Wealth and women are abundant. Sun Gaofei's movements were slightly exaggerated, causing him to grimace in pain, his expression swiftly contorting into one of fury. Senior brother, you must avenge me. Since I have promised you, I shall indeed seek retribution, the man replied, nodding. I want him dead. Sun Gaofei gritted his teeth. Yes, let him perish. Yan Wang echoed, slamming his hands on the table. Let him suffer before he meets his end. That is a given. The man agreed without hesitation. Regardless of his strength, he must die. With my senior brother taking action, victory is assured. Sun Gaofei nodded in agreement. Come, senior brother, allow me to toast you to the celebration of vanquishing that scoundrel, Xiao Yi. Yin Wang chimed in. To speak of celebration now may be a tad premature. A sudden voice interrupted from the doorway. Chapter 44. The Sword Drawn. The unexpected voice caused the three drinking men to change countenance. As they turned to see Xiao Yi at the entrance, they were startled enough to rise from their seats. Xiao Yi, Sun Gaofei, and Yin Wang exclaimed in unison. How did you find this place? Seeing me has brought you joy and surprise, has it not? Xiao Yi entered with a beaming smile. Is it not a delight to have friends come from afar? Will you not invite me to sit and share a drink? Drink this. Yin Wang, known for his volatile temper, growled and seized a bottle from the table, hurling it towards Xiao Yi with force. He had no interest in pondering how Xiao Yi had arrived. His first instinct was to eliminate him. In fact, he felt it was even better that Xiao Yi had come to him. Bang! Xiao Yi struck with a palm, shattering the wine bottle and sending shards of glass flying. Do not act impulsively, Sun Gaofei interjected, blocking Yin Wang's path while fixing his gaze upon Xiao Yi. What brings you here? I've come to ascertain some matters. Xiao Yi replied, advancing with measured steps. Why did you install a listening device in President Su's office? At the mention of the eavesdropping device, Sun Gaofei's expression shifted dramatically. Brother, it has been exposed. Eliminate him. Yin Wang bellowed. First, dispose of him, then capture Su Yan. Capture Su Yan? Xiao Yi's eyes turned icy, revealing the complexity of the situation. Senior brother, take him down. Sun Gaofei resolved, realizing that with their plans uncovered, Xiao Yi could not be permitted to leave alive. Is this the Xiao Yi you speak of? Young and seemingly lacking in strength. A man scrutinized Xiao Yi, shaking his head in disbelief. Junior brother, you have lingered in the big city for too long, basking in comfort, which has dulled your prowess. Your words hold truth, Sun Gaofei nodded. I implore you, senior brother, to take action and subdue him. Consider it a trivial task, the man replied, stepping forward toward Xiao Yi. Kneel and surrender, and I may grant you a swift end. In a flash, a cold glimmer darted forth, cutting across the man's neck and leaving a line of crimson. He had no time to react, only feeling a sudden sharp pain as he instinctively reached for his throat. The warmth of blood met his fingers. In the next moment, the gash widened, akin to a child's mouth agape, and blood gushed forth. It was only then that the man reacted, emitting a muffled, anguished cry. His hand, clutching his neck, was instantly stained crimson with blood. You! The man glared at Xiao Yi, his face awash with terror, struggling to articulate his thoughts, yet finding himself utterly voiceless. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. A swift strike to the throat. Grant me a merciful end? You need not kneel before me. I shall grant you a swift conclusion. Xiao Yi's expression remained impassive as he turned his gaze towards Sun Gaofei and the King of Hell. And you? Do you also desire a merciful end? As they absorbed Xiao Yi's words, Sun Gaofei and the King of Hell regained their composure, staring in horror at the corpse lying in a pool of blood, their voices trembling with disbelief. Their master has perished? Slain by Xiao Yi with a single stroke. They hadn't even comprehended Xiao Yi's movements. Moreover, from whence had that sword been launched? A surge of dread erupted within both, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. If Xiao Yi had indeed killed their master amidst combat, their fear would have been entirely different. Yet, the sword suspended in midair rendered them unable to accept the reality, unable to remain calm. It was far too bizarre. Who are you? Sun Gaofei stammered, his gaze upon Xiao Yi akin to that of a man staring into the abyss. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to appreciate it. Xiao Yi shook his head, his right hand gently waving as the suspended Long Yuan sword emitted a resonant hum. Slowly advancing. No. Spare me, spare me. A ghost. As they beheld the approaching Long Yuan sword, Sun Gaofei and the King of Hell were so frightened they lost control, collapsing to the ground. Is this the extent of your courage? Xiao Yi scoffed, bringing the Long Yuan sword to a halt. Now speak. Why did you plant the listening device? My patience is finite. I have no desire to hear a single falsehood. Are you a master of ancient martial arts? Sun Gaofei exclaimed in shock as a thought crossed his mind. With a swift motion, the Long Yuan sword pierced through Sun Gaofei's shoulder, the blade emerging from his scapula. Sun Gaofei cried out in agony. Xiao Yi remarked coolly, I installed a listening device to understand Su Yan. I wish to pursue her, despite the excruciating pain. Sun Gaofei shouted loudly. Is that so? Xiao Yi replied with a faint smile as he gradually twisted the Long Yuan sword, further lacerating Sun Gaofei's shoulder. Do you believe I can be easily deceived? No. Sun Gaofei shrieked in despair. I confess, I originally intended to steal jade. Steal jade? Yes. I had previously installed a camera, but it broke last week, so I resorted to the listening device. In her office's lounge, there is a large safe containing numerous pieces of jade, highly valuable. Do you know the safe's code? I do. I recorded it. I learned through eavesdropping that she is planning to purchase exquisite jade soon, so I awaited the opportunity to act once she acquired it. Sun Gaofei, gripped by fear, divulged all. Xiao Yi then turned to Yin Wang, smiling as he inquired. I was speaking nonsense. Yin Wang, equally terrified, quickly responded, Speak. If you don't, you shall die. Xiao Yi's voice turned icy. Earlier, we merely intended to target the jade, but after he was dismissed, we plotted to abduct Su Yin for a greater fortune and then escape far away. Yin Wang trembled, unable to conceal any longer. Was it merely for wealth? Xiao Yi was incredulous. She was indeed an exquisite beauty, a temptation few men could resist. Only he could remain unyielding. He did not believe that the two individuals before him would refrain from taking action after binding Su Yin. She was the ICCEO, after all. Which man could resist the allure of conquest? Especially Sun Gaofei, who had always worked under Su Yin. Surely he harbored some thoughts of his own, perhaps the desire to subdue the once untouchable female executive. Sun Gaofei and Yin Wang dared not speak, for they had indeed contemplated such a scheme, to bind Su Yin, secure the ransom, and then revel in the act of betrayal. Xiao Yi regarded the two with a sudden smile, but the sight of it sent a chill down their spines, as though they were ensnared in a frozen cavern. No, please spare us, Xiao Yi. We were merely entertaining the thought. We have not acted. Sun Gaofei pleaded on his knees. Yet even the mere thought could lead to demise. Xiao Yi's tone remained calm, though his smile grew colder. In a moment of desperation, Sun Gaofei, realizing his pleas were futile, bellowed and resolved to fight back. After all, whether he fought or not, death was inevitable. In a flash, as he moved, the Long Yuan sword responded. A flash of sword light, and with a sickening crunch, a head rolled to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Chapter 45. Sleepless on a lonely pillow. Yin Wang witnessed the gruesome scene before him, his terror erupting into a scream. In the blink of an eye, two had perished, leaving him all alone. How could he not be afraid? Wait, did you not claim to be Yin Wang? Soon, you shall encounter the true Yin Wang. Xiao Yi remarked, gripping the Long Yuan sword with indifference. Killing is against the law, Xiao Yi. You are still young. Do not embark on a path of crime. Yin Wang pleaded, his face ashen with fear. Spare me, I beseech you, spare me. A sardonic smile graced Xiao Yi's lips as the tip of his sword rested against the throat of the king of hell. The king knelt upon the ground, crying out in despair. You are mistaken. It should be put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Xiao Yi corrected him gently. Yes, become a Buddha. Please let me go. The king pleaded, but Xiao Yi shook his head. I have no faith in Buddhism, nor do I wish to become a Buddha. You should not have laid your hands on Su Yin. She is my fiancée. What? The king's eyes widened in astonishment at this revelation. Now, may I close my eyes? Xiao Yi concluded, gently advancing his hand that held the sword. The razor-sharp tip effortlessly pierced the king's throat. As the sword was withdrawn, a gaping wound appeared, blood gushing forth. The king clutched his neck, staring at Xiao Yi with a mixture of terror and hatred. He had not yet escaped his fate. Xiao Yi met the king's gaze with an expression devoid of emotion. They deserved their fate. Had he not intervened, what would have befallen Su Yin? The wicked cannot be deemed innocent simply because they have yet to commit their misdeeds. As he had stated, harboring such thoughts necessitated their demise. Though earthly laws may absolve one of guilt, in his eyes, it was a capital offense. With a resounding thud, the king collapsed onto the ground, convulsing before gradually succumbing to silence. The plan had been meticulously devised. Not only were cameras and listening devices installed, but the king was also assigned as Su Yin's bodyguard. If he had truly succeeded, would Su Yin not have been at their mercy? Muttering to himself, Xiao Yi produced a powder to dissolve the corpse and scattered it over the body. Soon, yellow smoke began to rise, transforming the remains into a pool of blood. As the corpse vanished completely, Xiao Yi departed, invoking the Long Yuan's sword and soaring into the sky. How should he convey this to Su Yin? If he mentioned Sun Gaofei, she would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Xiao Yi lit a cigarette, pondering his predicament. Yet, refraining from mentioning Sun Gaofei, given her temperament, she would undoubtedly investigate further. After finishing the cigarette, He still had not devised a way to approach Su Yan, so he decided to abandon his thoughts, took a shower, and collapsed onto the bed, surrounded by two beautiful women. Yet he lay alone in the guest room. What a plight. Xiao Yi gazed at the ceiling, wondering what they were doing at that moment. Were they also sleepless? On the second floor, Su Yan tossed and turned in bed, struggling to find slumber. With her eyes closed, the image of Xiao Yi's handsome face surfaced in her mind, causing her a mix of embarrassment and vexation. Why was she thinking of him? It must be because he was downstairs. Typically, the lower floor was devoid of anyone, but now with a man present, it was inevitable she could not sleep. Su Yan comforted herself. She did not wish to acknowledge that his face had already etched itself into her mind, even into her heart. I am your fiancé. Do you wish for your grandfather to come back to life? Trust me just once, how about it? Do not be afraid. I am here. Taking advantage of the vulnerable moment is not the mark of a gentleman. No matter how high the value, it pales in comparison to you. The engagement. Su Yan murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling like stars in the darkness. In the adjacent room, Wei Yuqing was equally restless. She closed her eyes. Her thoughts filled with images of Xiao Yi and the scene of them entwined in bed. She had thought they would never meet again. And with the influence of alcohol, her desires ignited, and her thoughts wandered through a myriad of passionate scenarios. However, now, as she bid farewell to Xiao Yi while still residing under the same roof, the mere recollection of her fervor and her graceful demeanor rendered her unable to suppress a wave of shyness. As her thoughts wandered, Wei Yuqing felt a warmth enveloping her entire being, her delicate legs instinctively drawing together, her movements becoming increasingly pronounced. No, this cannot be. He is Xiaoyan's fiancé. Wei Yuqing abruptly turned and sat up, hastily making her way to the bathroom. She turned on the shower, and as the cool water cascaded down, she sensed the flames of her inner turmoil gradually extinguishing. A night devoid of words ensued, making slumber elusive. When Xiao Yi awoke, the second floor was eerily silent. Are they still not awake? He glanced upstairs, contemplated for a moment, and then proceeded to the kitchen. By the time he prepared breakfast, Su Yan and Wei Yuqing emerged from their rooms almost simultaneously. Both bore reddened eyes and appeared somewhat haggard, clearly having had a restless night. Sister Yuqing, you didn't rest well? Su Yan inquired curiously, studying Wei Yuqing. Ah, yes, that despicable Su kept calling me, and I eventually muted my phone, but sleep eluded me. Wei Yuqing hastily fabricated an excuse. What about you? You seem to have also struggled to find rest. Oh, I acquired 2 exquisite jade pieces yesterday. Perhaps I was too exhilarated. Su Yan offered her own excuse, unwilling to admit any connection to Xiao Yi. Exquisite jade? Xiaoyan, congratulations. Wei Yuqing exclaimed. With such jade, Qing and company will surely advance further, won't it? It's not that simple. However, it does add a touch of depth. Regardless, it's a positive development. Should you require any funding? Do not hesitate to let me know. All right. What is that delightful aroma? It smells heavenly. I can smell it too. 2 women engaged in conversation as they descended the stairs, immediately noticing the breakfast laid out on the dining table. Good morning, my 2 beautiful ladies. Xiao Yi greeted them with a smile. The ingredients are limited, so let us make do. The 2 women exchanged glances at the sumptuous spread before them, a little speechless. This is quite lavish, isn't it? Please, have a seat and try the breakfast I prepared, Xiao Yi urged, pulling out chairs for them. Did you make all of this? Su Yan asked, astonished. I can't believe you can cook, and it looks quite appealing. What else could I do? There are only the 3 of us in this villa, and since you were all asleep, should I have let a ghost do it? Xiao Yi replied as he took his seat. Now do taste it. Upon taking their first bites, the 2 women fell silent, overwhelmed by the exquisite flavors. After more than 10 minutes, they wiped their mouths, their faces reflecting sheer satisfaction. Su Yan turned to Xiao Yi and couldn't help but exclaim, what do we need to add? Xiao Yi was taken aback. What do you mean? If we want to stay here, you must prepare breakfast for us every day, Su Yan stated earnestly. Absolutely, I support this idea, Wei Yuqing chimed in, nodding in agreement. Xiao Yi was at a loss for words. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have shown off this morning. I'll pay you. I want to have you doing it for free. Su Yan quickly responded. Do you think I lack money? Su Yan hesitated. Indeed, he was not short of funds. Enough. We're family. What does money matter? Xiao Yi conceded. As long as I have time, I shall prepare not only breakfast but also dinner for you. There is a saying, to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. This adage is equally applicable to women. Once they become accustomed to the meals he prepares, how could they possibly let him go? In such a scenario, they would find themselves pleading with tears to make him stay, entirely at his mercy. The two women exchanged glances, filled with delight at the prospect of culinary indulgence. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yi and Su Yin departed for the company. Did you not sleep well last night? Was it because I was absent, leaving you to toss and turn in solitude? Xiao Yi, driving the car, glanced at Su Yin in the rearview mirror. A dog cannot produce ivory, after all. Su Yin had grown accustomed to Xiao Yi's nonsensical remarks and rolled her eyes, thinking it was a statement of the obvious. Xiao Yi chuckled. As your bodyguard, I now find myself serving as your chauffeur. Perhaps you should reconsider my remuneration? You are hardly short of money, if being a chef goes unpaid. Must I also drive without compensation? Such is the plight of the malevolent capitalist. To my surprise, your cooking is quite delightful. Su Yin dismissed Xiao Yi's comment, recognizing it as mere banter. Oh, do you believe me to be an omnipotent treasure of a man? Xiao Yi grinned, even feeling a twinge of superiority. No need for self-deprecation. You are not the first woman to feel this way. I feel nauseous. Su Yin replied with exasperation. How could he dare to call himself a treasure? To prevent Xiao Yi from indulging further in self-admiration, she closed her eyes, feigning sleep, conserving her energy for the high-level meeting scheduled for the morning. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Yi chose to remain silent, easing off the accelerator to drive more steadily. During the high-level meeting in the morning, you might be called upon to speak, so it would be prudent to prepare a bit. Upon arriving at the company, Su Yin casually tossed out a remark before exiting the vehicle. What is there to prepare for? Xiao Yi muttered to himself as he made his way directly to the security department. Ego. Su Kai was already waiting and stood to greet Xiao Yi as he entered. Come to my office, he instructed. Understood. Once inside the office, Su Kai closed the door and drew the partition curtain. What are you doing? Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. Isn't this for confidentiality? Su Kai replied hastily. Damn. If someone were to see us, they might think we're up to something illicit in here. Xiao Yi retorted, exasperated. Open it. Oh, right. Su Kai quickly complied and offered a cigarette. Ego, did you meet with Sun Gaofei last night? Why would I meet him? It was late. I was enjoying a good night's sleep at home. Xiao Yi shook his head. Then do you need his address? I initially considered seeking him out, but then I realized this matter cannot be handled privately. What should we do then? Call the police. Call the police? Exactly. We are law-abiding citizens. And in the face of such situations, our first thought should be of our police officers. Xiao Yi nodded. Regardless of Sun Gaofei's intentions in installing the listening device, he has broken the law, and handing him over to the police as Xiao Yi inquired. Killing him is excessive, yet we cannot let him off lightly. Su Kai hurriedly replied, All right, for this matter, heed my advice. After the meeting, you should report to General Manager Su, stating that you have discovered Sun Gaofei. This achievement is sufficient to elevate you to the position of manager. Xiao Yi, smoking a cigarette, cautioned, Remember, you reported this to me this morning, understood? What does that mean? Do not ask too many questions, simply follow my instructions. Yes. Brother E, what meeting are we having later? I am unaware. Oh, it's a senior management meeting. It's not surprising that you do not know, given your rank. Once you become a manager, you should be qualified to attend. Thank you, Brother E, for your support. Just as Xiao Yi and Su Kai were engaged in their banter, the phone on the table rang. Manager Xiao. General Manager Su has instructed me to inform you that there is a meeting at 9:30 in conference room number 2. Jiang Ru's voice resonated through the receiver. I understand, Xiao Yi replied, hanging up the phone and turning to Su Kai. Where is conference room number 2? It's the small meeting room. I will escort you there shortly. All right. At 9:20, Su Kai prepared to depart. Why the rush? We can leave at 9:30, Xiao Yi remarked. Isn't the meeting at 9:30? Aren't the big shots always the last to arrive? Why should I wait for them? Should we also make General Manager Su wait for you? Indeed. Su Kai glanced at Xiao Yi, pondering if he had become arrogant after being promoted from bodyguard to vice president. At 9:30, Xiao Yi leisurely exited the security department, following Su Kai to the small meeting room. At this moment, the small conference room was already filled with senior executives, including Su Yin. She scanned the room but did not see Xiao Yi, frowning slightly. Jiangru, have you informed Xiao Yi? I have notified Vice President Xiao, but he... Jiangru appeared somewhat flustered. Where is Xiao Yi? I'll call him again. Su Yin interrupted Jiangru, her voice icy. He is one of the key players today. His tardiness is utterly unacceptable. We already have reservations about him being vice president, and now we have grounds to voice our concerns. Indeed, a woman's voice rang out. Vice President Xiao seems to lack a sense of time. He may struggle to shoulder great responsibilities. Exactly. Even ordinary employees know that one cannot be late for a meeting. Soon, others joined in. Besides, this vice president Xiao used to be a bodyguard. A brute like him wouldn't understand such matters. Who the hell is talking nonsense? Am I a brute? Do you think a woman like you could comprehend it? With that brazen voice, Xiao Yi's figure strode in from outside. Brother Yi is impressive. He dares to call manager Zhao an old woman. However, it was true that she deserved it. Su Kai, trailing behind, was thoroughly impressed by Xiao Yi. Manager Zhao, backed by Vice President Li, had always been domineering in the company, a proverbial tiger that everyone feared. Now, it seemed she had finally met her match. Su Kai had no intention of leaving. Although he was unqualified to attend the meeting, listening to the spectacle from outside was quite enjoyable. What did you say? A woman in her 40s glared fiercely at Xiao Yi, her face turning beet red with indignation. Did you just call me a brute? Xiao Yi scrutinized the woman, a mocking expression gracing his features. With your appearance, do you really wish to ascertain whether I possess any roughness? How absurd. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yi's words, their confusion palpable. Suddenly, Su Kai, standing outside, was the first to react, bursting into laughter. Brother Yi is truly merciless, isn't he? No, rather he's quite lewd. The older woman referred to him as a rough man, and he twisted it into such a context? Gradually, the attendees in the conference room began to register his words. Although they did not erupt into laughter, each wore an expression of bemusement. Even Su Yin bit her lip, suppressing a laugh. This blade, undeniably swift. Chapter 47, Talent. You. The woman glared at Xiao Yi, so incensed she could scarcely articulate a retort. What of me? I am the man you shall never possess. As he spoke, Xiao Yi approached Su Yin. I apologize for the delay. I was held up by some matters. Now that Vice President Xiao has arrived, let us formally commence our meeting. Su Yin surveyed the room, and silence enveloped the conference space. Even the irate woman had no choice but to temper her temper, refraining from further comments. Let us first address company matters. Su Yin took her seat. Manager Jiang, you may begin. Certainly, President Su. Jiang Li nodded. Xiao Yi found little interest in the affairs of Qing and Company, his attention waning. Nearly succumbing to drowsiness, he contemplated lighting a cigarette to rouse himself. Perhaps, he mused, he could step outside and exchange a few more boasts with Su Kai, then return. Half an hour elapsed, and as the department managers concluded their reports, all eyes turned expectantly toward Xiao Yi, awaiting his turn. After discussing the company, let us now address the latest personnel appointments. I trust everyone has reviewed the company email. Su Yin remarked, turning her gaze towards Xiao Yi. Li Min, would you kindly introduce him to everyone? Certainly, Su Zong. Li Min pondered inwardly. How should I make the introduction? Xiao Yi has only been with the company for 3 days. He truly has not achieved anything noteworthy. Should I mention that he single-handedly vanquished all competitors on his first day and secured the position of bodyguard? Perhaps I should just introduce myself. Seeing Li Min's predicament, Xiao Yi stood up with a smile. My name is Xiao Yi, and I became a member of Qing Yin 3 days ago. Initially, I was hired as Su Zong's bodyguard, and becoming the vice president was something I had never even dared to dream of. Humph, at least he has some self-awareness. A woman scoffed. I believe everyone is curious about how I transitioned from a bodyguard to the vice president in such a short time, Xiao Yi declared. Indeed, why? Many internally exclaimed, their curiosity piqued. Could it be that there are clandestine dealings involved? This young man is handsome, with a fair complexion. But would the Ice Queen really be one to indulge in a toy boy? The answer, however, is quite simple, encapsulated in just 2 words. Talent. Today, Xiao Yi refrained from mentioning his looks, as doing so might lead to misconceptions. There is a saying, gold will always shine. And even though I came to apply for the bodyguard position, I still managed to showcase my talents to Su Zong. Of course, this also speaks to Su Zong's discerning eye. She was able to see beyond my attractive exterior and recognize my immense capability and talent. Su Yin tugged at the corner of her mouth. Is this your self-introduction? This is nothing but self-aggrandizement. The expressions of the senior executives were increasingly peculiar. Was this man truly so shameless? I have always wished to remain low-key, yet my exceptional capabilities seem to betray me. At times, being too outstanding can indeed be a source of distress. Xiao Yi's boasting continued unabated. I initially intended to simply serve as a bodyguard, but President Su has once again placed the weight of the world upon my shoulders. The future of Qing Yin rests upon me, and I shall not disappoint President Su's trust, leading Qing Yin towards greatness. Su Yin was at a loss for words. You leading Qing Yin to glory? Shouldn't that be my declaration? The senior executives were on the verge of exclaiming in frustration, given your tone. You're not merely the vice president. This is tantamount to declaring yourself the owner of Qinyan. Henceforth, shall we all follow your lead? Particularly the three vice presidents. Their gazes were far from amicable, immediately exerting their authority upon us. How dare we heed your commands? The future of Qinyan is not confined to Zhonghai, nor is it limited to Huaxia, but rather encompasses the entire globe. Xiao Yi, in a fervent display, escalated his self-praise to the realm of the company's future. Soon, figures like Zhou Xiaoxing and Zhou Xiaofu would be mere juniors, insignificant before the might of Qinyan, and all present would eventually become titans of this industry. Their fortunes in the billions. Su Yan's expression was peculiar. This vision he painted was even more grandiose than her own. Enough. A woman in her 50s, with short hair, spoke coldly. President Su, I believe he is ill-suited for the position of vice president. The moment she spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted dramatically. Vice President Li has made her move. Could this be a contest between Vice President Li and President Su? Those who hold a neutral stance regarding the appointment of Xiao Yi as vice president, neither in support nor opposition, seem to be eager to witness the unfolding drama. Individuals like Li Min and Jiang Li, who are acquainted with Xiao Yi, harbor quiet concerns. Vice President Li wields considerable influence within the company. Her words cannot be disregarded by President Su. President Su, should you perhaps reconsider this personnel decision? Another vice president has also voiced his opinion. He argues that Xiao Yi, having merely been a bodyguard, suddenly elevated to the position of vice president, raises questions about how he can command respect. We have dedicated years of diligent service to the company, gradually ascending to our current positions. What substantial achievements does he possess? Indeed, if he becomes vice president, I shall be the first to oppose it. An older woman, no, Manager Zhao, exclaimed loudly. The company has its regulations. We cannot accept a bodyguard inexplicably becoming vice president. How will this be perceived by department heads and employees alike? Alas, love can breed hatred. Unable to possess me, she seeks to ruin me. Oh, women. Xiao Yi regarded Manager Zhao and shook his head. Silence. Manager Zhao, enraged, slammed the table. Sit down. Su Yan's voice was cold and commanding. Startled, Manager Zhao promptly complied, casting a sidelong glance at Vice President Li, awaiting her next directive. Is there anyone else with objections? Speak up. Su Yan's frigid gaze swept across the room. Vice President Shen, you have yet to express your opinion. Please go ahead. I support President Su's resolution. Old Shen, you must maintain your principles at this juncture. Vice President Li frowned. What principles are we discussing? You are Vice President Li, correct? Have you forgotten something? Xiao Yi suddenly inquired. What is it? Vice President Li asked instinctively. The Qinyan Company, led by someone surnamed Su, not Li. The Qinyan Company has yet to go public and lacks a board of directors. Xiao Yi asserted with conviction. Within the company, there should only be one voice. That is the voice of President Su. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Vice President Li's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Su Yan. Was this statement made by Xiao Yi himself, or was it a directive from Su Yan? If it was the latter, did it imply that Su Yan intended to take decisive action against them? Xiao Yi, the Qinyan Company is not solely my domain. It belongs to me as well as to everyone, Su Yan remarked, noting the attention of the gathered individuals with a calm demeanor. As for Xiao Yi's personnel appointments, I will first present 2 items for your consideration before we engage in a discussion. The audience, intrigued, wondered what these items could be. Jiang Ru. Su Yan addressed Jiang Ru. Yes, President Su. Jiang Ru responded, activating the large screen, revealing a projection. Is this the moment of revelation? How uninteresting. To begin with such a heavy blow. I haven't even warmed up yet, Xiao Yi thought to himself, sensing Su Yan's intentions. He was just getting started. There were still numerous tactics yet to be employed. A photo of an imperial green gemstone was displayed on the large screen. Imperial green? My goodness, is it that large? After a brief moment of silence, the conference room erupted with excitement. I have never seen an imperial green this size. How much could it possibly cost? 8 figures? No, 9 figures. The senior executives of Qinyan were visibly unsettled. President Su, what is this? Vice President Qin gazed at Su Yan, his expression filled with exhilaration. In our company, Su Yan appeared tranquil, her tone measured as she continued to observe. Suddenly, the large screen flickered, displaying an image of royal purple. Is this violet? No, it is not an ordinary violet. It is royal purple, renowned alongside imperial green. Indeed, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Immediately, A multitude of gazes fell upon Su Yan's exquisite visage. Earlier, she had claimed that imperial green belonged to the company. So could this piece of royal purple also belong to them? Absolutely. This one too. Su Yan's gaze swept across the audience as she spoke slowly. These two pieces must be worth at least 200 million, right? With such extraordinary jadeite in our possession, our company could surely break through its limitations. Ms. Su is remarkable. Even Vice President Li and others were visibly exhilarated. After all, if the company thrived, so would their fortunes. Did you not assert that Xiao Yi was unworthy of the vice presidency? Su Yan's cold voice resonated throughout the venue. The room fell silent. Why had she suddenly brought this up again? Could it be? Some began to glance at Xiao Yi, their eyes wide with disbelief. No, it is impossible. How could a mere bodyguard have access to such resources? Such exquisite jadeite cannot simply be purchased with wealth. These two pieces were unearthed by Xiao Yi. Has he truly earned this stature now? Su Yan pointed at Xiao Yi, her tone growing even colder. As her words echoed, the conference room became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was in shock. They turned to Xiao Yi, their faces reflecting incredulity. What? He did not merely source it, he unearthed it? A bodyguard, knowledgeable about raw stones? A brief silence was followed by a flurry of discussion. Those who had previously opposed Xiao Yi's appointment as vice president were not only astounded, but also visibly discomfited. Who could have foreseen that Xiao Yi possessed such significant achievements? Vice President Li, does he now merit the title of vice president? Su Yan inquired coolly, not inclined to let them off easily. He does, Vice President Li responded, forcing a strained smile. Vice President Xiao is indeed a gem, and President Su has an exceptional eye for talent. It was I who was short-sighted. Vice President Liu. And you? Su Yan called out each of them in turn. Vice President Xiao is young, promising, and exceptionally talented. Vice President Liu dared not utter a word of dissent. Manager Zhao? Su Yan's gaze was piercing, as this older woman had been the most vociferous in her opposition, following closely behind Vice President Li. I have no objections. I am not asking if you have any objections. I am instructing you to apologize to Vice President Xiao. Su Yan fixed her with a stare. Apologize? Manager Zhao's countenance shifted once more. Was it not enough that they were being forced to submit? Must she also apologize? However, upon meeting Su Yan's frigid gaze, she felt a tremor of fear. Vice President Xiao, I was mistaken. Please, in your magnanimity, do not hold it against me. As if I would deign to hold you to the same standard, Xiao Yi chuckled. You are simply not worthy. Upon hearing the first part of the sentence, Manager Zhao forced a smile, presuming that Xiao Yi would not risk making things too unpleasant, lest he find it difficult to navigate the company in the future. However, upon hearing the latter half, her smile froze, and a surge of anger rushed to her head, causing her vision to blur, and she nearly collapsed onto the conference table. Since there are no objections, from today onward, Xiao Yi shall assume the position of vice president at Qingyan Company, with responsibilities to be arranged later, Su Yan stated softly. As for these two pieces of jade, Vice President Chun, please convene a small meeting with the design department. Is there anything else? If not, we shall adjourn. Yes, Su President. Vice President Chun responded, offering a friendly smile to Xiao Yi. Haha, Vice President Chun, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Xiao Yi replied amicably, shaking Chen's hand. Xiao Yi, come with me, Su Yan remarked before exiting the conference room. Su Kai, who had been eavesdropping at the door, quickly straightened up upon seeing Su Yan. President Su, I have something to report to you. Follow me, Su Yan said, her high heels clicking as she walked away. Ladies, as I have just joined Qingyan Company, I hope for your guidance, Xiao Yi said, beaming at the several beautiful executives in the room. Haha, President Xiao is joking. The executives responded with radiant smiles. As for those who may hold disdain for me, we shall have plenty of time to settle this later. Xiao Yi's gaze swept over Vice President Li and others, showing no mercy as he declared war. If you wish to contend with me, first consider your own worth. Do you measure up to these two pieces of jade? Vice President Li and the others looked extremely displeased, finding this fellow insufferably arrogant. Xiao Yi paid them no further heed, exchanging a few more jokes with Jiang Li and the others before departing the conference room. Bang! Vice President Li slammed the table, gritting his teeth. Who does he think he is? Look at that smug expression of his. Manager Zhao also scolded. However, when their gazes fell upon the royal purple displayed on the large screen, they simultaneously fell silent. Their worth paled in comparison to these two exquisite jade pieces. The fact that Xiao Yi could decipher two pieces of exceptional jade signified something profound. Upon deeper reflection, they all felt a sense of helplessness. Even if Su Yin dismissed them, they still had to cater to Xiao Yi. In the president's office, Su Yin wore a smile, feeling that today she had successfully quelled their arrogance. A knock sounded at the door, prompting her to suppress her smile. "Come in." Xiao Yi and Su Kai entered. The former plopped down casually as if he were in his own office, while the latter appeared much more reserved, slightly bowing. "President Su, about the bugging incident?" Su Yin inquired directly, without unnecessary preamble. "How did you know?" Xiao Yi asked, taken aback. "Didn't you say you entrusted this matter to Su Kai? If you came with him, could there be other matters at hand?" Su Yin observed Xiao Yi, speaking coolly. "This woman is indeed astute. I must tread carefully from now on, especially regarding Wei Yuqing." Xiao Yi mused silently. "Now, tell me, what have you discovered?" Su Yin's tone grew notably colder. "Who is it?" "Sun Gaofei." Su Kai cast a glance at Xiao Yi and hurriedly added, "What? Sun Gaofei?" Su Yin's expression shifted slightly. "Yes, here's the video. Please take a look." Su Kai opened his phone and placed it on the desk. After watching the video, Su Yan's demeanor grew even more frigid. "The manager of the security department actually installed a bug in my office. How utterly ironic. What audacity he has. Indeed, he is nothing short of an ingrate." Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. "What do you think should be done about this matter?" Su Yin gazed at Xiao Yi and inquired. "Call the police." Xiao Yi replied earnestly. "Yes, we must report him." Chapter 49, A Warehouse of Jade. "What? Call the police?" Su Yin was taken aback. This suggestion had never crossed her mind. "Indeed, we should notify the authorities," Xiao Yi affirmed, nodding. "He has already committed a crime. We must apprehend him." Su Yin scrutinized Xiao Yi's serious demeanor, confirming that she had not misheard him. He was indeed advocating for police intervention. "Have you undergone a transformation?" "Transformation? What on earth? I'm a man. I haven't changed." Xiao Yi retorted, wide-eyed. "No, what I meant was that calling the police doesn't align with your character," Su Yin clarified. Su Kai silently agreed, adding, "Exactly, this is completely out of character for Brother Yi. Then what should I do?" "You would find him, and at the very least, give him a good beating. At worst, incapacitate him." "Nonsense. Am I that violent? I am quite genteel, most proficient in." All right. You excel in reasoning with others, correct?" "I understand." Su Yin interrupted Xiao Yi, furrowing her brow. "Should we invite him to the company? We must first ascertain why he installed the listening device. What if he suspects he has been exposed and refuses to answer your calls? Let's give it a try." Su Yin concluded, turning to Su Kai. "You call him." Su Kai complied and dialed Sun Gaofei, only to discover the line was unreachable. "See, I told you. Calling him might raise suspicions," Xiao Yi remarked. "Let me give it a try." Su Yin retrieved Sun Gaofei's number and called, but once again, the line was unavailable. "Mr. Su, regardless of the intentions behind his installation of the listening device, it remains an unlawful act. Entrusting him to the authorities is undoubtedly the most prudent course of action," Xiao Yi stated earnestly. "In due time, the police will ascertain his motives." "Very well. Let's report it to the police." As Su Yin was unable to reach Sun Gaofei and feared he might flee, she acquiesced to Xiao Yi's suggestion. Within a mere 10 minutes, the police arrived, reviewed the footage, and grasped the situation. "Rest assured, Mr. Su. We will locate Sun Gaofei in the shortest possible time and provide you with an explanation. Thank you for your assistance." Once the officers departed, Su Yin turned to Xiao Yi. "Are we to do nothing but await their updates?" "Indeed, we must place our trust in the police," Xiao Yi affirmed with a nod. "Very well, let us proceed." Su Yin rose. "To the stone disassembly." "Wait a moment, Mr. Su." Su Kai played a significant role in this matter. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Kai's expression brightened. "Indeed, it is thanks to Brother Yi that I feel a sense of kinship. This afternoon, I will instruct the Human Resources Department to appoint you as the manager of the Security Department." Su Yin regarded Su Kai with appreciation. "Thank you, Mr. Su. I shall not betray your trust," Su Kai replied earnestly. "I do not wish for a second Sun Gaofei, do you understand?" Su Yin's tone was icy. "Rest assured, Mr. Su." Su Kai stood tall, his demeanor resolute. "Henceforth, the security department shall be under your purview. Should any issues arise, I will consult you." Su Yin then looked at Xiao Yi and said, "Very well." Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. Upon their arrival at the warehouse, a woman was already waiting there. Soon, the stone disassembly expert and the assisting security personnel also arrived. She is Xiao Ying from the legal department, and what she holds is a confidentiality agreement. You must sign it to gain access to the warehouse, Su Yin stated coldly while pointing at the woman. Once signed, you are forbidden to disclose anything you witnessed today. Should any information leak, I assure you, I will ensure he loses everything. The crowd was taken aback by Su Yan's words. Was it necessary to sign a confidentiality agreement? Master Jia, in particular, furrowed his brow. He recalled that previous visits for stone appraisal had never involved such formalities. Su, the elderly stone appraiser began, but was swiftly interrupted. Master Qian, after the stone appraisal, you will receive 200,000. Each of your 3 sons will receive 100,000. Su Yin interjected. Of course, you may refuse and leave right now. I'll sign. The appraiser, initially hesitant, promptly acquiesced. Su Kai. Those who came to assist today will each receive a bonus of 10,000. Su Yin continued, directing her gaze at Su Kai and the several security guards. While Su Kai remained relatively composed, the security guards were visibly thrilled. A bonus of 10,000 equated to a month's salary. Xiao Yi glanced at Su Yin, acknowledging her generosity. No wonder she could manage such a grand enterprise. To achieve great things, one must exhibit generosity. As the old adage goes, money can move mountains, especially when it concerns confidentiality. He understood Su Yan's rationale for requiring the confidentiality agreement. The warehouse was filled with jade, and should word get out, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. It is not the thief one fears, but rather the one who covets. Moments later, everyone completed the confidentiality agreement and entered the warehouse. Brothery, you truly are Su's confidant. Even Xiao Yi has to sign, yet you are exempt, Su Kai whispered, giving a thumbs up. Xiao Yi pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Egu is truly remarkable, possessing an understanding of even gambling stones. I shall bring my brothers along to seek fortune another day. Su Kai promptly lit a cigarette for Xiao Yi, who nonchalantly approached Su Yin. You must prepare yourself mentally. Prepare for what? Su Yin's heart raced. Have you misjudged something? Is there not much jade? No. Every piece contains jade, Xiao Yi stated calmly. Su Yin regarded him deeply, questioning how he could be so certain. Even the most skilled gambling stone masters would not dare to be so assured. The truth would only be revealed upon the stone's resolution. The stone-cutting machine whirred to life, unveiling the first raw stone. With a crack, a streak of green emerged. It has risen. A good omen. Congratulations, General Su. Master Qian exclaimed with delight, addressing Su Yin. Proceed. Su Yin nodded, her gaze briefly sweeping over Xiao Yi, whose expression remained remarkably tranquil. Crack, crack, crack. The raw stones continued to be unveiled, jade perpetually emerging. Aside from Xiao Yi and Su Yin, everyone else was left astounded. Every piece contains jade. Master Qian's face twitched as he suddenly comprehended the necessity of a confidentiality agreement. He glanced at the raw stones in the warehouse, his heart trembling. Could it truly be that all contained jade? In his lifetime of stone cutting, he had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. As time passed, 10, 20, 30. Increasingly more jade was revealed. Su Kai and the others had ceased to be shocked. Rather, they were left in a state of numbness. Su Yin gazed at the pieces of jade, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. What she perceived was not mere currency, but the future of the company. With this batch of jade, the company was destined to ascend to new heights. See? I did not deceive you. Every piece contains jade. Xiao Yi drew on his cigarette with a smile. Su Yin nodded, suppressing her curiosity about how he managed it. Everyone harbors secrets. She had no desire to pry into another's. If he wished to share, he would do so in his own time. Is there still a raw stone market in Zhonghai? If so, I could accompany you once more. Xiao Yi sought to continue absorbing spiritual energy for his cultivation. Perhaps, if Su Yin were in high spirits, she might even offer herself in devotion? What? Su Yan's expression abruptly shifted as she listened to the voice on the other end of the line. Chapter 50. Large breasts, empty head? What is it? Noticing Su Yan's sudden change in demeanor, Xiao Yi inquired with curiosity. It's the police, she replied, her grip on the phone tightening. They said Sun Gaofei is dead. What? Sun Gaofei is dead? Xiao Yi feigned surprise, though he felt no shock. The police were bound to discover Sun Gaofei's demise. He had urged Su Yin to report it, merely to bring this matter to a close. Otherwise, it would inevitably circle back to her, as Sun Gaofei was affiliated with Qinyan Company. Now that Su Yin had taken the initiative to alert the authorities, it would simplify the resolution. As for whether they could trace him, it was nearly impossible. He had left no traces behind, and most importantly, he possessed an alibi. When Sun Gaofei died, he was at the villa, with Su Yin and Wei Yuqing as his witnesses. Yes, the police will be coming to investigate shortly. Su Yin inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. How could he have died? Could it have been a suicide out of guilt? Xiao Yi remarked casually. A guilt-driven suicide? Surely not. Did he know we had uncovered the truth? Yet even with this knowledge, it is impossible to. Su Yin paused, suddenly widening her eyes as she gazed at Xiao Yi. His death cannot possibly be connected to you, can it? How could that be? Xiao Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Su Yin, do not speak recklessly. How could his demise be related to me? Your reaction today is rather peculiar. Su Yin lowered her voice. Calling the police? That hardly seems like your approach. No, but hypothetically, if I were indeed the one who committed the act, would I then alert you to report it? That is a possibility. A possibility, my foot. Have we not been together from yesterday until today? True. Just as Su Yin nodded, another thought struck her. You didn't sneak out in the latter part of the night, did you? Su Yin, we have no enmity between us. So why would you hastily place the blame of a murderer upon my shoulders? Xiao Yi feigned anger. If you wish to dissolve our engagement, there is no need to send me to face dire consequences, is there? Indeed, the most venomous sting often comes from a woman's heart. I harbor no such intentions. As long as it's not you, I feel relieved. Su Yin exhaled, genuinely fearing that Sun Gaofei's death might somehow involve Xiao Yi. The crux of the matter is, she sensed that Xiao Yi could indeed be capable of such an act. Given the circumstances surrounding Sun Gaofei, Su Yin's mood was inevitably affected, and as she looked upon a collection of jade, her previous excitement had dissipated. Even upon uncovering several exquisite pieces of jade, her heart remained heavy. Within half an hour, Jiang Ru called to inform her that the police were seeking them. The police have arrived. We should go and meet them. Very well. Su Kai showing. You remain here. Understood, Ms. Su. Mr. Su, this is the deputy captain of the criminal police team, Yu Wenjing, the officer introduced. Su Yin turned her gaze towards Yu Wenjing, having heard of this name before, the illustrious first police flower of Zhonghai. Today, she finally beheld the woman in person. Yu Wenjing, in turn, scrutinized Su Yin. The title of Zhonghai's foremost beauty seemed to eclipse even her own reputation as the leading police flower. Indeed, she was stunning. My goodness. She must have an E-cup, thought Xiao Yi, whose gaze lingered on Yu Wenjing's chest, discreetly clicking his tongue. It is a natural inclination for men to first admire a woman's face, and subsequently, their gaze often drifts, typically to the chest area. Of course, some may find themselves captivated by legs or posteriors, depending on personal preference. Captain Yu, greetings and welcome to Qing Inn. Su Yin extended her right hand. Mr. Su, I am here to gather some information, Yu Wenjing acknowledged, shaking Su Yan's hand. Yuan, a compound surname, not simply Yu with the given name Wenjing. Xiao Yi mused internally, his eyes drifting to Yu Wenjing's long, slender legs, truly long, straight, and alluring. Please, have a seat. I shall speak freely, Su Yin invited. Jiang Ru, please serve the tea. No need for that trouble, Yu Wenjing replied, taking a seat and fixing her gaze on Su Yin. Mr. Su, you reported that Sun Gaofei had installed a listening device in your office? Indeed. I have reviewed the video. It was certainly Sun Gaofei. Subsequently, they located his residence, where traces of blood were discovered, and upon comparison, it was confirmed to be Sun Gaofei's. Is it merely based on the bloodstains that one concludes he is deceased? Su Yin arched an eyebrow. Perhaps he was injured, leaving behind blood. Yu Wenjing fixed her gaze upon Su Yin, scrutinizing her reaction. Additionally, apart from Sun Gaofei, 2 others had also perished, one being Sun Gaofei's brother, Sun Daqiang, and the other an unknown individual. 3 individuals deceased? Su Yin expressed her astonishment. But are there any clues? Not at present. Hence the inquiry to General Manager Su for further information. Indeed. Where was General Manager Su last night? At home. Is there anyone who can vouch for that? What? Do you suspect that I murdered Sun Gaofei? Su Yan's expression turned icy. Please do not misunderstand. I merely seek to ascertain the facts, Yu Wenjing replied, shaking her head. After all, the 2 incidents might be interconnected. Uncovering the cause of his death could also reveal why he had installed the listening device. Xiao Yi can attest to that. Su Yan's demeanor softened slightly as she turned her gaze to Xiao Yi. What? Xiao Yi? Goodness, they were together last night. My, what a significant secret have I just stumbled upon. Is this something I am permitted to hear? Jiang Ru, who had entered to serve tea, spilled some in her surprise. Su Yin shot her a cold glance, causing Jiang Ru to tremble internally. She hastily lowered her head, placed the tea down, and retreated. You are Xiao Yi? Yu Wenjing regarded Xiao Yi with a disapproving tone, having noticed his earlier gaze. Where were you last night? Do you suffer from poor hearing or lack of intellect? Xiao Yi was at a loss for words. General Manager Su has confirmed she was at home. I can substantiate that. Do you suggest I was dancing in the square? Yu Wenjing's expression darkened. She had only posed a casual question, not expecting to be met with such a retort. Su Yan's lips curled slightly. This fellow's tongue was indeed relentless. They say that those with ample bosoms lack intellect, and though I was once skeptical, today I find myself a believer. Xiao Yi murmured, his voice unreserved, audible to all present. What did you say? Yu Wenjing's anger flared. Sun Gaofei is dead. You ought to investigate the murderer instead of engaging in idle chatter. Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly, it's merely a listening device. Our general manager Su has no need to resort to murder. Moreover, if we were truly involved, would we contact the authorities? Reporting to the police signifies little. Yu Wenjing struggled to suppress her fury. In many cases, the murderer voluntarily alerts the police to evade suspicion. Captain Yuan, what do you mean by that? Before Xiao Yi could say more, Su Yan interjected coldly. If you have evidence, feel free to arrest me. If not, I kindly ask you to leave. Zhang Ru, see them out. Chapter 51. Suspicion General Manager Su. This is already a case involving 3 lives. I hope you can cooperate with our investigation. Yu Wenjing stated solemnly as she regarded Su Yan. Cooperating with your investigation merely subjects me to your myriad suspicions, Su Yan retorted icily. I have said all I need to. If Captain Yu does not believe me, there is little I can do. General Manager Yu. A police officer attempted to interject, but was silenced by Yu Wenjing. Since General Manager Su has spoken thus, we shall not impose further. With that, Yu Wenjing turned and walked away. Several police officers, upon seeing Yu Wenjing leave, chose not to linger any longer. After all, Su Yan's status was not ordinary. She was the CEO of a major corporation, making her a figure of significance, thus limiting their actions. Suddenly, Xiao Yi spoke up. Captain Yuan, should you uncover the purpose behind Sun Gaofei's installation of the listening device, please inform us, as we have also filed a report. This matter does not fall under my jurisdiction, Yu Wenjing replied. Xiao Yi observed the retreating silhouette of Yu Wenjing, his gaze flickering with concern. Could it be that this woman harbored suspicions? A generous bosom does not necessarily equate to a lack of intellect. Her reaction seemed somewhat off. Do you know this female officer? He inquired. I do not, but I have heard of her. Su Yan shook her head in response. What? Are you interested in her? Just a little, Xiao Yi replied instinctively, not thinking much of it. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan furrowed her brow, an inexplicable discomfort swelling within her. This sentiment stirred a sense of restlessness. Why should she feel this way about his interest in another woman? Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? She's older than you. That is indeed rare, and that white shirt of hers is straining at the seams. Fortunate that she still wears a uniform over it. Xiao Yi remarked casually. Enough. Su Yan snapped, her expression growing frigid and her irritation palpable. How could he dare to compare her to another woman? Was he truly getting agitated over such a comment? Do not feel inferior. Your proportions are just right, while hers are a tad excessive, Xiao Yi stated earnestly. I prefer you, and you are far more beautiful. Get out of my sight this instant. Su Yan slammed her palm on the table. Meanwhile, Yu Wenjing was departing Qing in company with several officers. Boss, why are we leaving? Yu Wenjing spoke softly. Xiao Yi, I have a task for you. Investigate that Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, the man beside Su Yan? Chief, do you suspect him? Indeed. Yu Wenjing nodded, her intuition razor sharp. And she had been acutely sensitive to the scent of blood since childhood. She sensed a metallic tang emanating from Xiao Yi. He was with Su Yan last night. Yet I have not heard that the most beautiful woman in Zhanghai has a boyfriend. Another officer, curious, interjected, if this news gets out, how many hearts would break? Did I bring you here to gossip? Yu Wenjing's voice turned icy. The officer recoiled, silenced. Let us proceed to the scene. Yu Wenjing closed her eyes. Once you uncover Xiao Yi's background, inform me immediately. Notify old Lu to check the system. Understood. Xiao Li replied, dialing the phone. 10 minutes later, his phone rang. Looking at Yu Wenjing, who was meditating, he hesitated. Chief, old Lu said there's no information. No information? Yu Wenjing opened her eyes. Nothing in the system? None. There should be records in Huaxia. Xiao Li, begin your search with Qing and Company. Yes. In the warehouse. Su Kai stared in awe at the mountain of jade before him, utterly stunned. How much could this be worth? Though the Emperor Green and Royal Purple were highly valuable, they paled in comparison to the sheer visual impact of the jade piled high before him. The stone-cutting machine continued to hum, revealing more jade with each passing moment. Not only he, but everyone in the warehouse has succumbed to the haze. Turn on all the surveillance cameras, Su Kai commanded, pondering the potential for greed among the plethora of jade. If someone were to secretly conceal even a small piece, it would be a breach of trust. President Su had retained him for a reason. He must uphold that trust. Xiao Yi and Su Yan approached, the latter gazing at the mountain of jade with palpable excitement. Su Yan, I have made significant contributions. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? He teased. Didn't I appoint you as vice president? She retorted. You merely intended for me to serve as a tool to achieve your ulterior motives, Xiao Yi scoffed. I simply prefer not to expose your intentions, he added. What do you wish for me to express? Su Yan inquired, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yi. Tonight, I shall visit your room, he said. A playful grin on his face. Silence. Su Yan shot back, her expression exuding irritation. I meant to say, I will come to your room to continue suppressing the emotional parasite. Xiao Yi's demeanor shifted to earnestness. Do not forget, you still harbor the creature within you. Su Yan's expression faltered. Had it not been for Xiao Yi's reminder, she might have overlooked that crucial detail. If she did not suppress it, the creature would become active, potentially leading to a situation far beyond her control. When the time comes, do not blame me, he cautioned. After work, let us find a hotel, Su Yan suggested quietly. She preferred not to risk any misunderstandings if Wei Yuqing were to witness anything at the villa. Are you suggesting we share a room? Xiao Yi teased deliberately. Su Yan chose to ignore Xiao Yi and turned her attention to Xiao Ying, inquiring. How many stones have been processed? All 3 stone-cutting machines are operating simultaneously. We have processed a total of 108 stones. We will continue this afternoon. Please take them to lunch, she instructed before turning to depart. Brother Yi, you must help your friends strike it rich. Su Kai chimed in as soon as Su Yan left. Strike it rich? Let me share some good news. Sun Gaofei is dead. Xiao Yi looked at Su Kai in surprise. What? Sun Gaofei is dead? Su Kai's eyes widened. How did he die? It appears he was murdered. The police just arrived to investigate the situation, Xiao Yi replied calmly. Brother Yi, it can't be that you. Su Kai's expression shifted as he pondered the implication. Don't speak nonsense. I lack the courage to kill a chicken, let alone a person, Xiao Yi interrupted him. I was with Su Yan all night. How could I have killed Sun Gaofei? You were with Su Yan? Su Kai was more astonished by this revelation than by the news of Sun Gaofei's demise. You were. I am Su Yan's bodyguard, required to protect her 24 hours a day. Xiao Yi stated nonchalantly as he pulled out a cigarette and tossed one to Su Kai. If the police come to question you about it, you know what to say. Right? Su Kai paused before nodding, lighting Xiao Yi's cigarette. Rest assured, Brother Yi, I just mentioned this morning that the listening device was installed by Sun Gaofei. Haha. Xiao Yi smiled, satisfied, and patted Su Kai on the shoulder before leaving. Su Kai watched Xiao Yi's retreating figure, his heart unsettled. Could it truly be that he was the one who killed Sun Gaofei? Chapter 52. The leader of the soft rice community, 300 million received. Did she truly transfer 300 million to me? Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned, then realized it was indeed Su Yan who had initiated the transaction. After contemplating for a moment, he decided against indulging in any games and, with his phone in hand, made his way to the CEO's office. If it is a gift, why the need for a transfer? Xiao Yi inquired, gazing at Su Yan. This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Su Yan shook her head resolutely. As I previously mentioned, I will first pay you 300 million, and upon the successful extraction of the jade, I shall provide you with further bonuses. You are insulting me with money. Xiao Yi retorted, anger flaring within him. Wasn't the previous sum of 800,000 already an affront? That was different, it was. Enough. Consider this 300 million as a form of sponsorship. Su Yan interjected, allowing you to be the leader of the soft rice community. Ah. So you indeed have designs on my person. Xiao Yi smirked. 300 million. Do you believe you can strip me of my clothing with that? Allow me to inform you. You have succeeded. Su Yan was left speechless, bewildered by his nonsensical remarks. Do you have any plans this afternoon? I shall be at the warehouse for the stone extraction. They do not require your presence there. Accompany me instead. Where to? To another raw stone market? No. We are heading to a hotel. To book a room? Xiao Yi's eyes widened as he clutched his chest in shock. Silence. Su Yan slammed the table. We are going to suppress the emotional insect. Oh, suppress the emotional insect. I thought you were suggesting something more intimate. Xiao Yi expressed his disappointment. I will be paying. Su Yan tossed out a terse remark before striding out. A few minutes later, the two drove away from the company and arrived at a 5-star hotel. Wearing sunglasses, Su Yan's stunning beauty was still hard to conceal. After she settled the hotel bill, the front desk staff regarded Xiao Yi with a newfound respect. To bring such an exquisite beauty to a hotel room, and yet allow the woman to pay? What sort of man was he? Xiao Yi sighed, appearing rather helpless, as if he had been coerced into this situation. His expression left the front desk staff bewildered. What was happening? Was it a case of a strong woman and a weak man, or was the wealthy lady simply seeking pleasure? As they ascended in the elevator, Su Yan maintained a cold demeanor, concealing her inner turmoil. This was her first time coming to a hotel with a man. Upon entering the luxurious suite, Su Yan tossed out a quick remark before hastily heading towards the master bedroom. I'm going to take a shower. She was at a loss for how to face Xiao Yi. Although it wasn't her first experience, the memory of their previous encounter made her blush with embarrassment. Why not wait until after everything is done to shower? After all, she would definitely need one after all that sweating. Xiao Yi blinked and suggested, let us take care of business first. Speak properly. Su Yan shot him a glare, irritated by his choice of words. He must be doing this on purpose. Fine. She decided to suppress her feelings for now. Xiao Yi, resigned, retrieved a silver needle. Come on, let us go to the bed. You need to take off your clothes. You must not look or touch indiscriminately. Upon reaching the bedroom, Su Yan gritted her teeth and removed her outerwear. She had prepared herself mentally the last time, aided by alcohol, and had gone for it. But this time, with just the two of them, she found it difficult to let go. She had seen and touched what needed to be seen and touched, so let us get on with it. Do hasten, urged. Such diffidence ill befits your character. Hearing's words glared at him fiercely. With a resolute spirit, she swiftly disrobed, retaining only her undergarments. Beholding the expanse of alabaster skin, could not help but swallow hard. I have a proposition, he ventured. This method of suppression is unduly cumbersome. Perhaps we could harbor no such thoughts. Seize the quilt, concealing her alluring form. Very well, conceded. If you find the inconvenience tolerable, so be it. Approach the bedside. You must unveil yourself. Otherwise, how shall I administer the acupuncture? Proceed, then. Gritted her teeth, cast aside the covers, and closed her eyes. Gazing upon near-nude form, swallowed hard. Fortunately, his desires had been sated the previous night, or he would have found it exceedingly difficult to maintain his composure. What occupies your attention? Make haste. Though her eyes were closed, feminine intuition sensed gaze traversing her body, and a rosy blush suffused her fair cheeks. Coming, stilled his mind and focused his concentration. The silver needle descended, and he took hold of his wrist. Shuddered as she felt a warm current surge from her wrist into her body. As true energy coursed through her, the silver needle trembled, and, bathed in fragrant perspiration, could not suppress a soft moan. This is torment, thought, inwardly struggling. He felt an intense urge to yield to temptation. But his carefully cultivated image of a virtuous man must not be shattered. How? How many more times will this be required? Asked breathlessly. 2 or 3 more sessions, perhaps. I have always been perplexed as to why they would inflict a love curse upon you. This love curse. It has indeed exerted its influence. Especially during this oppressive process, she felt an unusual surge of vitality. Her body grew weak, her legs twisting together like a pretzel. The sheets beneath her became damp. Ah, you are shouting here. I shall take a cold shower. Xiao Yi tossed out a remark before rushing into the bathroom. As soon as he left, Su Yan could no longer contain herself, letting out a loud cry. This release felt far more liberating than the torment of holding it in. Eventually, I shall push you away. Inside the bathroom, even with cold water cascading down, Xiao Yi remained heated. He focused his energy to barely calm himself. When he emerged from the bathroom, Su Yan was still calling out, her voice slightly hoarse. Goodness, is it really necessary? Xiao Yi thought, if it were truly serious, wouldn't she tear the roof off? However, he quickly realized the influence of the aphrodisiac. He retrieved a silver needle and swiftly pricked it. Ah! A high-pitched cry erupted as Su Yan trembled and fainted. No way. Is it even possible to ascend like that? Xiao Yi glanced downward, and to his astonishment, the sheets were soaked in a large patch. He assessed Su Yan's condition and confirmed she had merely fainted from overstimulation and sudden relaxation, which put his mind at ease. A kiss is in order. It cannot all be for naught. Xiao Yi gazed at Su Yan's exquisite face, pale yet radiant, and pressed his lips against hers fervently. She is my fiancée. Such an act is hardly significant. According to old man Su's perspective, they should have already consummated their union. After 2 or 3 minutes, Su Yan gradually regained consciousness, feeling entirely at ease. It is done, You take your shower, and I shall wait for you outside." Before she could regain her composure, Xiao Yi casually uttered a remark and exited. Su Yin gazed at his retreating figure. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled her own demeanor moments ago, her heart fluttering ever so slightly. At that instant, her thoughts were entirely consumed by him. Chapter 53. I desire a capable secretary in the living room. Xiao Yi indulged in a cigarette, his mind wandering. Fortunately, it was a sweet. It could be seen but not consumed, a rather cruel irony. Xiao Yi muttered his frustrations, switching on the television, yet his peripheral vision continually darted towards the master bedroom. He fantasized about Su Yin emerging from within, beckoning him with a playful gesture, calling out, "Good brother, come here," and he would be irresistibly drawn to her. Alas, fantasies remain fantasies. Given Su Yan's temperament, such behavior was utterly implausible. How ungrateful. I have bestowed upon her 200 millions worth of jade, and not a hint of gratitude. Such wealth could easily adorn any starlet. Xiao Yi lamented. Yet he mused that if Su Yin were to indeed be stripped of her garments, she would cease to be the woman he found intriguing. Suddenly, the phone rang. "Hello." "Four Eyes." Xiao Yi answered the call, adopting a more serious tone. "Have you any news regarding the 10 divine artifacts?" "Yes, Brother E. I've sent the specifics to your email," came Four Eyes' voice through the receiver. "The official forces in Zhonghai are also investigating. It appears to concern the Eastern Emperor Bell." The Eastern Emperor Bell. Xiao Yi's gaze sharpened. Was it truly in Zhonghai? The potential locations of Qianlong Mountain and Dongshan Island loomed large. Moreover, it was not merely the Chinese authorities. Numerous foreign factions were discreetly entering Zhonghai, their sights set squarely on the Eastern Emperor Bell. Four Eyes continued. Particularly among the superpowers, even their most formidable departments have dispatched personnel. Are they truly bold enough to covet what belongs to Huaxia? A chill passed through Xiao Yi's expression. Investigate their whereabouts. If they have arrived, they shall not depart. My brother E, you are indeed formidable in your disdain for evil. If they were aware of the resurgence of the underworld king, they would undoubtedly think twice before proceeding. Enough with the trivialities. Maintain surveillance on this matter, and inform me immediately upon receiving any updates. Understood. After exchanging a few more words, Xiao Yi hung up the phone and opened his email. Qianlong Mountain lies to the south of the Central Sea, while Dongshan Island is situated to the east. I must find the time to pay a visit. As he pondered, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Su Yin, having bathed and dressed. She felt a pang of panic upon meeting Xiao Yi's gaze, her delicate features growing ever more frigid. Only this demeanor could mask her inner turmoil and embarrassment. How much more alluring she would be without clothing, reclining on the bed. Xiao Yi put away his phone and regarded Su Yin, remarking on the stark contrast between her earlier fiery demeanor and her current icy disposition. Silence. At Xiao Yi's words, Su Yin nearly faltered. "Are we leaving already?" "After spending several thousand, isn't that a bit wasteful?" he remarked. "Had I known, I would have opted for a room by the hour. Have you ever encountered a luxury suite available by the hour?" "I cannot afford to lose face like that," Su Yin replied as she walked toward the exit. "If you deem it wasteful, you may stay the night." Xiao Yi felt a stir of excitement, contemplating whether he should invite Wei Yuqing to stay for the night. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. Not only was it certain that Wei Yuqing would decline, but what if Su Yin, in a fit of spontaneity, decided to catch him in the act? That would be utterly disastrous. "Wait a moment, I believe we should watch some television before we leave," Xiao Yi suddenly suggested as they entered the elevator. "Why?" Su Yin frowned, perplexed by his sudden whim. The time was too brief. Upon checking out, wouldn't they be subjected to peculiar glances? Would they think him inadequate? When performing normally, he could last at least 3 hours. Xiao Yi insisted earnestly. Su Yin was rendered speechless. How could he possibly relate this to that? She chose to ignore him and walked straight out as the elevator doors opened. "Oh, my illustrious reputation, how it has been tarnished," Xiao Yi sighed, following her. "Next time, can we forego the hotel? If we must go, let's at least linger a bit longer," he declared with conviction as they exited the vehicle. "Agreed." Su Yin pondered briefly before acquiescing. "I need to go to the warehouse. Will you accompany me?" "Of course," he replied. Upon arriving at the warehouse, they found that most of the raw stones had already been processed, and the Jade Mountain had expanded significantly. "Miss Su, thank you for your hard work." Su Yin acknowledged Xiao Yi and Su Kai with a nod. "It was no trouble at all. It is our duty," they both replied earnestly. Su Yin approached the Jade Mountain, gazing up at it with eyes sparkling with wonder. Despite the Qingyan Company having been established for several years, it was her first time witnessing such an abundance of jade. When would they return? Xiao Yi joined her side, inquiring, when shall we come again? As long as you desire, jade is abundant. There is no rush to assess this batch of jade. Su Yan gazed at Xiao Yi, suppressing her curiosity about how he managed it. We should visit Myanmar sometime. She was an ambitious woman. Since Xiao Yi could uncover jade, the raw stone market in Zhonghai no longer sufficed for her appetite. The next step was for Qingyan Company to advance boldly, stepping beyond borders and reaching for the world. Although jade was plentiful before her, it was still far from sufficient. I share your sentiments, Xiao Yi nodded, as he too yearned to absorb more spiritual energy and strive for an early breakthrough into a new realm. President Su Jiangru, who had just received news from Su Yan, arrived at the warehouse. Upon seeing the mountains of jade, she was left speechless. Xiao Ying, provide her with a confidentiality agreement. Understood. Jiangru signed the agreement promptly, astonished by the sheer quantity of jade. If this were the case, an ordinary vice president would not suffice. It must be the executive vice president, the top-ranking one. Those like Vice President Li and Vice President Liu are unworthy even to carry Yi's shoes. Jiangru, you and Xiao Ying will be in charge of this jade. Bring Liu Rong and others over, assign them numbers, organize it properly, and submit it to me. Su Yan instructed. Yes, President Su, Jiangru replied, though the jade was not hers, merely touching it brought her satisfaction. Ah, President Su, now that I'm a vice president too, shouldn't I have a female secretary or something? Xiao Yi suddenly interjected. A female secretary? Su Yan turned her gaze towards him. Any specific requirements? Fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. Xiao Yi blurted out. Su Yan's expression darkened. Are you looking for a secretary? Just joking. As long as they are capable, Xiao Yi replied awkwardly. Jiangru glanced at Xiao Yi. Brother Yi, does this capable mean something else? Should I have Jiangru be your secretary instead? Su Yan said nonchalantly. What? Jiangru exclaimed. I can't do that. Forget it, I was just joking. Xiao Yi declined. Jiangru was Su Yan's confidant. Having her by his side would mean too many eyes watching him. Any movement on his part would be reported to her immediately. Jiangru pondered, what's wrong? Am I not good enough for you? I am fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged too. As for capability, Brother Yi is so handsome, it's not entirely out of the question. Chapter 54. You are quite arrogant. Brother Yi, am I really that lacking? Once Su Kai went to assist with lifting the raw stone, Jiangru approached and whispered, what do you mean by lacking? Xiao Yi was somewhat bewildered. Earlier, when you wanted a female secretary, President Su suggested I be your secretary. Why did you refuse? Jiangru felt a bit aggrieved. Am I not fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged? I not only possess those traits, but I also have curves. Xiao Yi chuckled at Jiangru's words, realizing that was the matter at hand. He intended to assure her, you're not lacking, but upon seeing her, he decided to tease her instead. Curves? Where? Let me see. You. Rogue. Jiangru's cheeks flushed slightly. Just looking makes you a rogue? I haven't even suggested touching. Xiao Yi playfully bantered with Jiangru, feeling quite cheerful. This was far more entertaining than practicing swordsmanship on Mount Buzhou. She's ignoring you now. Jiangru, feeling a sense of urgency, hastily departed. As if lingering any longer would compel Xiao Yi to approach her. Oh, come on, let us chat a little longer, Xiao Yi called out. Brother Yi, I'm here to keep you company, someone chimed in. What nonsense. Chatting with a bunch of men cannot compare to conversing with a young lady. Xiao Yi retorted, somewhat irked. In truth, I believe that aside from fulfilling physical needs, spending time with fellow men is far more enjoyable, Su Kai remarked earnestly. Indeed. Xiao Yi conceded, finding merit in those words. As the workday drew to a close, the stone-splitting machine finally came to a halt, having revealed all the raw stones. Thanks to Xiao Yi's meticulous markings, the process was expedited significantly. Otherwise, it would have taken 3 arduous days to complete the task. Notably, 2 exquisite pieces of jade, rivaling the finest imperial green and royal purple, were unveiled. Upon receiving the news, Su Yan hurried over, barely able to contain her excitement. Calm down. There will be plenty of such jade in the future, Xiao Yi remarked nonchalantly. Su Yan glanced at Xiao Yi, her heart filled with anticipation. You all will work late tonight to inventory all the jade and assign serial numbers, Su Yan instructed. Su Kai, ensure a team is on duty. Rest assured, Ms. Su. I guarantee that these pieces will remain secure. I won't sleep a wink tonight. My eyes won't even flutter, Su Kai assured her, initially contemplating a night of celebration. Very well, for tonight's overtime. Each on-duty person will receive a bonus of 30,000. Su Yan, in high spirits, displayed remarkable generosity. Thank you, Ms. Su. Su Kai and the others exclaimed with enthusiasm. Zhang Ru, instruct the finance department to transfer 500,000 to Master Qi. Su Yan added. Master Qian, remember the confidentiality agreement you signed. We are old acquaintances. You should be familiar with me. Rest assured, Mr. Su. We guarantee that not a single word will escape our lips. Master Qian hurriedly replied. Once everything was arranged, the workday came to a close. Su Yan turned to Xiao Yi and said, What do you mean your grandfather? He is our grandfather. Xiao Yi emphasized. Do you believe that if I call out grandfather, the old man would leap for joy? Su Yan remained speechless. She believed. The two drove away from the company, heading toward the Su residence. Does nobody at the company know your identity? Xiao Yi inquired, pondering. No. Su Yan shook her head. Few are aware of my true identity. Indeed, the Su family stands as the pinnacle of Zhonghai, existing in a realm apart from most, known only to a select few who share the same world. Xiao Yi nodded, reflecting on the barriers of class that obstruct so much. Although we inhabit the same Zhonghai, we do not dwell in the same world. Your words carry a certain depth, Su Yan remarked, glancing at Xiao Yi. He smiled, about to respond when suddenly his expression shifted to one of concern. We are being followed. Being followed? By whom? Those 3 black SUVs have been tailing us since we left the company, steadily closing the distance. Xiao Yi observed through the rearview mirror. Who could they be? Could they be police? Su Yan pondered aloud. I doubt it. Even if they suspect us. Following us serves no purpose, she concluded. With a firm press on the accelerator, Xiao Yi declared, We will soon uncover who they are. The Maserati roared as it swiftly maneuvered through the traffic. 3 black SUVs accelerated, closely tailing its every move. At this moment, even Su Yan sensed something amiss. Her expression growing cold. Aren't you afraid? Xiao Yi observed Su Yan's reaction with curiosity. With you here, what is there to fear? Su Yan's voice was frigid. Xiao Yi chuckled, deftly steering the Maserati away from the congested streets, heading towards a more secluded area. The shrill sound of the brakes pierced the air as the Maserati came to a halt. I'll go inquire about their identity. You wait for me in the car, Xiao Yi declared, unbuckling his seatbelt. Inquire? Will they even tell you? Su Yan instinctively questioned. Well, they won't have a choice, Xiao Yi replied with a smile, opening the door and stepping out to face the 3 SUVs behind him. Suddenly, over a dozen men armed with clubs emerged from the SUVs, approaching Xiao Yi with menacing intent. They had originally aimed to find a less crowded location to force the Maserati to stop, but were taken aback when the car halted on its own. Why did you come out too? Hearing the commotion, Xiao Yi turned to Su Yan. Didn't I tell you to wait in the car? I wanted to see the excitement. Xiao Yi was left speechless. If only she had said something like I was worried about you. He could have felt a surge of emotion. Miss Su, is it? The leader of the group gazed at Su Yan, momentarily captivated by her beauty. Is this attention directed at me? Su Yan furrowed her brow. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Upon my arrival at Zhonghai, I have endeavored to cultivate amicable relations, harboring no enemies. If one does not come for you, then why would they come for me? Xiao Yi remarked with a dismissive smirk. Who are you? Su Yan coldly inquired, disregarding Xiao Yi. We shall keep our identities to ourselves, but someone has asked me to convey a message to you, Miss Su. This is merely a minor lesson. Initially, I intended to vandalize your vehicle, but now I find myself intrigued by you, Miss Su. Will you join us for a drink tonight? The leader of the group chuckled amiably. No need for you to escort me. I shall take my leave. Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly, advancing forward. I am someone who prefers reasoning. If you disclose who sent you, I shall permit you to depart unscathed. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, the leader's smile vanished, replaced by a menacing glare. Kid, you possess quite the audacity. Brothers, smash the car and deal with this brat. Do not harm Miss Su. She still has to accompany us for drinks. Understood. A dozen men responded eagerly, charging towards Xiao Yi. Once the vehicle was destroyed, they could take Su Yan out for drinks. The mere thought thrilled them. Chapter 55. Almost lost my manhood. Bang. 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 The sounds echoed continuously as several men were sent flying, their clubs scattered across the ground. With his hands in his pockets, Xiao Yi ambled towards the leader. Stand still. If you make another move, I will end you. The leader, feeling increasingly anxious as Xiao Yi drew nearer, pulled a gun from his waistband, aiming it at him. Xiao Yi paused, raising an eyebrow at the ominous barrel of the gun. Su Yan's expression shifted as she realized that they were armed. This is troublesome. She contemplated calling the police, but soon realized that her phone was in the car. The young man exhibited remarkable prowess, evoking a sense of dread in the leader as he observed Xiao Yi's unwavering stance. What does it matter how formidable you are? I possess a firearm, capable of ending your life in an instant. Xiao Yi, at a loss for words, pondered how such a meager handgun could foster such unbridled confidence. Go ahead. Break your own legs, or I shall shatter your skull. The leader gestured for his accomplice to retrieve a stick, willing to inflict self-harm. Stop boasting. This gun lacks the potency to obliterate my head, Xiao Yi retorted, advancing forward. Halt. You must stop right there. The leader's expression shifted as he realized Xiao Yi's audacity to proceed, his voice rising in urgency. If you take another step, I shall fire. Su Yan's heart raced. Her breath caught in her throat. Xiao Yi, do not act impulsively. Fear not. A mere broken gun cannot harm me. Damn it, if you seek death, I shall oblige. The leader, incensed, pulled the trigger with force. Bang. Xiao Yi's figure flickered and vanished, the bullet missing its mark, striking a nearby tree instead. The leader, startled, wondered where he had gone. Before he could locate Xiao Yi, he suddenly felt a vice grip around his wrist, a new presence materializing before him. Xiao Yi seized his gun-wielding hand, applying pressure until crack. His wrist shattered. Ah! The leader's cries echoed in agony. Hold your tongue. Worse pain awaits you. Xiao Yi commandeered the firearm, aiming it at his shoulder and pulling the trigger. Bang! Ah! The leader's wails grew even more anguished. Tell me, who sent you? Xiao Yi inquired coolly. The leading man writhed in agony, unable to comprehend Xiao Yi's inquiries. With a resounding bang, Xiao Yi fired again, this time targeting the man's opposite shoulder. I shall inquire once more, who sent you? It was Li Mingjie. The man exclaimed, his voice rising in desperation. Li Mingjie? Su Yan, from afar, displayed a look of astonishment. Who is he? Xiao Yi turned his gaze towards Su Yan. He is the owner of Central Plains Jewelry. He sought to acquire Qing'an, which I declined. Today, he even called me to suggest I reconsider. Rejected, and he intends to teach you a lesson? Xiao Yi mused, lowering the gun before pulling the trigger once more. A gunshot echoed as a bullet tore into the man's thigh, creating a gaping wound. Do not move recklessly. If I miss and harm one of your subordinates, do not blame me, he cautioned, observing the man clutching his leg in agony. A broken leg can heal. But if that thing is severed, you shall be rendered useless for life. Listening to Xiao Yi's words, the leading man endured the excruciating pain, refraining from further movement. Brother, spare me, I was wrong. Wrong? Did you no longer allow Su to accompany you for drinks? No, not at all. Oh, Xiao Yi nodded, firing again, this time striking the other thigh. Congratulations, you did not miss. You are still a man. The leading man held in torment, rolling on the ground. His teeth gritted in pain. Su Yan glanced at Xiao Yi, pondering if this man was indeed a devil. Xiao Yi discarded the empty magazine and turned towards Su Yan, saying, Let us go. Grandfather is waiting for us to dine. Ah? Oh right. Su Yan regained her composure, pondering how he maintained such tranquility. What had this man endured? Did he perceive this scene as trivial? At that moment, her curiosity about Xiao Yi deepened. What do you intend to do about Li Mingjie? Xiao Yi inquired while driving. I haven't decided yet. Perhaps we should call the police? Su Yan suggested. Are you foolish? I just incapacitated someone, and you want to report it? Are you trying to apprehend Li Mingjie or me? Xiao Yi retorted, exasperated. Well, didn't you say we should seek help from the police when necessary? You also recommended reporting Sun Gaofei's incident. That is entirely different. Li Mingjie sent someone to teach you a lesson. I can arrange for him to receive one in return. What do you think? How exactly would that transpire? You don't mean to imply that the police will come looking for me because Li Mingjie was killed, do you? Su Yan fixed her gaze on Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's heart raced. Did this girl still suspect him? In kind, I would retaliate for the damage he caused to your vehicle. I would have someone vandalize his car as well. That seems rather pointless. Then we shall incapacitate him and let him languish in the hospital. Is this how you always resolve matters? Through violence? Hey, I am merely addressing your predicament, and you dare label me as violent? Xiao Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide. By the way, does Li Mingjie even know your true identity? He is not worthy of such knowledge, Su Yan replied coolly. Although Zhongyuan Jewelry ranks prominently within the industry and its proprietor is recognized as a wealthy individual, it pales in comparison to the true aristocratic families. The Su family alone possesses no fewer than 10 companies of similar stature to Zhongyuan Jewelry. Indeed, the truly remarkable individuals often remain in the shadows, far removed from such lists. Xiao Yi nodded. Tomorrow, I shall call Li Mingjie to discern his attitude, he stated. Su Yin contemplated for a moment and replied, "Do not rush into any actions just yet." "Very well," Xiao Yi responded nonchalantly, dismissing the matter as trivial. Su Yin was taken aback, although she enjoyed considerable favor. She had never received such treatment before. Suddenly, she pondered something and glanced at Xiao Yi, questioning whether he intended to wait for him here. Casting her gaze upon her grandfather, who had always cherished her, she felt a tinge of incredulity. Wasn't this a bit excessive? "Come, enter quickly. I have already asked them to prepare the meal," the old gentleman of the Su family remarked, still ignoring Su Yin as he took Xiao Yi's hand and led him inside. Su Yin's expression darkened. Was she no longer his beloved granddaughter? Was he treating Xiao Yi as his true grandson? "Xiao Yin, why are you still standing there? Come in." The old man finally remembered his granddaughter as they had walked a few paces and beckoned her. Chapter 56. The generous Su elder upon hearing her grandfather's call. Su Yan's expression softened slightly. Just as she was about to follow, the old gentleman added, "Come in and keep Xiao Yi company with a few drinks." Su Yan halted abruptly, her face darkening once more. Was she merely a companion for drinking? At least he acknowledged her presence. Had they all become invisible since this young man arrived? Su Mingyu remarked. The members of the Su family exchanged wry smiles. Indeed, one and all had become outsiders, with Xiao Yi showing more affection than a genuine grandson. Su Yin disregarded her father, striding in her high heels with a rhythmic tap, making her way inside. Upon reaching the dining room, old Master Su beckoned Xiao Yi to sit beside him, inquiring, "Little Yi, how have you been these past few days?" "This girl, Xiao Yin, has a cold demeanor, yet a kind heart. She has tea given you any trouble, has she?" "Not at all. We get along splendidly," Xiao Yi replied, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yin. "Ha, that's wonderful. You both must strive to bring forth a lovely chubby child soon." Old Master Su beamed with delight. "You need only focus on having children. I shall take care of them. When the time comes, I will ensure he inherits the Su family business." At this proclamation, the expressions of the Su family shifted dramatically. To suggest that an outsider should inherit the Su family's legacy? Surely the old man was not losing his faculties. Or had Xiao Yi bewitched him with some spell? "Grandfather, what are you saying?" Su Yin interjected, sensing the tension at the table. "Moreover, why only a chubby child? We Haven-T even shared a bed." "What did I say? Am I jesting? As long as I draw breath, the Su family will remain under my command." Old Master Su's gaze swept across the room, his tone unyielding. A shiver ran through the Su family members, none daring to meet his eyes, all lowering their heads in submission. "Please, my son has no interest in the trifles of the Su family." What the Su family did not anticipate was Xiao Yi's audacious refusal, his words dripping with bravado. Ha. Indeed, old Master Su burst into laughter, seemingly unfazed. "As for the Su family's assets, they shall serve as his pocket money. By the way, Xiao Yi, this is the dowry from Xiao Yin. The paperwork for the Banshan Manor bears your name." "My name?" Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. The old man was indeed generous. Wasn't he the manor valued at 800 million? "Yes, it is not your name, for I fear you may feel uncomfortable residing there. Additionally, within this, there are checks amounting to 800 million, also part of the dowry for you to spend as you wish." "Old Su, did you not state 200 million previously?" Ha. That was merely to ensure you had enough to spend. Feel free to indulge, and once you have exhausted it, let me know," chuckled old Su. "Grandfather, are you certain this is my dowry?" Su Yin could not help but inquire. "The manor is under Xiao Yi's name, and the funds are also intended for his use. What business is it of hers? Of course, you and Xiao Yi are now one family. Why would you keep count? What is yours is inherently his," declared old Su, patting Xiao Yi's hand. "Put it away. Tonight, accompany me for a few good drinks." "Very well." Xiao Yi contemplated for a moment and then stored away the documents. Truly, this old gentleman was beyond generous. He decided that after dinner, he would assist him in improving his health, hoping to extend his years. Dishes and drinks were gradually served, and the banquet commenced. However, aside from old Su and Xiao Yi, the others were preoccupied with their thoughts. Especially Su Minghui and the others, who found the atmosphere bland. The Su family was on the verge of becoming outsiders. What was their standing? This old man was undeniably biased. Some even pondered how this old fellow had not passed away a few days ago. They wished for his swift demise. Fearing that once Xiao Yi and Su Yin had children, the Su family would truly bear the name Xiao. In recent days, has there been any danger? After sipping a few drinks, old Master Su pondered aloud. Xiao Yi casually replied, causing old Master Su to furrow his brows. "Grandfather, it's merely a trivial matter." Su Yin interjected hastily. With a grave tone, old Master Su inquired, "Is it directed at Xiao Yin?" "Yes, she has a rival." Xiao Yi glanced at Su Yin and briefly explained. "Zhongyuan jewelry? Huh, who does this Li Mingjie think he is, daring to intimidate my granddaughter?" Old Master Su slammed his hand on the table. "Eldest, you will handle this matter. Within 3 days, ensure Li Mingjie is expelled from Zhanghai and incorporate Zhongyuan jewelry into Xiao Yan's company." "Grandfather, what are you doing?" "We agreed that you would not interfere in my affairs," Su Yin exclaimed, her urgency palpable. "That was under the condition that no one threatened your personal safety." Old Master Su replied sternly, "At this critical juncture, I will not allow any unforeseen events to occur." "Grandfather." Su Yin, realizing her words were ineffective, turned her gaze toward Xiao Yi. "Please." Xiao Yi silently mouthed the words. Su Yin bit her lip, ultimately revealing a look of pleading. She understood that among those present, only Xiao Yi could persuade her grandfather to alter his stance. "Old Master, this matter is trivial. Leave it to me. How could Li Mingjie possibly harm Xiao Yin with me here?" Xiao Yi asserted with a smile. "I will find a moment to resolve this." "Very well." Old Master Su nodded in agreement upon hearing Xiao Yi's words. "Then I shall trouble you. Look at you, aren't we family? Xiao Yan's money is my money. And her affairs are also my concerns," remarked Xiao Yi earnestly. "Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed. Come, let us drink." The old Master Su was in high spirits. An hour later, the banquet concluded, and the old Master Su beckoned Xiao Yi for tea. "You all may leave. Do not interrupt my conversation with Xiao Yi." Su Minghui and the others exchanged glances, pondering what they could possibly discuss that warranted their dismissal. Could it be a discussion on how the Su family should adopt the surname Xiao? Yet, the old master had spoken, and they dared not linger, promptly taking their leave. "Xiao Yin, you should also depart," the old master directed his granddaughter. I must leave too?" Su Yin was taken aback. The old master nodded. "No need to stay. You two may converse." Unhappily, Su Yin rose and walked away. "That girl," the old master sighed in resignation, turning to Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, now that those two fellows are dead, you have no particular feelings about it, I presume? As one grows older, one's heart softens, and I truly fear. What if it leads to uncovering the truth?" "I can comprehend," Xiao Yi nodded, confirming his suspicion that the old master had indeed dealt with those two. "However, if a person does not cherish the opportunity and refuses to relent, what shall you do?" "I leave it to you," the old master replied, his expression growing solemn. "This matter not only concerns my safety, but also Xiao Yan's. Thus, I shall only show leniency once." "Xiao Yan." Xiao Yi was taken aback. "Do you know why they placed a love curse on Xiao Yan?" In these past few days, you have been together with her. You must have sensed it, right?" The old Master Su revealed a smile. In those days, the old immortal established a marriage contract, partly due to this reason. Xiao Yi found himself in a haze, sensing something amiss. What does this mean? Chapter 57. Taking 2 concubines? Old Master Su, could you elucidate further? What exactly is the reason? Xiao Yi inquired with curiosity. Did you not notice? Old Master Su expressed some surprise. The old immortal stated that Xiao Yin possesses an exceptionally rare dual cultivation physique. Cultivating with her would yield remarkable results. Have you not already shared a chamber with Xiao Yin? Did you not perceive? Slap. Xiao Yi struck his thigh with a resounding clap. Could it be that Su Yin is indeed 1 in a million with her dual cultivation physique? What had he overlooked? Something so extraordinary that even his master hailed it as 1 in a million must be truly remarkable. Had he known earlier, he would have certainly pursued her without hesitation. No, he could not let her slip away today. "Xiao Yi, what is the matter?" Old Master Su was taken aback. My leg has gone numb. Just giving it a good smack to invigorate the blood flow." Xiao Yi forced a smile that resembled a grimace. "Why didn't you mention this to me last time?" "Such matters, as a grandfather, it was inappropriate for me to discuss, especially with Xiao Yin present at that time," Old Master Su replied. "I figured since you had shared a chamber, you would naturally discover it. To engage in dual cultivation, one must possess the corresponding techniques. Let me inquire with my master." Xiao Yi responded evasively, unable to admit that he and Su Yin had not shared a chamber at all. "Oh, I see now. I am not very well versed in your cultivation practices," Old Master Su realized. "From what I've seen on television, dual cultivation simply means sharing a chamber." Old Master Su. Is her condition related to a love curse? Xiao Yi deftly diverted the conversation, lest he regret it and wish to slap himself. Fortunately, he was now cohabiting with Su Yin, which certainly afforded him opportunities. At least, that was his hope. Old Master Su nodded. A month ago, I took Xiao Yin to a prestigious auction, where we encountered a young master Muro. He is a practitioner of ancient martial arts, and he has set his sights on Xiao Yin, even coming to propose to me, which I declined. After my refusal, he vowed that he would have Xiao Yin. In recent days, I have pondered this matter, and I suspect that my demise, along with Xiao Yin's love curse, may very well be his doing. Should I perish, he would undoubtedly gain possession of Xiao Yin. If he is a practitioner of ancient martial arts, why not use force? Xiao Yi inquired, puzzled. The enforcers, in a metropolis like Zhonghai, are numerous, which deters him from unleashing his strength here. The Su family, after all, is a prominent lineage, and publicly, he would not dare to act. Old Master Su elucidated. Ah, indeed, I had forgotten about the enforcers. Xiao Yi nodded. The enforcers are an official special department targeting practitioners of ancient martial arts. Those who possess formidable strength, if left unchecked, would undoubtedly wreak havoc. The existence of the enforcers compels practitioners to exercise restraint, at least in public, where they dare not act. It is possible that he has colluded with someone from the Su family. Should I die, that individual would inherit the Su estate, while he would claim Xiao Yin. Furthermore, his ambitions may extend beyond merely acquiring Xiao Yin. He may seek to dominate the Su family as well. Old Master Su spoke slowly. If this is indeed the case, collaborating with him would be akin to seeking the hide of a tiger. Your analysis is astute. Xiao Yi nodded. The two individuals have perished, yet this young Master Morong remains unperturbed? Not for the moment, but I am certain there will be a response. Hence, I am concerned for Xiao Yan's safety and have requested you to accompany her, replied Old Master Su, gazing at Xiao Yi with a beseeching expression. Xiao Yi, this may pertain to the calamity foretold by the old immortal, so I entrust her safety to you. Rest assured, with me by her side, you need not worry. Xiao Yi assured him. However, mere defense is too passive. The finest form of defense is offense. Are you aware of young Master Morong's origins? I am not. Old Master Su shook his head. I am currently investigating, but have yet to uncover anything. In fact, over the past 3 months, a considerable number of cultivators have arrived in Zhonghai, and the official enforcers have been increasing as well. It seems to be connected to the 10 great artifacts. You are familiar with the 10 great artifacts? Xiao Yi's eyes glimmered. One of my purposes for coming to Zhonghai is indeed the 10 great artifacts. Oh, what exactly are these 10 great artifacts? I have researched them, but found no concrete information. After all, they are not matters for the mundane realm to comprehend. The Dongwang Bell, the Pangu Axe. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's introduction, Old Master Su was left speechless. Aren't these items from mythology? They truly exist? Old Master, should you receive any information regarding this matter in the future, please inform me promptly, Xiao Yi requested. Understood. Since you require it, I shall dispatch more people to investigate. I had not taken it seriously before, and knowing certain things that ought to remain unknown could bring misfortune rather than fortune, Old Master Su intoned gravely. The 10 divine artifacts, if truly present in the Central Sea, would surely herald a tumultuous era ahead. Moreover, I shall continue my investigation into young Master Morong. Having gathered sufficient information, I am prepared to confront him. Xiao Yi reiterated, asserting that only by resolving this matter could future troubles be averted. Indeed, this evening, your intention to bequeath the Su family to my son was deliberate, was it not? Xiao Yi inquired thoughtfully. Thus, a certain individual from the Su family may soon find themselves in a state of urgency? It was intentional and earnest, responded the Venerable Su, his tone grave. As for that individual, I have already granted an opportunity. It is now up to him to decide his course. Such actions place you in a precarious position, remarked the Venerable Su, a hint of hesitation evident in his demeanor. I have come to realize that I seem to have regained my vitality, he continued. Regained vitality? What do you mean? Xiao Yi asked, taken aback. Well, in that regard, I had not felt anything for many years, yet in recent days, sensations have returned. The Venerable Su conveyed with subtlety. In that regard? Ah, you mean to say, cough cough, your prowess remains undiminished. Xiao Yi coughed lightly, understanding the elder's reluctance to articulate the matter directly. The Venerable Su also coughed discreetly, masking his embarrassment. This is likely connected to the elixir I provided to you. It was crafted by my master using millennia-old sea dog essence to create a revitalizing pill, potent in both vigor and vitality. Haha, you might consider yourself fortunate. Dear elder, as you have been blessed anew, who knows, you may even take on 2 additional concubines. Xiao Yi jested. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, The venerable Su was filled with joy, albeit even more embarrassed. At his age, the thought of taking 2 concubines seemed outrageous. However, the prospect of rejuvenation was not without its allure. "Allow me to examine your health." Xiao Yi rose and grasped the wrist of Old Master Su. A few moments later, he released his grip. "Your health appears satisfactory. Taking 2 additional concubines would pose no issue at all." Old Master Su was rendered speechless. This young man was somewhat irreverent. "Old Master, you must exercise caution in precarious situations," Xiao Yi remarked as he produced a porcelain vial. "Here, take this and keep it safe." Chapter 58. Crisis. The Maserati glided away from the Su residence, with Xiao Yi frequently glancing at Su Yan in the front passenger seat. "Why are you staring at me?" Su Yan inquired, noticing Xiao Yi's gaze and furrowing her brow. She had discerned that ever since he had a private conversation with her grandfather, his look towards her had shifted, akin to a famished wolf eyeing a succulent morsel. "Xiao Yan, you are truly exquisite," Xiao Yi declared, deliberately avoiding any mention of dual cultivation or the idea of sharing a chamber, which was a notion too pure to be tainted by such implications. He intended to charm Su Yan, hoping that if he succeeded in pleasing her, she might grant him permission to ascend to her quarters for the night. "Tell me something I do not know." Su Yan's voice was cool and detached. "For instance, what did my grandfather discuss with you?" "They spoke of young Master Murong," Xiao Yi replied, meeting her gaze. He harbored suspicions that Murong's involvement was linked to his demise. "Murong? Is it he?" Su Yan's expression grew cold. "I have heard that he approached my grandfather with a marriage proposal, which was met with refusal. Indeed, your grandfather stated that he is unworthy, and only I am deserving of you. We are a match made in heaven, a perfect pair of talent and beauty." "Xiao Yan, I believe your grandfather's suggestion is rather commendable." "What suggestion?" "We should hasten to bear a robust son to inherit the Su family's legacy. Do not presume that my intentions are solely for your sake. Rather, it is for the greater good of the Su family. Once our healthy offspring arrives, those lurking in the shadows will undoubtedly be stirred into action." "Huh," Su Yan scoffed, recognizing the scheming nature behind his words. As if the sound of his calculations could resonate throughout the capital. "Your grandfather mentioned that before the new year, it is imperative to welcome a hearty baby boy." Xiao Yi continued, "I reckon the time for sowing is now. Delay any further, and it will be too late. Drive with your mouth? If not, then kindly refrain from speaking." Su Yan's tone grew even colder. Xiao Yi fell silent, pondering whether this woman was resistant to gentler approaches. Perhaps a more forceful tactic tonight might yield different results, inciting her to relent, yearning for a form of discipline. "If it truly is that young Master Murong, what plans does my grandfather have?" Su Yan inquired. Xiao Yi remained taciturn, his focus unwavering on the road. "I am addressing you. You requested I keep my mouth shut." Su Yan, exasperated, chose to remain silent as well. "Oh, off to a date, are we?" Su Yan shook her head. Wei Yuqing remarked. "Very well." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Yan and Wei Yuqing ascended the stairs, leaving Xiao Yi behind. He gazed at the second floor, which represented his aspirations. One could only wonder when he would ascend to that dream stage and showcase his talents. "Never mind, just endure a little longer, after all. The dish on my plate cannot escape." Xiao Yi sat on the sofa, lighting a cigarette. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Su Yan is the dish on my plate. Who does this young Master Murong think he is to dare extend his chopsticks? If he does, I shall break his hand. Xiao Yi muttered to himself, waiting for old Su to find young Master Murong, so he could personally shatter this fellow's hand. Meanwhile, in a villa on the eastern outskirts, 2 individuals were conspiring. One of them was a long-haired youth, his gaze shrouded in darkness. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man. "This Xiao Yi possesses the strength to have killed 2 of my subordinates. He is no weakling," the long-haired youth spoke with an icy tone. "However, anyone who dares to thwart my plans must die, regardless of their power." "Young Master Murong, how do you intend to proceed?" the middle-aged man asked respectfully. "In a few days, once I have concluded my matters, I will eliminate him," the long-haired youth, who was indeed young Master Murong, replied. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt a surge of joy. "And what about the old man? If you wish to obtain Su Yan, he certainly will not consent to it while still alive. That old fool is remarkably resilient. Even when dead, he can return to life." Young Master Murong narrowed his eyes. "Since he has survived, let us ensure he dies once more. This time, I shall not only ensure his demise, but also compel the rest of the Su family to heed your words. This way, you will be able to seize control of the Su family. Young Master Murong, if I truly gain dominion over the Su family, I shall undoubtedly follow your lead. The middle-aged man was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bowing in reverence. Excellent. Young Master Morome was pleased with his attitude, nodding as he produced 2 porcelain vials. The item on the left is for the old man, while the one on the right is for others. The former is highly toxic, ensuring death upon contact, while the latter is a slow-acting poison, requiring regular doses of the antidote to survive. Their lives are in your hands. Would they dare to defy your commands? Certainly not. In due time, I shall become the head of the Su family. The middle-aged man carefully accepted the items, ensuring their safe storage. Once I ascend to the position of family head, I shall strip Su Yin of her garments and present her to your bed. Go ahead. Young Master Morome, envisioning the exquisite beauty of Su Yin, could not suppress a smile. As soon as the middle-aged man departed, his grin widened. A rare dual cultivation physique. A prime alchemical furnace indeed. When my elder brother arrives, I shall share this treasure with him. Blood brothers should always share their good fortunes. I am determined to possess you. An engagement? Preposterous. Young Master Morome raised his glass of red wine and consumed it in one gulp. As dawn broke, Xiao Yi rose and prepared breakfast. Once he finished, Su Yin and Wei Yuqing descended from upstairs. The 2 women, upon seeing the lavish spread, brightened with delight and eagerly took their seats to indulge. Observing their enjoyment, Xiao Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. He was undoubtedly not far from winning their hearts. Once he captured their appetites, how could he not captivate them entirely? After breakfast, the trio ventured outside. Just as he settled down, a security guard reported that a police officer named Yu Wenjing was seeking him. Allow her to enter. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. Why would this woman seek him instead of Su Yin? Before long, Yu Wenjing entered. Are you the only one who came today? What brings you here, Captain Yu? Xiao Yi regarded Yu Wenjing. Setting aside all else, her figure and demeanor were indeed delightful to behold. Regrettably, she was not adorned in her uniform today, which would have rendered her even more captivating. I am here to discuss the demise of Sun Gaofei. Yu Wenjing approached the desk, surveying the office with keen interest. If my information is accurate, this office was seized from Sun Gaofei, correct? Seized? I did not wrest it from him. He insisted on relinquishing it to me. Xiao Yi replied, lighting a cigarette. Furthermore, he was merely the manager of the security department. This office does not belong to him personally, but to Qingyan Corporation. His death is linked to you. Yu Wenjing pressed her palms against the desk, leaning slightly forward, her gaze locked onto Xiao Yi's. An overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from her, cascading towards him. Who are you trying to intimidate? Xiao Yi retorted, exhaling a ring of smoke. Captain Yuan, what did General Su say yesterday? If there is evidence, feel free to apprehend me. If not, do not attempt to frighten me. I have always been timid and not one to endure threats. Chapter 59. The beautiful police officer brought to tears. It was you who killed Sun Gaofei. Yu Wenjing leaned in even further, her aura of intimidation intensifying. Captain Yu, one may indulge in frivolous consumption, but one must not speak recklessly. Falsehoods bear consequences. Xiao Yi held the cigarette between his lips. You assert that I murdered Sun Gaofei, but do you possess any evidence? If not, I shall pursue charges of defamation against you. Let us not forget, Qingyan Corporation has a legal department. Yu Wenjing remained silent, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yi, seeking to unveil any semblance of truth from his expression. To her disappointment, Xiao Yi, casually smoking, exhibited an air of nonchalance, devoid of any tension or panic. Exhaling a perfect smoke ring, it landed upon Yu Wenjing's chest. How dare you? Yu Wenjing, witnessing Xiao Yi's flippant demeanor, felt a chill run through her, and her hand, previously resting on the table, clenched into a fist. What? Are you allowed to slander me while I am not permitted to retaliate? Besides, I speak the truth. It is indeed quite impressive, Xiao Yi replied earnestly. A friendly reminder. I am President Su's bodyguard. You ought to know you cannot overpower me. Is that so? I am quite eager to test your abilities. Yu Wenjing retorted, launching a punch at Xiao Yi. If I defend myself, it won't count as assaulting an officer, right? Xiao Yi leaned back, evading her strike. It won't. I am not in uniform today, so let us see your true strength. Yu Wenjing asserted, elbowing sideways. If you insist, I shall not hold back. Just don't cry later. With lightning speed, Xiao Yi seized her wrist, exerting force to throw her onto the sofa. Startled, Yu Wenjing attempted to rise, but Xiao Yi swiftly pounced, pinning her down. Get off me. Yu Wenjing's expression shifted as she raised her knee, aiming for Xiao Yi's groin. Goodness, must you be so ruthless? Do you wish to render me impotent? Xiao Yi, now furious, trapped her leg and seized her belt, flipping her over to lie face down on the sofa. Ah, what are you doing? Yu Wenjing struggled, a hint of panic creeping in. What am I doing? I am giving you a spanking. Xiao Yi delivered a resounding slap upon Yu Wenjing's posterior. The crisp sound echoed, revealing a remarkably elastic sensation. Xiao Yi, you seek death. Release me. Yu Wenjing exclaimed furiously. When had she ever been treated in such a manner? Release you? Did you not wish to test my strength? Xiao Yi replied, his hand continuing its relentless assault, striking several more times. The force he exerted was considerable, causing his hand to tingle, utterly devoid of compassion. This woman was exceedingly fierce. Had that last blow landed more squarely, it would have been catastrophic for him. Xiao Yi, soon. Yu Wenjing cried out in pain. Scream all you like. The more you cry, the more exhilarated I become. Xiao Yi grinned, delivering several more harsh slaps. Xiao Yi, I shall kill you. Yu Wenjing cursed, tears streaming down her face. She did not wish to cry, but the pain was unbearable. Why must he resort to violence in addition to words? Was this the outcome she deserved? After delivering a series of over 10 slaps, Xiao Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Xiao Yi, this cannot be. He paused, his hands suspended in midair, astonished. Had she truly begun to weep? Yu Wenjing gritted her teeth, her heart brimming with humiliation. This grievance must be avenged. Perhaps I struck a bit too hard. Xiao Yi muttered, observing her. We had an agreement. This does not count as assaulting an officer, as you initiated this contest, and you are simply outmatched. Release me. Yu Wenjing shouted, her anger unabated. Apologies, I did not observe anything. Please continue. Su Kai entered and immediately noticed Xiao Yi pressing a woman down, his hand resting on her rear. He hurriedly retreated. He admired Xiao Yi. How impressive to have captured someone in just a few days, and even in the office. What a playful spirit. Yet, who was this woman? He hadn't caught a clear glimpse of her face, only noting her curvaceous figure. If you don't resist, I shall release you. Xiao Yi remarked, his hand wandering to Yu Wenjing's waist. He was wary. What if she were armed? Should she retaliate in anger, he could be in grave danger. Fortunately, she was dressed casually today and bore no weapon. Upon being released, Yu Wenjing remained seated on the sofa, hesitating to rise. The reason was simple. Her backside was aflame with pain, rendering her immobile. What are you doing? Surely you're not considering a scam? Xiao Yi inquired, observing her lack of movement. Xiao Yi, I will not let this slide. I swear. Yu Wenjing glared at him, her teeth clenched in fury. I am neither a lawbreaker nor a criminal. What can you possibly do to me? Xiao Yi dismissed her threat with nonchalance. Very well, just don't let me uncover any evidence, otherwise. You shall regret it. Yu Wenjing gritted her teeth and slowly rose from the sofa, only to spring back up again upon sitting down. Xiao Yi couldn't suppress his laughter at her spring-like reaction. I will undoubtedly find evidence and personally ensure you are incarcerated. Yu Wenjing, suppressing her overwhelming fury, limped towards the exit. Captain Yu, are you leaving just like that? How about a cup of tea before you go? Xiao Yi gazed at the retreating figure of Yu Wenjing, admiration flickering in his eyes. Violence may be brutal, yet he could accept defeat gracefully, having endured a blow. He acknowledged his inferiority without entanglement. Patience is a virtue. I shall invite you for tea in due course. Outside, Su Kai scrutinized Yu Wenjing, pondering her identity. She appeared unfamiliar, seemingly not affiliated with the company. Moreover, had she not just been fully clothed? Why, then, did she appear to be limping? Was Xiao Yi truly that formidable? Once Yu Wenjing exited the security department, Su Kai hurried into Xiao Yi's office. Brother Yi, what is the situation? Who is that girl? Yu Wenjing. Yu Wenjing? What? Is she not the most beautiful police officer in Zhonghai? Su Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, Brother Yi, have you managed to win her over? Win over? She suspects me of murdering Sun Gaofei, Xiao Yi replied tersely. What? So what transpired earlier? Su Kai furrowed his brow, recalling their earlier interaction, which had been exceedingly intimate. She was rather hands-on, and I gave her a smack on the backside. Xiao Yi retrieved a cigarette, and Su Kai swiftly lit it for him. The matter over there has concluded. All the jade has been secured, awaiting President Su's arrival. Nothing amiss, right? Rest assured. Brother Yi, I kept watch all night. As they conversed, a call from Su Yin interrupted. Come to my office. With a click, the phone call ended before Xiao Yi could respond. President Su called. You are to wait for us at the warehouse. Rising, Xiao Yi departed. Has Yu Wenjing been looking for you? As Xiao Yi entered the president's office, he heard Su Yin inquire. How do you know? Xiao Yi was taken aback. Let us not forget whose company this is. No whisper or rustle escapes my notice. Su Yin spoke lightly. Oh, How is the listening device installed in your office? Xiao Yi feigned surprise. Su Yan's expression darkened instantly. Can we have a proper conversation? Chapter 60. Another death? What did she want from you? Su Yan shifted the topic. Her voice cold. Nothing much. She just said I'm quite handsome and wanted to get to know me. Xiao Yi fabricated, determined to put some pressure on Su Yan. She insisted on inviting me for tea, but I declined. It's work hours, after all. Did she mean to take you to the police station for tea? Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi, a hint of mockery in her gaze. Do you know what her nickname is? What is it? Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan? Su Yan paused. Then quickly reacted, glaring at Xiao Yi. Can you be serious for a moment? All right, what is her name? Mother Tyrannosaurus. Quite fitting, indeed. That nickname is well-deserved. She arrived in Zhonghai and solved numerous significant cases. With her achievements, she should at least be a captain. Do you know why she hasn't been promoted? Why? Refusal to comply with the unspoken rules? That's nonsense. It's because she is too violent. The criminals she encounters rarely escape unscathed. At best, they leave with broken limbs. At worst. Su Yan did not finish her sentence. What is the worst? Did she kill someone? Xiao Yi asked curiously. A year ago, Zhonghai experienced a particularly heinous sexual assault case, with as many as 30 victims, ranging from 18 to 80. Su Yan recounted slowly. Wait, 80? Are you serious? This flavor is quite overwhelming, isn't it? Xiao Yi interrupted Su Yan. It's true. If you don't believe me, you can search online. Later, this fellow was caught by Yuan Jing, who promptly rendered his tool of crime useless. Su Yan's voice was icy. I heard that it was shot to pieces, beyond recovery. Hearing this, Xiao Yi felt a chill in his pants and instinctively tightened his legs. That woman is truly ruthless. Compared to that, my own self-inflicted punishment today seems excessively lenient. I'm telling you this to advise you. If you wish to avoid being incapacitated, keep your distance from her. Su Yan remarked calmly. Wait, are you jealous? Xiao Yi fixed his gaze on Su Yan. Jealous? What on earth for? Su Yan averted her eyes, refusing to admit it. I'm doing this for your own good. Haha. Xiao Yi grinned. I sense that you have developed feelings for me. Spare me your self-importance. Su Yan scoffed, rising to leave. To the warehouse. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Jiang Ru, Su Kai, and others hurried forward to begin their report. All the jade had been numbered, photographed for archival purposes, and stored by grade. Su Yan perused the logbook, nodding. Thank you all for your hard work, especially those who stayed overnight. You will have 2 days off to rest well. Thank you, Su, the group rejoiced. Elated not only by the bonus but also the unexpected time off, Su Yan was remarkably generous. Suddenly, a phone rang. Su Yan glanced at the caller ID, furrowing her brow momentarily before answering. A hurried voice came through the receiver. What? Upon hearing these words, Su Yan's expression drastically changed. Your grandfather has passed away. Impossible. Su Yan trembled, her eyes suddenly filled with tears. Just last night, her grandfather had been in robust health, laughing and conversing. How could he have died overnight? Su Mingyu's voice was thick with sorrow. With a loud crash, Su Yan's phone fell to the ground, and her vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint. Xiao Yi, quick to react, steadied her. What happened? Su Kai and the others turned their attention, questioning if something had happened to old Su. Xiao Yi's eyelids twitched. Hurry. Su Yan grasped Xiao Yi's hand, racing out of the warehouse, leaving Jiang Ru and the others exchanging bewildered glances. Boom. The Maserati roared to life, akin to a wild beast, charging out of the company towards the Su family estate. Xiao Yan, do not panic, your grandfather. Xiao Yi turned his head, only to find Su Yan's face streaked with tears. Grandfather has passed away, she wept. Passed away? Xiao Yi frowned, realizing the situation was graver than he had anticipated. Old Su has died again. Xiao Yi, you can save my grandfather, can't you? You can bring him back to life, right? Su Yan's expression transformed as she grasped Xiao Yi's arm, her face a mixture of hope and desperation. Xiao Yan, please remain calm. With one hand on the wheel, Xiao Yi clasped her hand in return, feeling its icy chill, a testament to her inner turmoil, despair, and pain. As long as I am here, your grandfather will be all right. Su Yan nodded vigorously, tears blurring her vision. The anguish of loss and the fear of losing again overwhelmed her. Boom. Xiao Yi pressed down hard on the accelerator. The Maserati's speed intensified. Last night, grandfather was perfectly well. How could something so sudden occur? Gradually, Su Yan began to regain her composure. Do you recall what he mentioned at the dinner table? His words incited a certain individual from the Su family. Xiao Yi spoke slowly, I too did not anticipate this individual's ruthless nature. In merely a single night, he took action. The heir to the Su family's enterprise? The Su family, who are they? Who is it? Su Yin trembled, her voice sharp and icy. Grandfather was benevolent, granting him an opportunity, yet he did not cherish it and has instead harmed grandfather once more. Indeed, a tiger does not consume its own cubs, yet this offspring is merciless. Xiao Yi felt a pang of sentiment. What a heartless person, to kill his own father without a flicker of hesitation. I must locate him. I will ensure he pays the price. Su Yin clenched her fists, shouting fiercely. No need to search. Your grandfather has passed, and he will reveal himself, Xiao Yi asserted, pressing the accelerator and running several red lights. What would typically take an hour was accomplished in merely 20 minutes. The Maserati did not halt. Barreling straight into the Su family estate, executing a sharp turn to stop before the residence of the late Mr. Su. By this time, many had already gathered. The younger individuals gazed at Su Yin as she emerged from the vehicle, their hearts exhilarated. The old man was gone, and no one would indulge her any longer. Her child aspired to inherit the Su family business? Dream on. Su Yin disregarded everyone, striding in her high heels towards her grandfather's residence. Xiao Yi followed closely, taking in their expressions. Today, they would likely uncover the identity of the ruthless member of the Su family. He too was curious as to which among the four brothers it would be, for their suspicion loomed largest. If it were my inexpensive father-in-law, the fun would truly begin. Xiao Yi murmured to himself, quickening his pace. Inside the room, the four brothers of the Su family and their direct relatives had all gathered. Old Master Su lay in bed, his complexion alarmingly pale, utterly motionless. Grandpa. Su Yin rushed in, weeping as she threw herself onto Old Master Su. Grandpa, don't scare me, please wake up. Chapter 61. Who is the murderer, Grandpa? Grandpa, please wake up. Su Yin clung to Old Master Su, shaking him desperately, tears cascading down her cheeks. Xiao Yi followed closely, his gaze sweeping over the four Su brothers. Who could it be? The brothers of the Su family regarded Xiao Yi with mixed thoughts. Except for the youngest, Su Mingyu. The death of Old Master Su had brought a sense of relief to them all. While the old man was alive, no one could defy his words. If he decreed that the Su family would bear the surname Xiao henceforth, so it would be. Xiao Yin, do not grieve. Xiao Yi approached Su Yan's side. Xiao Yi, please. Save Grandpa. Hurry, I beg you, save him. Su Yin hurriedly rose, pleading earnestly. Seeing Su Yin in such a distraught state, Xiao Yi sighed inwardly. This was the first time he had witnessed her so uncomposed. The aloof demeanor she usually maintained had never led her to beg anyone in such a manner. All right. Let me take a look. Xiao Yi reassured her, grasping Old Master Su's wrist. Su Yin fell silent, refraining from interrupting. The four brothers of the Su family stared intently at Xiao Yi, wondering if he could indeed bring the old man back to life. As Xiao Yi examined the pulse, his expression gradually turned grave. Old Master has been poisoned. Poisoned? Are you saying someone has poisoned Grandpa to death? Su Yan's body trembled as she suddenly turned to face the four brothers of the Su family. Who is it? Which one of you caused Grandfather's death? Su Yin. How dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? Su Minghui bellowed. Regardless of who it is, if I find out who is responsible for Grandfather's demise, I will not let them go unpunished. Su Yin declared, undeterred, gritting her teeth. Xiao Yi, the old man. Su Mingyu glanced at Xiao Yi with concern. Xiao Yi sighed and shook his head. What does that mean? Su Yin shivered, unable to believe it. This lethal poison has completely ravaged the old man's bodily functions. Even a deity could not save him, Xiao Yi stated, gazing at Su Yin. And no, it cannot be. Su Yin grasped Xiao Yi's hand, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Yi, you are a divine physician, aren't you? Please, save my grandfather. I implore you. If you can bring him back to life, I will do anything you ask. Even a deity cannot save him. The old man has already departed. Xiao Yi replied, shaking his head. Grandfather. Su Yin fell into despair, collapsing once more onto the body of the old man, wailing. You may begin to prepare for grandfather's final rites. Bring out the items from last time. Xiao Yi turned to the four brothers of the Su family and said, Father. Seeing Xiao Yi's words, the four brothers of the Su family also had red-rimmed eyes. As for who was sincere and who was merely feigning concern, only they themselves knew in their hearts. Let us convene. With the old man gone, there are matters that we must address. After a brief moment of sorrow, Su Minghui spoke solemnly. Brother is right, Su Er nodded. Stay here, Su Minghui commanded as he turned his head. The rest of you, follow me. No one is allowed to leave. Su Yan, who had been leaning over the elder Su, suddenly stood up. Today, no one is permitted to depart until we find the murderer of my grandfather. Her delicate face was filled with determination, her gaze icy. She was resolute in avenging her grandfather. How outrageous. Su Minghui's expression darkened. Fourth, take better care of your daughter. Su Mingyu remained silent, knowing he could not manage this daughter. Xiao Yi, if anyone dares to leave, you have my permission to deal with them. Su Yan directed her cold voice at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yan, with the elder gone, we should first attend to his affairs. Xiao Yi gently held Su Yan's hand and spoke softly. The Su family cannot be without a leader for even a day. There are numerous matters that require our attention. But grandfather. Su Yan's heart ached at the thought of her grandfather. We will uncover the truth behind the elder's death, but for now, we must first handle his final affairs. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan glanced at her grandfather and felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Su Yan, your bond with your grandfather is profound. Stay by his side, Su Lao Er remarked before leading the way out. In the blink of an eye, only Su Mingyu remained among the four brothers of the Su family. Xiao Yan, let me keep you company, he said hesitantly, before stepping closer to his daughter. Is it you? Su Yan fixed her gaze on Su Mingyu, her voice cold with suspicion. What? Su Mingyu was taken aback, realizing she was insinuating that he was the one who had killed her grandfather. How could it possibly be me? Su Mingyu's complexion shifted. Thank you for believing in your father. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Su Mingyu hastily remarked, it is not that I believe you, but rather that I concur with your assertion. While grandfather is alive, you hold the title of the fourth master of the Su family, yet in his absence, no one will regard you with any esteem. Su Yan retorted coldly. Listening to his daughter, Su Mingyu wore a bitter smile, pondering if, in her eyes, he was merely a worthless failure. How to investigate? Without further acknowledgement of Su Mingyu, Su Yan turned to Xiao Yi, instructing, have your father watch over grandfather. We ought to see what they discuss in their meeting. Xiao Yi contemplated for a moment and replied, perhaps there will be some insights to gain. Very well, Su Yan said, casting a glance at her grandfather. Suppressing her sorrow as she acquiesced. You all may proceed. I shall remain here. Su Mingyu interjected. Your grandfather passed away under mysterious circumstances, yet as his son. You do not think to avenge him. I hold you in contempt. Su Yan retorted sharply. I have done well enough, at the very least. I have not plotted against the old man. Su Mingyu muttered to himself. Your words hold some truth, Xiao Yi affirmed, giving a thumbs up. Accompany Su Yan and ensure her safety, Su Mingyu instructed Xiao Yi. Regardless of the old man's fate, your engagement remains valid, and you must protect her. Xiao Yi, with a peculiar expression, nodded and hurried after Su Yan. In the reception hall not far away, a multitude had already gathered. The three brothers of the Su family, along with other direct descendants, had taken their seats, deliberating on the arrangements for the late Mr. Su. In truth, there was little to discuss, having experience from previous events. It was simply a matter of adhering to the same standards as before. Their primary interest lay in determining who would wield authority in the Su family going forward. Was there truly any need for discussion? Su Minghui cast a glance at Su Laosan, his sole rival. After their last conversation, with the old man gone, he believed he could uphold the Su family. Not necessarily, Su Laosan retorted mockingly. I think we should discuss this further. What is there to discuss? Suddenly, Su Laer interrupted Su Minghui, saying, this is a different time. The past is not the present. Upon hearing Su Laer's words, Su Minghui was taken aback. He anticipated objections from Su Laosan, but Su Lao had always followed his lead. If he said to go east, this fellow would not dare to venture west. What was happening today? Could it be that Su Laosan had swayed him? Yet, upon seeing the astonishment on Su Laosan's face, he realized his suspicions were unfounded. Brother, you wish to be the future head of the Su family, do you not? Su Laer said with a sly smile. I, too, harbor such aspirations. Historically, emperors did not always designate the eldest as the heir. Why must the old man's death mean you inherit the position? What? What are you saying? Su Minghui exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury evident in his tone. I too wish to occupy that seat. After declaring this, Su Laer boldly seated himself in the prominent chair, much to the astonishment of those present. Su Laer, have you lost your mind? Su Minghui shouted, advancing to drag him down. That chair is meant for me. Lost my mind. Is the position of the head of the Su family only to be coveted by you and Laosan? Am I not allowed to aspire for it as well? Su Lao Er's expression darkened. I hereby declare that from now on, the Su family will be governed by me, Su Mingxiong. Bang! Su Laosan slammed the table. Su Laoer, by what right do you occupy that chair? By what right? Good question, Su Laoer nodded. By the right that I hold your lives in my hands. Is that sufficient? Upon hearing Su Laoer's words, the crowd was taken aback, puzzled by their implication. Why not take a deep breath and see if your hearts feel as though they are being pricked by needles? Su Laoer smiled. Eldest brother, Lao San. Do try it. Su Minghui instinctively inhaled deeply, suddenly contorting in pain as he clutched his heart. It hurts. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Su Lao San and the others shifted dramatically. What? What have you done to me? Su Minghui glared at Su Laoer. His voice filled with alarm. It is not merely you. It is everyone. Su Laoer declared with an air of triumph. From this moment on, whoever dares to defy my words shall face death. Suddenly, Su Laosan also cried out in agony, clutching his heart. The others, witnessing this, hastily tried it themselves, cries of pain ringing out incessantly. Only a few remained unaffected, yet even they were struck with fear. Have you all tried it? From today forward, if I allow you to live, you shall live. If I do not, you must perish. Su Laoer rose slowly, mimicking the demeanor of his father, surveying the room. Did you poison the old man? Su Laosan exclaimed, suddenly realizing something. Let us not speak so harshly, nor heed the foolish words of Xiao Yi. The old man passed away of natural causes. Su Laoer would certainly not admit to bearing the infamous title of patricide. Is it you? Su Minghui exclaimed, both astonished and furious. Did you instigate both this incident and the previous one? Brother, do you regard me as a sibling, or merely as a dog to unleash upon the third brother? Su Laoer gazed at Su Minghui and inquired, how about this? I shall assume the role of the family head, and you will serve as my dog. What do you say? Su Mingxiong, your ambition knows no bounds. How dare you poison our father? Su Minghui shouted in rage. Today, I shall enforce the family law. Su Minghui, have I not shown you sufficient respect? I command you to be my dog, and if you refuse, then you may as well perish and join the old man. Su Laoer interrupted, his expression turning sinister. Upon hearing these words, Su Minghui's countenance shifted, the pain in his heart intensifying. Second uncle, fifth uncle, you are aging. Your frail bodies can no longer withstand such turmoil. Su Laoer turned his gaze to the two elderly men. Support my claim to the family leadership, and I shall provide you with the antidote, ensuring your survival. I support you. One elder spoke up first, indifferent to who led the Su family, valuing his own life above all. I too offer my support, another elder quickly added, believing that Su Laoer's audacity in such a public setting indicated his confidence. The poison must indeed be real. Excellent. Those who understand the times are wise. You shall surely enjoy long lives. Su Laoer nodded in satisfaction and looked towards the other direct descendants. And you? Su Mingxiong, my heart does not ache. You cannot control me. I shall. A middle-aged man shouted furiously. Oh, you are not here this morning, are you? Simple enough. Su Laoer glanced at him. Mr. Chun, I entrust this to you. Within a minute, I want him to support my claim as the head of the family. Whoosh. A figure dashed in from outside. Arriving before the middle-aged man. Thud. A dagger plunged into the middle-aged man's thigh, twisting savagely. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed, unable to maintain his stance, collapsing to the ground. Thud thud. The figure showed no mercy, stabbing him twice more. I will support you, just don't kill me. The middle-aged man quivered, crying out. Humph. It's only when faced with death that one realizes the truth. Had you supported me earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer this fate. Su Laoer sneered. Is there anyone else who opposes? Step forward. Observing the middle-aged man lying in a pool of blood, regardless of whether they were poisoned or not. All fell into silence at that moment. Since there are no objections from this moment forth, I am the head of the Su family. I oppose. A chilling voice rang out from outside. Su Yan. Su Laoer lifted his gaze, his expression turning icy. Your father does not dare oppose. Do you dare to? Did you kill grandfather? Su Yan ignored Su Laoer's words, fixing her gaze upon him, her voice cold as ice. Nonsense, he passed away peacefully. What does that have to do with me? Su Laoer replied sternly. Su Yan, you have no right to speak here. I will ask you one more time. Did you kill grandfather? Su Yan's voice grew even colder. Is there even a need to ask? It must be him, Xiao Yi stated nonchalantly. Xiao Yi, get out of the Su family. Su Laoer glared at Xiao Yi. Oh, you think you have the final say in the Su family? Indeed. I have the final say in the Su family. Su Laoer puffed out his chest, declaring, I am the head of the family, and none dare oppose me. Is that true? Are you two not contending anymore? Just watching him act so arrogantly? Xiao Yi gazed at Su Minghui and Su Lao San, astonished. Their expressions were grim. It was not that they were unwilling to fight, but rather that they were too intimidated to do so. What is the situation? Xiao Yi, noticing their reactions, grew even more curious. Upon his arrival, he had overheard Su Lao boasting about becoming the head of the Su family. Beyond that, the details were murky. He has poisoned us. Anyone who opposes him shall meet their doom. Su Lao San gritted his teeth. Poison? Xiao Yi was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. With a divine healer like me here, what do you have to fear from poison? Stand against him. At his words, Su Minghui and the others were struck with a jolt of hope. Could he truly neutralize the poison? However, Su Lao Air's expression darkened. Mr. Chun. He is the Xiao Yi whom young Master Morong wishes to eliminate. Capture him. Everything was going splendidly for him, and he could not allow Xiao Yi to ruin his plans. Chapter 63. Su Yin as the head of the family? Is it him? Perfect. I shall deliver your head to young Master Morong. The man's voice was icy as he lunged at Xiao Yi, a dagger aimed directly at his heart. Xiao Yi dodged the blade and retaliated with a powerful punch. Bang! The man raised his elbow to block, stumbling back a step. No wonder those two fell to you. However, even if you are at the peak of the initial stage of dark energy, you cannot break through my Golden Bell Shield. Your demise is certain. Golden Bell Shield? Huh. I am eager to see how effective it really is. As Xiao Yi spoke, his right leg shot out like lightning. Bang! This time, the man failed to defend himself and received a kick right in the groin. The man let out a piercing scream, even with his impenetrable defenses. His groin remained his Achilles heel. That kick made him feel as though his very essence had been shattered. Your so-called invincible armor isn't so invincible after all, is it? Such a crucial spot, left unprotected? Xiao Yi mocked, grabbing the man's hair and yanking him downward. The man struggled to resist, but found himself utterly powerless, forced to watch as Xiao Yi's knee came crashing toward him. Crack! The man's cheekbone fractured, blood splattering. He didn't even have time to scream before darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Too fragile, Xiao Yi muttered, shaking his head as he turned his gaze to Su Lao. Su Lao, pale with fear, watched as the expert sent by young Master Morong to protect him was effortlessly incapacitated by Xiao Yi. Is this your confidence? Thinking you're untouchable just because you have that Morong scoundrel backing you? Xiao Yi spoke as he advanced towards Su Lao. What are you doing? Stay back. Su Lao panicked, stumbling backward until he collided with the chair he had been sitting on, collapsing into it. He had thought today would be smooth sailing. With the old man dead, he had restrained his arrogance, fearing that Xiao Yi might somehow bring him back to life. If he had been too bold and the old man had revived, it would have been disastrous. When Xiao Yi declared he couldn't save the old man, Su Lao had nearly laughed aloud, finally free to act with impunity. As he had anticipated, no one dared oppose him, and the position of family head was within his grasp. But who could have predicted that the wild card would be Xiao Yi? He seethed with hatred. Hand over the antidote, and I'll spare your life, Xiao Yi commanded coldly, looking down at him. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Minghui and the others felt a glimmer of hope. Indeed, they should capture Su Lao and compel him to surrender the antidote. It is impossible. If I perish, they shall meet the same fate. Su Lao was acutely aware that once he relinquished the antidote, his doom would be sealed. He chuckled. Are you threatening me? Have you mistaken the situation? I am no kin to them. Their lives are of no concern to me. Xiao Yi found amusement in the notion. Their demise would be advantageous. I could appoint my inexpensive father-in-law or Su Yin as the head of the Su family, henceforth adhering to the old master's wishes and allowing the Su family to adopt the Xiao surname. Upon this declaration, not only did Su Lao's complexion turn ashen, but Su Minghui and the others also blanched. Xiao Yin, are you prepared to assume the role of family head? Xiao Yi turned to the frigidly composed Su Yin. I only wish to avenge my grandfather, Su Yin proclaimed, bending down to retrieve a dagger and advancing towards Su Lao. Su Yin, what are you intending to do? Su Lao was now in a state of panic. Su Mingxiong, you poisoned grandfather. Today, I shall exact vengeance for him. Consumed by hatred and devoid of reason, Su Yin thrust the dagger fiercely towards Su Lao's heart. Xiao Yi's eyelids twitched. Was she truly serious? Acting swiftly, he grasped Su Yan's arm, redirecting the dagger so that it pierced Su Lao's shoulder instead. Su Lao screamed in agony. Why do you stop me? Su Yin glared at Xiao Yi, her voice icy. A mere stab for relief is sufficient. There are so many witnesses. If you kill him, will you not also face the consequences? Xiao Yi replied. Grandfather is dead. I must avenge him. Su Yin gripped the dagger tightly, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Who claimed that your grandfather has passed away? He is very much alive, Xiao Yi asserted, shaking his head. What? Alive? Su Yin gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did you not say he was poisoned beyond salvation? If I were to claim he could be saved, would he still be able to leap forth? Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Grandfather is truly alive. You can save him? Su Yin exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she released her grip on the dagger. Indeed, Xiao Yi nodded. Wonderful. Su Yan's enthusiasm soared as she grasped Xiao Yi's hand. Hurry, let us rescue grandfather. There's no rush. Your grandfather will be fine for the moment. I must first address the matter at hand, Xiao Yi stated. A tiger does not consume its own cubs. Before your grandfather awakens, I must resolve everything. Su Yin paused, glancing at Su Lao. Though her grandfather's survival ignited a flicker of hope, her heart still simmered with rage. How could you? After my grandfather spared you last time and offered you an opportunity, resort to poisoning? Such madness. Impossible. The old man is fatally poisoned. He is doomed. Su Lao, stunned, momentarily forgot his agony, incredulously exclaiming. Su Minghui and the others gazed at Xiao Yi, questioning the veracity of his words. Forget about your father's fate. You should be more concerned about your own, Xiao Yi remarked, grasping the dagger and slowly twisting it with force. Will you provide the antidote? Ah, it hurts. Su Lao trembled in pain, letting out a piercing scream. I have no antidote. He did not give me one. He did not provide it to you? You are indeed nothing but a mere dog, a pawn he employs to manipulate the entire Su family, Xiao Yi mocked. The expressions on Su Minghui and the others changed. There was no antidote? Did that mean they were doomed? With a swift motion, Xiao Yi struck Su Lao, rendering him unconscious before discarding him onto the ground. He then sat down in a chair. Initially, he had contemplated killing him, but upon reflection, he decided it was better to leave the matter to Su Laotu. If Su Laotu was unable to act decisively, he would lend a hand. Xiao Yi, can you truly neutralize the poison? Su Minghui inquired, stepping forward. I can indeed neutralize the poison, but on what grounds would I do so for you? Xiao Yi replied, idly playing with the blood-stained dagger. I will pay you. Please, I beg you, cure us. Su Minghui stammered, taken aback. Who do you think you are insulting? Am I a man swayed by money? Xiao Yi frowned. Moreover, do I lack funds? Then how can you help us? Indeed, the old man is still alive, isn't he? For his sake, please assist us. Xiao Yan, quickly plead with your fiancé. We are family. Su Lao San and the others were increasingly anxious, placing their hopes on Xiao Yi. Enough. Be silent. If you wish for me to neutralize the poison, there is a condition. Xiao Yi surveyed the room. Su Yin shall assume the role of head of the Su family. Do any of you object? How can a woman possibly lead the family? Su Lao San began to protest, but froze upon meeting Xiao Yi's doomed gaze. Alarmed, he quickly altered his statement. I have no objections to her being the head. Chapter 64, Beasts. Su Minghui wished to voice his dissent, but contemplating the poison coursing through his veins, he refrained. To be the head of the family, one must first be alive. With both he and Su Lao San in agreement, the others dared not oppose. Su Yan, congratulations on being unanimously elected as the head of the family, Xiao Yi remarked with a smile as he looked at her. Do not jest, with grandfather present. The decision of who becomes the head rests solely with him. Su Yan's thoughts were entirely focused on the elder. When would they rescue him? Let us go. This matter is concluded. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yi pointed at Su Lao and Mr. Chun. Secure them. Await the elder's personal judgment. Mr. Xiao, when will you administer the antidote for me? Su Minghui inquired anxiously. Unfilial son, consumed with thoughts of yourself, I must prioritize administering the antidote to your father first. Xiao Yi replied tersely. You will not perish immediately, but your father has ingested a potent poison. Su Minghui dared not speak further. Once Xiao Yi and Su Yin departed, his simmering anger found its target in Su Lao. Scoundrel, how dare you poison the elder? Truly, you are a wolf in sheep's clothing. Su Minghui cursed, delivering a series of kicks to Su Lao. Were it not for his treachery, could Xiao Yi have acted so brazenly before me? Brother, you are truly blind not to see his nefarious ambitions, Su Lao Sin mocked. You regard him as a dog, yet he does not consider you as human. Silence. Su Minghui fumed. Regardless of whether it is Su Lao or Su Yin, now that they have assumed the role of head, neither you nor I will fare well. Hearing this, Su Laosan frowned. But we are poisoned. How shall we contend with Xiao Yi? Brother San, once the poison is neutralized, we must join forces. Su Minghui declared solemnly. Even if the Su family is divided, it is preferable to gain nothing at all. Su Laosan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Su Yin felt a mixture of astonishment and a touch of consolation within her heart. Despite her father's shortcomings, he remained genuinely devoted to her grandfather. She would have mourned for her grandfather had none of his 4 sons shown true sincerity. What transpired over there? Inquired Su Mingyu. Xiao Yi recounted the circumstances, eliciting shock and fury from Su Mingyu, who unleashed a torrent of invective at Su Laoer. You too have been poisoned. Take a deep breath and see. Oh. Su Mingyu cried out in agony, clutching his chest. Do not panic. Once I revive the old master, I shall antidote you, Xiao Yi assured, producing silver needles and swiftly inserting them into the old master's acupoints. Su Yin held her breath, watching with hopeful anticipation. Thankfully, she had provided a life-prolonging pill the previous night. Otherwise, he would have surely perished. Xiao Yi gazed at the discolored silver needles with a sense of relief. 10 minutes later, he withdrew the needles, declaring, in no more than 3 minutes, the old master shall awaken. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Laozong slowly opened his eyes, displaying a hint of confusion. Grandfather! Su Yin exclaimed, rushing forward, tears of joy streaming down her face. Xiao Yin. The old master regained his composure, his eyes glistening with moisture. Had he died once more? All right, Xiao Yin, do not weep. I am fine now. After comforting Su Yin, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Yi, filled with gratitude. Xiao Yi, you have saved me once again. Thank you. Old master, we are family. There is no need for such formality, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Who is it? Su Laozong suddenly recalled something, his expression turning icy. It was your second son. Xiao Yi then recounted all the events that had transpired. Curse it! Su Laozong exclaimed, both taken aback and enraged. It was not his eldest, but rather his second son. He truly did not expect it. Grandfather, you have just awakened. Please do not be angry, Su Yin hurriedly reassured. Enough, enough. To think that I, Su Dahai, who have navigated through countless tempests in life, would ultimately meet my demise at the hands of my own son. The old man Su's face was etched with bitterness. But you have not perished, Xiao Yi interjected. Without your words, my grave would surely be overrun with weeds. Su Laoi managed a bitter smile. Where's that beast? Has he perished? No. Although you requested that I handle the matter, I believe it is best for you to deal with it personally. Indeed. By the way, he is supported by young Master Moro. Young Master Moro. Su Laoi exclaimed with fury, his killing intent palpable. I will not let him escape. As they conversed, Su Minghui and the others arrived. Upon seeing old Master Su, they were taken aback. He truly has survived? Father, bring that beast, Su Mingqiang, to me. The old man commanded coldly. Father, please do not be angry, my second brother. Su Laosan attempted to interject. Get out. I do not wish to see any of you right now. Su Laoi glared fiercely. Su Laosan and the others trembled in fear, ready to retreat. Wait a moment. You all just supported Su Yin for the position of head of the family, correct? Su Laoi suddenly stated solemnly. Since you all are in agreement, I shall declare publicly that upon my death, Su Yin shall be the head of the family, and the Su family will be under her command. Upon hearing this, Su Minghui and Su Laosan's faces turned ashen. They had just conspired on how to join forces against Xiao Yi and Su Yin to divide the Su family amongst themselves. Now, with a single statement from the elder, all their hopes have been dashed. Grandfather, why say such things? You must live to 100. I have no desire to become the head of the Su family. Su Yin was equally startled and quickly interjected. This matter is settled, declared the elder Su, his tone resolute and unyielding. Once I have dealt with that wretch, I shall announce this in front of all the members of the Su family. A few moments later, Su Laoer and Mr. Chun were brought in. Upon regaining consciousness, Su Laoer was met with the fierce gaze of his father, which terrified him to the core. Father, spare me, I beg you. Wretch. The elder Su rose and delivered a resounding slap across Su Laoer's face. Father, I was wrong, Su Laoer cried out, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he clung to his father's leg, pleading for mercy. Please, grant me another chance. Another chance? Have you ever afforded me that privilege? The elder Su kicked Su Laoer away, his voice thunderous. If it weren't for Xiao Yi, I would have died twice already. Last time was not my doing. It was orchestrated by young Master Moro. Speak. Where is he? I met him last night at a villa in the eastern suburbs. Su Lauer dared not withhold the information, internally cursing young Master Morong with fervor. What nonsense about being an ancient martial arts master. He sent someone who couldn't even kill Xiao Yi, and the promised lethal poison was nothing but a farce. Is he truly aligned with young Master Morong? The elder Su turned his cold gaze toward Mr. Chun, his eyes glinting with menace. Force his mouth open. I demand to know everything about young Master Morong. Old sir, allow me to handle this matter. Xiao Yi stepped forward, inserting several silver needles into Mr. Chen's body. Soon, Mr. Chun was jolted awake by the pain, rolling on the ground in agony. Who is young Master Morong? Xiao Yi gazed at him, remaining silent, intent on ensuring that he would find neither solace in life nor death. Chapter 65, Outburst of Insults I Shall Tell You. He is the third young master of the Hehuan sect, Morongyu. Mr. Chen could no longer endure the torment and revealed the information. Hehuan sect? Such a name does not inspire confidence, Xiao Yi scoffed. I have never heard of this Hehuan sect. Old Master Su furrowed his brow. I advise you to release me at once, or young Master Morong will surely kill you. Mr. Chun gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain. The Hehuan sect is a top-tier force in the ancient martial arts realm. The mere Su family could be obliterated with a wave of their hand. Upon hearing the term top-tier force, Old Master Su's expression shifted dramatically. Although he was unfamiliar with the Hehuan sect, he understood the implications of such a designation, an entity of absolute terror. Is this top-tier force truly formidable? Do you believe that I could eradicate the Hehuan sect with a mere gesture? Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. Old Master Su regarded Xiao Yi, his heart momentarily steadied. Indeed, he had the backing of a powerful immortal. Young man, you. Mr. Chen attempted to issue further threats when, suddenly, a loud thud resounded as Xiao Yi stomped on Mr. Chen's head. Though it did not crush his skull, it caused blood to pour from his 7 orifices. Do not frighten me. I have been timid since childhood. Just as Xiao Yi was about to inquire about young Master Morong's whereabouts, Mr. Chen's phone began to ring. He retrieved his phone and noticed it was a call from young Master San. After a moment's contemplation, he answered, Are you Xiao Yi? Release my men, or you won't live to see the dawn. A chilling voice emanated from the receiver. Go to hell. Stop boasting. If you have the guts, keep me from seeing tonight's moon. Xiao Yi retorted with a burst of profanity. He detested anyone more pretentious and arrogant than himself. Xiao Yi, you're courting death. Young Master Morong roared in fury. You cur, dare to tell me where you are? I'll be there in a heartbeat to obliterate you. Xiao Yi continued his tirade. Harmonious Joy Sect? I'll beat you into a harmonious joy blossom. Knowing I'm from the Harmonious Joy Sect, and still daring to act this way, are you disregarding me? Or the entire Harmonious Joy Sect? Young Master Morong's voice was frigid. I not only disregard you, but also the Harmonious Joy Sect. Even if your father came, I'd smash his dog head. Xiao Yi's invective grew more impassioned. Xiao Yi, young Master Morong, clearly losing his composure, bellowed repeatedly. If you have the nerve, wait for me at the Su residence. I'm coming there now to sever your head. I'm waiting for you. If you don't come, you're a grandson. Xiao Yi finished his barrage, hung up, and hurled the phone at Mr. Chen's face. Mr. Chun was stunned. How dare he speak to young Master San like that? He's doomed. I also wanted to be civilized, but this dog threatened me. Xiao Yi, noticing the peculiar gazes from Elder Su and the others, offered an explanation. I'm using reverse psychology. Otherwise, he wouldn't come. I understand. Old Master Su nodded, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Xiao Yi, this Morongyu hails from a first-rate power. He undoubtedly has formidable allies by his side. Rest assured, old man, leave it to me. Xiao Yi replied with a faint smile, then turned his gaze towards Mr. Chun. What brings you to Zhonghai? Is it in pursuit of the 10 divine artifacts? Indeed, Mr. Chen responded. Do you possess any leads? None, Xiao Yi stated. It is often said that one does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. As he spoke, he pressed the silver needle deeper. Mr. Chun cried out in agony. I'll tell you. I know that several factions have sent representatives. According to reliable sources, a divine artifact will soon emerge. Continue, Xiao Yi urged. That is all I know. Oh, then endure your pain, Xiao Yi said, glancing at Su Lauer. Noticing Xiao Yi's gaze, Su Lauer trembled, overwhelmed by fear, and lost control of himself. He wished to avoid experiencing Mr. Chen's torment. Merely observing it was excruciating enough. Grandfather, I implore you, spare my father. He was merely confused for a moment. At that moment, anguished cries for mercy echoed from outside. Make them leave. Hearing the lamentations, old Master Su's expression darkened. Very well. Su Minghui responded. casting a glance at the pale Su Lao heir before turning to exit. Father, I was wrong. Su Lao heir crawled back to grasp Old Master Su's leg, tears streaming down his face. Bang! Old Master Su kicked him away, exclaiming, wrong? Is it of any consequence to claim that now? Father, I am your own son. Su Lao heir pleaded, banging his head against the ground, blood flowing freely. You. Master Su pointed at him, trembling with anger, his fierce resolve ultimately softened. First, confine this beast. Soon, Su heir and the already unconscious Mr. Chun were dragged out. In the room, only Xiao Yi and Su Yin remained, the others having been expelled. Alas, what should I do with that beast? Grandfather, although he is deranged, he is still your son. Perhaps you could grant him a chance, Su Yin suggested softly. This young woman displayed considerable understanding. Xiao Yi mused to himself, as it was evident to all that Master Su found it difficult to harm his own flesh and blood. What he lacked was a way to step down, which Su Yin provided. Madness, sheer madness. Master Su cursed a few times, his murderous intent waning slightly. Very well, let us confine him for now. While he may escape the death penalty, he cannot evade the consequences of his actions. He may have been led astray, with the true instigator being Murong-yu. Xiao Yi also offered a way out. Regarding Murong-yu, how confident are you? Master Su inquired, concern evident in his eyes. Grandfather, what does a first-rate force signify? Su Yin asked with curiosity. It is exceedingly powerful within the realm of ancient martial arts, teeming with skilled practitioners. Master Su was not only worried about Xiao Yi, but also about the Su family. Previously, Murong-yu had refrained from acting overtly due to his respect for the enforcers. After today's events, would he still harbor such restraint? Would he take action? Suddenly, Xiao Yi spoke, wishing to shield Su Yin from the gruesome scene of his potential violence. However, Su Yin outright refused. Very well, Xiao Yi sighed, resolving to keep the ensuing chaos as bloodless as possible. In his eyes, Murong-yu had already become a dead man. Approximately an hour later, Su Minghui rushed in, panicked. Father, that young Master Murong has barged in with his men. Su Old Master's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Xiao Yi. It was taking far too long for them to arrive. Xiao Yi stood up and walked outside. I shall meet them. Elder brother, prepare the Black Wind Squad. After a brief instruction from Su Old Master, he swiftly followed. Su Minghui felt a chill in his heart. The Black Wind Squad was the elite of the Su family, armed with firearms. Did the old man intend to confront young Master Murong directly? Outside, Xiao Yi encountered young Master Murong, whose pallid complexion betrayed a life of excess. This left him feeling disheartened. The Harmony sect seemed lacking. Shouldn't top-tier dual cultivation lead to greater prowess? Why did this fellow appear so debilitated? No longer should he be called young Master Murong. Let us call him the young master of weak vitality instead. Chapter 66. Come to your doom. Who is Xiao Yi? Come to your doom. Young master of weak vitality shouted, seething with rage. After having his plans thwarted multiple times and losing his subordinates, did he really believe that the third young master had no temper? In the bustling metropolis, one could not act against ordinary people without drawing the attention of law enforcers. Yet, Xiao Yi was no ordinary individual. Even if the enforcers arrived, he could still eliminate them. What are you shouting about? Isn't my grandfather already here? Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. You are Xiao Yi? Murong-yu's gaze turned even colder as he scrutinized Xiao Yi. Behind him stood 7 formidable warriors, fixated on Xiao Yi with fierce intent, awaiting the command from the third young master to eliminate this arrogant young man. Indeed, I am Xiao Yi, he nodded. Are you a law enforcer? Murong-yu furrowed his brow. I am your grandfather. Xiao Yi's expression was playful. You infilial wretch, how dare you covet your grandmother? You seek death. Murong-yu, filled with fury, had his handsome face twisted into a grimace. Today, I shall surely kill you. Murong-yu, have I, Su Dahai, ever wronged you? How dare you attempt to harm me twice? Elder Su spoke coldly. I shall inform the enforcers of this matter. Despite your sect of Harmony being of first-rate power, you shall not disrupt the order of the mundane world. Old fool, you refuse to marry your granddaughter to me, and yet you expect to live? If you do not perish, who shall? Since Murong-yu had come, he was unafraid of breaking the facade. Inform the enforcers? You must first have that opportunity. Today, you two shall die. He had already devised a plan to eliminate those from the Su family who warranted death, and subsequently find someone to take control of the Su family. At that point, he would simply shift the blame onto Xiao Yi, claiming that it was Xiao Yi who had slain them. As long as no evidence remained, the enforcers would be powerless against him. Upon hearing Murong-yu's words, Elder Su was infuriated. He stomped his foot, causing the very ground of Zhonghai to tremble. How could a mere youth stand before him and act so arrogantly? Regardless of his origins in the ancient martial world or his affiliation with a first-rate power, what of it? This is Zhonghai. This is the Su family. Morongyu, how dare you think yourself worthy of my hand in marriage? Su Yin spoke coldly. You have harmed my grandfather twice. This matter shall not simply be forgotten. The exquisite cauldron, the flavors are endless. Oh, she is still pure? She has not been with Xiao Yi. Morongyu gazed at Su Yin, suddenly revealing an expression of delight. Su Yin, if you accompany me, not only will I spare the Su family, but I will also transform you into a martial artist, granting you eternal youth. What do you say? Dream on. Su Yan's delicate face bore a fierce expression. Reject me, and do not blame me for being ruthless. Your grandfather must die, and so must your fiancé. Morongyu's countenance darkened. Once I eliminate them, I will take you away, and at that moment, you shall have no say. Enough with the empty bravado. No one is dying today. If anyone is to perish, it shall be you. Xiao Yi was displeased. How dare you speak to my fiancé in such a manner before my very eyes? Ha! Considering you haven't laid a finger on Su Yin, I shall grant you a complete corpse. Morongyu sneered, raising his hand. Old son, kill him. Yes. A formidable warrior responded, akin to a descending tiger. Lunging at Xiao Yi. His momentum was fierce. Even before he arrived, the force of his punch preceded him. Xiao Yi stood firm, not flinching nor avoiding. And as the punch neared his chest, he retaliated with a swift kick. This kick was as thunderous as it was swift, arriving before the initial strike. Bang! The strong man's expression shifted dramatically, and he attempted to evade, but it was too late. He was sent flying. Uffed! Mid-air, he spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground. Is that all? Xiao Yi scoffed disdainfully. Morongyu and the others looked at the fallen warrior, their expressions shifting slightly. He was a peak-level practitioner of the initial stage of hidden strength, to be defeated in a single blow. Yet, recalling that old Chun had also fallen, they were somewhat reconciled. I was careless. The warrior clutched his abdomen, trying to salvage his dignity. Old Lu, old Zhang, you too, step forward. Morongyu turned to the two plump figures. Indeed, the two hefty figures responded immediately, feigning to advance. Let us not complicate matters. Let us all charge together. Xiao Yi waved his hand dismissively. One or two at a time is rather tedious. And you, the one with the frail constitution, you join as well. The term frail constitution ignited a fury within Morongyu. If you seek your demise, I shall oblige. He commanded. All of you attack him. 5 formidable warriors stepped forward, leaving only an elderly man standing beside Morongyu. He was Morongyu's protector, a formidable presence at the later stage of the dark strength realm. Xiao Yi, be cautious, Su Yin could not help but warn. Each of them was no weaker than Mr. Chun. 5 of them together could prove to be a challenge for even a typical practitioner at the later stage of dark strength. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi remained unfazed. The realms of cultivators and ancient martial artists were entirely disparate. To him, it mattered not if there were 5 or 50, once his flying sword was unleashed. Heads would roll. Yet, before such a multitude, particularly in the presence of Su Yin, there was no necessity for excessive bloodshed. Old Lu's blade glinted coldly as it aimed for Xiao Yi's face, evidently intent on delivering a fatal strike. Xiao Yi possessed numerous methods to counter this attack, yet he restrained himself. With a swift motion, he brought his hands together, trapping the descending blade. Old Lu gasped in shock. How can this be possible? The speed was too slow, the strength too meager. Was this technique taught by your master? Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yi exerted force, and with a resounding crack, the blade shattered. Later stage of dark strength? The elderly man beside Morongyu narrowed his eyes upon witnessing this scene. Such a young practitioner at this level was indeed a rarity. Old Qian, Morongyu's expression shifted as well. Xiao Yi was far stronger than he had anticipated. Go and kill him. Very well. The elder nodded and slowly approached Xiao Yi. Meanwhile, the 5 powerful individuals, though astonished, did not cease their attacks. Yet, none could touch the hem of Xiao Yi's garment. Step aside. The elder bellowed, leaping into the air, his hands resembling eagle claws, aimed directly at Xiao Yi's throat. In a flash, Xiao Yi, perceiving the elder's descent, raised his hand, and the broken blade in his grasp shot forth. The blade moved with such swiftness that it appeared as little more than a fleeting shadow in midair. Before the elder could react, it pierced into his abdomen. Ah! The elder let out a blood-curdling scream as he plummeted from the sky, crashing. The surrounding powerful figures stood in stunned silence. How could this be? Wasn't old Qian supposed to snap Xiao Yi's neck with his formidable eagle claws? Old Qian. Murong Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Old Qian was the mightiest among them. If even he was injured, who could possibly stand against Xiao Yi? How could he be so formidable? To inflict such a grievous wound on old Qian, this was beyond the capabilities of even a peak expert in the later stages of the dark energy realm. Could it be he is a master of the transformation realm? The thought flashed through Murong Yu's mind, prompting him to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Had he kicked a steel plate? Now it is your turn. Xiao Yi regarded Murong Yu as he strolled forward. Weren't you eager to kill me? Allow me to witness your strength. Chapter 67. All must die? Young master with weak kidneys, what were you just shouting? Who is Xiao Yi come forth to meet death? Xiao Yi advanced slowly, each step seeming to tread upon Murong Yu's very heart, instilling a profound sense of dread. Hiki, you are indeed correct. You have come to deliver yourself to your demise. As Xiao Yi drew ever closer, Murong Yu could not help but retreat another few steps. Moments ago, young Master Murong exuded confidence, yet now he is engulfed in panic. He regrets his decision to come. Had he known that Xiao Yi was a master of transformation, he would have insisted on waiting for his elder brother to arrive first. Now, alas, none of the individuals he brought are capable of contending with Xiao Yi. He himself is even less capable. What should he do now? Time is of the essence. How dare you covet my fiancée? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Xiao Yi's voice was laced with a chilling coldness as he regarded Murong Yu, as if he were gazing upon a lifeless corpse. Block him. Quickly block him. Murong Yu's panic escalated as he shouted desperately. In a flash, several formidable warriors charged towards Xiao Yi. Even the severely injured elder Qian bore the pain to join in the fray. They were acutely aware that should the third young master perish, their own lives would be forfeit. Hurry, assist Xiao Yi. Su Minghui called out, for he had a vested interest in Xiao Yi's favor. The elite of the Black Wind Squad surged forward. Bang! In no time, several of the elite were sent flying, collapsing to the ground, their fates uncertain. The Su family gasped in horror. The elite of the Black Wind Squad could easily handle 10 opponents. 5 would be a certainty. Yet now, they couldn't withstand even a single blow. It was overwhelmingly powerful. As they recalled Xiao Yi's earlier display, they finally grasped the reality. It was not that the individuals brought by young Master Murong were too weak, but rather that Xiao Yi was exceedingly stronger. Old Master Su spoke coldly. Sending the Black Wind Squad into battle was akin to delivering them to their demise. In the face of ancient martial artists, only firearms could be of use. Even against formidable ancient warriors, firearms might prove ineffective. Surrounding Xiao Yi, several strong warriors commenced their assault. We must kill him. He must be eliminated. Murong Yu's expression twisted in fury. So what if he was a master of transformation? Could he possibly withstand their onslaught? His fury soon morphed into astonishment and fear. Xiao Yi advanced slowly, his pace leisurely as if taking a stroll in a serene garden. Yet, no one could touch the hem of his garment or withstand his strike. His seemingly weightless punch was inescapable and bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Each blow sent a formidable opponent flying. Third young master, flee. Murong Yu, startled, turned and ran. Xiao Yi watched Murong Yu's retreating figure, unhurried in his pursuit, instead directing his gaze towards several powerful figures. Will you not run? I can grant you an opportunity. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Qian Lao and the others needed no further persuasion. They fled without hesitation. Hee, Xiao Yi chuckled. Run, for once you escape the Su family, your demise awaits. Old master, I shall pursue them, one declared. Exercise caution, the old master nodded, sensing something amiss. Did this young man intentionally let them go? Do not pursue, should you catch up. What then? Su Yin interjected. I must impart a profound lesson upon them. Otherwise, we shall face further troubles, Xiao Yi replied to Su Yan. Surely, you do not wish for them to retaliate against the Su family? At his words, Su Yan fell silent. While she was indifferent to the idea of revenge against the Su family, she deeply cared for her grandfather's life. Xiao Yi meandered towards the exit, appearing anything but like one intent on pursuing foes. Outside, Murong Yu and his companions hastily boarded 2 cars, fleeing in desperation. A young master of the transformation phase. Undoubtedly a prodigy. In the vehicle, Qian Lao clutched his wounded abdomen, his complexion ashen. Third young master, we must notify the clan to send powerful reinforcements. Indeed. I must kill him. What of the transformation phase? He is as good as dead. The emergence of such prodigious talents undoubtedly indicates the presence of a formidable force behind them, Elder Qian remarked. Regardless of the power at play, our Hahuan sect holds no fear. Morong Yu clenched his fists, convinced that their adversaries refrained from pursuing them out of apprehension for the Hahuan sect. Indeed, Elder Qian nodded in agreement, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why Xiao Yi allowed them to depart. Just as he prepared to tend to his wounds, the formidable driver suddenly exclaimed, "Look ahead." Morong Yu glanced up and beheld Xiao Yi standing nonchalantly several dozen meters away. "Charge at him. Run him over," Morong Yu bellowed, his mind clouded by rage, failing to consider why Xiao Yi had appeared before them. With a thunderous roar, the off-road vehicle surged forward at an alarming speed, hurtling towards Xiao Yi. Unfazed, Xiao Yi slowly drew his Long Yuan sword, his gaze icy and unyielding. With a single, decisive stroke, he unleashed a visible blade of light that sliced through the oncoming vehicle with the ease of cutting through tofu. The vehicle was cleaved in two. The powerful figure seated in the middle was caught completely off guard, meeting the same fate. Blood gushed forth. The vehicle then crashed into the roadside, sending Morong Yu and his companions hurtling through the air. Swiftly, Xiao Yi swung his sword again, sweeping across the second vehicle, severing its roof. Among the debris, several heads of formidable beings were liberated from their bodies, tumbling to the ground like fallen autumn leaves. And no, this cannot be. Morong Yu, now sprawled on the ground, felt a chilling dread wash over him at the sight. Beside him, Elder Qian's eyes widened in horror. Such feats could hardly be achieved by a mere novice in the transformation realm. It could only be the work of a master at the late stages, or perhaps even a consummate expert. What sort of formidable power could cultivate a young master of such extraordinary prowess? Even the esteemed Harmony sect cannot achieve this. Old Qian could not bear to contemplate further, as a singular thought consumed him. They are doomed, and so is the Harmony sect. Xiao Yi, sword in hand, advanced deliberately towards Morong Yu. "No, do not come closer, do not approach." Morong Yu cried out in terror, scrambling backwards with all his might. "I am the third son of the Harmony sect. Should you kill me, they will not let you go." "Oh, but you should inquire whether I would show mercy to the Harmony sect," Xiao Yi replied, gazing down at Morong Yu with a smile. "Xiao Yi, please spare my life. I have erred. I no longer covet your woman, and I shall depart Zhonghai at once." Morong Yu was consumed by fear. "I beg of you, do not take my life." Relying on his status as an ancient martial artist, he believed he could act with impunity? Xiao Yi's gaze turned icy. "In your eyes, do the lives of ordinary people hold no more value than that of ants? I was wrong. If you spare me, I am willing to compensate the Su family." "And the antidote?" "The antidote? Ah, yes. The members of the Su family have been afflicted by a strange poison. If you refrain from killing me, I shall provide you with the antidote." Morong Yu clung to this lifeline, seeking to barter for his survival. "Do you truly believe you are in a position to negotiate with me?" Xiao Yi swung his sword, severing Morong Yu's arm. "Ah!" Morong Yu held in agony, rolling on the ground, clutching his dismembered limb. "Do not kill me. The antidote is in my pocket." Chapter 68, Resolved. One should not refuse a toast only to drink a penalty wine. Had this been stated earlier, it would have sufficed. Xiao Yi bent down and retrieved the antidote and an ancient tome from Morong Yu's pocket. Upon opening it, he exclaimed, "What a marvel!" The illustrations were exquisitely detailed, vividly lifelike, not only depicting postures, but also methods for dual cultivation. "What is this?" "It is the supreme secret technique of the Hahuan sect. I offer it to you. Spare my life," Morong Yu pleaded. "This is quite intriguing," Xiao Yi mused, stowing away the antidote and the tome. He regarded Morong Yu, recognizing that this young man indeed possessed some depth. Not only could he discern that Su Yin was a rare dual cultivation physique, but he also perceived that she was still a maiden. Does the Hahuan sect focus solely on matters of intimacy between men and women? Suddenly, as Xiao Yi pondered this, old Qian attempted to flee. Seeking death, Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed, and the Long Yuan sword soared forth, circling old Qian. In Morong Yu's horrified gaze, old Qian's head fell to the ground, his body propelled forward by inertia for several steps before collapsing, devoid of life. "Now, about the 10 divine artifacts. I find myself quite curious." As Xiao Yi spoke, the Long Yuan sword flashed once more, and the remaining 2 powerful beings met a similar fate. The 10 divine artifacts? Morong Yu clutched his severed arm, his complexion ashen. "It is rumored that the 10 divine artifacts have emerged in the Central Sea. I grew weary at the Hahuan sect, and thus arrived ahead of time. Observing that Murong Yu was not privy to any further valuable information, Xiao Yi decided against prolonging the dialogue. Xiao Yi, my second brother will arrive next week. If you kill me, he will not let you go. Murong Yu noticed the murderous intent in Xiao Yi's eyes and hurriedly exclaimed, the Hehuan sect is a top-tier force. You must comprehend the terror of such an entity. Are you attempting to intimidate me when death is imminent? Xiao Yi tightened his grip on the Lonyuan sword, gently thrusting it forward. With a swift motion, the sword's tip pierced through Murong Yu's throat, blood gushing forth. Murong Yu clutched the gaping wound on his neck, collapsing backward and convulsing a few times before becoming still. Xiao Yi bent down and retrieved several porcelain vials and a token from Murong Yu's person. Aphrodisiac, love potion, is this truly all you ever ponder? After discerning the contents of the vials, Xiao Yi's face twisted in disdain, and he subsequently stored them within his spatial artifact. Just as he prepared to obliterate the evidence, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Old Master Su. Old Master, have you caught up? Yes, I have. And the matter has been resolved. Old Master Su fell silent, contemplating the implications of the phrase resolved. After a few moments, he inquired, is there anything more you require of me? Please send a few men to clean up, preferably with a forklift, Xiao Yi replied, glancing at the severed off-road vehicle. While the body was manageable, this iron contraption posed a challenge. Storing it within the spatial artifact would consume considerable space and may not even fit. A forklift? Very well. I shall dispatch someone immediately. After inquiring about the location, Old Master Su ended the call. With no one around, Xiao Yi deemed it unnecessary to dispose of the body, especially since there was little corpse powder left. It would be prudent to gather materials and concoct more corpse powder. After all, such supplies are essential for traversing the realms. Xiao Yi lit a cigarette, perched on a stone, and began to peruse an ancient tome. By heavens, the Hehuan sect possesses quite the artistry. The illustrations are exceedingly lifelike. This particular pose has yet to be explored. I hope Su Yin allows me to ascend to the upper floors, granting me the opportunity to experiment with this posture. Just as his blood surged with excitement, several vehicles roared into the scene. Among them was a truck, laden with a forklift, quite professional indeed. After all, it is a family of prestige, adept in such endeavors. Xiao Yi tucked away the ancient text, deliberately observing the gruesome remains to steady himself before rising. Otherwise, would he not invoke envy and jealousy from the Su family? As the vehicles came to a halt, a dozen individuals disembarked. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked tableau, their faces paled slightly. Mr. Xiao, we shall take charge here, declared a square-faced leader, his tone imbued with utmost respect. Once Xiao Yi departed, someone dared to inquire, was it he alone who executed this? Quite formidable indeed. The head is severed. His methods are ruthless. It's akin to a blade's precision. Even a cutting machine could not achieve such a result. The elite members of the Black Wind team were rendered speechless, their perception of the Su family's son-in-law deepening into an enigma. Enough discussion. Let us expedite the conclusion, the square-faced leader commanded solemnly. Proceed as per our established protocol. Incinerate the remains and send the vehicles to the dismantling yard to be compressed into metal discs. Understood. Everything unfolded with meticulous order. Are they all deceased? Inquired Elder Su, pouring a cup of tea for Xiao Yi. Indeed, Xiao Yi affirmed with a nod. Murong Yu, the third son of the Hehuan sect, has met his demise, which could potentially lead to complications. Old Master Su harbors a degree of concern. However, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, they must be met with soldiers. When water arrives, it must be contained by earth. Should the Hehuan sect dare to stir up trouble, Murong Yu's fate will inevitably mirror their own. Xiao Yi sipped his tea, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. As the two conversed, Su Yin hurriedly entered the room. Upon her arrival, she scrutinized Xiao Yi and, upon confirming that he bore no injuries, heaved a sigh of relief. Noticing the worry reflected in his granddaughter's eyes, Old Master Su smiled. Could this not be the blossoming of affection over time? After all, humans are creatures of emotion, and frequent encounters naturally foster feelings. Can we really trust that fellow's words? Xiao Yi interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Old Master, simply await the arrival of your great-grandchild. Very well, very well. At the mention of great-grandchild, Old Master Su's face lit up with joy. Xiao Yin, at my age, who knows when I might close my eyes for the last time. Please do not make me wait too long, lest I depart with regrets. He regarded his granddaughter earnestly. Grandfather, what are you saying? You will surely live to be 100. Su Yin replied, casting a pleading glance toward Xiao Yi. Old master, with me around, it would be difficult for you to even contemplate such a fate, Xiao Yi remarked, continuing to sip his tea. Ha ha ha, splendid. Who wishes for death when one can continue to live? Old Master Su laughed heartily. And what of Morongyu? Su Yin quickly shifted the topic, anxious to steer her grandfather away from the subject of great-grandchildren. He has fled, Xiao Yi casually remarked. With 2 legs? How could I possibly match the speed of 4 wheels? Who could have anticipated that they would arrive by car? Su Yin was left speechless, thinking to herself that this was indeed a rather obvious statement. Did they come on foot instead of driving? If they can run to catch up, they must possess some talent of their own. They are fortunate this time. I shall spare them, but should they return, I shall ensure their legs are broken. Xiao Yi declared with a fierce demeanor. They should be too frightened to stir up trouble again. Old Master Su chuckled. They are already dead. How could they cause any more chaos? Chapter 69, Narrow Path of Enmity? After a few casual exchanges, Xiao Yi produced the antidote, preparing to administer it to Su Minghui and the others. Soon, Su Minghui and his companions arrived, their expressions brimming with excitement. Kneel, Old Master Su commanded, gazing at them with a stern countenance. We thank you, Xiao Yi, for this life-saving grace. Su Minghui and the others appeared somewhat embarrassed. They were all prominent figures in Zhonghai, being asked to kneel before a young man. If I can kneel in gratitude to Xiao Yi, why can't you? Old Master Su's voice grew irate. With a thud, upon hearing the elder's insistence, Su Minghui and the others dared not hesitate further and promptly knelt on the ground. No, I cannot accept this. Old Master, please allow them to rise, Xiao Yi interjected, displaying an air of calmness as he remained seated. Were it not for the respect he held for the elder and Su Yin, he would have been indifferent even if their heads were to strike the ground. Only after receiving Old Master Su's permission did Su Minghui and the others dare to stand, their eyes filled with hope as they looked toward Xiao Yi. This is the antidote, one for each person, Xiao Yi announced, opening the porcelain vial. Are you certain this is the antidote? Su Lao-san inquired, his concern evident, fearing that Xiao Yi might be up to no good. If you doubt it, you need not consume it, Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. No. That is not what I meant. Su Lao-san hastily waved his hands. I shall take the first dose. Su Mingyu stepped forward, took a pill, and swallowed it in one gulp. Fourth brother, how do you feel? Su Minghui inquired. My heart no longer aches, Su Mingyu replied, taking a deep breath, his voice filled with surprise. Hearing this, Su Minghui and the others felt a wave of relief and approached him eagerly. I think I might be poisoned too. Please give me an antidote, a young man said. You? Xiao Yi shot him a glance. And who might you be? This is my son, Su Minghui introduced. I remember now. You were the one who called me insane, weren't you? Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. Poisoned? Do you truly believe you are worthy of it? You are not. He continued. Your presence holds no sway over your second uncle's claim to headship. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, the young man felt both relieved and somewhat irked. Was he being mocked? Get lost. Before he could retort, the elder Su interjected coldly. The young man shuddered and, fearing further rebuke, retreated. After the others had received the antidote, the elder Su dismissed them. He clasped Xiao Yi's hand. It feels as if we've been apart for ages. The elder Su remarked earnestly. Must you speak of death so freely? You must live to a ripe old age, Su Yin replied helplessly, pouring him a cup of tea. We will simply keep you company. No need for that. Go about your business. With Xiao here, that's all I require, the elder Su said, taking a sip of tea. If you find yourself with nothing to do, tend to the flowers in my garden. Su Yin, exasperated, walked away. Once she departed, Old Master Su chuckled. There are certain matters that cannot be discussed in the presence of that girl. What do you intend to do about Mr. Chun? Simply eliminate him. Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. With the master deceased, should the subordinate not follow suit? Agreed. The two reached a consensus regarding Mr. Chen's fate. As for the second son, let him be confined for now. I must confess, I cannot bring myself to take his life. After all, he is my own flesh and blood. Indeed, I can understand, came the response. It was not until after lunch that Xiao Yi and Su Yin finally departed from the Su residence. On their way back, Su Yin hesitated for a considerable time before finally speaking. Thank you. Is that all? Merely words of gratitude? No tangible expression of thanks. Xiao Yi teased. How about offering yourself to me? Do not forget, your grandfather is eager to cradle a heavy-set grandson. That is impossible, Su Yin promptly declined. If not that, then how about a kiss? Surely, a life. No, several lives are worth a mere kiss? Xiao Yi retreated a step, hopeful. Let us discuss this later. Su Yin glanced at Xiao Yi, neither agreeing nor outright rejecting his proposition. Xiao Yi's heart leapt with joy. There was a glimmer of hope. A kiss now could pave the way for everything that followed. Accompany me this afternoon, he proposed. Su Yin, wary of further entanglements, shifted the subject. Very well, where to? To visit a master sculptor, Xiao Yi nodded. Sculpting? Jade? Correct. By the way, did you call that Li Mingjie? I did. He denies that the person from last night was sent by him. Refusal to acknowledge? Ah, you think you can simply deny it? Xiao Yi scoffed. Leave this matter to me. Do not act impulsively. I shall procure evidence that will compel him to confess. Upon hearing his words, Su Yin ceased her inquiries. After returning to the company, Su Yin busied herself while Xiao Yi summoned Su Kai. Brother Yi, what happened to President Su this morning? Su Kai inquired with curiosity. Her grandfather is gravely ill, but he has just been stabilized, Xiao Yi explained casually. Oh, that makes sense, Su Kai responded, understanding that a close family member's illness could understandably cause distress. Are you aware of Li Mingjie? He is the owner of Zhongyuan Jewelry. Xiao Yi tossed a cigarette to Su Kai. Investigate his whereabouts. I wish to meet him. Su Kai hesitated, glancing at Xiao Yi. Brother Yi, he's not Sun Gaofei. We cannot act recklessly. Am I known for recklessness? Do not overthink it. I merely wish to see him, Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. As soon as possible. Understood. Su Kai assented. An hour later, the Maserati departed from the company. Xiao Yin, are all these exquisite jade pieces to be sculpted by that master? Xiao Yi inquired with interest during the drive. How could that be possible? Su Yin shook her head. If he agrees to carve even one piece, that would be sheer luck. Is he truly that aloof? We offer him a fee for carving. Wouldn't he be eager to earn more? Xiao Yi expressed his astonishment. Given his status, he is already financially secure. It is challenging to entice him with money, Su Yin answered earnestly. That sounds familiar. I too am not swayed by monetary gain, Xiao Yi chuckled. Su Yin was left speechless. Could one truly boast in such a manner? By the way, once you arrive there, refrain from speaking carelessly, for Master Chun possesses a rather irritable temperament. Understood. Approximately half an hour later, the Maserati came to a halt before an antiquated courtyard. Xiao Yi opened the trunk and retrieved a case containing exquisite jade, then followed Su Yin inside. Ms. Su, welcome. A middle-aged man greeted them. Hello, Mr. Zhao. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the middle-aged man led the two into the courtyard. Before they reached the main hall, the sound of conversation drifted from within. Does Master Chen have guests? Su Yin inquired. A few old friends have come to visit. It's nothing to worry about. We may proceed inside, he replied. As they spoke, the trio entered the main hall. Xiao Yi cast a glance around and thought to himself, what a coincidence this is. In the main hall sat 7 or 8 individuals. At the head of the table was an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire, radiating vitality. The guests were seated according to their status, sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation. The arrival of Su Yin and her companion brought a momentary hush, and all eyes turned towards them. Su Yin, a young man seated at the far end, rose in surprise. Is this not the fortune bringer? Before Su Yin could respond, Xiao Yi interjected with a smile. It seems today will be another lucrative day. Qin Zhen's expression darkened. I was conversing with Su Yin. As a mere bodyguard. What gives you the right to interject? My apologies for your disappointment. I am no longer a bodyguard, Xiao Yi replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. It must be said that I owe a debt of gratitude to your grandfather and grandson duo. Those 2 exquisite pieces of jade have propelled me to a promotion, and I am now the vice president. Upon hearing this, not only did Qin Zhen grit his teeth, but even old Qin was nearly driven to his feet in indignation. Su Yin cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yi. His words were indeed venomous, striking right at the heart. Yet, she found it rather amusing. Old Qin. I apologize for my abruptness, and hope it does not offend, Su Yin approached. Not at all. We are all acquainted, Old Qin replied with a smile. I trust there is no need for me to introduce you to Old Qin and the others. Indeed, I have had the pleasure of meeting Old Qin and Old Lu. Su Yin greeted them in turn. Old Qin remained expressionless, while the others engaged in polite exchanges. After their pleasantries, Old Qin continued, Su General Manager, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual to you. Yu Hangxing, whom you surely have heard of. The name of Old Yu resonated like thunder. Su Yin nodded. Having long wished to make his acquaintance, and was pleasantly surprised to encounter him today through Old Qin. Old Yu, this is quite an extraordinary person before you, Su Yin. The general manager of Qingyan Company, Old Qin remarked. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but she is also exceptionally capable. a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with her male counterparts. So you are Su Yan, old Yu said in a nonchalant tone, taking a sip of his tea. Su Yan furrowed her brow slightly. What was the reason for his demeanor? Xiao Yi also felt displeased, questioning the old man's pretentiousness. General Manager Su, please. Let us sit and converse. Old Chen, sensing the tension, sought to ease the atmosphere. Once Su Yan and Xiao Yi were seated, Old Chen glanced between Yu Hangsheng and Old Qin, deep in thought. He was well aware of the wager between Su Yan and Qin Ming. Yu Hangsheng shared a close friendship with Qin Ming. Having seen his old friend suffer at the hands of Su Yan, his attitude became more comprehensible. Pondering the wager, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Yi, wondering if he was indeed the young man who had triumphed over Qin Ming. Old Chen, let us discuss our matters. Whether you agree or not, please give me a clear answer, Yu Hangsheng stated, not bothering to glance at Su Yan. Well, old Yu, in recent years I have immersed myself in painting and calligraphy, and I have scarcely engaged in carving, rendering my skills rather rusty, Old Chen replied with a wry smile. Your grandson is studying under me, and I fear I might lead him astray. Though he spoke thus, it was, in effect, a polite refusal. Yu Hangsheng frowned and cast a glance at the young man beside him. Old Chen, do you perhaps look down upon my grandson? Not at all. Young Yu possesses your true teachings and stands among the best of his generation. Old Chen shook his head. At his age, I was far inferior. Xiao Yan, who are these individuals, particularly that old fellow? What is his role? Xiao Yi inquired softly while they conversed. There are 9 master sculptors in Huaxia, and Chen Minghong and Yu Hangsheng are 2 of them, Su Yan elucidated. Previously, I considered visiting Hangzhou to see if I could persuade him to carve a piece for me, but now it seems impossible. I had just recalled his close relationship with Qin Ming. Old bachelor? No wonder that old fellow treats you poorly, Xiao Yi remarked, realization dawning upon him. Su Yan fell silent, contemplating how such a label would infuriate Qin Ming. In the realm of stone gambling in Zhonghai, there are 4 masters right before you. Oh, just them? I intended to spar with them the other day, but they all fled in fear. They are nothing of consequence. Xiao Yi scrutinized the 3 elderly gentlemen and mocked them. Yu Hangsheng appeared to be putting Chen Lao in a difficult position. Su Yan contemplated for a moment before standing up to diffuse the tension. Chen Lao, I have come to request your assistance in carving a piece of jade. Do you not see that I am conversing with old Chen? Yu Hangsheng's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. Do the youth of today lack even this modicum of etiquette? What of the youth? Have they consumed your rice or disturbed your ancestral grave? Xiao Yi, who had long been displeased with the old man, retorted sharply upon witnessing his contempt towards Su Yan. If the younger generation lacks manners, it is still preferable to your inability to comprehend human speech. Is Chen Lao's refusal not sufficiently clear? How shameless can one be, clinging obstinately to have your grandson accepted? Yu Hangsheng's countenance darkened further at Xiao Yi's words. Suddenly, a young man nearby slammed his hand on the table in fury. You, how dare you speak to my grandfather like that? Are you truly his grandson? Xiao Yi regarded him with a cold smile. If I were you, I would have far too much shame to remain here. You should hastily lead your grandfather away. Is it not disgraceful to insist on a greeting when the person declines? Who are you cursing? The young man, now infuriated, rolled up his sleeves. Enough. Let us not quarrel further. Take your seats. Chen Lao spoke in a deep voice, for if he did not intervene, a confrontation was imminent. Su Zong, keep your companions in check. Yes, Chen Lao. Su Yan cast a glance at Xiao Yi, signaling him to refrain from further comments. For offending Chen Lao would be a regrettable misstep. Su Zong, I rarely carve anymore, and I certainly do not do it for money. Old Chen regarded Su Yan with understanding. I am aware of your intentions, but I fear that you may return disappointed. Su Yan hurriedly replied. If there were no exquisite jade, I would not dare to disturb you. Might you consider examining the jade before making a decision? I have encountered countless jades in my lifetime, yet those that truly captivate my heart have become exceedingly rare, Old Chen mused. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. Very well, since you insist, let us take a look. Xiao Yi rose and opened the box, revealing the jade within. Old Qin's eyes immediately fell upon the imperial green, and he was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing consciousness. This was his imperial green, which rightfully belonged to him. Oh, Old Qin stood and approached the box, his eyes gleaming with interest. Mr. Su, your generosity is remarkable. To produce 5 exceptional pieces of jade at once is truly commendable. Yu Hangsheng glanced over as well, surprised by the value of these 5 jades, particularly the royal purple, which stirred his own emotions. This piece was rarer and more precious than the imperial green. Is there anything here that piques your interest? Su Yin inquired. Ah, the elusive royal purple. In the years past, I would have found it irresistible, Old Chen replied, gently caressing the royal purple with a hint of a smile. However, in recent years, I have sculpted infrequently and my standards for jade have risen significantly. This royal purple does not meet my criteria. Upon hearing this, Su Yin felt disheartened. Was she to be rejected once more? Chapter 71. Grant an opportunity, huh, Mr. Su? I believe it is best for us to take our leave, Xiao Yi sneered. Perhaps what Elder Chen mentioned earlier holds some truth. He has not engaged in carving for several years, and his skills have grown rusty, leaving him apprehensive about producing subpar work that would bring him embarrassment. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's remarks, Elder Chen's expression darkened, and he retorted, Fear of shame? Preposterous. The middle-aged man who had escorted them in glared furiously. Mr. Su, please take your leave. Su Yin offered a wry smile. Not only had they been dismissed, but they had also managed to offend Chun Minghong gravely. The prospect of future collaboration seemed bleak. Just as she nodded, preparing to depart with Xiao Yi, Elder Chen spoke once more. Wait, young man, your provocation is futile. If the jade is not to my satisfaction, I shall not carve it, regardless of who presents it. If you refuse to carve jade that does not meet your standards, how can you accept a disciple who does not meet your expectations? Xiao Yi inquired, gazing at Elder Chen. When did I ever claim I would take on a disciple? Elder Chen shook his head. To them, you merely express reluctance. To us, you are unequivocally denied. Pointing at the royal purple jade, Xiao Yi asked, May I inquire? Elder Chen, what kind of jade would satisfy your esteem criteria? Rare indeed. While royal purple is scarce, it is not exceedingly uncommon. Elder Chen pondered before continuing. Do not say I deny you opportunities. If you can procure such jade within a month, not only will I not refuse, but I will also carve it for you free of charge. Very well, it is settled, Xiao Yi replied promptly. Mr. Su, did you hear? Elder Chen has promised to carve for free. Su Yin chuckled helplessly, considering Elder Chen's dissatisfaction even with royal purple jade. Finding a piece that would truly please him would undoubtedly be an arduous task. However, upon reflecting on Xiao Yi's capabilities, she felt a flicker of hope. What if they truly succeeded? Old you, I am granting them an opportunity, as well as a chance for you, Elder Chen remarked, casting a glance at Yu Hangsheng. If your grandson fails to seize this chance, it would be best for him to remain silent, lest we damage our friendship. Yu Hangsheng seethed with anger. Were it not for Xiao Yi's meddling, he might have uttered a few more words to persuade Old Qin and the others to assist him. And perhaps this matter would have been resolved. The very reason he brought Qin Ming and the others was to apply pressure on Chen Minghong, who, despite his lack of respect, ought to show some consideration for Qin Ming and his associates. Now, thanks to Xiao Yi's interjection, Chen Minghong had made his stance unequivocally clear. Any further attempts to exert pressure would imply a lack of respect towards Chen Minghong. Su Yin pondered thoughtfully. Was Elder Chen using Xiao Yi as a pretext to rebuff Yu Hangsheng? If so, was Xiao Yi's involvement unintentional, or was he deliberately creating an opportunity for Elder Chen? Should it be the latter, then this man could indeed be formidable. She turned her gaze toward Xiao Yi, who winked back at her. Old Chen, what opportunity do you speak of? Yu Hangsheng suppressed his ire and inquired. Please hold on, Elder Chen replied, rising to walk towards the back hall. Su Yin, since Elder Chen refuses to carve for you, I shall likewise refrain from doing so, Yu Hangsheng declared coldly. Old fool, do you presume too much? Did we ever request your carving? Xiao Yi interjected, bemused. Should you wish to carve, we would be reluctant. What if your skills falter and ruin our jade? At Xiao Yi's words, Yu Hangsheng erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table. Su Yin, is this also your stance? Indeed, rest assured, Mr. Yu. I shall not trouble you. Su Yin's voice was cool. Yu Hang was nearly infuriated to the point of collapse. Very well. I shall inform them that none are permitted to carve for you. Su Yin furrowed her brow. Is that a threat? What gives? Are they not your sons? Obedient to your every word? If you forbid them from carving, will they truly refrain? Xiao Yi smirked. With a chuckle, Su Yin, who had previously harbored some concern, could not help but laugh. This fellow is truly remarkable. With a single remark, he dismantled the tension. If this statement reaches the ears of other masters, would their refusal not merely acknowledge their identity as Yu Hang's sons? Moreover, the 9 great masters do not always coexist harmoniously. They often contest one another and do not universally defer to Yu Hang. Just as Yu Hang was about to erupt in anger, Elder Chen emerged, cradling a tray. Upon the tray lay a scarlet cloth. These are 7 divine beasts I have sculpted across various periods. Should young you discern which is from my mastery period, I shall take him as my disciple, Elder Chen stated, placing the tray down. If he cannot identify it, let us not speak of apprenticeship further. Very well. Yu Hang nodded, having reached a point where he could not refuse. As Elder Chen lifted the red cloth, Xiao Yi glanced over and burst into laughter. Divine beasts? Is that not merely a small turtle? The divine beast Xuanwu. Elder Chen cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yi and replied blandly. Ahem. All eyes fell upon Xuanwu. Even Xiao Yi, a mere layman, could not help but marvel. Truly, as a master, this small turtle, no, this Xuanwu was rendered with exquisite precision, lifelike and vivid. Lying there. It appears almost lifelike. Old Chun, isn't this challenge excessively daunting? How can one discern the identical? Even I, for that matter, find it impossible to distinguish at first glance. Remarked Yu Hangxing, furrowing his brow. Old Yu, I seek to accept only a closed-door disciple, thus my standards are exceptionally rigorous, replied Chen with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, I would rather refrain from accepting anyone. Little Yu, commence your task. I shall grant you half an hour. Indeed, Yulei responded promptly, stepping forward to scrutinize the items. Yet, no matter how intently he examined them, all 7 appeared indistinguishable, lacking any variance. Truly, the mastery of Chun is commendable. Su Yin murmured in awe. These are not mere factory-produced items, but rather handcrafted sculptures, so perfectly alike that they exemplify extraordinary craftsmanship. As time slipped away, the half-hour swiftly elapsed. Speak up, commanded old Chun, directing his gaze towards Yulei. Beads of sweat adorned Yulei's forehead as he cast a glance at his grandfather. Receiving no hint whatsoever, Yu Hangxing inwardly cursed. It was that he wished to withhold guidance, but he too was unable to discern the difference. I, Chen Mingong, conduct my affairs with integrity. I have noted on this paper which piece was carved by my master, so as to avoid accusations of intentional difficulty, declared Chen, producing a sheet of paper and placing it on the table. This one. Yulei bit the bullet, pointing to the far-right Xuanwu. He decided to take a chance. After all, the odds were 1 in 7. Incorrect. Chen shook his head. My apologies, old Yu, but I cannot accept this closed-door disciple. Old Chen, this seems rather ungracious. Does it not? This is clearly an intentional challenge. If I cannot discern the differences, how can he? Yu Hangxing remarked with a frosty demeanor. If you wish to refuse, simply state it. There is no need for this elaborate charade. Upon hearing Yu Hangxing's words, old Chen's expression darkened. Old Yu, such remarks strain our camaraderie. Just because you cannot discern it does not imply that others cannot. He scoffed. If anyone present can perceive it, I will consume all 7 of the Xuanwu. Yu Hangxing let out a cold laugh. Really? Xiao Yi, who had initially been observing the spectacle, perked up at this challenge. Chapter 72, The Prodigy. A myriad of gazes fell upon Xiao Yi, questioning his intent. Why are you all looking at me? Finding the Xuanwu carved by Master Chun is quite simple. Xiao Yi replied with a nonchalant shrug. All it takes is a discerning eye. A discerning eye? The crowd fell silent, astonished by his audacity. Even old Chun found Xiao Yi's bravado to be excessive. If merely having an eye sufficed, how could Yu Hangxing fail to notice it? Xiao Yi, cease your antics. Su Yin interjected, concerned about provoking Yu Hangxing while also wanting to avoid entangling herself. I'm not jesting, genuinely. All it requires is an eye, Xiao Yi smiled. Humph. If you can indeed find it, I shall consume all 7 Xuanwu. Yu Hangxing retorted with a cold snort. Hold on, if you intend to eat the Xuanwu, old Chen may not take kindly to that, Xiao Yi countered, shaking his head. Let us make a wager. If I find it, you owe me 10 million. If I fail, I will pay you 10 million. What do you say? At this proposal, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Was he serious? Very well. Yu Hangxing pondered briefly before accepting. Even he could not discern it. So how could this unknown youth possibly succeed? Do you even possess 10 million? He questioned skeptically. He does not, but I do. Su Yin interjected coolly, not allowing Yu Hangxing to finish his thought. I possess my own capabilities. Your words make it seem as though I am reliant on others. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. Su Yin cast him a disapproving glance, remarking, aren't you, in fact, living off others? Very well, I shall grant you half an hour. Whoever loses must present 10 million. Yu Hangxing, uninterested in their playful banter, coldly interjected. You won't need half an hour. You can transfer the funds immediately. As Xiao Yi spoke, he gestured toward the 3rd Xuanwu. Observing Xiao Yi's nonchalant demeanor, the onlookers fell silent, urging him to take the matter more seriously. Old Chen's expression shifted slightly. Are you certain? He inquired. Yu Hangxing chuckled derisively, turning away. Yet he noticed Old Chen's reaction and felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that this young man truly guessed correctly? Old Chen glanced at Xiao Yi, remaining silent as he opened the paper on the table. Clearly inscribed upon it was the third. The crowd stared in disbelief. Could it genuinely be the third? They gazed at Xiao Yi, astonished by his discernment. As I mentioned, one only needs keen eyesight. Xiao Yi chuckled lightly. Yu Lei's face flushed with anger. You must have cheated. There's no other explanation. Are you casting doubt upon me, or upon Old Chen? Or suggesting that we conspired together to cheat? Xiao Yi inquired with a smile. I never said such a thing. Yu Lei's expression changed, for even if he suspected Chen Minghong, he dared not voice it. That's impossible. Even I could not discern it, Yu Hangxing remarked solemnly. Perhaps your eyesight has simply failed you. It is quite normal not to perceive what is beyond your sight, Xiao Yi retorted, pulling out his phone. Ah, indeed, it is said that like attracts like, and people congregate in groups. Old Qin is a harbinger of wealth, and you, being his close companion, also have a penchant for bestowing riches. Now, let us proceed with the transfer. Upon hearing these words, not only was Yu Hangsheng incensed, but a thunderous scowl also darkened Qin Ming's face. I find it hard to believe that an outsider like you could possibly discern this. Until one reaches the Yellow River, one's heart remains unyielding, does it not? Very well, I shall ensure your complete submission to the truth. Xiao Yi approached the tray and pointed to one of the Xuanwu figures. This one was carved first, and this one second. He meticulously arranged all 7 Xuanwu, placing the one carved during the Master Era at the end. How did you discern this? Before anyone else could respond, Elder Chen exclaimed in astonishment. It is worth noting that even he must scrutinize closely to arrange them correctly. Observing Elder Chen's reaction, the crowd was far from tranquil. Had he truly spoken the truth? These 3 figures not only resemble each other in form, but also in spirit, each possessing a glimmer of consciousness that intensifies. After becoming a master, Elder Chen's creations can no longer be considered mere inanimate objects. Xiao Yi spoke eloquently. These 3 small turtles, or rather, Xuanwu, emanate a certain vitality, a quality absent in the first 4. As he listened to Xiao Yi's elucidation, Qin Lao's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. By the end, he gazed at Xiao Yi with the intensity of a solitary man fixated on a young bride. Beside them, Yu Hangxing felt a stir within. As a fellow master, he understood the implications of Xiao Yi's words. After Xiao Yi's insightful nudge, he scrutinized the Xuanwu once more and discerned the differences. Can you perceive the aura of vitality? Suddenly, Elder Chen inquired. Yes. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. Although he had not directly interacted with the Xuanwu, he could certainly perceive the emanation of true energy. His gambling on stones was similarly driven by this innate ability. This was, indeed, talent. Elder Chen was exhilarated, seizing Xiao Yi's hand with fervor. Xiao Yi, would you consider becoming my apprentice? Ah. Xiao Yi was taken aback. Such a proposition felt rather abrupt. After all, he had merely identified a Xuanwu. What had prompted this old fellow to contemplate taking on a disciple? He was not the only one astonished. Every onlooker was equally stunned by Elder Chen's words, particularly the grandfather and grandson duo, Yu Hangxing, who had exerted considerable effort to seek his mentorship, only to find that someone else had been selected instead. Moments ago, Elder Chen had solemnly asserted that he held his disciples to the highest standards. Now he was proposing to accept Xiao Yi without hesitation. Elder Xiao Yi, I am one of the 9 great masters of Huaxia, possessing unparalleled skills in sculpture. If you become my disciple, within 10 years, I can elevate you to the status of a master. Elder Chen's excitement intensified with each word. Elder, I have little interest in sculpture. Interest can be cultivated. Elder Chen insisted earnestly. You possess this talent. To neglect sculpture would be a lamentable waste. Do you realize how many individuals aspire to be my disciples? Not fewer than 800. Yet I remain uninterested, Xiao Yi reiterated, believing that spending time enjoying the company of beautiful women in the company was far more rewarding than engaging in sculpture. You may not grasp what it truly means to be my disciple, Elder Chen persisted. As my apprentice, you would achieve both fame and fortune. Ascending to the pinnacle of life, earning money would become effortless. I am not in need of wealth. Ah, Old Chen grasped Xiao Yi's hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Yu Hangxing's expression was exceedingly grim. Was this old man deliberately provoking him, or had he genuinely developed an affection for talent? What then? Did that make his own grandson? To spurn him, yet eagerly accept Xiao Yi as a disciple? This was utterly outrageous. Su Yan's demeanor was peculiar. The unfolding events had also taken her by surprise. How had Xiao Yi transformed into a sculpting prodigy, igniting Qin Minghong's admiration? What further surprises could this man bring her? Ah, Xiao Yi, were you not here to seek my sculpting skills? If you agree to become my disciple, I shall gladly assist you in your endeavors. What say you? Old Qin suddenly exclaimed, struck by a thought. Old Qin, isn't this rather inappropriate? The royal purple jade has yet to meet your standards. Does it not contradict your principles? Xiao Yi replied deliberately. Principles? Principles are rigid. Human beings are fluid and can be altered. Old Qin declared emphatically. Chapter 73, Acceptance of a Disciple. Upon hearing Old Qin's proclamation, everyone was taken aback. Those familiar with him understood that he was exceptionally obstinate, particularly unyielding, just as he had stated. If the jade did not meet his satisfaction, no matter who approached him or how much they offered, he would refuse to carve. Previously, a high-ranking official had petitioned Old Qin to create a piece to be passed down through generations, only to be outright rejected. Neither wealth nor power would sway him from his established principles. Yet now, to alter those principles simply to accept a disciple, the news would undoubtedly leave many in astonishment. And what of this Xiao Yi? Was he truly so gifted as to compel Qin Minghong to revise his standards? How intriguing. As long as you become my disciple, I shall carve for you. Free of charge, Old Qin reiterated. The crowd grew increasingly restless. It is essential to note that Qin Minghong's fees are not insignificant. A piece of jade worth 9 figures often incurs an 8-figure carving cost. Millions. And he simply walks away? Old Qin, please do not put me in a difficult position. Whether it is complimentary or not, I cannot learn carving under your tutelage. Xiao Yi continued to refuse. As the vice president of Qingyan Company, I hardly have the time to learn carving. How much is your salary? I will pay you. Old Qin replied, turning his attention to Su Yan. Miss Su, I will carve jade for you if you allow Xiao Yi to come with me. Upon hearing Old Qin's words, Su Yan was both amused and exasperated. Is this man truly that in demand? Yet, she couldn't deny feeling somewhat tempted. It wasn't that she lacked the funds for the carving fee. Rather, the opportunity to have Old Qin carve for her was exceedingly rare. Oh dear. I am not an object. I have my own choices. He had spent 3 years in the unyielding mountains, observing stones. After finally descending, he found himself amidst a vibrant array of flowers, a sight that delighted both his eyes and spirit. How could he subject himself to stones once more? Then how about this? After work, you come to my place to learn. Old Qin, seeing that Xiao Yi remained steadfast in his refusal, had to take a step back. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Su Yan. Miss Su, Xiao Yi is your asset. If he masters the art of carving, it would undoubtedly benefit Qingyan Company as well. Xiao Yi, this is a fortuitous opportunity. Acquiring an additional skill is never detrimental. Su Yan contemplated further. With the establishment of a mentor-student relationship, the potential for collaboration with Old Qin would undoubtedly increase. Regardless of the perspective from which one views it, the advantages far outweigh any disadvantages. Mr. Su indeed has a point. However, our next course of action involves seeking assistance from other masters for the carving, does it not? Especially considering that elder you just mentioned that if they refuse to aid us, it will undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. As Xiao Yi spoke, he turned to Old Qin. Old Qin, it's not that I don't wish to learn from you. It's simply a matter of time constraints. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, her expression peculiar. This fellow truly knows how to safeguard his own interests. Old Qin was momentarily startled. Glancing at Yu Hangsheng with a contemplative pause before arriving at a decision, Xiao Yi, provided you agree to become my disciple, I shall request their assistance with the carving. They will surely grant me this small favor. Yu Hangsheng and the others exchanged glances, perplexed by Old Qin's actions. What is he doing? This is not merely bending the rules. It is as if he is trampling them underfoot. Meanwhile, Su Yan was overwhelmed with joy. She had not anticipated Old Qin's willingness to make such a concession. This clearly illustrates his unwavering intention to take on disciples. Isn't this a bit much? Would it trouble you excessively? Xiao Yi feigned reluctance. Not at all. It's merely a matter of a single request, Old Qin replied nonchalantly, eager to showcase his standing within the circle. That said, I do have one stipulation. Xiao Yi hesitated. Is it possible to refrain from having Elder Yu do the carving? I lack confidence in his skill. The already irked Yu Hangsheng turned ashen upon hearing this, nearly spewing blood in indignation. You dare to insult me? Not at all. I am simply expressing my concerns. Setting aside your skill level, what if you were to act with malice? Xiao Yi asserted earnestly. The crowd smirked, for the venom of his words was undeniable. The first remark belittled Yu Hongxing's capabilities, while the latter cast aspersions on his character. Ahem, I shall seek others. Chen Lao coughed, suppressing a chuckle. He was quite displeased with Yu Hongxing today, who had brought so many to pressure him into taking on disciples. Did he truly believe that Chen Minghong possessed a gentle temperament? Chen Minghong Yu. Yu Hongxing glared at Chen Lao, his face pale and tinged with fury. Old Yu, I am not targeting you. It is essential that I appease him so that he may become my disciple, Chen Lao explained with a smile. Very well. Yu Lei, let us depart. Yu Hongxing could no longer endure the situation, bellowing in indignation as he prepared to leave. Wait. Xiao Yi intercepted Yu Hongxing. Yu Lao, have you forgotten something? You still owe me 10 million. Yu Hongxing's anger surged. Did he truly seek this money? Old Yu, with your stature as a grandmaster, if you cannot bear to lose, it will not reflect well on you, Chen Lao defended. Yu Hongxing shot a glare at Chen Lao. Gritting his teeth, I am willing to wager and accept defeat. Transparent, you and Elder Qin are both forthright individuals. Xiao Yi commended, presenting his account number. In no time, the 10 million was transferred. Let us go. Yu Hongxing wished to linger no longer. Not only had he failed to secure Chen Minghong's acceptance of his grandson, but he had also lost 10 million. A significant loss. Do take care and come visit again, Xiao Yi smiled, gesturing invitingly. Humph. Yu Hongxing huffed disdainfully. Striding towards the exit. Old Chen, we shall take our leave as well. Qin Ming, unwilling to linger any longer, uttered a remark and departed with Qin Jun. Old Chen, congratulations on acquiring a remarkable disciple. The remaining individuals chuckled, reassured that the atmosphere remained amicable. He hasn't even declared his intent to become a disciple yet, one quipped. Old Qin gazed at Xiao Yi with hopeful eyes, reminiscent of a time long past when he sought his beloved's hand in marriage. Master. Xiao Yi clasped his hands in reverence, appreciating the old man's generosity, affirming his own worth in the process. Ha ha ha, splendid. The utterance of Master brought a radiant smile to old Qin's face. Congratulations, Master, a middle-aged man beside them remarked. Junior brother, I am your second senior brother, Pei Hanjia. Greetings. Second senior brother, Xiao Yi replied jovially, laughter echoing through the main hall. As Yu Hongxing stepped outside, the laughter resonating from behind him filled him with vexation. Old Yu, do not be incensed. Once I uncover that lad's background, I shall teach him a severe lesson, Qin Ming assured. Qin Jun beside him hesitated, words caught in his throat. Very well, Yu Hongxing nodded, casting a disapproving glance at his grandson, lamenting his inability to discern. How could you not recognize it? But you failed to notice as well. Yu Lei protested. I suspect they are already acquainted, orchestrating this charade together. Orchestrating a charade? Yu Hongxing narrowed his eyes, resolute that regardless of the truth, today's events could not be overlooked. After exchanging a few courteous remarks of congratulations, the group prepared to take their leave. We shall invite you all for a formal apprenticeship banquet in due course. Chen Minghong, in high spirits after accepting disciples, did not mind that they had come today to support Yu Hongxing. Certainly, I will come, he assured them, to which several nodded in agreement. Masters, I had intended to challenge you to a stone gambling match last time. Why did you leave? Xiao Yi inquired with a cheerful smile. Next time, please do enlighten me. Ah, there will be an opportunity, they replied. Certainly, certainly. Old Chen, your disciple not only possesses talent in sculpture but also exhibits remarkable aptitude in stone gambling, one remarked. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they hurriedly departed, fearing that if they lingered, Xiao Yi might drag them to the original stone market for a wager. Though they were not short of funds, the prospect of losing tens of millions or even billions was daunting. Chen Minghong observed their hasty retreat with satisfaction towards Xiao Yi. I have heard about your affair with Qin Ming. That old fellow brought this upon himself, and one cannot blame anyone else. Indeed, I have always been gentle and refined. Treating others with kindness, Xiao Yi asserted earnestly. Chen Minghong and his second disciple exchanged glances, bemused. Although they did not know Xiao Yi well, the phrases gentle and refined and treating others with kindness seemed hardly fitting for him. Xiao Yi, how do you distinguish between these three xuanwu, all of which possess spirit? Chen Minghong shifted the topic, eager to further test Xiao Yi. Quite simple. As the saying goes, to paint a dragon, one must its eyes, and such is the case here. One can discern from their eyes, which reflect an increasing brilliance. The aura surrounding them grows ever denser. You truly are a master, capable of bestowing life upon the inanimate. Listening to Xiao Yi's praise, Chen Minghong's smile grew brighter as he waved his hand dismissively. You overstated. I am far from the ability to bestow life upon inanimate objects, still lacking considerably. One day, you surely will, Xiao Yi replied with laughter. Oh, that is my lifelong ambition, Chen Minghong chuckled heartily. I may not achieve it, but I have an inkling that you will. The second senior brother felt astonished. Was the master truly placing such high hopes on the junior disciple? Could he genuinely reach such legendary heights? Xiao Yi, in a few days, I shall host a master-disciple banquet for you, and I will invite many esteemed individuals from our circle to witness it, Chen Minghong continued. What do you need me to do? Xiao Yi inquired. Just your presence will suffice, Chen Minghong replied, then turned to Su Yan. These 5 pieces of jade are not urgent, are they? If there is no rush, I will discuss them with the guests when they arrive at the banquet. No hurry at all, Su Yan quickly responded. Chen Lao had already extended a favor. It would be quite inappropriate for her to express urgency. What a grand gesture to present 5 exquisite pieces of jade at once. Even renowned domestic brands find it challenging to accomplish such a feat. Chen Minghong remarked with a smile. Qing, Yin has a bright future ahead. I appreciate your kind words, Chen Lao, Su Yan said, casting a glance at Xiao Yi. In truth, these 5 pieces of jade were all acquired by Xiao Yi. What? Chen Minghong exclaimed in surprise. Although he was aware of Xiao Yi's exceptional skill in rock gambling, he had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. Su Yan sought to elevate Xiao Yi's standing in Chen Minghong's eyes and briefly elaborated on the matter. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi maintained a demeanor of calm indifference at that moment. His silence sufficed to convey his prowess. Upon listening to Su Yan's narration, both Chen Minghong and his apprentice were left in awe. In the next moment, Chen Minghong was exhilarated, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Wonderful, splendid, he exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Xiao Yi on the shoulder. Eager to host the apprenticeship banquet the very next day to prevent any protracted delays. This is merely the beginning, Xiao Yi feigned nonchalance, as if he had just uncovered a rare jadeite, dismissing it as trivial. Master, please make do with carving the royal purple for now. I shall surely procure another piece of jadeite that will meet your expectations. Ha ha, I am greatly looking forward to it, Chen Minghong laughed heartily. After a brief period of casual conversation, he engaged Su Yan in a discussion about the carving of the royal purple. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi, through his second apprentice, gained insight into the current situation. Chen Minghong had 3 disciples. His eldest had already become a master, while the youngest had long since graduated, leaving Zhonghai. Normally, only the second disciple, Pei Hanjia, was by his side, acting as a sort of half-manager, handling daily affairs. As the clock approached 5, Xiao Yi declined Chen Minghong's invitation to stay for dinner and departed with Su Yan. Why didn't you stay for dinner? Such an invitation is not bestowed upon everyone. I am merely riding on your coattails, Su Yan inquired curiously from the passenger seat. Brother Yi, I have successfully tracked down Li Mingjia's schedule for tonight, she continued. Oh, have you secured a place for dinner? Let me tell you, I turned down my master's invitation just to dine with you, Xiao Yi exclaimed loudly. What on earth is Brother Yi talking about? Su Kai on the other end of the phone was utterly bewildered. Xiao Yi hung up and turned to Su Yan. What did you just ask me? Oh, about not staying for dinner, right? Before heading out, I had made arrangements with Su Kai to share a drink tonight. Although Chen Lao holds a position of great esteem, I am a person of my word. I shall never renege on a promise made to another. Su Kai is treating you to drinks. Indeed, it is a gesture of gratitude for my assistance in securing his promotion to the position of security department manager. Su Yan remained speechless. Could you not be so blunt? Xiao Yan, I have facilitated your dealings with Chen Lao, and those 4 pieces of jade are now within reach. How do you intend to express your gratitude? Xiao Yi said with a smile. Do not harbor delusions of offering yourself in return, Su Yan replied coldly. I have not made such a proposal. I saved your grandfather. And that dream remains unrealized, let alone over a few pieces of jade. Xiao Yi nodded. Didn't you mention a kiss earlier? Perhaps we could take it a step further and indulge in a passionate kiss, the kind that leaves one breathless. Get lost. Can you refrain from being repulsive? Su Yan's mind conjured an image, causing her fair complexion to pale. Such a sweet notion. How could it possibly be deemed repulsive? Xiao Yi gazed at Su Yan. Sometimes I question whether you harbor a disdain for men. You are correct, Su Yan admitted. I indeed harbor a disdain for men. Oh, your disdain likely stems from never having encountered a man worthy of your affection. Now that such a man has appeared, this issue may very well be resolved. Xiao Yi maintained a serious demeanor. Allow me to share another piece of good news. Judging by your reactions earlier, it is unlikely that you are frigid. Stop the car. Why? Get out. Xiao Yi deftly changed the subject. Su Yan fell into silence. Moreover, during my time at the Su family estate, I have yet to meet your mother, Xiao Yi said cautiously. You have no mother? It is you who lacks a mother. Su Yan exclaimed in a fit of rage. Do you dare believe I would seize the steering wheel and take us both down together? Chapter 75. The Past Stop. Xiao Yi was taken aback, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Where is your mother? I've never seen her. They divorced many years ago, Su Yan replied coolly. Divorced? Xiao Yi was astonished. So, you are upset with your father because of their separation? Not at all. The reason is quite different. What is it then? He is nothing but a frivolous playboy, incapable of anything beyond indulgence in food, drink, and entertainment. Su Yan spoke with difficulty as she mentioned her father. Throughout my life, I have never seen him engage in anything meaningful. With the wealth of the Su family, he has no need to strive. Why would he bother with anything serious? Xiao Yi chuckled. I actually believe being a playboy is the optimal choice. Conversely, those who consider themselves superior and aspire to surpass their predecessors often end up squandering their family fortunes. Is that his justification for his hedonistic lifestyle? Su Yan glared at Xiao Yi. As far as I know, he has 36 mistresses. Who knows how many more there are that I am unaware of? 36? Goodness. That's quite impressive. A true role model for our generation. Xiao Yi was momentarily speechless. Do you envy him? Su Yan's gaze turned even colder. No. What is there to envy? Having you is more than enough for me. Xiao Yi quickly added, momentarily forgetting the 8 marriage certificates. What I find truly unforgivable is that my mother nearly died in childbirth, and he had the audacity to frolic with 2 mistresses while she was suffering. Su Yan gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Wait, did your mother experience complications during childbirth? Was he out with his mistress? How did you come to know of this? Did your mother tell you? Xiao Yi, intrigued, replied, I witnessed it with my own eyes. What? No way you are that impressive? You saw your mother give birth in distress? Xiao Yi was taken aback. Get lost. Su Yan nearly lunged for the steering wheel. I saw it when my sister was born. Oh, well, that clarifies things. I thought you meant when you were born. You nearly startled me, Xiao Yi remarked, casting a glance at Su Yan. You actually have a younger sister? How come I've never met her? She lives with my mother. How old is she? Is she pretty? What are you trying to imply? Nothing. Your younger sister would be my sister-in-law, wouldn't it? I must know more about her. Xiao Yi's heart raced with excitement. After all, they say a sister-in-law is like a warm embrace for her brother-in-law, yet he wondered how affectionate his own would be. After that, they divorced. My mother took my sister. While I remained with the Su family, Su Yan's voice was icy. My mother wanted me to leave, but I refused. I intend to keep a watchful eye on him. If he dares to bring any mistress into our home, I shall sever all ties with him. Xiao Yi glanced at Su Yan, contemplating how ruthless she was with her own father. Surely, she would be even more merciless towards him. With 8 marriage contracts hanging in the balance, would she not be inclined to take them both down? It was alarming. What are you staring at? Su Yan's tone grew colder still. Do you think I am being excessive towards him? If my mother had passed away back then, I would have long severed ties with him. No, you are absolutely justified. Even if he enjoys leisure, he should not indulge at such a time. Xiao Yi hurriedly replied, I wholeheartedly support your approach. Next time I visit the Su family, I shall ignore him as well. He exhaled deeply, contemplating how he might glean wisdom from his father-in-law on navigating the complexities of multiple romantic entanglements. Upon returning to the office, the workday had come to a close. All right, Su Yan inquired, gazing at Xiao Yi. At the mention of home, an involuntary shudder coursed through Xiao Yi. The concept of home felt exceedingly foreign to him. I am asking you a question, Su Yan remarked, noticing his silence, her brow furrowed in concern. Xiao Yi took a moment to steady his emotions before responding with a smile. Very well. Su Yan chose not to press further and returned to her tasks. Home. Such an unfamiliar yet comforting term. Exiting the president's office, Xiao Yi unveiled a genuine smile. Earlier, when President Su was present, I preferred not to disclose the truth. Hence my statement that you were treating me to drinks. Xiao Yi accepted a cigarette, saying, Then once we conclude our business, I shall treat you to a drink. Su Kai lit the cigarette for him. Are you coming too? Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. Brother Yi, allow me to accompany you, Su Kai eagerly suggested. That scoundrel dared to intimidate President Su, and I yearn to contribute in some manner. Are you afraid I might eliminate him? Do you believe you could stop me if I wished to? Xiao Yi astutely discerned Su Kai's underlying motives. No. It's just that I also wish to indulge in a bit of fun, Su Kai stammered. Fun? What sort of fun? Xiao Yi inquired, perplexed. Playing chickens. What? Xiao Yi was taken aback. Where has Li Mingjie gone? To the duck club? The casino, to engage in a few games. Sukai clarified emphatically. Oh, to gamble at the casino. You startled me there. Xiao Yi sighed in relief. Lousy thought you had some peculiar inclinations. How could that be? Which casino are you referring to? Surely not the one in Australia, right? He frequently visits the underground casino in Zhonghai. Haha. Then let us indulge in a few games as well. Indeed, let us partake in a few rounds. After exchanging a few idle remarks, the two departed from the company to seek a place to dine. Following their meal, night fell. Xiao Yi mused to himself. Brother Yi, shall we head out now? Yes. Let us first enjoy a few games. All right then. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the underground casino. To Xiao Yi's surprise, the establishment was quite sizable, lavishly decorated, evoking an illusion of being in an Australian casino. The exterior catered to casual patrons, while the upper private rooms were reserved for VIPs. Entry to which required substantial stakes. Sukai explained, Brother E, how much shall we exchange for chips? 100? 1 million? Brother E, you are impressive. No. It's 100, not 1 million. Huh. Sukai was taken aback. During their last boxing wager, he had staked 1 million. Why the sudden drop to 100 today? A small wager brings joy, Xiao Yi chuckled. However, with fewer chips, they would not ascend to the VIP rooms, where Li Mingjie was likely to be. Sukai quickly interjected, but buying chips is no great feat. Winning is what truly counts. Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly, I once bore the nickname Gambling God. Gambling God. Sukai smirked, keep dreaming. Hurry in exchange for chips. I can hardly wait to conquer. Oh right. Sukai proceeded to exchange for 100,000 in chips. Brother E, that gives us 50,000 each. Isn't it enough to simply say 100? I only need 100. Xiao Yi picked up a chip worth 100. Tonight, let me demonstrate how 100 can transform into 100 million. Sukai dismissed the notion, thinking to himself that turning 100 into 100 million was a dream too grand to entertain. Don't believe it? Just wait and see. Xiao Yi chuckled. Strolling around the casino. Chapter 76. He truly is the god of gambling. Moments later, Xiao Yi found himself standing before a gambling table. The table was divided into various sections, each marked with odds. The dealer held a shaking cup of dice, calling out, big or small, place your bets. The gamblers in front eagerly flung their chips onto the table. With a clink, Xiao Yi tossed his solitary chip into the area marked for a 666, which offered a payout of 100 to 1. The section for triples was already scarce in chips, and a specific number even more so. As his chip landed, it drew numerous gazes. Someone was betting on a 666? Yet when they saw it was merely 100, they laughed derisively, thinking he was merely playing around or attempting to wager small to win big. No one paid his chip much mind, least of all the dealer. Once all bets were placed, the dealer lifted his hand from the cup. Roll, roll, roll. The onlookers fixated on the cup, their excitement palpable. When the cup was unveiled, the 3 dice revealed a triumphant display of 6s. The dealer was momentarily stunned, and silence enveloped the area. A 666? Only Xiao Yi smiled subtly. For this chip was about to multiply, wasn't it? Could it really be a 666? After a brief silence, a cacophony erupted around the table. Triples were notoriously rare, especially the highest of them all. However, in this round, someone wagered on the 666. Eyes once again fixated on that single 100 chip. And unlike the derision from before, they were now filled with envy and regret. What a pity, just 100. If only it were a wager of 10,000, that would lead to fortune. They glanced at Xiao Yi. Was this 100 chip cast forth by the young man? Congratulations. The dealer paid little heed. A small probability does not equate to its absence. It could simply be a coincidence. Thank you. Xiao Yi smiled as he accepted the 10,000 chips. Once the chips were distributed, the dealer resumed the game. With a snap, Xiao Yi tossed out his chips again. And once more, it was 666. The dealer observed Xiao Yi. Was he a novice? Having tasted victory, did he believe he could achieve 666 again? The surrounding spectators regarded Xiao Yi with peculiar gazes. To roll 666 once is already beyond extraordinary luck. Did he truly aspire to win even more? My luck has always been splendid. Xiao Yi replied with a serene smile. I hope your fortune continues to flourish. The dealer chuckled lightly as he lifted the dice cup. In the next moment, his smile froze. 3 6s. The surrounding gamblers were left agape. How could this be possible? Indeed, it seems my luck is truly remarkable. Xiao Yi's smile grew ever brighter. You. The dealer abruptly looked up. This was no novice. but rather a master among masters. Although he could not fathom how Xiao Yi accomplished this, he was certain it was no mere coincidence. The first occurrence could be a fluke, but a second time as well? Impossible. 666. Good heavens. 100-to-1 payout, turning 10,000 into 1,000,000. Gasps of shock and expressions of envy erupted, drawing many curious onlookers. Brother E, what is going on? Sukai, who had been keeping a watchful eye on the situation, squeezed his way in. I won the bet. Xiao Yi gestured towards the chips on the gambling table. When Sukai caught sight of the chips, as well as the 6 of a kind in the dice cup, he was left utterly astonished. Is this 10,000 yours? Sukai stammered, struggling to comprehend. Why else would it be? Is it yours? Xiao Yi chuckled. But just a moment ago, weren't there only 100 chips? How did it suddenly become 10,000? Sukai questioned in disbelief, realizing it had only been a few minutes. Oh, I hit a 6 of a kind earlier, so it turned into 10,000, Xiao Yi clarified. Now, it's 100,000. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Sukai repeatedly exclaimed in sheer astonishment, reflecting his rising excitement. If what Xiao Yi said held true, hitting another 6 of a kind would mean 100 million, and his earlier bravado would soon become a reality. 100 million followed by another would lead to a staggering 10 billion? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his heart racing uncontrollably, almost rendering him unsteady on his feet. Sir, will you continue to play? The dealer, suppressing her own astonishment, inquired in a serious tone. No more playing. Let us try something else, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. You can't just shear one sheep. What do you think? The dealer glanced at Xiao Yi and then around at the other gamblers, ultimately deciding to hand him more chips. With so many onlookers, it would be detrimental not to distribute them. Some matters were best resolved discreetly. Winning such a sum from the casino was no simple feat. Here you go. You must now qualify for the VIP room, right? Xiao Yi casually tossed the chips into Sukai's tray and inquired. Absolutely, absolutely, it's more than enough. Sukai, filled with excitement, touched the chips. Let us go check out another place. Xiao Yi turned away, refraining from continuing to gamble. He was acutely aware that he had drawn the casino's keen attention. The dealer's earlier words served as a subtle warning. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly played another round. Once Xiao Yi departed, the dealer promptly communicated the situation through a wireless earpiece. Brother E, why don't you play another round? Just one more, and tonight's objective will be accomplished. Sukai beamed with delight. Brother E is truly remarkable, capable of accomplishing anything. With his prowess in gambling stones and uncovering numerous exquisite jade pieces worth billions, and wagering 1,000,000 in just 2 rounds, he certainly deserves the title of gambling god. What are we here for tonight? Setting aside whether they will allow me to gamble, if I do, the casino will certainly take action before Li Mingjie arrives. Xiao Yi replied coolly, the goal tonight is to win, but not the casino's money. Sukai suddenly understood. To win Li Mingjie's money? Let us see how it goes. Xiao Yi responded with a slight smile, offering no further elaboration. For the next half hour, he maintained a low profile, even when he played. It was merely for small stakes, with both losses and wins. Brother E, Li Mingjie has arrived, Sukai whispered suddenly. The one wearing gold-rimmed glasses, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Xiao Yi glanced up. Li Mingjie, in his 40s and clad in gold-rimmed spectacles, appeared quite refined. It truly is a case of not judging a book by its cover. Xiao Yi murmured to himself, noticing that he hardly seemed like the type to send thugs to intimidate others. Li Mingjie did not linger below. After having his bodyguards exchange chips, he proceeded directly upstairs. Upon observing the scene, Xiao Yi escorted Sukai upstairs. After verifying their chips, the two entered the private room where Li Mingjie was located, already occupied by more than a dozen individuals. Some were seated at the gaming table, while others observed the spectacle. A croupier stood at the center of the table, flanked by scantily clad bunny girls, fulfilling certain roles. At that moment, Li Mingjie's hand was inside one of the bunny girls' skimpy attire, kneading firmly. A little something to whet the appetite. Tonight, I shall dominate, Li Mingjie exclaimed, stuffing a chip into the bunny girl's bosom and patting her rear. You're coming with me later. Yes, Mr. Li, the bunny girl replied with a coquettish smile. Tonight, we shall amass a fortune. Damn, it's good to be rich, Sukai murmured, observing the scantily clad bunny girl with someone like that, fully clothed, would command of hundreds of thousands, and probably has a throng of simps fawning over her. Heh, after having her fun, she'll just find an honest man to marry? Xiao Yi chuckled. After we've dealt with Li Mingjie, you can pick a couple to take with you. E.g., you're a true friend, Sukai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his eyes already scanning the room like a radar, selecting his targets. Meanwhile, Li Mingjie had taken a seat, exchanging greetings with the others at the table. "Mr. Li, you're in high spirits. Must you have a ritual before playing?" An elderly man said with a suggestive smile. "Haha. Of course. A little something to whet the appetite ensures victory." Li Mingjie roared with laughter, glancing at the bunny girl from earlier. The bunny girl cast a flirtatious glance and swayed her hips as she walked away. "Brother E, the man surnamed Li has quite an eye. That woman possesses the finest physique and beauty," Su Kai remarked, his gaze lingering on the bunny girl's fair posterior and thighs. "Then tonight, you should take her away," he suggested. "Did not the man surnamed Li say he would take her?" "Fear not, he will hardly be in the mood for such pursuits tonight," Xiao Yi replied as he settled at the gaming table. Su Kai paused, then grasped Xiao Yi's implication. "A gambler who has lost money hardly possesses the spirit for anything else. Let the games begin," he announced. Li Mingjie glanced at Xiao Yi but paid him no mind. Most of the individuals at the table were strangers. As long as one had chips, it sufficed. The game commenced with the dealer distributing 3 cards to each player. No one checked their cards. They all tossed in 10,000 chips, keeping their hands concealed. As the second round commenced, Li Mingjie placed a bet of 50,000 chips. Some players checked their cards and folded, while others chose to call. Xiao Yi lit a cigarette and casually tossed in 50,000 chips. As he did so, he noticed the dealer adjusting her earpiece and casting a glance in his direction. However, he dismissed it. His earlier display was enough to draw the casino's attention. "Oh, once the stakes rise, the cards become favorable," he mused. Li Mingjie revealed his cards, a smile spreading across his face. 100,000. "I call." The elderly gentleman at the next seat chuckled. "Mr. Li, I had a peek before you arrived." "Haha, then let us see who holds the stronger hand. Winning this round comes with substantial rewards." "Thank you, Mr. Li." The bunny girl whispered a few words into Li Mingjie's ear. "Oh, really? Ha ha ha, splendid. Rest assured, Brother Li will not shortchange you." Li Mingjie cast a glance at the bunny girl below and burst into laughter. "What on earth is this? Laughing so lewdly?" Su Kai muttered. "She even changed to red thong," Xiao Yi casually remarked. "What the hell? Good, did you hear that?" Su Kai's eyes widened. "My hearing is quite sharp. Refrain from speaking ill of me in the future," Xiao Yi chuckled, tossing a 20,000 chip onto the table. "This young fellow seems rather unfamiliar," Li Mingjie observed as he noticed Xiao Yi's bet. "What's this? Do we need to check identification to play cards?" Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, Li Mingjie's expression darkened. "So audacious? It's not about checking IDs, but rather concerned that you might not be able to handle a high stake." "Not able to handle a high stake? What stakes do you play? 100 million or a billion? I'll accompany you to the end." Xiao Yi exhaled a smoke ring, his handsome face radiating arrogance. His overbearing demeanor not only irked Li Mingjie, but also displeased others at the gambling table. "Young man, you are unaware of the sky's height and the earth's depth. Beautiful lady, tonight you shall accompany my brother, and this 100,000 is yours," Xiao Yi said, fiddling with the 100,000 chips, addressing the bunny girl beside Li Mingjie. The bunny girl was evidently tempted. After all, this was 100,000. Despite the wealthy patrons here throwing money around, it was rare for someone to offer her such an amount. "Young man, you are disrupting the rules." Li Mingjie's voice turned icy. "Rules? Whose rules? In my presence. My rules are the only ones that matter." After saying this, Xiao Yi looked at the bunny girl. "What? Is that not enough? Then I shall add another 100,000. Setting aside the calm demeanor of the bunny girl, Su Kai was far from composed. 200,000? Has he lost his mind? What kind of endeavor could possibly warrant such a sum? Is it encrusted with gold or diamonds? I'll wager 300,000. Li Mingjie flung a chip towards the bunny girl with an air of arrogance. "Who does this little upstart think he is, contesting my claim to a woman? Do you possess the merit for such a challenge? Ah, whether you have the merit or not, you'll soon find out." Xiao Yi remained unfazed. The flames of competition had been ignited, and that was sufficient. Li Mingjie was bound to clash with him to the bitter end. This was precisely the outcome he sought. "Do you possess a chip worth 1,000,000 to act so brazenly?" Li Mingjie mocked, producing 50,000 in chips and tossing them into the pot with ostentatious flair. "Fold." The elder hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to fold as well. 50,000. Let us reveal the cards. Noticing the absence of other contenders, Xiao Yi added another 50,000 into the mix. "Oh, is that all the money you have? With just a handful of coins, you dare occupy a seat at the gambling table?" Li Mingjie scoffed, revealing his hand. "A pair of aces." "A pair of aces, and you dare to play?" Should I commend your audacity or deem you a fool? Xiao Yi, with a smirk, tossed his cards onto the table. Spades 3, 6, and 9. Li Mingjia's smile faltered as he beheld Xiao Yi's hand. He had lost. Huh. Now, the chips are beginning to pile up, aren't they? Li Mingjia's expression darkened further. Kid, don't be so cocky. Let us see who ends up smiling in the end. I assure you, I will make you weep. With that, Xiao Yi signaled for the dealer to deal the next round. 5,000. Fresh off a recent defeat, Li Mingjie was in no mood for pleasantries and immediately tossed a 5,000 chip into the pot. He pulled the bunny girl closer, inviting her to sit on his lap, and began to caress her. 100,000. After encountering Xiao Yi, he doubled the stakes directly. After 3 rounds, only Li Mingjie and Xiao Yi remained at the gambling table. Li Mingjie withdrew his hand and glanced at his cards. Remember to switch to a new deck later. My hands are damp, which I find distasteful, he remarked to the dealer. Numerous eyes fell upon Li Mingjie's hand, noting its dampness. The bunny girl in his embrace blushed deeply. Although she had come here to earn money and had already shed her modesty, she still felt bashful in front of so many onlookers. Damn it, even my chips are wet. If you have the guts, don't take them. Li Mingjie grabbed a few chips and tossed them onto the table. Kid, you're doomed this round. 800,000. Xiao Yi not only called, but also raised the stakes. I'm in. Li Mingjie felt confident of victory. He was determined to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Show your cards. Xiao Yi pushed all his chips forward. Haha. I have a straight flush QK, kid. You're finished. Li Mingjie had completely shed any semblance of refinement, revealing his true nature. Chapter 78, The Astonishing Gamble. A straight flush QK? What a formidable hand. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. This hand was practically guaranteed to win, unless Xiao Yi possessed a 3 of a kind. But such a hand is not easily attained. Kid, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. If you concede now, I'll leave you with a few coins. Li Mingjie's expression was mocking, feeling a sense of vindication. Concede? Sorry, that phrase does not exist in my vocabulary. Xiao Yi replied calmly. You think a straight flush guarantees your victory? It seems you have never encountered a high-stakes game, unless you possess a 3 of a kind. Li Mingjie, noticing Xiao Yi's audacity, felt a chill run through him. Reveal your cards. Let me see how formidable they are. Not particularly large, yet ample enough to secure victory over you, Xiao Yi replied, unveiling his cards. By heavens, a 3 of a kind twos. Sukai exclaimed. A 3 of a kind twos. The onlookers gaped at the trio of cards in disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable. Most disconcerting was Li Mingjie, whose hand would have been invincible had it not encountered a 3 of a kind, and alas, the smallest one at that. Cards need not be extravagant. They merely need to triumph, Xiao Yi remarked, observing Li Mingjie's incredulous expression, a smile gracing his lips. What say you, Mr. Li? You are cheating, Li Mingjie thundered, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Yi. Come now, one may indulge in feasting, yet one must not speak frivolously. I could just as easily declare that your flush is rigged. Sukai interjected, his voice laced with reproach before Xiao Yi could respond. Li Mingjie's 2 bodyguards darkened in countenance, prepared to take action. Let us verify the cards, Li Mingjie commanded, halting their advance and addressing the dealer. Very well, Mr. Li, the dealer replied, equally astonished at the fortuitousness of a 3 of a kind twos defeating the highest flush. Most importantly, the supervisor had previously informed him that Xiao Yi was a skilled player. Upon inspection, the dealer's composure faltered. The cards were exactly as presented. Is there no evidence to suggest I cheated? Li Mingjie's expression soured. The dealer shook his head. Since there is no proof of my wrongdoing, let us proceed. Xiao Yi smiled. Mr. Li, do you dare continue? Afraid, are you? Li Mingjie glared. This grudge must be avenged. By the way, what happens if the casino catches someone cheating? Xiao Yi pondered aloud. Ah, are you afraid? Li Mingjie sneered. I am merely curious, Xiao Yi replied, observing the dealer. How is such a matter handled? Whoever catches the cheat takes care of it. If it's discovered by the casino, they would sever a finger. I see. Xiao Yi nodded, refraining from further comments. The dealer glanced at Xiao Yi before continuing to deal the cards. After several rounds, with wins and losses on both sides, Xiao Yi swiftly folded. Is that all you can do, fold? Li Mingjie mocked. Am I not allowed to fold if the cards are poor? Xiao Yi toyed with his chips. If you wish to lose, I shall accommodate you later. Humph, Li Mingjie scoffed, tossing a chip onto the table. 100,000. For this round, I shall indulge you. Xiao Yi matched the bet with 100,000, and after 3 rounds, he glanced at his cards. Li Mingjie, after assessing his hand, folded. Mr. Li, lacking courage, are we? Not even daring to claim a single ace? Xiao Yi teased, revealing his cards. Are you intentionally conceding to me? I merely see you are impoverished and decided to grant you a few tokens. Li Mingjia's irritation grew as he scrutinized Xiao Yi's hand. After 2 more rounds, Xiao Yi raised the stakes, 100,000. 200,000. Li Mingjie raised his voice, drawing the attention of the other players. They looked from Li Mingjie to Xiao Yi, choosing to fold rather than be caught in the whirlpool of their rivalry. 1 million, Xiao Yi stated nonchalantly. Li Mingjie furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Xiao Yi. Are you attempting to intimidate me? You are free to abstain, Xiao Yi replied with a slight smile. I am intrigued to see just how formidable you truly are. Li Mingjie cast out 1 million. Let us see you continue all of it. Xiao Yi pushed all the chips before him into the pot. Behind him, Su Kai felt his heart race. If they lost, everything would vanish. With such a paltry sum, how could one play against me? I am in. Either you present the funds or forfeit the hand. Li Mingjie also pushed a considerable amount of chips forward. Let us indulge in a little game. Xiao Yi smiled and produced a card. Let us withdraw 30 million to start. The crowd gasped at Xiao Yi's declaration, transforming a few million into 30 million in an instant. Even though Li Mingjie was affluent, his eyelids flickered. Li, are you daring enough? Xiao Yi inquired, gazing at Li Mingjie. Who knows if your card contains 30 million? Li Mingjie scoffed, though internally he reveled in excitement. His hand was exceptionally strong. Allow him to exchange the card for chips. Xiao Yi instructed the dealer directly. Very well. The dealer was equally thrilled. The commission on such a multi-million wager would be substantial. Soon, the card was processed, and 30 chips, each worth 1 million, appeared before Xiao Yi. Li, the chips in front of you do not amount to 30 million. Xiao Yi pushed all his chips forward. Now, let us withdraw 30 million. Li Mingjie suppressed the exhilaration within and maintained a stern facade. Boy, do you still dare to continue? 50 million. Xiao Yi pointed at his card. Process it. Su Kai struggled to catch his breath. He knew Xiao Yi had wealth, but he was unaware it was to such an extent. This was tens of millions, not mere thousands. The gamblers were astounded by the sheer audacity of this unfamiliar young man. The bunny girl's eyes gleamed with avarice, and they yearned to shower him with affection. The bunny girl by Li Mingjie's side was particularly regretful, wishing she had accepted his offer earlier. Although she was supposed to accompany his brother, there was a chance they might share an intimate bond. With enough money, she wouldn't have minded obliging. Li Mingjie, both astonished and feverish, anticipated a substantial profit tonight. I'll match your 50 million. Your 30 million and my 50 million are inconsequential, declared. How about we each wager an additional 200 million and reveal our hands? 200 million? Li Mingjie hesitated, realizing the stakes had escalated significantly. But considering his cards, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Everyone present was visibly shaken. 200 million, combined with the chips already on the table, amounted to over 300 million. Such a high-stakes gamble was a rare sight, even in Macau or Las Vegas. Is the casino all right with this? Inquired, addressing the dealer. Please wait, I'll summon our supervisor. The dealer was unable to make such a decision, especially given his expertise. Li Mingjie had close ties with their young master, and if any foul play occurred, it would be difficult to explain. Soon, the supervisor arrived, a man with a slick-back hairstyle. You may proceed, he announced, standing in the dealer's place. Cards were swiped, and stacks of chips were placed on the table. Even gamblers from other private rooms had heard of the earth-shattering gamble and flocked to witness the spectacle. Were it not for the restrictions imposed above, the patrons below would likely surge forward. Yet, even so, each one gazed upward, awaiting the outcome. Chapter 79. Heaven and Hell Within the Private Room. All eyes were fixated on Xiao Yi and Li Mingjie. To be precise, their attention was drawn to the 3 cards laid before them. Li Mingjie placed his hand upon the cards, his palms slightly damp with perspiration, revealing his palpable anxiety. He relished gambling. Yet this was his first experience wagering such a substantial amount. With his fortune nearing 300 million, it was no trifling sum. In contrast, Xiao Yi maintained an air of calm indifference, as if this were not a gamble of 300 million, but rather a mere wager of 30. Behind him, Su Kai felt his heart racing like a drum, nearly leaping from his throat. This was 300 million. He would never amass such wealth in 10 lifetimes. Let us reveal the cards. The man with the slick-back hair eyed the towering stack of chips before him, his excitement palpable. I have a 3 of a kind with kings. How dare you challenge me? Li Mingjie could no longer contain himself as he flipped over the 3 cards, slamming them onto the table with fervor, leaning forward in unrestrained triumph. His hand was indeed worthy of such bravado. 300 million was tantalizingly within reach. Goodness, 3 kings? This hand is formidable. Victory was assured. He was undoubtedly triumphant. The onlookers murmured in astonishment at Li Mingjia's hand. 300 million in a single game. Utterly outrageous. Indeed, witnessing such a magnificent gamble this evening was an experience worth cherishing. Su Kai's countenance instantly turned ashen. A 3 of a kind with kings was nearly the highest hand possible. Defeat was inevitable. Though it was not his own money at stake, the anguish was suffocating. Xiao Yi gazed at the king of leopards, his expression impassive, as his hand rested upon the cards before him. Huh, kid, are you stunned? Feeling arrogant, are we? Go ahead, keep boasting. Li Mingjie guffawed at Xiao Yi's reaction. I hold the king of leopards. What do you have to challenge me? How dare you vie for women with me? Do you even stand a chance? Today, I'll strip you of your very undergarments. Xiao Yi regarded the brash Li Mingjie, and suddenly a smile emerged on his face. Do you truly believe victory is yours? Li Mingjie, taken aback by Xiao Yi's ability to laugh at such a moment, felt a twinge of unease. Yet, he soon dismissed the notion. It was simply inconceivable. What is so funny? Unless you possess the ace of leopards, victory is assured for me. He could not fathom such misfortune, having previously encountered the highest straight flush against the lowest leopard. What were the odds of encountering the ace of leopards again? Such extraordinary luck was implausible. I do not have the ace of leopards. Xiao Yi shook his head, revealing the 3 cards before him one by one. Damn it. No ace of leopards. And yet you still put on airs, Li Mingjie cursed, but his expression quickly froze, as though confronted by a specter. Xiao Yi's movements were deliberate. The first card revealed was the spade 2, the second was the heart 3, and the third the diamond 5. Not only did Li Mingjie appear ghostly pale, but the atmosphere also shifted dramatically, silence descending upon the room. All present were utterly stupefied. 2, 3, 5, the lowest possible hand in the game. Yet, paradoxically, this minimal hand could vanquish all leopards. It was precisely because this hand was so weak that no one dared to keep it, for apart from defeating leopards, it served no other purpose. Any other hand could easily obliterate it. To play with the smallest hand, betting that the opponent holds a 3 of a kind, it is utterly insane. Even the most outrageous gamble pales in comparison. Not even in a mere friendly wager would anyone dare to do such a thing. The odds are infinitesimally small. Goodness, Su Kai exclaimed, nearly startling Xiao Yi into a jump. Goodness, Brother Yi is incredible, truly astounding. Su Kai's face flushed with excitement as he struggled to articulate his feelings in this moment, resorting to the repetitive exclamations of goodness and incredible. With Su Kai's shout, the previously silent atmosphere erupted. Impossible. A 235 beats a 3 of a kind of kings? Goodness, an unprecedented event. How could he dare? It takes extraordinary courage. I've seen a 235 defeat an ace 3 of a kind before, but that was in a game with a mere 100 at stake. This is nearly 600 million. Am I mistaken? Is it truly a 235? It is indeed a 235, the smallest hand conquering almost the largest. The murmurs of disbelief nearly lifted the roof of the private room. If Xiao Yi had held an ace 3 of a kind, it would not have evoked such shock. Yet, he holds the smallest hand. Impossible. No. Li Mingjie stared at the 3 cards before Xiao Yi, still unable to believe his eyes. The sensation of plummeting from paradise to hell sent shivers throughout his body. Mr. Li, you have lost, Xiao Yi said, glancing at Li Mingjie with a subtle smile, striking at the very core of his being. Without an ace 3 of a kind, I still prevail over you. No, it cannot be. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Li Mingjie regained his composure, abruptly rising to his feet and pointing at him with a fierce expression. You are cheating. You must be cheating, chuckled Xiao Yi. If I lose, you accuse me of cheating? Verify the cards. Quickly, verify the cards. Li Mingjie shouted at the man with the pompadour. He is certainly cheating. The pompadour man glanced at Xiao Yi and declared loudly, verify the cards. He too sensed something amiss. How could it be that a 2, 3, and 5 could defeat a king in a game? Rest assured, Brother Li, if he is indeed cheating, I guarantee he won't leave here today. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a young man clad in designer attire, a hint of arrogance on his face. Third young master. The pompadour man and the others greeted him with respect. Zhou Xiao, Li Mingjie said, feeling relieved at the young man's arrival. You came just in time. He must be cheating. Indeed, the young man replied, stepping beside Li Mingjie and looking down at Xiao Yi. Now, admit it. And I shall only take one finger from you. What gives you the right to speak so boldly? Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow, preparing to deal with Li Mingjie, only to be confronted by this unexpected newcomer. The young man's expression darkened at Xiao Yi's words. Who dared to speak to him in such a manner? The gamblers who recognized the young man were also taken aback. Had this fool lost his mind? Impudence! Before anyone else could respond, the pompadour man bellowed. This is the third young master of the Zhou family. This establishment belongs to the Zhou family. Upon hearing the name Zhou family, Su Kai's expression changed as he recalled something. The Zhou family was a formidable entity, far beyond the likes of Brother Hu. To offend a third young master of the Zhou family would lead to serious trouble. The Zhou family? What exactly is the Zhou family? The next words from Xiao Yi nearly caused Su Kai to collapse in shock. Very well. Young Master Zhou San was enraged. This brat had not only offended him, but had also insulted the Zhou family. You little rascal. I will make you regret uttering those words. What of the Zhou family? I am here as a consumer. Xiao Yi glared at young Master Zhou San, his voice resolute. Have you not heard the phrase, the customer is king? Is this how your Zhou family treats royalty? Bullying the customers because of your establishment size? Or are you colluding with Li Mingjie to swindle my money? 300 million. Do you not fear it might overwhelm you? Be cautious, or you may end up with broken teeth. Chapter 80. Who is cheating? Xiao Yi's words caused a subtle change in Zhou San's complexion. With so many onlookers, if word got out, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Zhou family and this venue. He cast a deep glance at Xiao Yi and chose to remain silent. Let us verify the cards first. If Xiao Yi truly is cheating, then no one can save this fellow. The cards are problematic. A minute later, the dealer hesitantly spoke up. Bang! Zhou San slammed the table, his expression frosty. You brat, dare to cheat in the Zhou family's domain, and you shall meet your demise. I knew you were cheating. Li Mingjie sighed in relief. Not only had he safeguarded his 300 million, but the chips on the table would also belong to him. So he was indeed cheating. I thought as much. How could it be so coincidental? 235 kills the leopard K. It takes tremendous audacity to leave the smallest card. Murmurs erupted around them, and the gazes directed at Xiao Yi were filled with disdain. I am cheating? Huh? Xiao Yi scoffed, looking at the dealer. No, I merely indicated that there was an issue with the cards. I did not accuse you of cheating. The dealer hastily replied. What does that mean? Zhou Shanxiao furrowed his brow. This hand. It contains 5 kings, the dealer hesitantly concluded, casting a glance at Li Mingjie. The implication of that glance was unmistakable. 5 kings. What does that imply? Goodness, could it be that Li Mingjie is the one cheating? The murmurs grew louder, thick with disbelief. Impossible, I did not cheat. Li Mingjie exclaimed, his countenance shifting dramatically. Are you sure? If Brother Li were cheating, could he still lose? Zhou Shanxiao inquired coldly. You may examine the cards, the dealer stammered, feeling a tremor of fear before such a large crowd. He dared not speak recklessly. Step aside. Zhou Shanxiao pushed the dealer aside and scrutinized the cards, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, there were 5 kings. Xiao Yi's hand bore no resemblance to a king. As for Li Mingjie's 3 of a kind with kings, to claim that the extra king had no connection to him would be utterly implausible. No. How could this be? Even Li Mingjie stood there dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Zhou Shanxiao glared at Li Mingjie, demanding an explanation. I do not know either, Li Mingjie replied, equally baffled. I swear, I certainly did not cheat. But why are there 5 kings? You insist you did not cheat. Do you believe the spectators will take your word for it? Xiao Yi inquired with a smile. They won't believe you. The onlookers, reveling in the unfolding drama, shouted in unison. It's you, it must be you. Suddenly, Li Mingjie pointed accusingly at Xiao Yi and declared loudly, You are a master of gambling techniques. You purposely cheated to frame me. Oh, with such remarkable abilities. Why not simply create the aces of leopards? Xiao Yi scoffed. Li Mingjie was rendered speechless. Indeed, why not conjure the aces of leopards directly instead of revealing 5 kings? The casino is rigged. I shall take matters into my own hands. Xiao Yi gazed at Li Mingjie, his derision intensifying. Today, I shall sever one of your hands to impart a lesson. No. Li Mingjie's complexion shifted, stepping back a pace. His 2 bodyguards positioned themselves protectively in front of him. Su Kai cast a glance at Xiao Yi, although he was oblivious to how Xiao Yi had accomplished this. The 5 kings were undoubtedly linked to him. How ruthless. Not only does he intend to win 3 billion from Li Mingjie, but he also seeks to incapacitate him. It need not be so. Simply offer me an additional 5 billion, and I shall consider it as compensation for your hand, Xiao Yi replied casually. Impossible. Li Mingjie was both astonished and enraged, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Yi. You must be behind this. Seize him. The two bodyguards lunged at Xiao Yi in response. Bang! Without any visible movement from Xiao Yi, the two bodyguards were sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, unable to rise. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How do you achieve this? Third young master, save me. As Xiao Yi approached, Li Mingjie, in terror, hid behind young master Zhou. Enough, young master Zhou interjected coldly. Take your chips and leave. For the sake of my reputation, let this matter conclude here. For the sake of your reputation? Xiao Yi's expression turned playful. On what grounds? On the grounds that I am the third young master of the Zhou family, and this venue belongs to us. Young master Zhou suppressed his fury. Young man, I shall not hold your previous winnings against you. You wish to contest me? Who do you think you are? The mocking tone of Xiao Yi grew more pronounced. Today, no one can save you, not even the Zhou family, and even if Jesus were to intervene, I would still sever one of your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, I must attend to certain matters. This is no longer a dispute between a customer and the casino. It is a personal conflict between Zhou Long and him. Zhou Sinxiao declared, pointing at Xiao Yi. He has won. The chips on the table are rightfully his, and I assure you he shall leave with them. However, how he departs remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, the crowd cast sympathetic glances toward Xiao Yi. The young man was far too arrogant, having offended Zhou Sinxiao, and his fate seemed grim. What a pity! Having just won 300 million, he might not live to enjoy it. Or perhaps, it would be spent in a hospital? Bring forth the chips and transfer them to his account, Zhou Sinxiao commanded, suppressing his urge to eliminate Xiao Yi at once. Once the transfer is complete, I will settle matters with him. Yes, third young master, your consideration is commendable, a sycophant with slicked-back hair chimed in. One matter at a time. Zhou Sinxiao responded coolly, inwardly smirking at the thought of eliminating Xiao Yi and reclaiming the funds. 600 million for nothing. The very notion brought him joy. Li Mingjie felt a pang of sympathy, but, with Zhou Sinxiao insisting on the transfer, he could only acquiesce. He relied on Zhou Sinxiao to stand up for him. Otherwise, he would be in peril. Before long, Xiao Yi's phone chimed, indicating a substantial sum had been deposited. Bring them in. Zhou Sinxiao bellowed as, with a flourish, a dozen men brandishing knives stormed in from outside. Insult me, insult the Zhou family. Sever his hands and feet, and cast him out. The gamblers hastily maneuvered away, fearful of being caught in the fray or splattered with blood. Are you truly willing to stand up for Li Mingjie and oppose me? Xiao Yi regarded the third young master Zhou, idly toying with several chips. Li Mingjie cheated. I shall deal with him. By defending him, you are undermining the rules. There is no evidence to substantiate that he cheated. Merely holding 5 kings signifies nothing. The third young master Zhou replied coldly. As Brotherly said, it is highly probable that you orchestrated this, framing him for cheating. What are you still hesitating for? Act. At his command, a dozen henchmen surged toward Xiao Yi. Swiftly, before Su Kai could grasp the nearby chair, Xiao Yi launched his chips into the air. The henchmen fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. Enough! A voice rang out from the crowd. In the next moment, the throng parted, revealing 3 individuals. At the forefront stood a young man, tall and strikingly handsome, though his face was now alight with excitement. The other 2 flanked him like bodyguards. Upon seeing the young man, the third young master, Zhou, momentarily froze, before promptly donning a smile and approaching him. Young Master Shun, what brings you here? With a frigid gaze, the young man scrutinized Zhou. Is it not permissible for me to visit your Zhou family's establishment? Of course, it is. Your presence, young Master Shun, brings great honor, Zhou replied, his heart sinking slightly as he sensed something amiss in Shun's demeanor. Before he could comprehend the situation, the young man raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sharp sound of the slap silenced the crowd. Everyone was taken aback, wondering who this audacious individual was to dare strike young Master Zhou. The stinging pain left young Master Zhou momentarily dazed. Had he truly been struck? A surge of fury erupted within him, yet when his gaze met the young man's icy demeanor, he forcibly restrained himself. Xiao Yi? Young Master Zhou exclaimed through clenched teeth, clutching his face. We are all part of the same circle. You owe me an explanation. Suddenly, with a thud, he was knocked over by a swift kick. Part of the same circle? Zhou Long, how presumptuous of you to elevate yourself. Do you truly believe you belong in my league? The young man looked down at young Master Zhou with a mocking expression. Not even your elder brother, Zhou Yan, would dare utter such words. Third young master. The crew with slicked back hair finally regained their senses, and rushed to assist young Master Zhou. However, they did not dare confront the young man. They were wise enough to understand that anyone capable of making third young master hesitate was not someone they could provoke. It wasn't just them. The onlookers could also discern that this young man was indeed extraordinary, for otherwise, young Master Zhou would have already lost his temper. Why? Young Master Zhou glared at the young man, demanding an explanation. The young man cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yi, but still refrained from initiating conversation. Well, since he wishes to know, you might as well enlighten him, Xiao Yi remarked calmly. With Xiao Yi's consent, the young man was overjoyed and turned to him, saying, "Ego, it's really you." Young man. Xiao Yi chuckled, previously engrossed in Zhou Sanshao and Li Mingjie, failing to notice this fellow. "Since when did it become your turn to stand up for me? Brother Yi, there's no need for you to personally handle such insignificant trash." The young man wore a broad smile, devoid of any arrogance, merely resembling a loyal underling. Zhou Sanshao was taken aback. Xiao Yi and Xinwei knew each other. Furthermore, who the hell was this insignificant trash? Could he not be treated with a modicum of respect? Very well, I shall leave this matter to you. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, nodding while gesturing towards Li Mingjie. "I want his hand." Understood. The young man was exhilarated, as if he had received a royal decree. "You two, apprehend him and break one of his hands." "Brother Yi, should we sever it, or simply break it?" "Isn't the rule in the gambling den to sever?" Xiao Yi replied indifferently. "Understood." The young man waved his hand, and two bodyguards strode towards Li Mingjie. "No. Sanshao, save me." Li Mingjie panicked, retreating frantically. "Save you? Ha! He is currently in dire straits himself." The young man scoffed, glancing at Zhou Sanshao. "Zhou Long, you possess quite the audacity to threaten my elder brother, daring to claim you would sever his limbs." Upon hearing the young man's words, Zhou Sanshao felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Yi was Xunwei's elder brother? This was disastrous. "Let go of me. I am Li Mingjie from Zhongyuan Jewelry." Li Mingjie was seized, one hand pressed against the gambling table, struggling wildly. "Brother Yi, would you prefer to do it yourself, or shall I take care of it?" A young man picked up a knife and inquired, "Shall I take my turn?" Xiao Yi accepted the blade, casting a glance around. "Clear the area?" "Zhou Long, surely you do not wish for so many witnesses to your disgrace?" The young man addressed Zhou Sanshao. "Xiao Yi, clear the area quickly." Zhou Sanshao, startled, shouted at his underlings. Faced with Xinwei, he could not muster the courage to resist. He was outmatched. The Zhou family behind him was no match for Xinwei's lineage. Xinwei was the scion of the Xin family, one of the 10 prominent clans, and ranked among the foremost. In contrast, the Zhou family was merely a second-tier clan, insignificant in comparison. As the gamblers were ushered out, Zhou Sanshao forced a smile. "Xiao, I was in the wrong." "In the wrong? Those words hold no weight when spoken to me," the young man replied coldly. "Brother, I was mistaken. I failed to recognize your stature." Zhou Sanshao gritted his teeth, ultimately conceding to Xiao Yi. "Do you think Xinwei saved me?" "No, he saved you," Xiao Yi remarked, gazing at Zhou Sanshao with indifference. Zhou Sanshao was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind those words. "Stand guard outside. My business with Mr. Li is not yet concluded." Xiao Yi, disinterested in further discussion with Zhou Sanshao, continued. Yes. Zhou Sanshao exhaled in relief, knowing that how Xiao Yi intended to deal with Li Mingjie was beyond his control. "Third young master, don't leave, save me." Li Mingjie cried out loudly as Zhou Sanshao attempted to depart. Zhou Sanshao pretended not to hear and quickened his pace. "I was wrong. It was my fault. I cheated, not you." Li Mingjie trembled as Xiao Yi approached. "I accept my losses. What I wish to discuss with you is not matters pertaining to the casino." Xiao Yi pulled out a chair and took a seat. "Let us talk about last night." Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Li Mingjie was taken aback. "Last night, I broke one of your hands, yet it was to save you. If it weren't for my intervention today, your fate would have been 100 times more dire." Xiao Yi retrieved a cigarette and placed it in his mouth. With a swift motion, the young man deftly lit the cigarette for him. Su Kai, who had just pulled out his lighter, was left speechless. Wasn't he this lad a top-tier young master? How could he master the art of lighting a cigarette with such finesse? Xiao? Could he possibly belong to the Xin family? If so, it would elucidate why Zhou Sin had backed down. Furthermore, how was the young master of the Xun family behaving like a subordinate in front of Brother Yi? What remarkable status does Brother Yi possess? There is no Xiao family in Zhonghai. In that moment, Xiao Yi appeared even more enigmatic in Su Kai's eyes. You are here for me?" Li Mingjie finally regained his composure, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Yes, I am indeed here for you tonight, Xiao Yi affirmed with a nod. Still not grasping the situation? Allow me to provide another hint. I am affiliated with Qingyan Company. Qingyan Company? Li Mingjie was momentarily stunned. You possess quite the audacity to intimidate Su Yan. Xiao Yi sharply tapped Li Mingjie's face with his knife. You resort to underhanded tactics after your acquisition was refused? Good heavens, he intimidated Su Yan? The young man regarded Li Mingjie with a strange expression. Was he courting disaster? Yet upon further contemplation, given this fellow's status, he likely remained oblivious to Su Yan's true identity. Otherwise, even with 10 times his courage, he would not dare to act so recklessly. Do you know Su Yan? Xiao Yi turned to inquire. Of course, we are all part of the same circle. The young man nodded and, reflecting on his thoughts, hastily added, Ego. Please do not misunderstand. We are merely acquaintances and not particularly close. Chapter 82. The astronomical compensation. No need for explanations. I was merely inquiring. After saying this, Xiao Yi turned his gaze back to Li Mingjie. So, how do we resolve this matter? I was wrong, and I assure you, I will never dare to do so again. Li Mingjie, glancing at the glimmering blade, felt a mix of fear and regret. How could Qingyan Company harbor such ruthless individuals? Moreover, this ruthless person is acquainted with the formidable young Master Shun, whom I cannot afford to offend. Next time? What? Do you still wish for a next time? Xiao Yi's expression darkened as he raised the knife. No, there will be no next time. Brother, I beg you spare me. Li Mingjie trembled, aware that with one stroke, his hand could be severed. We are all adults. When one commits an act, they must bear the consequences. If you were to take a life, would simply saying I was wrong absolve you of your fate? Xiao Yi stated coolly. Last night, your men damaged President Su's limited edition Maserati, worth 100 million. Should there not be compensation? Li Mingjie, along with Shun Wei and Su Kai, was left in a state of bewilderment. A limited edition Maserati worth 100 million? Is this not absurd? This is not merely a discussion of compensation. This is outright extortion. What, do you refuse to compensate? Xiao Yi's tone turned icy. I will pay. Li Mingjie, fully aware that Xiao Yi was demanding an exorbitant price, dared not refuse. Very well. Those individuals of yours, with their fierce demeanor, have inflicted an indelible psychological trauma upon both Su and me, instilling such fear that we find ourselves unable to eat or sleep. Xiao Yi continued. Shouldn't there be compensation for mental distress? Indeed, there should be. Li Mingjie dared not utter a word of dissent, fearful that a mere no would provoke a swift and brutal response. Brother, how much? Xiao Yi remained silent, raising a single finger. 100 million? Li Mingjie felt a pang of anguish, having already lost 300 million. The prospect of an additional 200 million in such a short span was staggering. Initially, I mentioned 1 million, but since you, Director Li, suggested 100 million, I cannot refuse. Otherwise, it would seem disrespectful, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Goodness, you could refuse, no need to accommodate me. Li Mingjie internally screamed. Yet he managed to force a smile that was more painful than tears. The world of Jianghu is not merely about violence. It encompasses the intricacies of human relationships. Since Director Li is so forthright, I shall not be remiss, Xiao Yi declared, placing down his weapon. For now, I shall spare your hand. At an appropriate time, you must personally apologize to our Su. Should she choose to forgive you, this matter will be settled. If not, I shall seek you out again. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Li Mingjie exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the gambling table. Brother Yi, you're truly letting him off so easily? Shen Wei expressed his surprise, knowing Xiao Yi to be decisive and ruthless. I mentioned it, didn't I? Director Li is forthright, and I shall not be petty, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Besides, I have always been benevolent towards others. Why would I truly sever his hand? Shen Wei tugged at the corner of his mouth and asked, Do you truly believe that? Ego, when did you arrive in Zhonghai? Not long ago. What brings you here? Must I report my every endeavor to you? No, that's not what I meant. Shen Wei hastily waved his hand. I was merely pondering whether, if you have any matters at hand, I might be of assistance. Xiao Yi glanced at Shen Wei, contemplating. It appears you are faring rather well in Zhonghai? Indeed, Shen Wei puffed out his chest proudly. The Shen family is one of the top 10 prestigious families in Zhonghai. Spare me the pretense. You did not single-handedly elevate the Shun family to such standing, Xiao Yi scoffed. A man must rely on his own merit rather than his lineage. Yes, you are absolutely right. Ego, Shen Wei responded earnestly. Su Kai was taken aback, if he was not mistaken. This was indeed the eldest son of the Shen family. If the eldest son of the Shun family displayed such humility before Yi Ge, what demeanor should he adopt? Should he kneel and address Yi Ge? Li Mingjie was equally stunned. To reduce the eldest son of the Shun family to such a state. What kind of person was Xiao Yi? He had completely abandoned any thoughts of revenge, his mind racing to devise how to approach Su Yin and seek her forgiveness. Yi Ge, shall we find a place to sit? It has been over 3 years since we last met. I have missed you dearly and have been unable to sleep at night, Shinwei continued. Get lost. You're not a woman. What do you want from me? Unable to sleep at night, how distasteful, Xiao Yi retorted, feeling a chill. Hey, you there, Li Mingjie, right? Quickly transfer some money to Yi Ge. Don't delay our drinking. Shinwei kicked Li Mingjie. Terrify Su Yin. Should you encounter Brother Yi, you may not survive. Your ancestral grave is emitting green smoke. Indeed, indeed. Li Mingjie produced his phone and transferred 200 million to Xiao Yi. Remember to apologize. Xiao Yi patted Li Mingjie's shoulder and proceeded to exit. Outside the private room, there were quite a number of people. Zhou Sanxiao strained his ears, attempting to catch the sounds from within, but the soundproofing was too effective, rendering him nearly deaf to the happenings. Upon seeing Xiao Yi and Shinwei emerge, he hurriedly approached. Young Master Shin, step aside, do not hinder me and Brother Yi from drinking, Shinwei retorted dismissively, pushing him aside. Wait a moment. Yet. Xiao Yi halted, gazing at the red-clad bunny girl. You, come with my brother tonight. Brother Yi is truly chivalrous. Su Kai was nearly moved to tears. Touched that Brother Yi still remembered this matter. On behalf of my brother, thank you, Brother Yi. Scram. Xiao Yi jested. We are off to indulge in drinks. Will you join us, or will you take the girl away? Am I someone who forgets loyalty for the sake of beauty? Of course. I must first accompany Brother Yi and young Master Shin for drinks, Su Kai replied without a moment's hesitation. Shinwei cast a glance at Su Kai, initially indifferent. He could no longer ignore it now that Xiao Yi referred to this fellow as brother. Fine, Xiao Yi chuckled, then turned his attention back to the bunny girl. Leave a number for my brother. He will contact you after the drinks. The bunny girl was taken aback, looking towards Zhou Sanxiao. What do you mean, Hurry up, Zhou Sanxiao scolded, realizing the gravity of the situation, regardless of Xiao Yi's identity. Just the presence of Shinwei was someone he could not afford to offend. Tonight's misfortune would simply be his lot. Oh. The bunny girl nodded busily and recited the number. Let us go. After Su Kai noted the number, Xiao Yi proceeded downstairs. You two need not follow. Shinwei instructed the bodyguards. Young Master Shun, the old man said. The 2 bodyguards remained. Then keep your distance and do not disturb me, and Yi Ge while we drink. Shinwei frowned slightly. With Yi Ge around, my safety is assured. At the peak of the initial stage of dark energy, what mischief have you been up to that requires you to have 2 ancient martial arts bodyguards accompany you? Xiao Yi glanced at them and inquired. The 2 bodyguards were taken aback. Although they had concealed their aura, it was astonishing that he could discern their level. There was only one possibility. Xiao Yi was stronger than them. Recently, things have been unsettled in Zhonghai, so my grandfather has arranged for their protection, Shinwei continued, then pondered for a moment. Yi Ge, you wouldn't be here for the 10 divine artifacts, would you? Chapter 83. Younger brother Shinwei. The trio did not wander far and found a nearby barbecue stall. Is dining in such a place befitting your status, young Master Shin? Xiao Yi inquired with a smile. What is inappropriate about it? I relish this vibrant atmosphere, Shinwei replied, directly opening a bottle of beer and indulging in skewers and drinks with gusto. Yi Ge, do you remember what you said before? A true man, born into this world, ought to drink the strongest liquor and revel with the fairest maidens. Don't speak nonsense. How could someone as pure as I utter such words? Xiao Yi denied while removing the bottle cap and tilting his head back for a sip. Now, tell me about the 10 divine artifacts. What do you know? I'm not very clear either. I only heard my grandfather mention a few things in passing. Shinwei shook his head. All right, now that we've clarified things, go find me at Qingyan Company. Sure thing. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Su Kai, the manager of the security department at Qingyan Company. Kai Zi, Shinwei greeted. Su Kai smirked, thinking to himself that even if Shinwei wanted to express familiarity, that wasn't quite the way to do it. However, in the presence of the esteemed young Master Shun, he dared not correct him. Kai Zi it is then. It's certainly better than being called the foolish big spender, young Master Shun. Su Kai continued, in front of Yi Ge, just call me by my name. Shinwei shook his head. You are Yi's brother, which makes you my brother as well. Upon hearing these words, Su Kai was elated. After all, this was young Master Shun. someone he had never dared to dream of calling his brother. Now that we're acquainted, let us have a drink. Xiao Yi raised his beer. Cheers. Cheers. The three clinked their bottles together and downed their drinks. Soon, skewers of lamb, grilled kidneys, and oysters arrived at their table. Sukai, make sure to indulge in those grilled kidneys and oysters. You'll need the strength tonight, Xiao Yi advised. That woman is quite flirtatious. Don't let her look down on you. He added, rest assured, I will ensure she can't get out of bed. Sukai replied earnestly. Ha ha ha, you'd rather wear yourself out than let her get up? Shinwei laughed heartily. Absolutely. A man's dignity must not be trampled upon. Sukai nodded seriously. When men discuss women, they quickly become familiar with one another. After a few bottles of beer, Shinwei and Sukai were soon enjoying a camaraderie. Over the past 3 years, I have attempted to reach you over 100 times, yet my calls have gone unanswered. Shinwei gazed at Xiao Yi. What brings you here? Did I not mention that fate will bring us together again? Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. Then why did you not contact me upon arriving in Zhonghai? Shinwei expressed a hint of reproach. If it weren't for our chance encounter tonight, who knows when we would meet again? Tonight's meeting signifies our destined connection. Xiao Yi chuckled. Moreover, I had no idea that the esteemed young Master Shin was such a remarkable figure. Had I known, I would have reached out sooner. In your presence, I am merely Shinwei, not the young master, Shinwei said, pouring a drink for Xiao Yi, his expression turning serious. Without you, I would have long since perished. By now, the grass on my grave would be quite overgrown. Here's to you, my friend. Upon hearing this, Sukai was enlightened. No wonder Shinwei considered himself a subordinate. This was a life-saving grace. Such a profound debt of gratitude warranted not only servitude, but even a position of reverence. Well, that is all in the past. Xiao Yi clinked his glass with Shinwei's. From now on, the young Master Shin shall look after me in Zhonghai. I shall follow you, Xiao Yi. Shinwei promptly declared. Follow me. Huh, why would I do that? To work as a security guard at Qingyan Company? I currently oversee the security department, Xiao Yi jested. As long as I can be with you, I would gladly be a security guard, Shinwei replied earnestly. Kaizi. I shall report to you tomorrow. Ha ha ha, splendid. Sukai joined in laughter, recognizing that Shinwei was indeed a worthy companion. An hour later, Xiao Yi prepared to take his leave. Brother Yi, please don't leave. Allow me to arrange for a second act, so we might enjoy ourselves, Shin implored. Upon hearing the words enjoy ourselves, Xiao Yi cast a displeased glance at Sukai, as he could never forget the place Sukai had taken him to for such merriment. Brother Yi, I shall punish myself with 3 bottles, Sukai quickly interjected, noticing Xiao Yi's gaze. Very well. After all, there is ample time ahead. Shin nodded in agreement at this response. No need. I shall take a taxi, Xiao Yi replied. And once he departed, Shin poured a drink for Sukai. Kai, come, let us drink. Although Sukai was also preoccupied with thoughts of the bunny girl and wished to hone his skills, he could not refuse Shin's invitation without appearing disrespectful. To you, Shin. I raise my glass. As I have said, simply call me by my name. When will Brother Yi visit Qingyan Company? Do share with me, Sukai inquired. Upon hearing this, he realized Shin's intentions. He sought through him to ascertain more about Xiao Yi. After a moment's contemplation, Sukai deemed this information not particularly confidential and conveyed a brief response. He is certainly pursuing Su Yin. Shin murmured, and suddenly a thought struck him. His eyes widening. Could it be that this remarkable individual is Brother Yi? Is he Su Yin's fiancé? The more Shin pondered, the greater the likelihood seemed. Brother Yi not only possesses formidable strength, but also extraordinary medical skills. Shun, you previously mentioned that you and General Su operate within the same circle? Sukai asked. Recalling a prior conversation, he distinctly remembered that when Zhou Sin claimed to belong to the same circle, he received a kick from Shin, who remarked that he was unworthy. If Zhou San was unworthy, did that mean General Su was? While Qingyan Company was not insignificant in scale, it was still incomparable to the illustrious Zhou family. I must admit, I am quite curious about your General Su's stature. Shinwei chuckled. We are brothers. I can confide in you. But you must not let this spread within the company. Rest assured, Shin Xiao, my lips are sealed. Su Yin hails from the Su family. The Su family? Sukai echoed, his heart racing. Which Su family? There are several in Zhonghai. Sukai was taken aback. Could it be the Su family? One of the top 10 prestigious families? Goodness, the Su general manager possesses such a remarkable background. Please, do not speak of this outside. Come, let us drink. Shinwei raised his glass. Indeed. Sukai took a hearty gulp of his drink to suppress his astonishment. No matter how late it gets, there will always be a light waiting for you. This place, it is home. Xiao Yi mused, a smile gracing his lips. To think that after wandering for half a lifetime, he has finally found a home. Just as he was about to disrobe for a shower, the door swung open, and a striking figure entered. Chapter 84. I am not a casual man, Wei Yuqing, Xiao Yi exclaimed, astonished by the beautiful figure that had walked in. It was the dead of night. Why was she here in his room? Could it be that she found it difficult to sleep alone? Or perhaps she had developed a taste for the forbidden. Su Yin was just upstairs. If anything were to happen, would she not awaken? Yet, the thought itself was rather thrilling. Put on some clothes. I need to speak with you, Wei Yuqing said, frowning at Xiao Yi, who was bare-chested. It's not as if you haven't seen it before. What is there to be afraid of? Xiao Yi muttered, realizing he had overthought the situation. He donned his clothes, only to see Wei Yuqing shut the door behind her. Why close the door? I am not a man of loose morals, Xiao Yi remarked playfully. Enough nonsense. Su Wangba has arrived in Zhonghai, and he is investigating the events of that night. Wei Yuqing's tone grew serious. You need to go to the hotel and find a way to erase the surveillance footage. Erase the hotel surveillance? Xiao Yi frowned slightly. Isn't that futile? There are cameras in the bar as well. That's too late. The bar's footage only shows us leaving together, which means nothing. The hotel cameras will only indicate that we shared a luxurious suite, but it won't reveal what transpired between us. Just say you got drunk, and I took care of you all night. We did nothing. I slept in the adjacent room. He is Su Wangba, not a fool. Wei Yuqing replied with irritation. In any case, you must erase the hotel's surveillance as soon as possible. Have you two met? He didn't do anything to you, did he? Xiao Yi scrutinized Wei Yuqing, noticing she bore no signs of distress. At Xiao Yi's words, Wei Yuqing felt a warmth in her heart and shook her head. He wouldn't dare to do anything to me, but he would to you. Huh? Am I supposed to be afraid of him? Xiao Yi was utterly unconcerned. You may not fear him, but what if he finds you? If this escalates and reaches Xiao Yin's ears? Wei Yuqing spoke slowly. I'm not afraid of him knowing what happened between us. I fear Xiao Yin finding out. Understand? He knows Su Yin? Xiao Yi's brows knitted together, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Damn it, perhaps I should take drastic measures and silence him? If he dies, your engagement will be null and void. Surprisingly, Wei Yuqing felt a genuine stir of emotion, but after glancing at Xiao Yi, she shook her head. Taking a life comes at a grave cost. How is it that you harbor feelings for Su Wangba? Do you not wish for his demise? I would gladly see him perish, but it should not be at your hands, Wei Yuqing stated solemnly. In any case, you must find a way to erase the surveillance footage, lest he discovers that hotel. Very well. Is there anything else you require of me? Not for now. I shall do my utmost to prevent him from crossing paths with Xiaoyan, thus ensuring you remain unseen, Wei Yuqing remarked before preparing to depart. Is that all? What else could it be? Wei Yuqing fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yi, her eyes growing colder. Nothing. Good night. Xiao Yi dared not utter another word, waving his hand dismissively. Sweet dreams. But remember, Xiaoyan is just upstairs, Wei Yuqing huffed, turning on her heel and exiting. What does she mean? Is it acceptable when Su Yin is not upstairs? Xiao Yi mumbled to himself, closing the door. After a shower, he quickly succumbed to slumber. The night passed in silence, and dawn soon broke. After breakfast, Xiao Yi and Su Yin ventured outside. Along the way, Su Yin feigned casualness in her inquiry. Xiao Yi smiled indeed. The corners of Su Yan's lips lifted slightly before she reverted to her previous icy demeanor. Xiaoyan, did we not forget to attend to something yesterday? Xiao Yi recalled something. You did promise me a kiss. We shall discuss this later. Su Yin averted her gaze from Xiao Yi, focusing instead on the flow of traffic ahead. Drive safely. Very well, Xiao Yi said, his lack of outright refusal suggesting hope. Minutes later, the Maserati rolled into the company's premises. As Xiao Yi lowered the window, he beheld the security guard stationed at the entrance, astonished. Shenwei? Su Yin widened her eyes in shock. How could Shenwei, the eldest son of the Shen family, be working as a security guard at her company? President Xiao. Shenwei, clad in a brand new security uniform, approached the car window and saluted with an air of formality. What do you intend to do? Su Yin glared at Shenwei, her first instinct suggesting he was here for her. Although she had encountered suitors in the past who joined Qingyan Company to pursue her, she had never heard of Shenwei expressing an interest in her. From today onwards, I shall proudly serve as a security guard at Qingyan Company, Shenwei declared with utmost seriousness. What nonsense is this? Xiao Yi retorted, clearly exasperated. Hey, brother Yi, didn't we agree last night? I'm here to roll with you. Shenwei grinned. Xiao Yi was left speechless. Wasn't that a joke? Has this fool taken it seriously? You two know each other? Su Yin glanced from Xiao Yi to Shen Wei, her surprise palpable. So, Shen Wei wasn't he here for her after all? He was here for Xiao Yi? Indeed, President Su. I am Brother Yi's subordinate, Shen Wei affirmed with a nod. Su Yin was incredulous. The arrogant Shen Wei of Zhonghai was now claiming to be Xiao Yi's subordinate? She began to question whether her ears were deceiving her. She cast a glance at Xiao Yi, recalling that he had gone out drinking with Su Kai the previous night. What on earth had transpired? Well, I'll explain everything to you later, Xiao Yi said, then turned to Shen Wei. If you enjoy being a security guard so much, then do your job and stand guard properly. With a swift turn of the accelerator, the Maserati smoothly entered the premises. Understood. Su Yin glanced at Shen Wei in the rearview mirror and inquired, how could a young master like him endure the hardships of being a security guard? I reckon he is merely indulging in a fleeting whim. Once the novelty wears off, he shall depart. Xiao Yi responded. What I truly wish to understand is his purpose for coming here and what transpired last night. Su Yin frowned. Well, several years ago, I saved Shen Wei's life. By coincidence, we crossed paths last night. Upon learning that I work at Qingyan Company, he insisted on associating with me. Xiao Yi spoke with a tone that blended sincerity and jest. I never expected he would actually come. You saved his life? Su Yin was taken aback. I hadn't heard that Shen Wei had suffered from any severe illness. It was not an illness. He was kidnapped while abroad, and I happened to be passing by and rescued him, Xiao Yi clarified. Oh, Su Yin accepted Xiao Yi's explanation, her curiosity intensifying. Although he spoke casually, the reality must undoubtedly be more intricate. This man harbors numerous secrets. It is imperative that he leaves Qingyan Company swiftly. The illustrious young master of the Shin family cannot be seen working as a security guard here without stirring controversy. Are you worried that others might misconstrue his intentions towards you? Xiao Yi chuckled. Do not speak nonsense. I have matters to attend to, Su Yin retorted, tossing a remark over her shoulder as she opened the car door and exited. That rascal. Did you invite Shen Wei here? Chapter 85. Arrived at the right place Ego. He is the young master of the Shun family. Su Kai lamented. If he wishes to come, would I dare to utter a word of refusal? Then you could at least have called or sent a message to inform me. Xiao Yi replied, exasperated. Ego lit a cigarette. Su Kai hastily offered a cigarette. Shen instructed me not to disclose this to you. He intended it to be a surprise. Just because he forbade you from telling me, you withheld the information? Xiao Yi retorted, glaring. What inducement did that fellow offer you to be so compliant? He arranged a presidential suite in a 5-star establishment for me, Su Kai replied, his demeanor obsequious. Xiao Yi was rendered speechless. A mere presidential suite was sufficient to sway you. Brother Yi, I did not disgrace the reputation of men. I achieved it 7 times last night. Su Kai lamented, massaging his lower back. This morning, that young lady was practically incapacitated. Sir back, eh? Xiao Yi remarked with amusement, noticing his gesture. Did you forego sleep entirely last night? Undoubtedly. Such an exquisite young woman is not an everyday occurrence, Su Kai affirmed with a nod. I just procured some Luwei Dihuang pills on my mobile. They should be delivered shortly. Why resort to Luwei Dihuang pills? Here, partake of this instead, Xiao Yi suggested, extracting a ceramic vial and dispensing a small, dark pill into Su Kai's hand. Su Kai received it and promptly swallowed it. You didn't even inquire as to its nature? What if it were a poison? Xiao Yi arched an eyebrow. No need for inquiry. I am confident brother Yi would not harm me, Su Kai responded, his face adorned with a grin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's face brightened with a smile. This display of trust almost tempted him to offer a dose of sea dog pills. But he reconsidered, knowing Su Kai, being an ordinary man, would not withstand the potency of the medicine. I perceive a warm sensation in my abdomen, as if a thermal current is permeating my entire being, Su Kai exclaimed in astonishment. My back pain has also diminished. Indeed, this medication possesses potency exceeding that of the Riemannia 6 formula by 100-fold, not only fortifying the kidneys, but also enhancing virility. Good heavens, is it truly that remarkable? Brother Yi, where did you procure it? I shall acquire some myself, Su Kai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I concocted this remedy myself. It is not available for purchase elsewhere, Xiao Yi responded, casually tossing the porcelain vial to Su Kai while smoking. It is a gift. Consume 1 pill daily for 7 consecutive days, and it will assuredly enable you to perform once per night. Once per night? Brother Yi, I am currently capable of performing 7 times per night. Why would the medication diminish the frequency? You are utterly ignorant. I am referring to one session per night. Each session lasting the entire night. One session per night. Good heavens. Good heavens. Sukai clutched the porcelain vial tightly, convinced of its efficacy. In less than 10 minutes, he felt his back and legs rejuvenated, brimming with renewed vigor. This further solidified his belief in Xiao Yi's words, and he resolved to consume the pills for 7 consecutive days, commencing today, to assess the results. Brother E, shall we visit young Master Shin? Why would we visit him? He expressed a desire to work as a security guard, did he not? Then let him stand guard there. I am curious to see how long he perseveres. Xiao Yi commenced brewing tea as he spoke. Come, partake in some tea. You are also forbidden from going. Is that appropriate? He is, after all, the scion of the Shin family. What is inappropriate about it? He is not young Master Shin at present. He is a security guard under your command. Xiao Yi sipped his tea. President Su has decreed that the company cannot retain him. Would you dare defy her? President Su issued such a decree? Then he certainly cannot be retained. A shiver ran down Su Kai's spine as he pondered the immense influence of their President Su. Half an hour later, Su Kai departed. And Xiao Yi, recalling Wei Yuqing's instructions, dialed a number. Initially, he intended to make a trip to the hotel, but he soon felt that doing so might evoke the notion of here lies no silver, thereby arousing further suspicion. The voice of Ego, known as Four Eyes, resonated through the receiver. I need a favor. Without wasting words, Xiao Yi promptly issued his instructions. It's a trivial matter. Give me 10 minutes. Four Eyes readily agreed. By the way, please check the surveillance footage from that bar. A thought crossed Xiao Yi's mind. Although Wei Yuqing had mentioned it was too late, what if nothing was captured? If there was no footage, the matter would entail no risk whatsoever. All right, I'll give you a call once it's done. Okay. After hanging up, Xiao Yi sought out a gentle-voiced, charming girl to play a game. Before he could finish a single match, Four Eyes' call came through. Xiao Yi declined the call. He prided himself on being considerate and could not let the girl down, especially since she had been calling him good brother moments earlier. Did you finish up the important matter? He asked. Yes, I've sent the surveillance video to your email. The original footage has been deleted. Four Eyes' voice carried a hint of lewdness. Is that girl someone special? She's quite impressive. Isn't that obvious? When have I ever had poor judgment? Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly as he lit a cigarette. After exchanging a few more words with Four Eyes, he ended the call and logged into his email. Soon, he discovered the video of himself carrying Wei Yuqing into the hotel and into a room. Muttering to himself, he opened the bar's footage and was pleasantly surprised to find only his silhouette captured, with no frontal view. A wave of relief washed over him. Even if that scoundrel were to show the footage to Su Yin, he could confidently deny any allegations. There are numerous individuals who bear a striking resemblance to one another. If you haven't caught him in bed with Wei Yuqing, then refrain from incessant chatter. Unfortunately, I do not possess Wei Yuqing's number. Otherwise, I would have informed her to alleviate her concerns. Xiao Yi resolved to share the matter with Wei Yuqing later that evening. The morning swiftly elapsed. Xiao Yi observed Xin Wei and inquired, has the shift changed? Surely one cannot stand all day. Xin Wei, seated across from him, replied, Brother E, I find being a security guard rather intriguing. Xiao Yi was rendered speechless. This young man not only appeared unfazed by exhaustion, but also found the role of a security guard enjoyable. Was there something amiss? I am rather hungry. Shall we venture out for lunch? I know a splendid hotel nearby that serves excellent cuisine. Xin Wei replied, You've sunk to being a security guard, and yet you wish to dine at a lavish hotel? Come, let us head to the cafeteria. Xiao Yi stood and called Su Kai. Upon arriving at the cafeteria with Xin Wei, they found Su Kai already waiting. Young Master Shen. Do not address me as young Master Shen. Call me Xin Wei, as I am mingling with you now. As Xin Wei spoke, his eyes scanned the surroundings like a radar. Goodness. The rumors regarding Qing Yin Company's abundance of beautiful women are indeed true. Had I known there were so many, I would have taken this security job much earlier. As they settled down, Jiang Li and Li Min, along with several female executives, arrived together. Upon spotting Xiao Yi, they approached him to greet him. Xin Wei was left in awe. Once they departed, he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Damn it. I have truly come to the right place. There is no way I am leaving now. Chapter 86. Return to the orphanage. Is it possible that the illustrious young Master Shun has never encountered women? Xiao Yi was at a loss for words. Although Jiang Li possessed a captivating charm, could it truly enchant him to such an extent? It was different. She was a woman of virtue, particularly when compared to those alluring seductresses outside. Xin Wei gazed at Jiang Li's silhouette, licking his lips. Who is she? So enticing. You speak of virtuous women while simultaneously referring to her as alluring. Ah, allure is not necessarily a derogatory term. I have an affinity for enticing virtuous women, akin to a perfectly ripened peach. Brother E has expressed similar sentiments. Sukai interjected, what? Damn, Brother E, I misspoke. I was merely commenting. I have no intentions towards her. Upon hearing this, Shenwei immediately declared, the woman you fancy, I assure you, I will not covet. Nonsense, when did I fancy anyone? Xiao Yi retorted, somewhat irritated. Indeed, with Su Yan in the picture, how could you possibly be interested in another? Shenwei nodded in agreement. Su Yan is at the company. You have no opportunity to pursue them. Su Kai's eyes widened. Had he just stumbled upon a significant secret? Brother E and General Manager Su. Could there be some intimate connection? I am merely General Manager Su's bodyguard, Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. I understand. Shenwei smirked. This must be a ruse to placate Su Kai, right? Setting aside the engagement, even if there were none, would you have become a bodyguard at Qin Yin Company without an interest in Su Yan? Surely, you were drawn to her. Enough nonsense. If you wish to be a security guard, indulge your whims for a few days, and then return to your duties, Xiao Yi stated, casting a stern look at Shenwei. General Manager Su has made it clear, she will not retain you. Why not? Shenwei frowned. What a splendid place this is. Surrounded by beauty, it cultivates the spirit. The temple is too small to accommodate such a grand Buddha as yourself. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. I shall grant you a span of 3 days. Should you dare to appear at Qin Yin Company thereafter, I shall break your legs. As he listened to Xiao Yi's words, Su Kai felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Such words could only be uttered by Brother E, right? Were it anyone else? It is likely that the esteemed young Master Shun would have overturned the table in fury. Please, Brother E, grant me a few more days, 30 days, perhaps? Shenwei, devoid of any temper, even pleaded. My presence here brings numerous advantages. What advantages could there possibly be? Among Director Su's suitors are not a few second-generation rich and official offspring, are there? With the illustrious young Master Shin here, would they dare to disturb Director Su? Ineffectual. They may not even recognize you. Impossible. I am different. I have always been ostentatious in Zhonghai and have never been discreet. In this realm, there is no one unaware of young Master Shin. As Shenwei spoke, he patted his own face. I need not boast. If I were to affix my visage to the entrance of Qin Yin Company, they would not dare approach. Is it truly that effective? Might I not simply post a picture of you instead? Nearby, Su Kai nearly laughed aloud. Were these two engaging in a comedic performance? After their meal, Xiao Yi, under the pretext of enhancing the security experience, ordered Shenwei to stand guard once more. Brother E, will you truly expel young Master Shin in 3 days? Su Kai inquired. Indeed. Xiao Yi nodded. I shall step out for a moment. Remain at the company, and should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me. Understood. After indulging in a couple of games, Xiao Yi departed the company in his car. On the road, he purchased an array of food and toys, filling the entire back seat and trunk before hastening towards the orphanage. It is often said that proximity to one's homeland breeds trepidation. This was indeed the case for him. As he drew nearer to the orphanage, Xiao Yi's anxiety escalated. Despite having faced countless grand occasions abroad, even in the presence of heads of state, he had never felt the slightest bit of apprehension. Yet now, as he approached the very place where he spent his childhood, he could not help but feel nervous. His palms beginning to sweat. It was precisely this mindset that had caused him to delay his visit to the orphanage after arriving in Zhonghai. Deep down, he was not yet prepared. Nevertheless, he understood that he could not indefinitely postpone his visit due to his lack of readiness. He could not continue to evade his past. In his quest to uncover his origins, the orphanage was the first stop, an unavoidable confrontation. Ultimately, what must be faced must be faced. A few minutes later, the Maserati came to a halt at the entrance of the orphanage. Xiao Yi surveyed the dilapidated old gate and the crumbling walls, furrowing his brow. And why was it in such disrepair? For years, he had been donating to the orphanage. While it was not a vast sum, merely 3 million a year, it should have sufficed for the care of dozens of children. Where had the money gone? With a sense of unease, Xiao Yi exited the vehicle, clutching the gifts intended for the elderly director as he stepped into the orphanage. Who are you looking for? In the makeshift security room inside the gate, a woman in her 50s scrutinized Xiao Yi and inquired. I am looking for Director Shi Yongxiu. Looking for her? For what purpose? The woman raised her eyebrows slightly, examining him once more. She is not here. Perhaps you should come back another day. Not here? Xiao Yi was taken aback. What an unfortunate stroke of luck. What is she doing? I can wait for her. Who knows what she is up to? I have already stated she is unavailable. What are you waiting for? The woman's expression darkened. Just leave. The woman's attitude irked Xiao Yi, dissipating any semblance of nervousness he had previously felt. This was nothing like the scenario he had envisioned. Why should he be anxious at all? If I must enter, then I shall. As Xiao Yi spoke, he disregarded the woman and strode purposefully inside. Hey, stop right there. If you don't halt, I will call the police. The woman dashed out of the security room and blocked Xiao Yi's path. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to abduct children here? Xiao Yi regarded the woman, a desire to slap her away surging within him. However, recalling something, he suppressed his anger. He pondered for a moment before responding. I am here to discuss a donation with Director Shi. Are you certain you want me to leave? Donation? The woman was taken aback, her demeanor softening considerably. This young man before her exuded an air of distinction, resembling someone of considerable means. With this thought, she smiled. Oh, so it's a donation. You should have mentioned that earlier. For donations, you can speak with our Director Chu. Director Chu? Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. Previously, there had only been Director Shi. Where had this Director Chu come from? Indeed, Director Chu is now responsible for the daily operations of the orphanage. As Director Shi has retired and no longer oversees these matters, the woman confirmed with a nod. How much do you intend to donate? If it's a substantial amount, I can contact Director Chu immediately. 10 million. Xiao Yi gazed at the woman. What? 10 million? The woman was taken aback, astonished by the magnitude of his offer. Are you truly willing to donate 10 million? Yes, Xiao Yi nodded. However, I have no desire to discuss matters with Director Chu. I wish to speak solely with Shi Yongxiu. I have already stated that Shi Yongxiu is no longer involved in such affairs. The woman furrowed her brow. Without a meeting with Shi Yongxiu, I shall not contribute a single cent. Xiao Yi interrupted her, speaking in a calm manner. Upon hearing his words, the woman's expression darkened. Was he being deliberately provocative? Just as she was about to dismiss him, Xiao Yi continued. I have previously donated to the orphanage under the name X. If you are unaware, you may inquire about it now. You are Mr. X? The woman gasped, her eyes widening in surprise. She was well aware that the enigmatic Mr. X was the orphanage's most significant benefactor, having contributed millions over several years. Since you recognize me, you must understand that I am not jesting, Xiao Yi remarked. If I meet with Director Shi Yongxiu, I shall donate 10 million. If not, I shall refrain from contributing a single penny in the future. Mr. X, please do not be upset. I will take you to meet Shi Yongxiu at once. The woman forced a smile, fearing to offend such a generous benefactor. Weren't you just saying she was unavailable? Xiao Yi frowned. She is. Her health has not been well recently, so she has been avoiding visitors. The woman hastily explained. However, since Mr. X has arrived, she must meet with you. Her health is poor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's expression shifted. Take me to her immediately. Certainly, please follow me. The woman responded affirmatively, leading Xiao Yi inside while simultaneously retrieving her phone to send a message. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the last row of houses at the orphanage, which appeared markedly older and more dilapidated. Xiao Yi cast a glance around, feeling a tumult of emotions as childhood memories surged forth, everything seemingly unchanged from before. Mr. X, please wait in the reception room here. I will go summon Shi Yongxiu. The woman informed Xiao Yi. He disregarded her words, striding purposefully towards one of the houses, specifically, the residence of the old director. Ah, Mr. X. The woman gazed in astonishment at his retreating figure, wondering how he knew where Shi Yongxiu resided. As Xiao Yi pushed open the door, he immediately spotted the frail old director lying on the bed. Her hair was a cascade of white, her frame emaciated, and her eyes half closed, exuding an air of fragility. With the doors opening, the dim room was suddenly illuminated. The old director slowly opened her half-closed eyes and beheld Xiao Yi standing at the threshold. Old director. Xiao Yi's heart tightened at the sight of her weakened state as he hurried inside. Regret washed over him for not having arrived sooner. Yet he felt a flicker of relief that he had come today, lest it have been too late. The thought of what might happen to the old director was unbearable. He could not fathom living with such regret for the rest of his life. Upon hearing the words, old director, the old woman trembled slightly, straining to discern the identity of her visitor. Only the children from the orphanage would address her in such a manner. Before she could clearly see, she felt a warm hand clasp hers, its heat contrasting with her own coldness. Xiao Yi held the old director's icy hand, his voice rough and trembling. The old director scrutinized him closely, finding him both unfamiliar yet faintly reminiscent. I cannot recognize you. Who are you? Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was taken aback. bewildered by the situation. Did they know each other? Hadn't Mr. X previously stated that he did not recognize this individual? Old Dean, it is Xiao Yi. Do you remember me? Xiao Yi hurriedly interjected. Xiao Yi, of course, I remember you. The old Dean paused for a moment, her eyes welling with tears. Xiao Yi, feeling a long-buried urge to cry, fought to suppress it. The old Dean grasped Xiao Yi's hand tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Oh, it turns out Mr. X was once in the orphanage as well. The woman soon understood, stepping forward with a smile. No wonder Mr. X donates to the orphanage annually. He truly possesses a grateful heart. What? Mr. X? The old Dean was momentarily stunned. Xiao Yi, you are Mr. X? Yes, Xiao Yi affirmed, his voice gentle. I have long speculated about Mr. X's identity, and to discover it is you. The old Dean's expression shifted to one of realization, mingled with a sense of relief. Xiao Yi, it seems you are doing well. That brings me great comfort. Old Dean. Xiao Yi felt a surge of emotion, recognizing that her concern was rooted in his well-being. Director, sure. Mr. X has just pledged to donate another 10 million, the woman interjected eagerly. Mr. X, now that you've met him, let me take you to make the donation. Do I need your permission to decide whether to donate? Xiao Yi's gaze turned icy. The woman was startled by Xiao Yi's cold gaze and took 2 steps back. Did you not say you would donate upon meeting Shi Yongxiu? I will donate. But not at this moment, Xiao Yi replied coldly. Leave. Do not disturb my conversation with the old Dean. The woman, somewhat annoyed, dared not offend the major benefactor and mumbled as she exited the room. Xiao Yi, you plan to make a donation? The old Dean inquired softly once the woman had departed. Xiao Yi nodded. Your heart is in the right place, but perhaps it would be best not to donate. The old Dean advised, shaking his head. Keep that money to live well. Old Dean, what is the situation at the orphanage? Who was that woman outside? Xiao Yi seized the opportunity to ask. Over the years, I have donated quite a sum. Why is the orphanage still in such disrepair? The old Dean sighed, hesitated, and ultimately chose not to elaborate. Xiao Yi, do not pry. Focus on living your own life. Frowning, Xiao Yi sensed the old Dean's reticence. Since the old Dean was unwilling to speak further, he refrained from pressing the matter. The immediate priority was to ensure the old Dean's health. Through observation, he had gathered a preliminary understanding of the old Dean's poor condition. If left untreated, he might not survive even a month. Just as he was about to take the old Dean's pulse, voices from outside caught his attention. Moments later, 2 women entered the room. Mr. X, greetings. The leading woman said, smiling as she extended her right hand towards Xiao Yi. I have long admired you from afar, and today I finally behold your true visage. I did not expect you to be so youthful and handsome. Long admired from afar? Ah, who might you be? Xiao Yi asked, feigning ignorance and refusing to extend his hand. The woman's smile stiffened slightly. Mr. X, I am the Dean here, Chuli. The Dean? Huh. Here I am only acquainted with Dean Shi Yongxiu. The others, I am wholly unfamiliar with. A more pronounced sneer curled at the corners of Xiao Yi's lips. Chapter 88, Coercive Seizure. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Chuli's expression soured further. This man seemed less like a philanthropist and more like a troublemaker. Mr. X, I respect your benevolence. If you wish to donate, you are welcome here. If not, I kindly ask you to leave at once. Xiao Yi felt a surge of anger but restrained himself, considering the health of the old Dean. Since I am here, I surely intend to make a donation. How about this? I shall converse with the old Dean for a while, and in half an hour, I will seek you out. Very well. Chuli's expression softened slightly as she glanced at the old Dean. Dean, sure, you are well aware that the children are in need of funds. With that, she led the woman away, leaving only Xiao Yi and the old Dean in the room. The old Dean sighed. If Xiao Yi did not contribute today, Chuli would certainly stir up trouble. Old Dean, let me first examine your health. Xiao Yi refrained from asking further questions, for the old Dean's health was of utmost importance. You? The old Dean was taken aback by Xiao Yi's actions. Xiao Yi, are you a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine? One could say that. I have studied it, Xiao Yi replied, nodding. Rest assured, with me here, you shall be fine. Soon, a weight settled in his heart. For as he assessed, it was evident that the old Dean's health was in a dire state, akin to that of a withered tree. He began to circulate his energy, allowing a trickle of true qi to flow into the old Dean's body. The elderly director felt a warm current surging through her body, transforming her once frigid form into a comforting warmth. Xiao Yi refrained from lengthy explanations, instead channeling his vital energy to revitalize the director's physique. As the saying goes, a withered tree meets spring again. After approximately 5 minutes, The director's pallid complexion began to regain its rosy hue, visibly improving her condition. "Director, please take this," Xiao Yi said, releasing her and presenting a pill. "Very well," she responded, accepting it and swallowing it whole. "Xiao Yi, I did not anticipate your medical prowess to be so remarkable," she remarked. "I will prescribe a few more remedies shortly, with a week of treatment. You should be well on your way to recovery," Xiao Yi replied with a smile. "I felt as though death was imminent. Yet now I sense a resurgence of strength and vitality," the director expressed, grasping Xiao Yi's hand with delight. "You truly have talent, Xiao Yi," she praised. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Yi broached the subject of the current state of the orphanage. "Alas, it is a lengthy tale," the director began, no longer concealing the truth from Xiao Yi, detailing the dire situation of the orphanage. "All the funds have found their way into Chu Li's personal coffers, which is why I discouraged your donations." "Who is Chu Li?" A surge of indignation ignited within Xiao Yi. This Chu Li exhibited audacity in coveting his funds. An investigation into the orphanage's affairs nearly led to its closure. Subsequently, they arranged for Chu Li to take over as director, entrusting her with the management of this place. The elderly director recounted slowly. Gradually, she transferred the funds from the orphanage into her own account. After hearing the old director's words, Xiao Yi felt even angrier. Was this not outright theft? I had confronted her, but to no avail. She claimed that without her, the orphanage would be shut down. Subsequently, she dismissed many of the elderly staff and replaced them with her own people. The old director's face bore a bitter expression. Gradually, I lost my voice within the orphanage. And over the past 2 years, I had merely occupied myself with menial tasks such as cleaning. Suddenly, Xiao Yi stood up, ready to storm out. "Xiao Yi, where are you going?" the old director exclaimed, regretting having shared so much. "Don't be impulsive. Chu Li has considerable backing and is not to be trifled with." The old director reassured, "Rest assured, I will not act rashly." Xiao Yi suppressed his fury and managed a smile. After offering a few words of comfort, he finally made his escape. Once outside the office, his smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. Upon arriving at Chu Li's office, he could no longer contain his anger. The old director resided in a dilapidated building, while this woman's office was grand, bright, and luxurious. "Please, take a seat, Mr. X. Have you finished your discussion with Dinsher?" Chu Li smiled. "I wonder how much Mr. X intends to donate this time." 100 million, Xiao Yi replied coolly, fixing his gaze on Chu Li. 100 million? Chu Li was taken aback. Had she not just mentioned 1 million? In the next moment, her smile broadened. "Is that true?" "Yes, I plan to renovate the orphanage and establish a fund," Xiao Yi nodded. "It will be used to ensure the children's living expenses and education." Mr. X truly possesses a heart of great compassion. On behalf of the children, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Chu Li beamed, realizing this was a significant windfall for her. "Are you expressing gratitude on behalf of the child?" "Huh. It seems you are merely thanking me for yourself," Xiao Yi scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Such audacity to dare accept 100 million. Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed?" "What do you mean?" Chu Li paused, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Are you mocking me?" "Indeed, you are correct. I am mocking you," Xiao Yi declared, lighting a cigarette. "As far as the dean is concerned, I wouldn't contribute a single cent." "You." Chu Li's fury mingled with a twinge of heartache. "Just like that, 100 million is gone. You have the audacity to forcibly seize control of the orphanage, misappropriating donations for your own gain." With a forceful slap, Xiao Yi struck the table, unwavering in his stance. No matter her background or connections, he was determined to seek justice. As he spoke, Chu Li's expression shifted. Had that old hag informed him? "It seemed you were not here to donate, but to stir up trouble." Grinding her teeth, Chu Li seized the telephone on the table. "There is a disturbance in my office. Remove him at once." "Kid, you've come to the wrong place to cause trouble." Chu Li glared at Xiao Yi. Moments later, 2 burly men burst in, wielding iron rods. "Break his legs and throw him out," Chu Li commanded, pointing at Xiao Yi. The men complied, swinging their clubs down. Bang, bang. Before they could approach, Xiao Yi kicked them away effortlessly. Seeing his prowess, Chu Li's expression changed once more. "I do not strike women, but you are indeed deserving of a beating," Xiao Yi asserted, advancing toward Chu Li. What do you intend to do?" she exclaimed in alarm. "I warn you. I am a member of the Chu family. Do not provoke me. The Chu family will not let this go." "The Chu family? Very well. I shall afford you an opportunity. Summon your most formidable ally." Xiao Yi, unhurried in his actions, replied coolly, "Otherwise, I shall render you incapacitated today." You'll regret this, Chu Li retorted, pulling out her phone to dial a number. As Xiao Yi settled onto the sofa, he contemplated and then placed a call to Shen Wei. Brother Yi, were you not boasting about your influence in Zhanghai? Come, let me witness the extent of your clout. Xiao Yi spoke nonchalantly. Huh? Shen Wei was momentarily perplexed. What do you mean? I shall provide you with an address. Arrive with utmost haste. After relaying the address, Xiao Yi ended the call without further ado. Meanwhile, Chu Li concluded her own call, her expression fierce. You are doomed. Chapter 89. Enraged Chu Li seethed with fury, not solely due to Xiao Yi's audacity, but also because of the stinging loss of 100 million. In her view, Xiao Yi's words implied that the money rightfully belonged to her. To utter such a claim, and then deny it, was an egregious affront. Xiao Yi, the old dean's voice echoed from outside. Old dean. Xiao Yi suppressed his ire and hastened to greet him. Why are you here instead of resting? I worry for you. Do not act impulsively, the old dean replied, eyes widening at the sight of the two individuals sprawled on the ground and Chu Li's ashen face. Upon seeing the old dean, Chu Li shouted angrily, No, Dean Chu, you are magnanimous. Do not stoop to the level of a mere child. Fearing for Xiao Yi's well-being, the old dean forced a smile. I apologize on his behalf. Cease your pretense. I am certain you are the malefactor, exclaimed vehemently. Not only shall I incapacitate him this time, but I shall also expel you from the orphanage. Considering your desolate state, I charitably provided you with lodging. Yet you remain ungrateful. Reverend Mother, please be seated. Unable to endure the spectacle any longer, assisted the elderly matron to a chair before swiftly approaching and delivering 2 resounding slaps across her face. Ah! Shrieked in agony, blood trickling from the corner, her face ablaze with pain. You villainous cur, daring to strike me. I shall retaliate. Thump! With a swift kick, sent sprawling to the ground. Gazing down upon her with disdain. Utter but another word, and I shall terminate your existence. Intimidated by his frigid gaze, dared not utter another sound. Xiao Yi. The elderly matron arose, attempting to interject. Address the matron, but she. The elderly matron harbored apprehension, for possessed a formidable lineage. Xiao Yi. You ought to depart hence without delay. Should any repercussions arise, I shall bear them upon my aged frame. Hearing the elderly matron's words, was moved. For even in this moment, she sought to safeguard him. He shall not depart. Interjected urgently. Having been assaulted, she would not permit his escape. Silence yourself, retorted, casting a glare upon before turning his attention back to the elderly matron. Rest assured, with me present, regardless of her lineage, she shall relinquish control of the orphanage today. Time elapsed, and a multitude of onlookers congregated outside. However, witnessing his ferocity, they dared not venture within for fear of incurring his wrath. A bell chimed and answered the call. Proceed towards the orphanage, the area with the largest concentration of individuals. Soon, Shen Wei appeared before Xiao Yi. Brother Yi, what is the situation? She claimed to be from the Chu family, has taken over the orphanage, and pocketed the donations I made. Xiao Yi briefly recounted the events. You've been boasting. Now let's see the power of your esteemed Shen family face. The Chu family is at least a second-tier clan. Surely they wouldn't covet an orphanage, right? Shen Wei furrowed her brow, directing her gaze at Chu Li. Are you truly from the Chu family, or are you merely waving their banner while engaging in nefarious deeds? I am indeed from the Chu family. Chu Li glared at Shen Wei, dismissive of her claims. Is this all you can do, Xiao Yi? You call in just one person? If you have the capability, don't leave. My brother will be here shortly. Very well, I shall wait for your brother. Shen Wei replied, nodding to Xiao Yi. Brother Yi, take a rest today. I will handle this matter. All right, Xiao Yi said as he sat beside the old director, continuously offering her comfort. Shen Wei felt a tinge of curiosity about why Xiao Yi had come to the orphanage, observing his evident respect for the elderly woman. However, her curiosity did not compel her to inquire further. After about 10 minutes, a cacophony erupted from outside. Sister, where are you? I'm right here. Upon hearing that voice, Chu Li became invigorated. Hurry inside and deal with them. With a clatter, a dozen individuals surged in. Leading them was a flamboyantly dressed man in his 30s. Exuding an air of extravagance. Xiao Ming, you must support your sister. I was nearly beaten to death. Chu Li began to wail. What? Who dares to strike you? The man exclaimed, his eyes widening. It was him, Chu Li declared, her tears ceasing as she pointed toward Xiao Yi. Not only did he strike me, but he also intends to seize the orphanage. Damn it, kill him. The man roared upon hearing Chu Li's words. Hold on. Wei interjected coldly, scrutinizing the man. Are you affiliated with the Chu family? Damn right. I'm with the Chu family. Are you still acting tough? The man retorted, his expression twisted with rage. Now you're scared? Too late. You don't recognize me? Wei inquired, confirming his suspicion that the man was unfamiliar with him. However, he acknowledged that it was not unusual, considering the multitude of families and individuals in Zhonghai. Moreover, the Chu family was merely a second-rate clan. Who the hell are you? Why should I recognize you? The man sneered, pointing at Wei. What? You're trying to cozy up to me. Huh, your bluff has been called, hasn't it? Your face isn't as useful as you thought. Xiao Yi chuckled, prompting Wei to feel somewhat embarrassed. Brother Yi, it's possible he's too insignificant to recognize me. What did you say? I'm insignificant. The man bellowed, enraged. Beat him down. Me? You're finished. Wei retorted, his anger ignited by the man's audacity to embarrass him in front of Brother Yi. In his eyes, this was far more infuriating than a private slap. Suddenly, two figures swiftly entered the scene from outside, none other than Wei's bodyguards. Take them all down, damn it. Wei barked, retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Chu Lao-san, I care not for your current endeavors. You have 20 minutes to present yourself before me, or I shall break your legs. Xiao, what is amiss? What has transpired? The individuals nearby were in a state of alarm. You members of the Chu family are truly formidable. Not only seeking to ruin me, but also proclaiming to take my place. Shindasha was incensed, aware of the grave consequences that followed. Who? Who is it? The others grew even more flustered. Was this not inviting calamity upon the Chu family? I do not even know his name, but, oh yes. His sister is named Chu Li. She belongs to your esteemed family, does she not? Wei pondered for a moment and inquired. Chu Li? Indeed. But she is merely a collateral branch of our family. I care not for distinctions of direct lineage or collateral. Anyone from the Chu family suffices. 3 minutes have already elapsed from your 20. Should you fail to arrive, I shall break your legs. Wei concluded, abruptly terminating the call. Though he appeared compliant before Xiao Yi, he struck with formidable force in the presence of others. Did they truly believe Shindasha was a mere pretender? Chapter 90. Xiao's elder brother. Though Chu Ming commanded a multitude, the ancient martial bodyguards were exceptionally formidable, swiftly subduing them all. As Chu Ming observed his men sprawled upon the ground, his expression shifted dramatically. Guard the entrance. Let not a single one escape. Wei commanded his bodyguards. The two bodyguards nodded, positioning themselves at the entrance, resembling twin sentinels. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am a member of the Chu family. Chu Ming exclaimed, his voice trembling with feigned bravado. Should you dare to harm me, the Chu family will not let this pass. Rest assured, I guarantee that not a single finger shall be laid upon you. Wei spoke softly. Humph, it seems you are aware of the formidable reputation of the Chu family. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming mistakenly assumed that Wei was intimidated and became even more arrogant. Provoking the Chu family makes it impossible to navigate Zhonghai. Is that so? Today, I shall witness just how powerful the Chu family truly is. Wei let out a cold laugh, glancing at his Patek Philippe watch. There were still 13 minutes remaining. Xiaoming, hurry, call more people over. Chu Li grasped her brother's arm, urging him anxiously. All right. Chu Ming nodded and began making calls. Wei, uninterested in his antics, approached Xiao Yi. Brother Yi, rest assured, I will resolve this matter today. Good. Xiao Yi did not wish to act in front of the old director, so he entrusted the situation to Wei. As the clock ticked down to 12 minutes, a sweaty man came rushing in from outside. Upon seeing the man, Chu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Jun, what brings you here? Could it be that he heard about the situation and came to assist? Chu Li shared the same thought, her face lighting up with surprise. Although Chu Jun, the esteemed direct descendant, often looked down upon them, the sight of him rushing to their aid moved the siblings profoundly. After all, they were family. Blood is thicker than water. With Chu Jun's arrival, those two arrogant fellows were surely doomed. Third brother, why did you come in person? The siblings greeted him with smiling faces. Suddenly, Chu Jun, recalling his frantic journey like a stray dog, was filled with anger and slapped Chu Ming across the face. Are you seeking death? After Chu Jun's furious roar, he delivered a fierce kick. Chu Ming cried out in pain, staggering back several steps, utterly bewildered. Had he mistaken his target? Chu Jun, what are you doing? Chu Li shrieked upon witnessing her brother being attacked. What am I doing? Damn it! Are you trying to ruin me? Or do you wish to bring down the Chu family? Chu Jun gritted his teeth, striking Chu Li with a swift slap, before hastily approaching Shen Wei, lowering his posture significantly. Young Master Shen, this matter is their doing. It has nothing to do with the Chu family. Who was this young man? Why was Chu Jun displaying such deference? They had never seen Chu Jun so submissive, even within the confines of the Chu family, where he usually exuded an air of arrogance. Then they recalled the phone call Shen Wei had made moments earlier. Was that call directed at Chu Jun? He had mentioned that in less than 20 minutes, he would break Chu Jun's legs. As this realization dawned upon them, a chill ran down their spines, rendering them tremulous. What kind of formidable presence would dare to speak to Chu Jun in such a manner? The crucial point was that Chu Jun truly did not dare to exceed the 20-minute deadline, arriving in a state of complete perspiration. In other words, Shen Wei was not merely making threats. He was indeed capable of breaking Chu Jun's legs. As long as you arrive within my stipulated time, your legs will be spared for the moment, Shen Wei remarked, casting a glance at the Patek Philippe watch, his tone indifferent. Understand this clearly. It is only a temporary reprieve. If you fail to manage this matter today, your legs will not be safe. Yes. Chu Jun's forehead glistened with more sweat. Young Master Shen, I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution today. It is not about providing me with an explanation, but rather about giving my elder brother one. Shen Wei responded slowly. My elder brother is content, and you may depart on foot. If he is displeased, you shall all be carried out horizontally. Upon hearing Shen Wei's words, Chu Jun's heart skipped a beat. His elder brother? Was not Shen's family only comprised of a single heir? From whence did Shen Wei conjure an elder brother? His gaze fell upon Xiao Yi, who was seated with an air of nonchalance. Could this young man be Shen Wei's elder brother, young Master Shen? Listening to their exchange, Chu Ming was even more terrified. Within the expanse of Zhonghai, the only Shen who could elicit such deference from Chu Jun was that notorious scion of the Shen family. Had he provoked the great demon of the Shen family? He was doomed. Chu Ming's legs faltered, and he collapsed to the ground, nearly wetting himself. Why you are Shen Wei? Despite his conjecture, he could not help but inquire. Indeed, I am Shen Wei. Shen Wei gazed down upon Chu Ming, his tone indifferent. Where is the bravado from earlier? Uttering IAT every turn? What? Do you aspire to be my father, Shen Wei's father? Perhaps I should telephone my actual father and inquire as to whether he consents? And no. Chu Ming trembled, sensing a dampness in his nether regions. He was finished, having kicked an iron board, nay, a steel plate. The Chu family is formidable, such that offending you would render one unable to move an inch in Zhonghai? Shen Wei scoffed. If the Chu family is so formidable, what do you fear? I much preferred your previous, untamed demeanor. Come hither, and prostrate yourself before young Master Shen to offer an apology. Chu Jun seized Chu Ming by the collar, dragging him forward. Shen Wei. At this moment, Chu Li also recalled who Shen Wei was, and her face turned deathly pale. She could not comprehend how a mere orphanage could have attracted the attention of the Shen family's young master. This is akin to a scuffle among kindergarten children, with parents intervening. Brother Yi, how should this be handled? Shen Wei turned to Xiao Yi, his tone respectful. He had already boasted. It was time to show respect to Brother Yi and allow him to shine. Alas, upon witnessing Shen Wei's demeanor, Chu Jun felt a chill run down his spine. In Zhonghai, there was no young man who could command such respect from the esteemed Shen family. Xiao regarded Shen Wei with admiration. The lad was quite perceptive and sensible. He gradually rose and approached Chu Li. Tell me, to whom does this orphanage belong? It's... No, not mine. It's yours, Chu Li stammered, panic evident in her voice. What do I need an orphanage for? Xiao Yi's gaze turned icy. It belongs to Director Shi. Yes, this orphanage is indeed Director Shi's. Chu Li trembled and quickly added, Elder brother, I shall return the orphanage to Director Shi immediately. How dare you address Brother Yi as elder brother at your age? Shen Wei glared. And do you think you are worthy? I am unworthy. I was wrong. I should not have been so greedy and monopolized the orphanage, Chu Li admitted, her legs buckling as she knelt. Over the years, how much money has been siphoned from the orphanage? Xiao Yi asked nonchalantly. I can't recall, Chu Li sobbed. I will meticulously account for every penny and return it to the orphanage. Chapter 91. Clues to one's identity. There's no need for such trouble. I have a straightforward offer, 50 million. Xiao Yi stated, his eyes fixed on Chu Li. Produce 50 million, and I will overlook your appropriation of the orphanage. 50 million? Chu Li's eyes widened in disbelief. I did not take this much money from the orphanage. The excess amount was merely interest and compensation. Xiao Yi's gaze turned icy. If you refuse to comply, this matter will not be resolved today. But I do not possess that much money. Chu Li's tears flowed more abundantly, her heart aching terribly. Brother E is being quite merciful by asking for 50 million. Why do you squander this opportunity? Shen Wei coldly interjected. Having witnessed Xiao Yi's exorbitant demands firsthand, including a request for 100 million for a Maserati. Chu Jun, witnessing Chu Li's lack of comprehension regarding the gravity of the situation, shouted angrily. If you have no money, you siblings will have to sell your house and car. I will provide it, Chu Li stammered, suppressing her heartache. If the money is not delivered within 3 days, I will have Shen Wei come to collect. Xiao Yi glanced at Shen Wei. Is that acceptable? Of course, Shen Wei replied. Mr. E, there is no need to wait 3 days. The Chu family can provide the sum immediately, and I will transfer it at once. Chu Jun hurriedly added. Afterward, she can reimburse me. Very well, Xiao Yi nodded, acknowledging the man's compliance. Furthermore, on behalf of the Chu family, I will donate an additional 10 million to the orphanage. Chu Jun continued. This is also an apology for today's events, to Mr. E and Mr. Shun. Only 10 million? Is that an insult? Shen Wei raised an eyebrow. Chu-san, if you produce 20 million, this matter will be considered settled. Yes, 20 million. Chu Jun did not dare to negotiate further and acquiesced. Soon, 70 million was transferred to the orphanage's account. Chu Ming, is it? Your sister's matters are in the past. What about your claim to be my father? Shen Wei inquired, gazing at the despondent Chu Ming seated on the ground. Young Master Shen, I was wrong. Please spare me, Chu Ming pleaded, repeatedly bowing his head. I have no interest in your appeals. How about a 5 million hush money? Otherwise, I shall inform my father about this, Shen Wei responded with a sly smile. Can you imagine how he would react if he knew you sought to take on the role of my father? No, please. I will pay. Chu Ming, horrified, immediately retrieved his phone to initiate the transfer. Just send it directly to the orphanage, Shen Wei stated nonchalantly. Of course, Chu Ming acquiesced, promptly transferring 5 million. To him, this was a matter of life and death. If the elder of the Shin family were to learn of this incident, he would undoubtedly feed him to the fish in the river. Brother E, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Shen Wei turned toward Xiao Yi. Yes, it's acceptable. Xiao Yi nodded. Since Brother E is pleased, I shall let them leave now. Upon finishing his sentence, Shen Wei cast a glance at Chu Jun and the others. Yes, Chu Jun replied, ushering them out. The onlookers outside gradually dispersed, understanding that the dynamics of the orphanage had shifted. Old director, I have just transferred another 25 million. Consider this 100 million as the orphanage's endowment, Xiao Yi informed the old director. The orphanage should be renovated as needed. Do not hesitate to spend, he added. That is far too much. It won't be fully utilized, the old director replied, his excitement stemming not from the money, but from the expulsion of Chu Li. Use it wisely. There are many children in the orphanage, and plenty of expenses to cover, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Brother E, on behalf of the Shin family, I would like to contribute some funds as well, Shen Wei stated. Haven't you already donated 5 million? There's no need to join in the excitement. You can consider donating again in the future, Xiao Yi replied. There is plenty of time ahead. Very well. Shen Wei glanced at Xiao Yi and then at the old director. By the way, Brother E, I'm going to take a stroll. I have some items in my car. Please distribute them among the children. Xiao Yi tossed the car keys to Shen Wei. All right. Shen Wei departed, leaving Xiao Yi and the old director alone in the office. You are a benefactor to the orphanage, Xiao Yi. On behalf of the children, I extend our heartfelt thanks. The old director said, grasping Xiao Yi's hand with fervor. There is no need for such formality. Had it not been for your shelter, I might have long been gone. And today would not exist, Xiao Yi smiled in response. Clues? I must ponder thoroughly. The old director appeared deep in thought. At that time, you had a piece of jade that seemed quite precious. I was concerned you might damage or lose it, so I kept it safe, intending to return it to you when you grew up. However, you left in such a hurry, and I completely forgot about it. Jade? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's expression brightened with excitement. What kind of jade was it? I will retrieve it for you, the old director said as she moved toward the exit. Unable to contain his anticipation, Xiao Yi hurriedly followed her. Upon reaching the old director's residence, she opened an old chest and, from the very bottom, took out a swaddling cloth. This swaddling cloth also belongs to you. Your name, Xiao Yi, is inscribed upon it. The old director unwrapped the cloth and revealed a piece of jade. This is it. Xiao Yi grasped the jade, feeling its chilling touch, adorned with a myriad of colors and slightly flat, resembling a substantial pendant that could be worn. It bore a hole through which a red string was threaded. His gaze then shifted to the swaddled infant, where he noticed the corner of the blanket intricately embroidered with golden thread, spelling out the characters for Xiao Yi. My name, did you not choose it? Xiao Yi inquired, astonished. No. The elderly director shook his head. You were always called Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi tightened his grip on the jade. This visit had yielded significant revelations, particularly regarding his name. If it was not bestowed by the director, he could utilize it to seek out his parents. Thank you, director, he expressed gratefully. For what? The director replied with a gentle smile. It is merely my duty. I hope it aids you, and that you find your parents soon. Xiao Yi nodded, proceeding to inquire about certain past events. While the information may not have been profoundly useful, at least it provided him with a clearer understanding. He examined the multicolored jade, sensing its lack of spiritual energy. Please keep this safe. Having given it to you alleviates a burden from my heart, the director said, patting Xiao Yi's arm. Come. I shall take you to see the children. All right, Xiao Yi agreed. In the presence of the director, he felt it inappropriate to store the swaddled infant in his storage ring, so he held it instead. Upon exiting, he noticed that Shun Wei had already been surrounded by the children, their faces radiating with innocent joy as they leaped and frolicked. Observing these children, memories of his own childhood surfaced, echoing their carefree spirit. Brother Yi, when I grow up, may I marry you? A little girl, with twin braids resembling horns, trailed behind him, exclaiming with delight. In his childhood, Xiao Yi readily agreed. Chapter 92. The colorful stone old dean. Were all the children from our era adopted? Few were adopted. Some were sent to welfare institutions, and sadly, some with illnesses did not survive. The old dean sighed as he spoke. In truth, the greatest expense of the orphanage is not the sustenance of the children, but rather the medical expenses for those with congenital diseases. Once they arrive at the orphanage, I cannot simply stand by and watch them perish. Do you still remember Tong Xiao? Xiao Yi inquired further. Tong Xiao. Oh, she is on the verge of graduating from university now, the old dean smiled. That girl has grown into a stunning beauty. Oh, attending university in Zhonghai? Xiao Yi's eyes brightened. Indeed, she excels academically and is at Zhonghai University, the old dean nodded. How many years it has been? Xiao Yi chuckled. Do you have her contact information? I do. I shall give it to you shortly. Excellent. After spending some time at the orphanage, Xiao Yi and Shun Wei departed, each taking their own car towards Qingyan Company. Cradled in the passenger seat were the remnants of his past. Names, jade stones. Xiao Yi felt that he had taken a significant step closer to finding his parents. Though his marriage had not materialized in Zhonghai and the 10 divine artifacts awaited the right moment, he finally sensed a glimmer of progress. Upon returning to the company, Shun Wei resumed his post, while Xiao Yi, after stowing the swaddled item into his storage ring, sought out Su Yan, eager to inquire about the jade. He wished to consult a professional regarding the significance and origin of this jade. What kind of jade is this? Su Yan inquired, examining the stone in her hands. Let us not worry about where it came from just yet. What is this jade? Xiao Yi replied, seated across from her. It resembles multicolored jade, yet it possesses distinct characteristics, Su Yan observed attentively. Multicolored jade is not typically this translucent. Could it possibly be a superior variety of multicolored jade? Similar to jadeite, where ordinary jadeite lacks such brilliance, while the finest jadeite is remarkably radiant. Xiao Yi probed further. No, I have encountered top-tier multicolored jade before, and it did not appear like this. Su Yan shook her head, caressing the perforated area. It is quite smooth, suggesting it is an ancient artifact. There are no signs of carving. Even this hole seems to be natural. Xiao Yi frowned, realizing that without knowledge of its origin, it would be challenging to trace the lineage of this jade. Indeed, it is not carved, Su Yan affirmed. Though I cannot ascertain its exact nature, its value must be exceedingly high. It seems my family is rather well off, Xiao Yi mused, pondering if he might be a second-generation wealthy heir. What did you say? Su Yan asked, having missed his remark. Nothing. I was merely commenting that it is almost time to leave work. We're not working overtime tonight, are we? No. Is Shun Wei gone? Not yet. I've given him 3 days. Once the novelty wears off, he will depart. Su Yan was speechless, reflecting on Shun Wei's sense of novelty as a security guard. Does Shun Wei have some issues? Such a privileged young master, indulging in a life of extravagance, yet feeling profoundly empty inside. Xiao Yi chuckled, having experienced all that could be played with, yet never having served as a security guard, found it refreshing. Very well, Su Yan said, returning the jade to Xiao Yi. You may wander through the antique market and inquire if they have encountered something similar. All right. Have you encountered any issues? No. What could possibly trouble me? You attend to your matters. I shall take my leave. With that, Xiao Yi departed. Su Yin gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes narrowing slightly. Where could he have gone this afternoon? It was evident to her that Xiao Yi harbored concerns. Would he have left so readily before? Was he not inclined to tease her a bit? After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her phone and opened an application. I am not prying into your privacy. I am merely concerned for you. Su Yin muttered to herself, observing the Maserati's route with a start. An orphanage? What could he possibly be doing there? Are you aware of the largest antique market in Zhonghai? Accompany me there tomorrow. The antique market? Brothery, are you looking to purchase antiques? I intend to gather some information. Shall I caress the jade? Have you ever seen a jade like this? Never, Shenwei replied, glancing at it and shaking his head. Are you seeking to uncover its origins? Perhaps you could post it online? Online. You have reminded me. A glimmer sparked in Xiao Yi's eyes as he resolved to enlist the help of Si Yan. By the way, do you have any knowledge of Qianlong Mountain and Dongshan Island? It's all right. There are several resorts by Qianlong Mountain, and the Shun family also has interests there. As for Dongshan Island, it remains undeveloped. I have heard unsettling tales about it, often involving disappearances. Unsettling tales? Missing? Xiao Yi's interest peaked slightly. When shall we go? Take me along. I have an affinity for adventure, Shunwei eagerly suggested. Still inclined towards perilous pursuits? If one does not venture, one does not survive. Was it not nearly fatal for you back then? Xiao Yi observed Shenwei. Alas, life feels so hollow. Without taking risks, existence loses its significance, Shenwei lamented. With an abundance of unspent wealth, I find myself devoid of purpose. I've indulged in all manner of revelry, and now it feels tiresome. Xiao Yi contemplated striking this fellow. His attitude was rather ostentatious, yet paradoxically, he spoke truths. By the way, I inquired about the 10 legendary artifacts from my grandfather last night. He mentioned that such matters are beyond my reach and advised me against further probing, Shenwei stated. I shall inquire further. I am certain I can unearth the details. Indeed, there is no rush, Xiao Yi nodded. The issue of the 10 artifacts could not be hastened. The emergence of a divine artifact would necessitate the right timing. His current task was to ascertain whether the artifact truly resided in the Central Sea and its precise location. In doing so, once the artifact manifested, they could engage in the contest for it. Naturally, prior to that, it would be prudent to eliminate potential rivals, such as foreign competitors. The divine artifacts of Huaxia were certainly not for them to covet. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shenwei took his leave to stand guard. Xiao Yi retrieved the number given to him by the old dean, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to dial it. The call connected, yet no one answered. The girl was likely still in class. Just as Xiao Yi was about to send a message, Su Yan called. Su Wangba has come looking for me. Please come to my office. Su Wangba? Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned, exclaiming inwardly, Good heavens, why is this fellow seeking me? The figure was too indistinct to discern his identity. Could there be some oversight? Their greatest fear was Su Wangba divulging something to Su Yan. And as fate would have it, their apprehension was realized. Eliminating him now would be futile, wouldn't it? Yuqing's fiancé is on his way to my office. Very well. I shall proceed there forthwith, Xiao Yi responded, severing the call and hastily making his way to the CEO's office. He resolved to intervene decisively if the situation warranted it. He would rather silence Su Wangba preemptively than allow him to utter a word. If Su Yan were to discover that he had shared a bed with her closest confidant, wouldn't that spell utter doom? Chapter 93. A cuckold, are you? Inside the CEO's office, a man gazed upon Su Yan, his heart brimming with lascivious thoughts. The foremost goddess of Zhonghai surpassed his own fiancée in beauty threefold. To spend a night with her would be worth sacrificing a year of his life. However, he was cognizant that Su Dahai's precious daughter was beyond his reach. Su Yuan, what brings you here? Su Yan inquired, her countenance frigid, making no attempt to conceal her aversion. Were it not for her desire to assist Wei Yuqing and ascertain whether she could persuade Su Wangba to dissolve the engagement, she would have already ejected him. Su Yan, you and Yuqing are the closest of friends, and I am her fiancé. Therefore, we are akin to family, Su Yuan declared, his face adorned with a smile. I am not related to you in any way. Su Yuan, you are unworthy of Yuqing, Su Yan retorted, her voice growing even colder. Upon hearing these words, Su Yuan's expression darkened slightly. Su Yan, whether I am worthy of her is not for you to determine. It is sufficient that Elder Wei deems me suitable. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Rainxing does not harbor feelings for you. Why persist in your entanglement? Bang. Su Yuan, unable to suppress his anger, slammed the table. The phrase he now detests most is "a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet." That wretched woman, Wei Yuqing, after having betrayed him, had that man utter those very words. Su Yuan, this is not a place for your outburst. Su Yin retorted angrily. I apologize. I am not directing this at you. Su Yuan suppressed his temper and shook his head. Su Yin, I have come to seek your assistance in persuading Wei Yuqing to cease her reckless behavior. Otherwise, the disgrace will not only fall upon me, but also upon her and the Wei family. If she simply agrees to marry me, I can overlook the reckless behavior? Su Yuan, what do you mean? Su Yin rose abruptly. You indulge in a life of revelry and have numerous lovers, and now you dare to slander Rainxing? Am I slandering her? Huh? Has she not confided in you about her troubles? To coerce me into breaking our engagement, she sought out a man for an illicit rendezvous. Su Yuan sneered. Nonsense. How could Rainxing ever act in such a manner? Su Yin could tolerate Su Yuan's table slamming, but she could not abide his disparagement of her dearest friend. She resolved that when Xiao Yi arrived, she would have him throw this scoundrel out. What does it matter if he is the scion of the Su family? If you doubt me, feel free to inquire with her. Su Yuan replied in a somber tone. As for your claims regarding my indulgent lifestyle and lovers, what of it? A man of my stature and standing having lovers is entirely normal. It would be abnormal not to. I will marry her, and no one can usurp her position as the Su family's matriarch. That is sufficient. Get out. Su Yan's anger intensified. What nonsensical logic is this? The disgraceful deeds she committed remain unknown to anyone. But let me assure you, she must understand. Do not provoke me. If you continue to press, I shall reveal everything to everyone. Let us see how she manages then. Su Yuan spoke coldly. What? Do you relish the idea of others knowing you wear a green hat? Goodness, you can't possibly be a minotaur, can you? A voice of astonishment echoed from the doorway. Upon hearing it, Su Yin felt a wave of relief. He had arrived. For reasons unknown, the presence of Xiao Yi made her feel unexpectedly relaxed. As if with him around, all matters could be resolved. She seemed to be increasingly dependent on this man. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's expression darkened. How could someone enter without knocking? And to call him a minotaur? He turned to see Xiao Yi sauntering in with his hands in his pockets. Who are you? Su Yuan demanded angrily. Xiao Yi glanced at Su Yuan. Did he not recognize him? This realization brought him a sense of calm. It seemed this fellow had not come to confront Su Yin regarding his affair with Wei Yuqing. As long as that was the case, he felt no urgency. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Yi, he stated with indifference. Xiao Yi, you are Su Yan's betrothed? Su Yuan furrowed his brows. Xiao Yi was taken aback. He knew of him? Su Yin was not surprised. The Su family was a prominent lineage, belonging to the same social circle as her own. It was not unusual for him to be aware of the events that transpired that day. Indeed, I am Su Yan's fiancé. You must be Wei Yuqing's fiancé. Am I correct? It seems our roles are quite similar, but do you know why Su Yin could accept me while Wei Yuqing could not accept you? Why? Due to his appearance, you cannot compare to my handsomeness. Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle. This guy's tongue is truly infuriating. Su Yuan's expression darkened. Xiao Yi, do not put your luck. A man must possess dignity and cannot be overly shameless. If I were in your position, I would directly annul the engagement with Wei Yuqing, ensuring the world knows that it was I who rejected her, rather than the other way around. Xiao Yi was tempted to retort with, a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet, but fearing Su Yuan might catch on, he restrained himself. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. This fellow's voice sounded somewhat familiar. However, he dismissed the thought, as Xiao Yi was Su Yan's fiancé, and Su Yin and Wei Yuqing were close friends. No matter how strong their bond, sharing a man was out of the question. Since you are aware that I am Su Yan's fiancé, you must also know what transpired that day. When Su Yin declared publicly that she would marry me, Xiao Yi remarked indifferently, now, that is what a man should be, unlike you, who has been cuckolded yet clings on desperately. Su Yan's face turned pale. Why provoke Su Yuan and drag me into this? Su Yuan's expression soured. As a man, he certainly did not wish for others to learn of his humiliation. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yi would overhear. With countless women in the world, why must one hang themselves on a single tree? With your status and identity, there is no woman you cannot have, Xiao Yi continued. Brother, heed my advice. Letting go in a timely manner is the path to longevity. Otherwise, your neck may very well be crushed under the weight of that hat. Enough. Su Yuan could no longer bear it. Do not presume that your harmonious exchanges will persuade me to relinquish Wei Yuqing. Let me assure you, it is utterly impossible. Su Yin, convey my message to Wei Yuqing. I hope she will cherish the opportunity one have bestowed upon her. She shall not marry you. Su Yin retorted coldly. Humph. That is not for her to decide. Su Yuan scoffed. Brother, I truly admire your tenacity, Xiao Yi said, giving Su Yuan a thumbs up. You should abandon the surname Su and adopt the name Ren instead. Su Wangba lacks elegance, whereas Ninja Turtles has a certain charm. Su Yuan's anger surged. Who are you insulting? When have I ever insulted you? I was praising you. Xiao Yi shrugged, resolute in his decision. If this fellow dared to strike, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Once Su Wangba was dealt with, he would seek out Wei Yuqing to claim his reward. Perhaps, in her elation, she might even grant him a day at the hotel. You little rascal, I shall remember you. Su Yuan shot a piercing glance at Xiao Yi before striding out. Has he really left? How can he endure this? Truly a Ninja Turtle. Xiao Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. The prospect of a hotel getaway had vanished. Chapter 94. Using a knife to kill? Investigate Su Yan's fiancé thoroughly. Upon exiting the office building, Su Yuan's expression was frigid, emanating an aura of menace. Yes, young Master Su. The subordinate responded promptly. I will unearth every detail about his ancestry. Xiao Yi, you better have some connections. Otherwise, you are doomed. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and strode outward. He regretted seeking out Su Yan. Not only had it been fruitless, but it had also left him seething with anger. Upon encountering Shen Wei, clad in a security uniform at the entrance, he was momentarily taken aback. Was there something amiss with his vision? Oh, is that not Su Xiao? Shen Wei also noticed Su Yuan and greeted him. Shen Xiao? Is it truly you? Su Yuan approached, incredulous. What brings you here as a security guard? I am here for someone, Shen Wei replied casually. When did you arrive in Zhonghai? What is your purpose here? Misunderstanding Shen Wei's words, Su Yuan speculated. Are you here for Su Yan? The esteemed young master has taken to working as a security guard to pursue her? Surely, you cannot be after Su Yan. Shen Wei furrowed his brows, contemplating. Su Yuan, I warn you, do not harbor intentions towards Su Yan. No, certainly not. Su Yuan shook his head. A glint of mischief in his eyes. Perhaps he could incite Shen Wei to deal with Xiao Yi? The art of using another's hand to strike was a skill he wielded adeptly. Shen Xiao, my fiancée Yi is the closest. How could I possibly have designs on her? Su Yuan smiled. Alas, Su Yan is already engaged, otherwise. I could have my fiancée Yi speak a few kind words on your behalf to help you win her over. Shen Wei raised an eyebrow, sensing a misunderstanding. The esteemed heir of the Shen family, willing to assume the role of a security guard for the sake of a woman. What profound devotion. If it were me, I would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Su Yuan began to stoke the flames of intrigue. Were it not for that unexpected fiancé lurking in the shadows, she would surely have chosen the illustrious Shen Xiao. What are you implying? It's truly a pity for young Master Shen to have his love stolen away. Were I in his position, I would certainly eliminate her fiancé and claim her as my own. Do you harbor animosity toward Xiao Yi? Shen Wei inquired with a calm demeanor. It wouldn't be accurate to call it animosity. I simply disapprove of him. What makes him worthy of being with the most sought-after woman in Zhonghai? In my estimation, only you, young Master Shen, are deserving of Su Yan. Su Yuan asserted earnestly. Young Master Shen, desperate times call for desperate measures. Should he vanish, the goddess would be yours. Huh? Shen Wei chuckled coldly. He had previously maintained a nodding acquaintance with Su Yuan, but now he resolved to distance himself from the man, lest he be splattered with blood. To provoke Brother Yi was tantamount to courting death. What are you laughing at? Su Yuan frowned. Are you afraid Su Yan will find out? Rumor has it that theirs is an arranged marriage. She's undoubtedly unwilling and likely wishes someone would eliminate Xiao Yi. I'm laughing at your death wish. Shen Wei's sneer intensified. Cease your borrowed knife tactics. Xiao Yi is my sworn brother. I dare not speak for other places, but in Zhonghai, I will ensure your demise. Upon hearing Shen Wei's words, Su Yuan's expression froze. Xiao Yi was his sworn brother? And here he was, contemplating using him as a pawn. What a fool he had been. Su Yuan, do not forget that this is my territory. Shen Wei fixed his gaze upon Su Yuan. If you wish to live, depart Zhonghai at once. Shen Wei, who do you think you're intimidating? Do I look like someone who can be scared so easily? Su Yuan retorted furiously. They were both scions of influential families. Why should he be so arrogant? Whether you are easily frightened or not is of no concern to me. Shen Wei shook his head, lowering his voice. I am only aware that there are quite a number of vehicles in Zhonghai, and it would be exceedingly simple to end a life. You. Su Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. This was no longer mere intimidation, but rather a blatant threat. Zhonghai is also abundant in rivers, making it quite convenient to dispose of a body. Having finished his statement, Shenwei disregarded Su Yuan, adjusted his attire, and resumed his post. You intend to have me sunk into the river? Huh, I await your attempt. Su Yuan scoffed, casting aside a dismissive remark before departing with his entourage. Fool, Shenwei muttered as he watched the retreating vehicle. In the president's office, Su Yin gazed at Xiao Yi. You must not disclose to Sister Yuqing that Su Wangba came to see me. Why? Xiao Yi inquired, intrigued. Did he not ask you to relay a message to Wei Yuqing? Just because he asked me to convey a message, would I simply comply? Who does he think he is? Su Yin retorted coldly. Furthermore, he spouts nonsense. I refuse to believe Sister Yuqing would act on it. No, you must believe. Xiao Yi glanced at Su Yin, wishing to voice this sentiment, but ultimately refrained. Let us depart. The workday has concluded. Su Yin, lacking the inclination to continue, grabbed her bag and made her way outside. Maintain your post diligently. As they passed the entrance, Xiao Yi lowered the car window and addressed Shenwei with a few words. Understood. Shenwei was entirely immersed in his role as a security guard and saluted. Su Zong, Xiao Zong, take care. Su Yin was left speechless. Shenwei was undoubtedly afflicted with some peculiar mania. This lad does possess quite a demeanor. Xiao Yi flashed a smile at Su Yin. Why not keep him? No, he shall depart in 3 days. Su Yin's stance was resolute. Very well. Upon returning to the villa, Su Yin ascended to the upper floor while Xiao Yi prepared dinner. Casting a glance upstairs, Xiao Yi waved at Wei Yuqing. Damn. It feels a bit like stealing a glance at the sky, and it's rather exhilarating. Xiao Yi guided Wei Yuqing to the kitchen and opened his phone. I've erased the hotel video. This is from the bar. It only shows my blurred silhouette, no clear face, so you can rest assured. How did you manage that? Wei Yuqing gazed at the video on the phone, astonished. You didn't go to the bar, did you? No. I had a hacker breach their systems to obtain the video, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. I didn't go to the hotel either. Su Yuan will find no evidence of us renting a room. Upon hearing the term renting a room, Wei Yuqing felt a twinge of guilt and peered outside. Let us never speak of that night again. We must forget it. Isn't that self-deception? Can you truly forget? Xiao Yi pointed at the phone. Look. At that moment I was holding you, and you were clinging to my neck. How intimate. Delete it. Wei Yuqing shot a glare at Xiao Yi. After erasing the video, she turned to leave the kitchen. Wait, do you really not need my help dealing with Su Yuan? Xiao Yi blocked her path, inquiring. No. Huh? How do you know his name is Su Yuan? Wei Yuqing frowned. Su Yin told me, Xiao Yi replied. You need not concern yourself with this matter. As long as Su Yin is unaware of our situation, I have no fear of him. With that, Wei Yuqing hastily departed, anxious to avoid being seen by Su Yin. Was she truly that apprehensive? Originally, there was no need for such furtiveness. However, it has been rendered akin to a clandestine rendezvous. Xiao Yi curled his lips, remarking, I have a premonition that, given Su Yan's perspicacity, this charade will not endure for long. Chapter 95. China is inviolable after supper. Su Yin and Wei Yuqing ascended to the upper floor. Xiao Yi, too, harbored a desire to explore the vista from above, musing. A day will dawn when you shall beseech me to ascend. For eyes, I implore you to investigate whether any missing person notices were issued for Xiao Yi in yesteryears. Xiao Yi elucidated the matter. Brother Yi, the passage of time renders this endeavor arduous, and the internet was not as pervasive then, so the likelihood of success is meager. For Eyes responded with trepidation, adding, I fear that there will not be a plethora of pertinent information. Endeavor to do so, for perchance it may bear fruit. If not, so be it. Xiao Yi ignited a cigarette, continuing, Furthermore, I beseech you to search the internet for similar iridescent jade stones. Very well. Moreover, continue to monitor the affairs of the 10 great artifacts, and ascertain whether any traces of external forces can be discerned. I have been vigilant. I am grateful for your diligence. Brother Yi, should we not journey to China to assist you? Nay, your assistance is equally valuable from afar. Once I have navigated this period of intense activity, I shall venture forth to convene with you all. As you wish. After exchanging a few banalities with Four Eyes, Xiao Yi terminated the call. Observing the time, he dispatched a message to Tong Xiao. Should there be no response, so be it, however. Having ascertained Tong Xiao's presence in Zhonghai, a meeting is imperative, for she is, after all, a childhood sweetheart. Li. Little Li, is that you? A quivering voice emanated from the receiver, filled with excitement and disbelief. A soft chuckle escaped Xiao Yi's lips. It was such a familiar and endearing address. One he hadn't heard in years. Yes, it's me, Xiao. On the other end, Tong Xiao immediately burst into tears. As Xiao Yi lit a cigarette, a knot formed in his heart. Brother Xiao Yi, where have you been all these years? I thought I would never see you again. Tong Xiao asked through her sobs. Xiao Yi took a drag from his cigarette, realizing he should have reached out to them much sooner. Xiao, do you have time this weekend? Shall we meet? Brother Xiao Yi, I long to see you right now. Aren't you at school? Huh. Xiao Yi was taken aback. Had it not been Tong Xiao saying this, he would have surely misunderstood. While she had once playfully claimed as a child that she would marry him when she grew up, such innocent words could not be taken seriously. In his heart, Tong Xiao was like a beloved little sister. I just miss you so much. I want to see you immediately, Tong Xiao hurriedly clarified. Haha, I won't be going anywhere. The weekend is just around the corner, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. It was quite late now. Perhaps it was best to wait for the weekend. I'll come to your school and spend the entire day with you. All right then, Tong Xiao reluctantly agreed. But you must come. Of course. Xiao Yi chatted with Tong Xiao for a full hour before finally hanging up, her lingering reluctance palpable. This girl, still as clingy as she was in childhood, Xiao Yi murmured to himself. He glanced up the stairs to find everyone asleep, then slipped out through the window, stepping onto his flying sword and ascending into the night sky. Several minutes later, he appeared above Qianlong Mountain, surveying the entire expanse below. Under the night sky, the dark silhouette of Qianlong Mountain resembled a great dragon, lying in repose upon the earth. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as Wulong Mountain. Xiao Yi circled around Qianlong Mountain but detected no abnormalities. It appeared to be an ordinary mountain. Would the Dongwang Belt truly be located here? The emergence of a divine artifact should surely herald some extraordinary phenomenon. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. Was it merely that the time had not yet come? Or was there another reason? Just as he prepared to descend upon the peak of Qianlong Mountain, he noticed flickering lights along the winding road below. What could bring someone to Qianlong Mountain at such an hour? A spark of intrigue ignited within him, prompting him to delay his descent. Soon, 3 vehicles came to a halt, and 7 or 8 foreigners disembarked. External forces. Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes, realizing that he had stumbled upon a rare opportunity without much effort. Yet, he remained uncertain of their affiliations. He chose to remain concealed in the shadows, intent on observing their actions. After a brief exchange, the group of foreigners headed determinedly in a specific direction. Moments later, they arrived at a hollow in the mountain and began to set up. Time was of the essence. Should they be discovered, complications would surely ensue. Would personnel from the special departments of Huaxia truly arrive? If any unusual phenomena were to manifest, they would undoubtedly be the first on the scene. Once they arrived, death would be inevitable. The sensation of taking a life in Huaxia, amidst fellow countrymen, is indeed rather exhilarating. As the group of 7 or 8 foreigners busied themselves with their preparations, their conversations revealed their intentions. Explosives? Xiao Yi, perched upon a branch above them, felt his expression grow increasingly cold. They are orchestrating an extraordinary spectacle to herald the advent of a divine artifact, with the intention of luring individuals from China's specialized agency, only to obliterate them subsequently? The grievous losses they inflicted upon us last year shall finally be avenged. Eastern Forbidden Zone, you say? It is proving to be less formidable than anticipated. Prudence is paramount. Let us not forget the calamitous setbacks we encountered upon our initial foray last year. Several preeminent global powers, along with influential organizations, have dispatched their emissaries. China alone would find it arduous to impede them. This occasion, in effect, constitutes tacit consent for us to enter and vie for the prize. Otherwise, utter pandemonium would ensue. Listening intently to their discourse, Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed, realizing that the duress China is under surpasses his initial estimations. After some deliberation, he gracefully descended from the tree, landing softly behind them. Had they not crossed paths? So be it. However, now that fate has intervened, he is compelled to thwart their machinations and eliminate them. China shall not be affronted with impunity. Furthermore, such an explosion would invariably ignite a conflagration, transforming the entirety of Qianlong Mountain into a fiery inferno. Should a divine artifact genuinely reside here, would that not constitute sacrilege? From which faction do you hail? Xiao Yi inquired serenely. The individuals, who had been diligently engrossed in their task, were startled nearly out of their wits by the sudden intrusion of the voice. Upon turning to face Xiao Yi, their expressions underwent an immediate transformation. How could anyone else be present? Who are you? A Caucasian man brandished a firearm, aiming it menacingly at Xiao Yi as he issued the frigid query. I am known as Xiao Yi, though some refer to me as the Underworld King. Xiao Yi responded with a faint smile. The Underworld King? The foreigners furrowed their brows, a sense of familiarity stirring within them. I harbor a deep aversion to being menaced with firearms, Xiao Yi stated, his gaze fixed upon the Caucasian man, before raising his hand and executing a delicate wave. With a swiftness akin to lightning, the frigid glint of the sword cleaved through the Caucasian's gun-wielding hand, subsequently lacerating his throat. The hapless man collapsed into a pool of his own blood, bereft of any reaction, dismayed by the demise of their comrade. The remaining foreigners were visibly shaken, unable to comprehend the celerity with which Xiao Yi had executed the maneuver. Flee! A Negro bellowed, pivoting to escape. However, the Dragon Abyss sword was too quick. The fleeing man stumbled forward a few paces before collapsing, a torrent of blood gushing forth. Paralyzed by terror, the remaining foreigners dared not move. Stand at attention. Any movement will be met with death. What do you intend to do? A heavily bearded man, his body trembling, inquired of Xiao Yi. Reveal your origins. Silence will beget random executions. Xiao Yi produced a cigarette, igniting it and taking a deep drag. Displeasure was evident in his demeanor. Had the Eastern Forbidden Zone become a jest during his 3-year absence? During his tenure, none dared encroach upon Chinese territory. Not assassins, not mercenaries, nor even the Western cultivation world dared to act with such audacity. We are affiliated with Blood Prison, the bearded man confessed, compelled to speak. Blood Prison? A mere second-rate organization dares to trespass upon China? Xiao Yi's gaze turned frigid, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Who emboldened you? The foreigners remained silent, inwardly cursing. Second-rate or not, Blood Prison was still a formidable entity. In the entire Western world, only 5 organizations could claim first-rate status. Did your foray into China concern the 10 great divine artifacts? Xiao Yi pressed further. Indeed, we came to test the waters, the bearded man conceded with a nod. Numerous factions, not just ourselves, have infiltrated China. Do you truly believe your meager capabilities are sufficient to contend for supremacy? What ulterior motives do you harbor? Driven by vengeance, China has been compelled to open its borders, resulting in an influx of various powers. Most of these entities lack the qualifications to vie for ultimate authority. However, they can still exploit this rare opportunity to engage in other endeavors, as the Eastern Forbidden Zone typically remains impenetrable. So, you're all leveraging the 10 divine weapons to pursue your individual agendas? Are you an enforcer of the law in China? Recount your objectives in detail. If I comply, will you grant us our freedom? You are in no position to negotiate terms with me. Repeat what you just stated. Very well, I shall. The bearded man reiterated his previous statements, including the details of their operation tonight. Those who trespass against China will inevitably pay the price. As the words left his lips, the Dragon Abyss sword transformed into a streak of frigid light, swiftly traversing the scene. The foreigners cried out in terror, but they were powerless to resist, and one by one, they succumbed to the pool of blood. In an instant, only Xiao Yi remained standing. Xiao Yi sheathed the Dragon Abyss sword, extinguished his cigarette, and dialed a number. Hark, I must report a grievous offense. A heinous crime has transpired near the verdant slopes of Mount Qianlong. Reluctant to attend to the aftermath himself, and cognizant of the volatile explosives concealed beneath the earth, he deemed it prudent to entrust the matter to the authorities for proper resolution. Furthermore, it would serve as a timely admonition to the specialized agencies of the Middle Kingdom, including the enforcers of the law, that the liberalization of borders presaged an impending tumult. Having concluded his telephonic discourse, Xiao Yi summoned his aerial conveyance and soared heavenward. Scarcely had he departed when a cadre of individuals clad in sable raiment descended upon the scene. Their countenances betrayed astonishment upon beholding the macabre tableau of lifeless forms strewn across the terrain. Who had dared to extinguish their quarry? They had arrived too late. Who was the perpetrator? Each victim had succumbed to a single, precise incision to the jugular vein, indicative of a practitioner of the arcane arts. Immediately apprised the enforcers of the law, they must needs survey this carnage. Within a quarter of an hour, representatives from the specialized agencies, the enforcers of the law, and the constabulary converged upon Mount Qianlong. Upon learning of the anonymous report, they promptly initiated an inquiry into the source of the call, surmising that the informant was likely the perpetrator himself. Alas, the number was untraceable, a phantom in the digital ether. Yuan Jing, representing the constabulary, also arrived. Trace it we must. It is our sole thread of inquiry. A somber figure in black intoned. The demise of the Blood Prison's operatives demands a thorough investigation. The assassin possesses formidable prowess. Each thrust severed the carotid artery with unerring accuracy, resulting in instantaneous demise, the enforcer of the law declared, his tone grave as he examined the wounds. At a minimum, the assailant must be of intermediate dark force mastery. These were all masters of their craft, equipped with weaponry. Yet they offered no resistance, another observed. Indeed, the absence of any sign of struggle suggests that the killer utterly dominated them. Amidst their discussions, Yuan Jing envisioned a scene, a swordsman in white, with a stern countenance, slaying one person every 10 steps, journeying 1,000 miles without rest, and after the deed, dusting off his robes and concealing his accomplishments and fame. Regardless of who eliminated them, they aided us considerably. Affirmative. Gradually, the special department and law enforcement officers departed, leaving the police to handle the aftermath. Chief, aren't these individuals excessively pretentious? Even if they are from a special department, they shouldn't act so high and mighty, treating us like subordinates, a subordinate remarked to Yuan Jing. Enough idle chatter. Have them retrieve the recording of the emergency call to ascertain if any clues are present. Yes. The subordinate, refraining from further comment, busied himself. She initiated the recording, and a male voice resonated. Hello, I wish to report an incident. Upon hearing the voice, Yuan Jing's countenance shifted. Was it not Xiao Yi's voice? His voice had left an indelible impression on her. Previously, when Xiao Yi had spanked her, he had been incessantly garrulous, making it impossible not to remember. Was it him? Yuan Jing suppressed her shock and listened intently several times, becoming increasingly certain that it was Xiao Yi's voice. It must be him. Chief, what troubles you? The subordinate, observing the changes in Yuan Jing's expression, inquired anxiously. Any discoveries? Yuan Jing initially intended to nod, but recalling the words of the special department and law enforcement officers, she shook her head. Those who perished tonight were all members of the blood prison, who came to China with the intent of fomenting unrest and seeking vengeance. In other words, the slayer acted justly, preventing a disturbance. Although the specialized department has set its sights on the individuals from blood prison, should they fail to unearth the concealed explosives, a significant calamity is bound to ensue. A flurry of thoughts raced through Yuan Jing's mind as she uttered a decisive remark, and according to the enforcers, he possesses formidable strength, which amplifies his suspicion in the murder of Sun Gaofei. Yuan Jing narrowed her eyes. While eliminating blood prison was a righteous act, the slaying of Sun Gaofei constituted a criminal offense. As a police officer, she would not overlook any perpetrator. If apprehension was warranted, then apprehension must ensue. He had never anticipated that the responding officer would be Yuan Jing, nor did he foresee that she would recognize his voice. The individual who eliminated blood prison hardly concerned him. That matter would be handled by the specialized department, given its implications with Western forces. If the specialized department were to locate him, it would matter little. At worst, he could present the recorded footage to them, perhaps even earning commendation for his valor and a monetary reward. If all else failed, he could reveal his true identity, an unparalleled national hero. Chapter 97. Unlocking new postures. The following day, in the late morning, Xiao Yi and Xinwei arrived at the largest antique market. The place was bustling with activity, far from the desolate scene he had envisioned. This is rather lively, Xiao Yi remarked, surprised by the throngs of people. He had imagined such a venue to be sparsely populated, where every customer was ruthlessly exploited. The saying goes, 3 years without business, then 3 years of profit, aptly describing the antique trade. Many visitors came with the hope of discovering hidden treasures. Finding one would be akin to winning the lottery. Xinwei nodded in agreement, oblivious to the fact that the odds of finding such treasures are even slimmer than winning a lottery. You seem quite familiar with this place. Do you come here often? Xiao Yi inquired with a smile. I occasionally accompany my grandfather here. He is fond of such artifacts, Xinwei responded. Shall we first seek an appraisal of the polychromatic jade before we continue browsing? Indeed. Moments later, they entered a sizable antique emporium. My grandfather is a frequent patron here and is well acquainted with the proprietor, Manager Chun, Xinwei murmured. This Manager Chun possesses considerable acumen and enjoys a notable reputation within the antiquarian circles of Zhonghai. As he spoke, a portly man in his 50s emerged. Young Master Xin, a most welcome visit. Please forgive my belated greeting. Xinwei chuckled. Manager Chen, we are well acquainted, so let us dispense with the formalities. I am here today to seek your assistance. I have an item that I would like you to examine. Indeed, young Master Xin, let us retire to our private chamber. If you please. Upon entering the private chamber, Xinwei introduced Xiao Yi. Young Master Xiao, a pleasure. Manager Chun was taken aback. Anyone addressed as brother by the young Master Shun must be of considerable stature. Manager Chun, this is the polychromatic jade in question. Xiao Yi, without further ado, produced the jade and presented it. Manager Chun received it with both hands, scrutinizing it intently. Young Master Xiao, do you seek to ascertain its provenance or its intrinsic worth? Both, Xiao Yi replied, regarding Manager Chun with a hint of anticipation. Its provenance is difficult to ascertain. I must confess to my limited discernment. As for its worth, while it may not be a true polychromatic jade, its texture is exquisite, and it bears no carvings. This jade is of considerable value. Cease the prevarication. Xin Wei articulated directly and disclosed the prospective sale price. Your assertion of considerable value is insufficient for our assessment. Are we discussing hundreds of millions, or merely tens of millions? Upon hearing Xin Wei's words, the proprietor, with a rueful smile, responded, indeed, a scion of the highest echelon, accustomed to figures commencing in the 9 digits. Young Master Shin, I surmise the valuation is not of that magnitude, perhaps several million. The proprietor hesitated to exaggerate. Wary of Shun Wei's potential rejoinder, an agreeable price, I shall relinquish it to you. A mere few million? Xin Wei inquired, his brow furrowed. How can that be deemed a substantial value? Ah, young Master Shun, you cannot employ your own standards as the benchmark. Several million, for the vast majority, represents a lifetime's unattainable earnings. Very well, Xin Wei conceded, turning his gaze toward Xiao Yi. Brother Yi, if the proprietor is uncertain, shall we seek counsel elsewhere? Indeed, Xiao Yi replied, suppressing his disappointment with a nod. We appreciate your assistance, Proprietor Chen. Young Master Xiao, young Master Shun. If you would be so kind as to tarry a moment, the proprietor interjected hastily. I have an acquaintance, a luminary in the field of archaeology, with a particular fondness for the study of ancient jades. This polychromatic jade possesses a venerable antiquity, and I believe his expertise could prove invaluable. Is that so? Xiao Yi's eyes glimmered with renewed interest. Would it be permissible to obtain his contact information? Certainly, the proprietor affirmed. We are grateful, Proprietor Chun. Xiao Yi acknowledged with a nod. The pleasure is mine. I shall contact young Master Shun in due course. Brother Yi, shall we peruse the establishment further? He possesses a plethora of exquisite items, and their authenticity is largely assured, Shun Wei suggested. Young Master Shin, how can you suggest largely assured? We pride ourselves on fair dealing with all patrons, the proprietor responded, his face adorned with a servile smile. Do you genuinely believe in equitable dealing, irrespective of age or status? Queried Xin Wei with a dismissive smirk. The antiquities trade is notoriously treacherous. While the street vendors are unscrupulous, the established shops are even more so. Success hinges entirely on one's discernment, and misjudgment often leads to unrectifiable loss. He chuckled softly. Let us peruse the wares. Xiao Yi, having stowed away the iridescent jade, expressed a desire to observe the collection. Please, follow me, gestured Proprietor Chen, as he guided Xiao Yi and Xin Wei through the establishment. Do jade artifacts possess a spirit, and if so, do antiquities share this quality? After a period of observation, Xiao Yi, stirred by an inner impulse, activated his cultivation technique, releasing his vital energy. The intangible energy enveloped an antiquity, allowing him to perceive it with heightened sensitivity. He soon shook his head, detecting no trace of spiritual. Does young Master Xiao find the items on the ground floor unsatisfactory? Shall I escort you to the 4th floor? Proprietor Chen inquired, noting Xiao Yi's disapproval. Indeed. Let us ascend to the 4th floor, Shun Wei responded with a mischievous grin. It is akin to a luxurious bathhouse. The true treasures reside on the upper level. Xiao Yi was rendered speechless, marveling at the unexpected comparison to a bathhouse. Upon reaching the upper floor, he once again released his vital energy, and this time detected a faint trace of spiritual energy. A novel approach has been unlocked, a new application. Xiao Yi, elated by his discovery, gestured toward a porcelain vase. Proprietor Chun, what is the provenance of this vase? Young Master Xiao possesses a keen. This vase is of considerable significance, crafted by the esteemed Master Kuei Yuan of the Ming Dynasty. It is said that fewer than 10 such pieces have survived to the present day, Proprietor Chen replied with a smile. What is the asking price? 11 million. Let us examine other items. Xiao Yi continued his leisurely exploration, testing each item in turn and inquiring about their respective prices. He observed a correlation. The greater the spiritual energy, the higher the price. Either originating from the hands of masters and grandmasters, or having been cherished and played with by renowned figures, These are undoubtedly exquisite artifacts. Proprietor Chun, what is the price for this? Xiao Yi inquired, gesturing towards an antique jade ruby. 16 million, Proprietor Chun responded, retrieving it and handing it to Xiao Yi. Please, take a look. Shenwei, didn't you mention wanting to acquire a BAGN for your grandfather? I believe this would be a suitable choice. Purchase it, Xiao Yi suggested, casually passing it to Shenwei. Shenwei paused momentarily. When did I say that? However, he quickly recollected himself. Ah, yes, Proprietor Chen, please wrap this up for me. Certainly, Proprietor Chen replied, his smile widening. Such filial piety from young Master Shun. I shall offer it to you for 15 million. Xiao Yi surveyed the surroundings, spotting a few items that caught his eye. However, their exorbitant prices diminished the thrill of discovering a bargain, and he lost interest. 10 minutes later, the two exited the antique shop. Brother Yi, what exactly is this? Shenwei inquired as soon as they stepped outside. A Dharma artifact. Although its grade is not high, it is still a rare find. Allowing your grandfather to handle it frequently will greatly benefit his health. A Dharma artifact? Holy crap. Shenwei opened the box, gazing at the jade ruby within. My father once bid on a defensive Dharma artifact that saved his life, costing several hundred million, I believe. Indeed, Dharma artifacts are typically highly valued. Several hundred million is quite normal. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. Acquiring this jade ruby for 15 million is a significant gain. Chapter 98. Mysterious animal hide. Holy crap, didn't we just strike gold here? Shenwei exclaimed, excitedly caressing the jade ruby. Since you've instructed me to present the jade scepter to your grandfather, allow me to remit 50 million to you, he offered. Why would you transfer funds to me? You procured the jade scepter. I didn't expend any capital, Xiao Yi responded. But you were the one who directed me to acquire the jade scepter. It potentially holds a value of hundreds of millions. My offering of 50 million is already a significantly advantageous deal for me, he countered. What? Do you hold me in low esteem? Xiao Yi inquired, raising an eyebrow. You address me as Brother Yi so readily, yet now you broach the subject of money with me? Tell me, what is the valuation of your life? Perhaps you should tender a sum to me, and we can consider ourselves even. Please, I misspoke, Shenwei hastily replied, refraining from mentioning the transfer of funds. Let's explore a few more antique emporiums and inquire whether they recognize this polychromatic jade. Xiao Yi toyed with the iridescent jade. Proceeding forward, after half an hour, Xiao Yi relented. They had visited 5 or 6 establishments, none of which recognized the polychromatic jade. As for its monetary worth, there was a consensus that it was of considerable value, starting at a minimum of 1 million. Some expressed interest in acquiring it, but Xiao Yi declined. Preposterous. Considering it pertained to his lineage, he wouldn't part with it, even for billions. Brother Yi, let's await the acquaintance of Proprietor Chun. If he remains unfamiliar with it, we shall devise an alternative strategy, Shenwei suggested. While curiosity piqued him, Shenwei refrained from inquiring about the origins of the polychromatic jade or the reason for Xiao Yi's particular treatment of it. In his estimation, a few million in jade artifacts was of little consequence to Xiao Yi. There must be a unique rationale behind it. Very well, let's casually peruse the area. Xiao Yi acquiesced, stowing away the polychromatic jade. Unraveling his lineage couldn't be rushed. As it stood, it was already a substantial gain. The two leisurely strolled through the antique market, lingering particularly at certain stalls. Bargain hunting necessitates seeking out stalls such as this. Although the waters are deep and counterfeit goods abound, surprises are often in store. While emporiums like Proprietor Chin's assuredly possess fine articles, their elevated prices preclude any possibility of discovering a bargain. Esteemed sirs, has anything caught your eye? I assure you, I offer only the finest merchandise, the stallholder greeted. Merely perusing, Xiao Yi replied, as he crouched before the stall. He unleashed his true energy, swiftly sweeping over the items on display, sensing for spiritual energy. Soon, he made a discovery, his gaze settling upon a seemingly ancient animal hide. Xiao Yi was taken aback. How could this grimy pelt possess spiritual energy? Upon closer inspection, he noticed lines depicting mountains and rivers, resembling a map. Could it be the work of some great painter? Xiao Yi picked up the hide, carefully sensing it, and discovered that the spiritual energy emanated not from the lines, but from the hide itself. What manner of pelt is this, that it possesses spiritual energy? It appears to be of considerable age. Ah, an astute eye, sir. This item is quite extraordinary, the stallholder remarked, noticing Xiao Yi examining the hide. It is said to be a treasure map, concealing a treasure of unimaginable wealth. Huh, a treasure map? Shenwei couldn't help but chuckle. Do you take us for fools? If it were a treasure map, why haven't you sought the treasure yourself? Alas, I am but a mortal, and would surely be unable to locate it. However, I perceive in you too an extraordinary air, and surmise that you may be capable of finding the treasure depicted on this map. The stallholder responded with a smile. Should you discover this treasure, you would immediately ascend to the pinnacle of success. Well, I do have a penchant for treasure hunting. What is the price? How much? Xiao Yi inquired, casting a glance at the stallholder. The stallholder's eyes twinkled as he extended a hand. 500,000. Good heavens, do you take us for simpletons? Shenwei exclaimed, his eyes widening. Although 500,000 was not a princely sum, he was loath to be treated as a fool. Now, sir. With all due respect, the stallholder responded with a smile. If it weren't worth the price, would I be asking for it? If a genuine treasure were to be unearthed, 50 million would be but a pittance. Pray, do you think I was born yesterday? Shenwei retorted. A broken chamber pot. And you dare to claim that Qin Shi Huang himself urinated in it? Well then, sir, what price do you suggest? The stallholder inquired, unfazed. Name your offer, and I shall consider whether I can part with it. 500, Xiao Yi countered, extending a hand of his own. Shenwei nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing Xiao Yi's offer. Brother Yi, you're incredible. To slash the price from 500,000 to 500. Are you not afraid the stallholder will resort to violence? That price is far too low. The stallholder was rendered speechless. Haggling was commonplace. But such a drastic reduction was unprecedented. 500, take it or leave it, Xiao Yi declared, placing the animal hide back on the stall. The stallholder scrutinized Xiao Yi. Then the animal hide, and with a resolute bite of his lip, he conceded, very well, consider it a gesture of goodwill. It's yours. Shenwei was utterly bewildered. Brother Yi, you bargained so fiercely, and he still sold it? The markup must be astronomical. I used to be overjoyed when I managed to haggle down to half the price. Compared to Brother Yi, I'm practically a spendthrift simpleton. The stallholder handed the animal hide to Xiao Yi, adding with a touch of levity, a pleasure doing business with you. Elated, Xiao Yi chuckled. Indifferent to the exact nature of the animal hide, its potent spiritual energy alone guaranteed its substantial worth. More crucially, utilizing such a valuable hide to delineate a map implied an extraordinary value. Perhaps the vendor's claims weren't mere fabrications after all. Could this genuinely be a treasure map? A regrettable loss, indeed, to part with it at a mere pittance in the guise of friendship. The vendor feigned reluctance, lamenting that he acquired it for 50 and sold it for 500, tearfully earning a meager 450. Esteemed patrons, might I interest you in perusing my other wares? Perhaps something else might capture your fancy? Nothing else appeals, Xiao Yi replied. He paid the sum and departed with Shenwei. Only the animal hide possessed spiritual energy, the rest was utterly devoid of value. Being a novice in antiquities, Xiao Yi valued only items imbued with spiritual energy. His method of selecting antiques was thus simple and unrefined. Brother Yi, what route does this map depict? Shenwei inquired with curiosity after they left the stall. I'm uncertain. He suggested it was a treasure map, so I acquired it for amusement, Xiao Yi responded, unfurling the hide for closer inspection. Despite numerous tears, it remained relatively intact. These markings likely represent water, wouldn't you agree? And this, perhaps, an island? Xiao Yi pointed out. It seems so, Shenwei concurred with a nod. Brother Yi, should you embark on a treasure hunt, remember to bring me along. As you know, I relish excitement above all else. Certainly, Xiao Yi assented, stowing away the hide. His acquisition had ignited a profound enthusiasm within him. No wonder everyone yearned to discover hidden treasures. The joy was simply unparalleled. Moments later, he was once again crouching before a stall, picking up a painting. Aura. The painter was undoubtedly extraordinary. Just as Xiao Yi was about to inquire about the price of the artwork, a voice arose beside him. I'll take this painting. Chapter 99. Snatching the painting, Xiao Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Was someone actually trying to snatch the painting? He turned his head to see a slick-haired, flamboyant man with a folding fan in his hand, striking a pose. Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? Before Xiao Yi could speak, Shenwei interjected. Rules? Bah. Have you paid for it? If not, am I not allowed to purchase it? The one who offers the higher price gets the painting. The man snapped his fan open and then shut it with a smack. Boss, how much for this painting? The stall owner grinned obsequiously. Ah, my friend, you have a discerning eye. This is a genuine tangine. Tangine? Hearing the stall owner's words, Xiao Yi was taken aback, then realized it was Tang Bohu. He glanced at the inscription and indeed saw the characters Tangine. It truly was an authentic piece by Tang Bohu. Xiao Yi's heart stirred. It was no wonder it possessed such aura. A price of 3 million was not exorbitant. Allow me to examine it first. The man tucked his fan behind his neck and reached for the painting. Did I say I wasn't buying it? Xiao Yi regarded him calmly. Since it was an authentic Tang Bohu, he was determined to acquire it. To purchase a genuine Tang Bohu for 3 million was an incredible bargain. I said I wanted it. Are you deaf? The man glared, sizing Xiao Yi up and down. 3 million. Does a mere whelp like you even possess that kind of money? To judge a person based on superficial observations? Shen Wei bristled with indignation. Hold on, everyone. Let's not quarrel. Since you've all expressed interest, the solution is straightforward. There's only one painting, and it will go to the highest bidder. How does that sound? The vendor promptly suggested. There's no need for me to expound upon the immense value of an authentic Tang Yin piece, is there? Acquiring it would guarantee a substantial profit upon resale. Although his words lacked any sophistication and seemed to insult their intelligence, people often lose their way when driven by avarice. Even if the thought, why doesn't the vendor sell it for a higher price himself, crossed their minds, they would be blinded by greed, convinced that they were the most astute individuals and deserved this windfall. Furthermore, they would likely assume that the vendor was deceiving them and unaware that it was indeed an authentic piece. Otherwise, why would he sell it at this price? Buying it would be a steal. Antique transactions often involve psychological gamesmanship, with each party believing themselves to be the clever one and the other an imbecile. E.g., doesn't this fellow seem like a shill? Shen Wei whispered. How could an authentic Tang Yin painting appear here? Holding an auction is just a ploy to make us bid against each other and overpay. No need to rush. Let's play along with them. Xiao Yi chuckled. Unconcerned whether the man beside him was a plant, he was determined to acquire the painting. If it was indeed an authentic Tang Yin, he would purchase it, even for 10 million, let alone 3 million. The man exclaimed loudly, Hold on, I'll have someone authenticate it. If it's genuine, I'll buy it. Feel free to authenticate it, but be warned, the price will no longer be the same after that. The vendor maintained his smile. If he lacked such psychological resilience, he would have no place on the street. 3 million. Sell it to me now. What do you say? Xiao Yi inquired, gazing at the vendor. The vendor's heart stirred. He had acquired this exquisite imitation for merely 30,000, and selling it for 3 million would undoubtedly be a substantial profit. Just as he was about to acquiesce, the man unfurled his folding fan with a crisp snap. Good sir, should the authentication confirm its authenticity, I am willing to offer 6 million for it. 6 million? The vendor's interest piqued further. This painting, so convincingly lifelike, was indeed challenging to distinguish from the genuine article. In essence, a simple verification could yield an additional 3 million. At that moment, greed enveloped him. My dear friend, since this gentleman has summoned an appraiser, it undoubtedly serves as an added assurance for you. The vendor pondered before continuing. Once authenticated, wouldn't you feel even more at ease in your purchase? At that point, the highest bidder shall prevail. What do you think? Xiao Yi chuckled, remarking on the insatiability of human desire. Who knows if you are in cahoots? Shen Wei retorted coldly. That is a grave misjudgment. Who does not recognize my reputation? Zhao Laosan on this street. I am beyond reproach, the vendor exclaimed. I am not acquainted with this gentleman. If I were, may lightning strike me. If you lack the funds, then set the painting down, the man directed, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yi, his tone icy. With his discerning eye, he believed the painting to be authentic. Otherwise, he would not have offered double the price. Very well, I am intrigued to witness how you will authenticate it. Xiao Yi mused, placing the painting back on the vendor's stall. The man swiftly picked up the painting, scrutinizing it closely, and increasingly believed in its authenticity. Quick, summon Elder Qian, he instructed a companion. Within 2 or 3 minutes, an elderly gentleman arrived. Upon seeing the elder, the vendor's expression shifted dramatically. How could it be Elder Qian? It's over. While he had little concern about having the painting authenticated by the majority, including several experts, Elder Qian represented a formidable figure in the world of antique collectibles in Zhonghai. Elder Qian, please take a look. I have discovered the genuine work of Tang Yin. The man eagerly presented the artwork to Elder Qian. The elder frowned slightly, thinking, this fellow is far too impulsive. Not only is it improbable that this is an authentic piece, but if it were, his loud declaration would surely deter any chance of a sale. The vendor forced a grimace. If Elder Qian deemed the painting a forgery, it would not only be unsellable for 3 million, but perhaps even 30,000 would be out of reach. Regret washed over him as he lamented the missed opportunity of selling it to Xiao Yi for 3 million. His only hope now was that this exquisite imitation could deceive Elder Qian. If it succeeded, the painting could fetch an 8-figure sum. Elder Qian, unfurling the scroll to examine it carefully. Soon, astonishment flickered across his face. There was something intriguing about the piece, which explained Sun Jiaxing's excitement. However, as his gaze fell upon a particular detail, he shook his head, affirming, "A forgery is merely a forgery. Master Sun, this painting is not genuine." "What? Not genuine?" The man's expression darkened. Had he misjudged? The vendor's face turned ashen, hope dashed, loss is imminent. "It is Qian Zhongxiang," he muttered in disbelief. Who is he? In the realm of antique collecting, there exists a figure of immense repute, an individual of unparalleled mastery. The genuine works of Tang Yin could scarcely find their way into the market. Without his authentication, their authenticity is undoubtedly in question. You are mistaken. Many priceless antiquities initially circulate in the market, only to be discovered by luminaries like Mr. Qian, who subsequently consign them to prestigious auction houses, where they fetch astronomical sums. Now that he has declared it a forgery, it is assuredly a counterfeit. The surrounding individuals began to murmur in agreement. Indeed, it is a forgery, remarkably crafted, making it difficult for the untrained eye to discern. It is only natural to misjudge. Mr. Qian chuckled and set the painting aside. The vendor opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from uttering any protest. How amusing. Just moments ago, you sought 300,000 from me, driven by greed, and now, with its authenticity in question, how much do you expect to sell it for? Xiao Yi remarked with a smile. I shall offer 30,000. Will you sell it to me? Upon hearing Xiao Yi's proposal, the vendor managed a wry smile. To see the valuation plummet from millions to merely 30,000 was akin to a descent from heaven to earth. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Mr. Qian, yet dared not voice it further, for the painting was indeed a forgery. My friend, selling it for 30,000 is out of the question. The loss would be insurmountable. The vendor shook his head, knowing well that since he had acquired it for 30,000, selling it for the same was implausible. Although the painting was a counterfeit, it was still a fine piece, crafted to the extent that it could easily deceive the unsuspecting. Suddenly, Mr. Qian interjected. Very well. I shall offer 50,000 to purchase it,